In the 35th year of Konoha, the Ninja Academy was filled with a tense, scorching atmosphere. The turmoil of the era forced these carefree youths to confront harsh reality prematurely. The Academy's curriculum made combat training no child's play, but a true life-and-death struggle. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal suddenly rang out, cutting through the peaceful afternoon campus. Then came a series of rapid thuds followed by a brief silence, then another round of collisions. Cough cough. Finally the sounds of fighting faded completely. A middle-ranked ninja arrived late on the training ground behind the Ninja Academy. Looking at the mess before him, overturned wooden stakes, scattered kunai, and students groaning all over the ground, he was speechless, raising a hand to cover his face. Beside him, another middle-ranked ninja, Nakayama Takashi, held a notebook in his hand, pen gliding across the pages as he recorded, and sighed, "This is the 5th time this month, right?" The middle-ranked ninja with a prominent scar on his face stepped forward, bent down to pick up a kunai off the ground, shook his head helplessly. "No, it should be the 6th time. That kid slipped away yesterday, tisk, that arrogant little brat." Heads began to pop out of the academy windows, many having witnessed the whole scene. In one classroom by the window at the back, a blonde-haired boy sat silently, a cocky smile curling at the corner of his mouth, sunlight shining on his hair. Not far away, a red-haired boy irritably scratched his hair, glanced out the window, stood up, and walked straight out, muttering, "Boring." Meanwhile, in a corner of the classroom, a gloomy gaze was fixed on the ground. "So amazing. But skipping class will definitely get him punished, right? How many times is this? That guy named Yekong deserves it. But I still think it's cool. Wow. Hyuga-san. You." Bang. The scarred middle-ranked ninja heard the noise from the school building, veins bulging on his forehead, and he suddenly looked up and roared, "Kui-e." The terrifying sound wave immediately silenced the entire academy. At the same time, at the 11th training ground on the edge of Konoha village. This area was surrounded by mountains and rivers with simple wooden stakes as targets, an open clearing in the center, and a clear stream flowing through. At that moment, 3 figures in casual clothes were approaching from afar. One blonde, one black-haired, one white-haired. "Tsunade, listen to me. I really want to gather inspiration." The blonde young man anxiously followed the black-haired girl, gesticulating with his hands. Already showing signs of Konoha's first fist, Tsunade crossed her arms, glanced disdainfully at the chattering Jiraiya, veins bulging on her forehead. Orochimaru, on the other hand, slightly curled his lips, remained silent, but his eyes gleamed with interest. Jiraiya was racking his brains on how to prove his innocence when he suddenly noticed someone else in the training ground and let out a surprised sound. "What's going on? Someone's already here." By the stream in the training ground, a slightly thin figure stood quietly. The person held a short blade about 2 feet long on his shoulder, facing the stream, looking up with a long sigh, his back exuding a sense of world weariness beyond his years. No doubt about it. Jiraiya's confident look made Tsunade wary, and even Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly. Then Jiraiya suddenly raised a thumb, his eyes shining, and shouted at the back, "So, cool." Bang, boom. Whoa. Tsunade's fist followed immediately, sending Jiraiya flying, his head hitting the water and drifting downstream. Tsunade lightly blew on her fist, veins popping on her forehead, and said angrily, "This idiot." Just then, a sharp glint of light stung everyone's eyes. Tsunade and Orochimaru narrowed their eyes almost simultaneously, seeing the figure by the stream suddenly raise his short blade body, slightly crouched, drawing the blade from behind his left shoulder to his back, then swinging it out with a sharp edge. Swoosh! A magnificent spray of water seemed to be split by the blade, and along the path of the blade a mirror-like trail of light lingered in the air. Tsunade and Orochimaru's pupils contracted, while Jiraiya, lying in the water, froze for a moment, then leaped up like a fish landing on the shore, clenching his fists and lowering his stance before thrusting out 2 thumbs with great effort. "So, cool." Before his words faded, he rushed over to the black-haired youth who was slowly sheathing the blade, standing majestically on the shore, his eyes shining. "Genius. No, Grandmaster. God, please take me as your disciple." "Humph." The corner of the black-haired youth's mouth lifted slightly as he maintained the sheathing pose, saying nothing. Jiraiya became even more excited, exclaiming repeatedly, "This. The posture of the sheathing. Could it be that legendary move?" First showing an expression of disbelief, then his expression turned serious, analyzing earnestly, "No doubt about it, this is." Bang! A fist suddenly struck directly, knocking Jiraiya to the ground. Tsunade clapped her hands, stepped forward to look at the youth, and pouted, "What's this? It's just a kid. Looks pretty, but..." As she spoke, she walked up to the youth, reached out a finger, and gently pushed. The youth's body fell straight forward, plop, into the water. Master, Tsunade, what are you doing?" Jiraiya came to his senses, diving into the water to fish the youth out. Puffed. On the shore, the rescued Yekong spat out a mouthful of water, slowly stood up, and mechanically repeated the sheathing motion. Tsunade pouted. Orochimaru watched him with interest. Only Jiraiya hastily formed hand seals, spewed out a flame, and started a campfire. "Young man, who are you? That move you just used was itself created." Tsunade and Orochimaru still had doubts about the previous scene. Yekong looked at the two, his eyes brightening slightly when they fell on Tsunade, but when he saw Orochimaru, his expression showed obvious disgust. Orochimaru's expression stiffened. What is the meaning of this? Then Yekong put the short blade horizontally in front of him, curled his lips, and spoke in a low, exaggerated tone. Since you have asked earnestly, I shall graciously inform you all. I am a nameless one, as deep as this night sky, as vast as heaven and earth, the supreme sovereign. Caw caw caw. For a long silence, as if a few crows cawed overhead. The scene seemed frozen. Only Jiraiya knelt reverently. Go, D. Very satisfied with Jiraiya's reaction, Yekong raised his chin slightly and made the sheathing motion again, when suddenly a shadow flashed before his eyes, too fast for him to react. Bang! Thud! Dong! Moments later, Yekong, with one eye black and blue and his face slightly twitching, said, honestly, my name is Yekong, currently studying at the Ninja Academy. As he spoke, he glanced at Tsunade, then suddenly raised his voice. I am the man who will become the 5th Hokage. Huh? Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, then shook her head with a smile. Quite the ambition. But the goal is clear, the 5th Hokage. She thought Yekong meant the 5th. The current Hokage was her grandfather's generation, the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. The 3rd Hokage candidate was already settled, most likely their teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, among Senju Tobirama's disciples. As for the 4th Hokage, there was no definitive decision yet, and the 3 of them were all strong contenders. And the 5th Hokage. At this time, the 3 ninjas naturally could never have imagined that this position would eventually fall to the youth in front of them, who was still grinning after being punched. The 3 Sannin had not executed a mission together for a long time. This time they came to the training ground to spar and hone their skills. Swoosh! Tsunade and Orochimaru attacked simultaneously. Both were high-level ninjas, their every movement accompanied by subtle fluctuations of chakra wielded with ease and speed beyond Yekong's ability to track. Not being able to see was fine. Yekong knew his limits and never expected to learn anything from these future legends. Jiraiya watched for a while, gradually losing interest. His strength was on par with those two. Instead, he grew increasingly curious about the technique Yekong had shown earlier, pestering him with questions. With an eager look, Jiraiya leaned in. Hey young friend Yekong, I'll trade a powerful ninjutsu for that move you just used, the water breathing right. Just that one move. What do you say? As he spoke, he had already pulled out a scroll and waved it in front of Yekong. Yekong remained unmoved. The breathing technique was actually something he had figured out through trial and error while circulating chakra, and it consisted of only that single move. The reason was simple. His current 10-year-old body couldn't withstand the high-intensity breathing load, nor did he have enough chakra to support the necessary burst speed and power. Yekong casually handed the short blade to Jiraiya, saying, if you can break this knife for me, I'll agree to the trade. Huh? Jiraiya was taken aback. He took the blade and examined it closely, puzzled. This is clearly a high-quality ninja blade. Why would you want to break it? Yekong shook his head. You don't need to know. If you can do it, I'll tell you that move. He made no mention of what specific jutsu Jiraiya should use in exchange. As a promising student of the future 3rd Hokage and a fellow disciple of the 1st Hokage's granddaughter, Jiraiya mastered a vast number of jutsu, especially high-level ones. At the moment, Yekong was just an ordinary student at the Ninja Academy, still attending school. He couldn't even use basic C-rank techniques, only the 3 most fundamental ones. Having a chance to learn 1 or 2 powerful techniques was something Yekong naturally desired. Jiraiya was skeptical, but agreed to try helping Yekong. A faint smile appeared on Yekong's lips. Time rewound to a few days earlier. The 10th year after he arrived in this world, the system had finally awakened. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the mining system. System loaded, distributing initial mining knife 1. Note the mining knife's initial durability is 1010. Only by depleting it through combat can 60 points of chakra be extracted. Host Yekong, occupation ninja, beginner chakra 23, jutsu clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, taijutsu, water breathing, beginner. Note chakra amount is a basic ninja, standard below 50, is intermediate 50 to 300, is advanced 300, 1000, is elite 1000 to 100,000, is extraordinary. Looking at the panel floating before him, Yekong's heart raced, but soon calmed down. Although the cheat had arrived, how to extract the chakra from the mining knife became a problem. He had tried to simply snap it, but the thing seemed to have an indestructible property, and he couldn't break it by force. It seemed the only way was through combat. But he couldn't simply charge into the Ninja Academy with a knife to pick fights. He'd be summoned by the Umbu before he even finished. Helpless, he could only go out for a walk as usual, practicing the breathing technique he had figured out. This breathing technique was a result of his own insights after entering the Ninja Academy and receiving systematic training inspired naturally by the work titled Demon Slayer. Using the breathing method to stimulate the latent energy within the body. Although it was just his own fumbling, whether due to talent or luck, he actually managed to find some tricks. Unfortunately, his 10-year-old body was too weak, lacking rigorous physical training. Even with full concentration, a single slash using the breathing technique would leave his whole body stiff and immobile, accompanied by intense pain. It wasn't that he was trying to show off earlier, he really couldn't move and was pushed into the water by Tsunade with a finger. What a... Jiraiya, don't just agree to random requests. Well, I'll give it a try, no loss for me. And that move was really cool. Jiraiya, still fixated on Yekong's previous technique, turned to look at Orochimaru beside him. Right, Orochimaru? Contrary to their expectations, Orochimaru actually nodded slightly. Jiraiya immediately beamed with pride, laughing heartily. Right? Ha. Tsunade held her forehead, speechless, thinking to herself, there's no helping these guys. The next day, Yekong returned to the Ninja Academy. He walked into the classroom and placed his lunchbox on the desk. He wasn't the dead last Uzumaki Naruto. Although he was alone in this world, he could take care of himself, and his 3 meals a day didn't consist of instant noodles and expired drinks. The production level of this world wasn't high, but as long as there were no large-scale wars or famines, food and clothing weren't a problem. Being a ninja was a high-risk profession, but it also came with state support, and the various missions issued by the village were additional income sources. Theoretically, as long as one wasn't a low-level ninja who couldn't get promoted or had bad habits that led to squandering, they could save up some money. Yekong, you bastard. Huh. Yekong was resting his chin on his hand, thinking about whether Jiraiya could succeed when he heard someone call out. He looked up. 3 boys with hostile expressions surrounded him. They were clearly insignificant side characters. Having been taught a lesson by him the day before, Yekong naturally didn't take them seriously. He leaned back, hands on the edge of the desk behind him, a faint smile on his face. What? Looking for a beating again? Looks like I went too easy on you yesterday. You? Damn it. In the early morning, other students were filing into the classroom, noticing the commotion, and whispers arose. But the instructor had not yet arrived. The 3 surrounded Yekong, unwilling to disperse, as if trying to intimidate him. But clearly Yekong wasn't buying it. After all, they were all kids. Who would be afraid of whom? Although he couldn't undergo high-intensity physical training with the breathing technique barely at the beginner level, his strength had reached the level of a junior ninja, far beyond these ordinary students. In the entire class, and even the entire Ninja Academy, aside from a certain blonde-haired boy and a red-haired boy, there were only 1 or 2 who could interest him in a fight. Instructor is coming. A sharp-eyed student suddenly shouted. The 3 who had been aggressive moments before scattered like startled birds, scurrying back to their seats. After enduring a boring morning of classes, Yekong considered sneaking out in the afternoon, but considering that too many truancies might lead to grade retention and delay his promotion to junior ninja, he sighed and suppressed the thought. At noon, seeing that most people had left, Yekong picked up his lunchbox and slowly got up, planning to find a quiet place to eat. Yekong, come with me for a moment. Yekong. He looked up and saw Zhongshan Jian. He knew it was bad. Zhongshan Jian was the class instructor, and besides him, Yekong didn't care about anyone else in class. Sure enough, he was called aside by Zhongshan Jian for a serious lecture. What could Yekong do? He was only a 10-year-old boy, so he could only silently comfort himself. Sighing, he walked back to the classroom. Food was the top priority. As if bad luck was tailing him, Yekong looked up and saw someone blocking his way. Those distinctive white eyes were too conspicuous. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, Yekong tried to sidestep, but the other raised a hand to block him. You? Xiangyan stared at Yekong, suddenly said seriously, I challenge you. Yekong pointed at himself in confusion. Huh? His stomach was already growling. Yekong laughed bitterly. Are you sure you've got the wrong person? My grades are average, I'm not popular with girls, and if you're looking for a fight, you should go to the Uchiha clan. What? You think I'm easy prey because I'm a civilian? My fists aren't soft. Damn it, I just want to eat in peace. The other seemed surprised by the mention of the Uchiha, his expression changing slightly, but he still stared at Yekong insistently. Humph. I challenged Bluffing Shuman, but he refused. And he said, you're strong. Alright, so it's that blonde-haired guy who set me up, huh? Just you wait. Yekong pushed past him, walked back to the classroom, opened his lunchbox, and started eating. He turned to look at the other, and said, so you mean you have to defeat me first before challenging that blonde guy, right? Xiangyan was taken aback, but nodded, that's right. Yekong didn't bother to ask why. These clan kids really had strange ways of thinking, either paranoid or stubborn. The Hyuga clan's main and branch families had many conflicts, and the ancestral white eyes were truly exasperating. Yekong asked directly, then what's in it for me? Seeing Xiangyan's confused expression, Yekong rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, saying, since it's a challenge, there should be some stakes, right? Otherwise, why should I agree to your challenge? Xiangyan didn't expect such a request, and looked troubled. But after a moment, he gritted his teeth and took out a kunai from his robe, placing it on the desk. This. If you can beat me, this is yours. It's a gift from a clan brother. Tisk. Yekong curled his lip. What use was a kunai? After becoming an official ninja, they would be issued uniformly. Although each person only got one, it was a standard weapon and not particularly valuable. Do you know any jutsu? Yekong shook his head, thought for a moment, then asked, do you have any exceptionally beautiful sisters at home? Huh. Rishang Yin hadn't expected such a question. Being young, his thoughts were easily led by Yekong, and he answered honestly. I have an older sister recognized as the most beautiful in the clan. Yekong's eyes lit up, and he reached out to pat Rishang Yin on the shoulder. Do you have a portrait? Rishang Yin actually had one, a 2-inch group photo. It seemed to be taken when he was a few years old. Behind him stood a round-faced girl a year or two older, smiling and holding Rishang Yin. Large watery eyes coupled with the Hyuga clan's signature long black hair, she was definitely a rare beauty in the making. Yekong nodded repeatedly. After finishing his lunch, he naturally put his arm around Rishang Yin's shoulder and walked out saying, brother-in-law, on no little Yin. Come, let's spar, no problem. If you ever have any trouble, feel free to come to me. By the way, is your sister free these days? Come sparring, right? It's easy. If you ever need anything, just come to me. Oh, by the way, is your sister free these days? Behind the Ninja Academy, due to the limited lunch break, Yuzora and Hyuga Heisen had no choice but to settle their confrontation in the open lot rather than seeking out a formal dojo or training ground. After all, they were merely 2 academy students. There was no need for such formality. Yuzora held this view, but Hyuga Heisen thought otherwise. With solemn seriousness, he even summoned Nakayama-kin, who was in the middle of his lunch, to serve as both referee and witness. Observing Hyuga Heisen before him bowing 90 degrees and assuming the Hyuga clan's standard gentle fist stance, Yuzora's brows furrowed. This fellow. His gaze shifted, and he caught sight of Hyuga Heisen's status panel. Host Hyuga Heisen. Profession Ninja Genin. Chakra 31. Ninjutsu Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique. Taijutsu Gentle Fist. Kekiai Genkai Byakugan. This guy has more chakra than I do, and he possesses the Byakugan, one of the 3 great dojutsu of the ninja world. Don't let its unassuming appearance deceive you. While it might sound like an insult, the Byakugan actually rivals the Sharingan in reputation. Even without evolving into the legendary Tenseigan, the Byakugan's capabilities remain formidable. Its nearly 360-degree field of vision grants unparalleled perceptual advantage. Furthermore, it allows direct observation of chakra flow. These 2 abilities alone enable the Hyuga clan to disregard nearly all battlefield distractions and anticipate opponents' moves before they unfold. When combined with the gentle fist's acupoint striking technique, the Byakugan becomes even more devastating. A single misstep and an opponent's acupoints are sealed, cutting off their chakra circulation. Defeat becomes merely a matter of time. In actual combat, having one's acupoint struck is essentially a death sentence. The gentle fist appears gentle, yet conceals lethal precision. How can such a technique be considered weak? Yuzora didn't care much, but he refused to lose embarrassingly, especially with a growing crowd gathering to watch. Look, Hyuga Heisen is challenging Yuzora. Really? Go beat him. Several students leaned out from the windows. Hyuga Heisen's gaze remained focused. After Nakayama-kin warned them not to fight to the death and stepped aside, Hyuga Heisen formed hand seals, veins bulging along the sides of his eyes. It looked grotesque, but this was merely the result of chakra concentrating heavily into the Byakugan. The Byakugan activated and Hyuga Heisen charged forward. Yuzora's heart tightened. His breathing slowed as he drew in an almost imperceptible current of air, and his blood began to flow faster throughout his body. Breathing techniques were far more than a simple swordsmanship tool. They were a method to unlock the body's full potential. A sharp crack echoed as Yuzora parried Hyuga Heisen's gentle fist strike with one palm, then drove a fist into his opponent's abdomen. The force of his punch carried a faint rippling sound like flowing water. Water breathing. But the Byakugan's perception made direct hits nearly impossible. Only if Yuzora could completely outpace Hyuga Heisen would he stand a chance. Instead, the gentle fist strikes came relentlessly, forcing Yuzora backward. He couldn't afford to let his acupoints be struck, and the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Damn it, this guy is serious. Yuzora felt a surge of frustration, unaware that Hyuga Heisen had challenged him with the sole purpose of proving himself. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, though not among the core members, he had been conditioned since childhood to question why the branch family must serve, and even sacrifice themselves, for the main family. He couldn't understand. Was it because he wasn't good enough? That was precisely why he sought to prove his worth and talent. Impressive. Nakayama-kin watched the spar with a furrowed brow. He knew Yuzora had already reached Genin-level strength despite being a commoner, which was why he'd turned a blind eye to his absences. But Hyuga Heisen was from the Hyuga clan, one of Konoha's great families. Were any Hyuga truly weak? Cruel as it was, this was reality. The great clans controlled far more resources and possessed superior lineages, giving their children advantages that commoners could scarcely match from birth. The gap might not lie in innate talent, but in the starting line itself. It was like running a 100-meter race where your opponent began 10, 20, or even 50 meters ahead. How could you possibly compete? Fortunately, life wasn't merely a 100-meter sprint. There was time to close the gap provided one never stopped moving. That guy, he was holding his own against a Hyuga. Damn it. The 3 boys who had been looking for trouble with Yuzora stood, stunned, and newfound fear settling in their chests. They likely wouldn't dare provoke him again. If Hyuga Heisen had been indoctrinated from childhood to support the main family and reject the Uchiha, then nearly every commoner in Konoha had been taught that the Hokage came first, followed by the great clans. The deeper one understood this reality, the clearer the gap became. Some recognized it and pushed forward to close it, while others shrank back in the face of such disparity, destined to remain background characters. The former were undoubtedly the minority, like that blonde boy who now stood at a window watching the fight in the open lot with astonishment. In the open lot, the clash between the two was nearing its end. Yazora's chakra was nearly depleted, and without ninjutsu at his disposal, he was being forced into a grueling taijutsu exchange. There was no other choice. Yozora knew he only had one chance. His breathing grew heavy, veins bulging across his body. With a sharp rush of air, he unleashed a punch like a gale. The strike landed squarely on Hyuga Heisen's chest, yet in that same instant a finger found Yazora's acupoint, severing his chakra flow. Yozora staggered backward twice, catching himself against a nearby tree trunk. Hyuga Heisen, meanwhile, was sent flying and crashed hard to the ground, struggling to rise for several moments. The winner, Yozora. A wave of murmurs rose as Nakayama, Ken, dutiful to his role, announced the result before rushing over to check on Hyuga Heisen, whose injuries appeared far more severe. But Yozora's mind was elsewhere, replaying Deng Ishia's words over and over. Though he appeared to stand straight leaning against the tree, he had actually been staggering for some time, forcing his breathing technique to boost his strength and speed, then taking a direct hit from the gentle fist left him completely immobilized. In contrast, Hyuga Heisen had held back even at the end. Now slowly rising, he glanced at Yozora with dimming eyes and said, "I lost." A fresh wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The Hyuga had been defeated. That Yozora must be at least fourth-rate. How impressive. Useless. Several dark-haired boys with spiky hair who had been watching from afar descended upon Hyuga Heisen as he made to leave, blocking his path. The Hyuga's worst, just as expected. Can't even beat a commoner. You go home to your mother, loser. Oh, I forgot. You don't even have a mother, haha. Onlookers frowned at the cruelty, but the Uchiha crest on their backs made intervention seem pointless. On the other side stood the Hyuga, and no one dared to interfere, keeping their distance. Nakayama Ken witnessed the scene, his brow furrowing as he hesitated whether to intervene. Yozora had regained enough strength to take a few steps. Hearing the commotion, he didn't hesitate and walked over directly. He struck from behind, landing a punch and a kick that sent the three boys scrambling away in shock. You? Oh. Yozora grabbed the ringleader by the collar and slammed him to the ground. Before the boy could scream, Yozora's gaze turned cold. You Uchiha brat, you talk too much, don't you? Does this give you a sense of superiority to mask your inferiority? Next time I catch you spouting nonsense from that mouth, I'll beat you until you can't speak another word. Get lost. Yozora slammed the boy into the ground, then kicked him as he rose. The three were too stunned to resist, fleeing in disarray before shouting over their shoulders, "You'll regret this." Time returned to a few minutes earlier. Inside the Ninja Academy, a figure had just arrived when a clamor filled the air. He walked to a corner near the window and gazed toward the open space at the rear. He had witnessed the duel between Yozora and Hyuga Yen, as well as the scene of Yozora thrashing the three Uchiha. A thoughtful glint flickered in his eyes. He nodded and then turned to depart. Throughout the entire process, no one even noticed his presence, as though he had never been there at all. Meanwhile, Yozora was naturally scolded once more by Yamashita Ken, but when class time arrived, Yamashita Ken finally let him return. He arrived at the classroom moments after Yamashita Ken, who took out his teaching materials and began calling roll. Kenta. Here. Minato Namikaze. Here. Yozora. The roll call came to an abrupt halt. Yamashita Ken raised his head and scanned the room, only to find Yozora's seat completely empty. Enraged, he slammed his attendance book down. Yozora. At that very moment, Yozora, who had already escaped the Ninja Academy, let out a sneeze. He rubbed his nose and secretly praised his own ingenuity. Ding. Escaped the academy. Mission accomplished. What kind of joke was this? After being reprimanded, what was the point of staying there? He knew skipping class would inevitably earn him a scolding, but after being lectured twice in a row, he figured he might as well skip once. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste? I'm bloody brilliant. However, after leaving the Ninja Academy, Yozora had nowhere to go. Should he return to his tiny few square meter room and lie down? No, he should go to the river outside the village and catch some fish to supplement his protein intake. Half an hour later, outside Kanahagakure, beside a stream in a dense forest, Yozora built a fire. After cleaning several small fish, he skewered them on wooden sticks and placed them beside the flames to roast slowly. The fish skin turned golden, sizzling with oil. Splash. Yozora stripped off his clothes, rolled his pant legs to his knees, sat by the stream, and soaked his feet. With his hands braced behind him and his upper body leaning back, he felt utterly refreshed. In the sweltering summer forest, birds occasionally called from among the leaves, but the heat was relentless, and that was precisely why he had skipped class. After relaxing, Yozora began practicing water breathing. The so-called breathing technique was essentially a method to temporarily enhance strength and speed. With proper chakra manipulation, one could achieve similar, even greater, effects. Take the future 5th Hokage for instance. Aside from certain areas, her figure was far from bulky, yet her strength was terrifying. More remarkably, she maintained impressive speed alongside her power. This was the advantage of chakra. Of course, Tsunade's extraordinary strength stemmed from her exceptional chakra control, but her chakra reserves could not be overlooked either. The Senju clan's bloodline traced back to the Sage of 6 Paths, physical constitution. They could refine chakra with remarkable ease from birth, and their chakra quantities were simply astonishing. Yozora didn't expect to reach such heights, but if he developed his breathing technique to a sufficient degree and combined it with chakra, he was confident he could at least achieve a considerable level of speed. Strength and speed were difficult to balance, but if one could reach a level others could not touch in even a single domain, then one would be invincible. Whoosh! 2 streams of water sound echoed almost in unison. A mist gradually condensed around Yozora, and then he threw a punch. A dent appeared on a tree trunk roughly half a meter away. Half a month later at the Ninja Academy, Yozora hadn't run into those Uchiha brats seeking revenge. However, someone else had come looking for him. Jiraiya, who had been away on a mission recently and had completely forgotten about the task he'd assigned. Yozora was furious, but to his surprise the durability of that mining pickaxe had worn down significantly under Jiraiya's grinding. Only about 3 out of 10 durability remained, and it looked like it would shatter completely soon. Not only that, Yozora's chakra had increased by 7 points, reaching approximately 30. Those 10 fixed chakra points were awarded in real time as the pickaxe's durability decreased, while the remaining 50 points would be granted as a one-time reward upon complete destruction. Yozora's anger subsided. Instead, he had Jiraiya treat him to a barbecue meal, and then shared the secrets of the breathing technique with him. Jiraiya was more than willing. A meal was nothing to him. As for the breathing technique, he tried his best, but ultimately failed. He couldn't use water release. Yozora only realized at this moment that the breathing technique required alignment with the user's natural elemental affinity. Jiraiya possessed all 4 nature transformations, wind, water, fire, and earth, and should theoretically know water release. Unfortunately, he feared spreading himself too thin and might have genuinely average comprehension, so he only excelled in fire and earth release, while the other 2 were far from his strength. Added to the fact that his taijutsu was broad and unrestrained water breathing, which demanded flexibility and finesse, was truly difficult for him to master in a short time. Darn it. Jiraiya had also put in tremendous effort, determined to learn the breathing technique. His comprehension may have been lacking, but his perseverance was unquestionable. Yozora seized the opportunity to make his own request. Jiraiya, however, looked somewhat troubled. You want to learn water release? He scratched his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't recall any water release techniques he was particularly skilled at. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. I know someone who specializes in water release. Come with me. Specializes in water release. Could it be? 10 minutes later, Jiraiya hurriedly pulled Yozora to the entrance of a mansion and knocked directly on the door. After a moment, a brown-haired boy opened the door. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? My sister isn't here, you. Shibuki noticed someone standing beside Jiraiya, and unlike usual, simply wore a puzzled expression. Jiraiya laughed it off and introduced the boy before him. This is Shibuki, Tsunade's younger brother. You've met him before. He then turned to Shibuki. And this is Yozora, who invented an incredibly cool water release technique. He spoke with deliberate exaggeration, making Yozora feel embarrassed. Yozora looked at Shibuki, whose eyes immediately brightened. The boy insisted Yozora demonstrate, so he obliged. This only excited Shibuki further, and he clamored to learn it as well. Seeing his plan succeed, Jiraiya left Yozora there and slipped away. Yozora had no choice but to stay, but he and Shibuki had officially become acquainted. He also successfully obtained several basic water release techniques, planning to study them and see if he could make progress with his water breathing. Just as Yozora was about to leave, someone approached. Thud! The heavy sound of wooden sandals echoed along the corridor beneath the eaves. Watching Shibuki and Yozora discussing water release techniques in the courtyard, his gaze shifted subtly. It was him. Shibuki also sensed someone's arrival, turned around, and walked over happily. Great uncle. Yozora approached as well. He could not recognize this person. With an honest expression, he said, Hokage-sama. The second Hokage, Sen no Tobarama, had spiky white hair and wore a dark blue robe. No armor at home. He looked at Yozora and nodded. Then Tobarama suddenly asked Yozora directly, Boy, did you develop this ninja technique yourself? Yozora nodded truthfully. No one had taught him. He had mastered it on his own. Saying he developed it was not inaccurate. Tobarama detected no deception, and recalling the scene he had witnessed at the Ninja Academy, nodded to himself. Tobarama Senju's first impression of Yekong was quite favorable. The boy possessed natural talent and his own original ideas. Without hesitation, he began to instruct Yekong and Nawaki, explaining that a jutsu reaching the pinnacle in either shape transformation or nature transformation becomes an A-rank technique, while fusing both elevates it to S rank. Glancing at Yekong, he added, That taijutsu of yours isn't a water release technique. You merely use breathing to harmonize with the flow of water. Quite an inventive approach. With that, Tobirama stepped into the courtyard. Within it stood a small pond, its center graced by a miniature rockery, the water adorned with aquatic plants and several koi fish. Tobirama approached the pond's edge and raised his hand with a sweeping gesture. Channeling his chakra, he directly condensed a stream of water into a kunai that materialized in his grasp. Nawaki watched with blazing eyes while Yekong felt a subtle tremor in his heart. This level of chakra control, truly a hereditary trait it seemed. Whether Hashirama possessed such formidable chakra control Yekong couldn't know, but based on this display alone, he was nearly certain Tobirama's medical ninjutsu rivaled even Tsunade's. After forging the water blade, Tobirama glanced back at Yekong and Nawaki. "Watch closely, boys." Whoosh. The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished. So fast. Flying Thunder God. No, not Flying Thunder God. Yekong barely registered a blur before his eyes, and a distant wooden post used as a target split cleanly in two. Yet Tobirama had already returned to his original position, as though he had never moved at all. Incredible! Nawaki exclaimed in awe, gazing from the split post back to Tobirama. Yekong's gaze, however, lingered elsewhere, on the grass beneath Tobirama's feet. A faint trace of moisture clung there, shallow though it was, yet it sufficed for Yekong to deduce the technique Tobirama had just employed. Not the Flying Thunder God, and certainly not the Flying Thunder God slash. Rather, by manipulating chakra to ride a thin film of water, he moved, without directly touching the ground, accelerating to full speed, with virtually no build-up. Yekong was almost certain that no jonin could block this strike within such close range. Too fast, far too fast to even react. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan would prove useless. Splash. Tobirama noticed Yekong's perceptive gaze and showed a flicker of surprise, but continued his instruction. Your water currents lack both sharpness and speed. If I were your opponent, a single strike would sever your blade and your life. Yekong faltered, then fell silent. Tobirama watched him, noting that he said nothing but was deep in thought. With a sudden sigh, the second Hokage turned and walked away. Nawaki wore a bewildered expression. Yekong soon took his leave as well. This visit had been immensely rewarding. Tobirama truly deserved the title of God of Water. If only his chakra reserves could rival Hashirama's, his water release alone might well contend with wood release. A man like this was undoubtedly a monster reigning at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. His guidance was brutally straightforward, and combined with the technique he had demonstrated, it cut straight to the very limits of water release. Nawaki, having been inundated with Tobirama's teachings on a daily basis, naturally didn't feel anything particularly profound. He trotted alongside his grandfather with a puzzled expression and asked, "Second grandpa, why did you say all that to Yekong? Did he do something wrong?" "No." Tobirama stopped and turned to face him. With another sigh, he said, "Nawaki, your talent is excellent, but you take after your grandfather and me. You lack a certain sharpness of insight. That Yekong's comprehension far surpasses yours, and he has his own ideas. Though he comes from a civilian background, I have high hopes for his future." Nawaki's face showed surprise, followed by a hint of defiance. Is Yekong really that strong? Tobirama sighed inwardly again. As the uncle of Hashirama's grandchildren, the burdens his elder brother had left upon his shoulders were considerable. He had devoted himself heart and soul to their care, all while bearing the immense pressure of maintaining delicate balance among the great clans within Konoha, clans that had once been mortal enemies, and fending off the covetous stares of the other hidden villages beyond. He established the Ninja Academy, the ANBU, the military police force, the medical department. Against all odds, he stabilized the village when the clans were still at each other's throats, and not only that, Konoha even flourished and advanced under his stewardship. In terms of sheer administrative skill and legacy alone, Hashirama could not match him. This was not something that could be achieved through raw power alone. At this moment, Tobirama had many considerations weighing on his mind. He was already in his 60s, practically ancient in a world where the average shinobi lifespan was around 30. By the standards of the Warring States period that preceded this era, he was nothing short of a legendary elder. Thus, he was already contemplating who should succeed him as Hokage. His first choice would naturally be among his disciples, Sarutobi and Danzo being the most suitable candidates, while Koharu and Hamura fell short. But who would take the reins of Konoha after them? A shinobi's time is tragically short, which compelled him to plan for the village's future far in advance. The fourth Hokage should be chosen from among Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Sarutobi favored Orochimaru. Then would the fifth be Nawaki? Would the Uchiha and Hyuga clans allow things to proceed so smoothly? Looking at Nawaki's face, Tobirama couldn't help but feel deeply troubled. He detested this feeling of uncertainty, of being unable to control what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Yekong had returned to the Ninja Academy. Throughout the journey, he pondered every piece of Tobirama's instruction. The demonstration contained but two techniques, yet they cut directly to the essence of water release. Indeed, to the fundamental nature of all ninjutsu. It was immeasurably valuable, far beyond learning one or two techniques, even A-rank ones. As he walked, Yekong wasn't watching where he was going. This path was one he knew well, but even so, accidents happened. The world suddenly went dark, and before he could register it, he walked straight into something. He collided with something soft accompanied by a subtle, pleasant fragrance. Yekong froze for a moment, then was bounced backward by an elastic force. He looked up in bewilderment. So big. The words slipped out involuntarily before Yekong could stop himself. With a jolt, he mentally cursed. His gaze traveled upward, and he discovered it was a young woman. Her features hadn't fully matured, but she already showed a promising foundation. However, the furious look on her face as she stared at him made Yekong sense serious trouble brewing. Turning his head, he spotted Hyuga Yen, whose face was equally dark. Rubbing his head and feigning confusion, Yekong asked, Yen, what are you doing here? And who is this beautiful big sister? Calm down, calm down. I'm only 10 years old, a clueless little kid. Right, don't panic. Hyuga Yen, however, wasn't fooled by his acting. Still scowling, he introduced, this is my sister Hyuga Chika. He then turned to the girl beside him and added, sister, this is Yekong. Humph. Her cheeks still carried a flush, whether from embarrassment or anger was unclear. But seeing Yekong's reaction, she found no grounds to vent her frustration since she had been the one standing there, while Yekong wasn't watching where he walked. She extended her hand to Yekong and said, I'm Yan's sister. Thank you for helping him before. Yekong's heart raced as he eagerly reached out and shook her hand. He had never held a girl's hand before, a goofy grin spreading across his face. He barely registered what she said, nodding eagerly and replying, you're welcome, it was nothing really. But Yekong blinked, looking at Hyuga Chika in confusion as her expression turned serious and her tone shifted sharply. I won't allow anyone to bully my little brother. Is she about to fight me? In the afternoon, ninja school let out, and everyone scattered to their respective homes. Yorihi simply made his way to the training ground. As expected, the Hyuga siblings, Chihana and En, were already waiting there. Big sister, Hyuga En attempted to intercede, but Chihana raised her hand to cut him off. Fixing her gaze on Yorihi before her, she tilted her chin upward. I won't take advantage of you. If you can endure 3 minutes against me, I'll leave you alone. Hearing this, Yorihi knew there was no escaping this encounter. Fine, he'd check his status panel first. Good heavens. Name Hyuga Chihana. Class Ninja Chunin. Chakra 41. Jutsu Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique. Taijutsu Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams palm. She's already at Chunin level. This has to be some kind of joke. Though he knew ninja were all masters of concealment, occasionally revealing their true strength was practically standard practice. But if he remembered correctly, Hyuga En had mentioned his sister was only 2 years older than him. Hyuga En himself was 10 and roughly 2 years from graduation, though enrollment ages varied. Some students started as young as 4 or 5. Hyuga Chihana had only graduated a few months ago. That meant she'd reached Chunin level proficiency right out of school. He couldn't see any chance of winning. 3 minutes. He'd be thoroughly beaten. Hiss. No, he needed to think of something. Hyuga Chihana paid no mind to his thoughts. She called out and charged forward with remarkable speed, her chakra control clearly refined. Yorihi knew he couldn't dodge. With Hyuga Chihana already within reach, he gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. A sound like flowing water echoed behind him as his footsteps moved with lightness and speed. In an instant, the two collided. Hyuga Chihana had barely raised her hand, her gentle fist already halfway through its motion, when she didn't expect Yorihi to crash directly into her with his body. Pressure hit her chest, and she stumbled back 2 steps, looking up at Yorihi with annoyance before charging again. Yorihi was fine, finding the impact surprisingly comfortable, and was pushed back 2 steps. There was a chance. As expected, not everyone was a monster like Tsunade or Shinjitobarama. In that instant, even with stronger chakra, there was no time to channel it. Even with a 2-year age gap and his body still undeveloped, the difference in strength wasn't significant. As long as he avoided her gentle fist pressure points, holding out for 3 minutes should be fine. Whoosh. Relying on the speed boost from his breathing technique, Yorihi moved like a phantom, constantly dodging. Whenever an opportunity arose, he'd crash into her with his body to create distance. He didn't dare use his complete concentration breathing for a decisive move. What was he thinking? If he used his trump card, it would be gone. His goal wasn't to win. That was impossible anyway. He could only stall. After being hit twice more in succession, Hyuga Chihana's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving as she stood rooted to the spot, seething with anger. Seeing Yorihi's eager expression, Hyuga Chihana, in a fit of frustration, condensed her chakra into her palm, and with a sharp cry struck out a visible wave of air pressure directly at him. 8 trigrams palm. Damn. Yorihi's scalp went numb. He didn't care about anything else. This technique, when mastered, could shatter metal and stone. It was the Hyuga clan's signature long-range ninjutsu taijutsu technique. Whoosh. At the last possible moment, Yorihi could only activate his complete concentration breathing. His figure flickered, and he barely dodged. After using this technique, his speed and strength would temporarily reach a peak. His mind became crystal clear. Seeing this, Yorihei knew he couldn't last 3 minutes. He'd likely exhaust himself afterward. So he charged forward again. Hyuga Chihana with her Byakugan active naturally detected Yorihei's movements, feeling somewhat incredulous. But using the 8 trigrams palm was also a significant drain on her, and her speed was inherently inferior to Yorihei's. There was no time to retreat, so she could only shout urgently, "Don't come over." In her panic, she stepped backward, and something neither Yorihei had expected occurred. Hyuga Chihana tripped over her own feet and fell backward. Yorihei was charging at full speed and could barely stop his stamina, nearly exhausted. The result was that Yorihei with a shocked expression crashed into Hyuga Chihana as she was about to fall, and then, thud. It was like falling onto a waterbed. Yorihei suddenly felt that losing didn't matter anymore. "Akamoa!" Hyuga Chihana nearly cried. Fortunately, she'd only landed on the grass and wasn't injured. Pushing away the frozen Yorihei, she fled with Hyuga, in her face a mixture of shame and anger. "You'll hear about this." Yorihei raised a hand wanting to offer help but thought better of it. Lying there resting would help him recover anyway, so he slowly closed his eyes. Caw. Opening his eyes again, Yorihei realized it was nearly dusk. The last rays of sunset were fading in sparse starlight, and the moon had appeared in the sky. Getting up from the ground, Yorihei glanced around and found no one had noticed him lying there. Not dwelling on it, he stood up, his entire body aching with soreness. Yorihei was somewhat helpless about this, wondering whether to start some endurance training. Setting aside high-intensity strength training, at the very least this body needed exercise to develop a certain level of combat capability in the short term. Originally, Yorihei hadn't planned this, but Hyuga Chihana had made him realize something, that this world was full of hidden dangers. This was no joke. In this world, you couldn't trust appearances. Who knew how many lives that harmless-looking kid might have on their hands? It was too surreal. After graduating from ninja school, he'd definitely be going on missions. If he ran into someone like that, he might not make it out alive. After all, as the saying went, no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. So before welcoming tomorrow, he needed to prepare for accidents. From that day on, Yorihei woke up early every day to run, then trained his breathing technique and water-style jutsu. Though his blade hadn't broken, yet his strength steadily improved. Time flew, and 2 years passed. Graduation season arrived once again, with countless figures sadly leaving their former haven, filled with mixed emotions. My ass. Graduating from ninja school had everyone incredibly excited. Over the 2 years, Yorihei had grown taller. Perhaps due to his intentional training and some special reasons, he was taller than his peers, with straight black shoulder-length hair and clear eyes. Sitting in the back corner near the classroom door, one hand propping up his head, he rested with his eyes closed. Don't ask why he wasn't by the window. The last row was taken by that blonde kid, and it had been that way for years. "Why, Yorihei-kun?" "Moi." Looking up, he saw a shy girl holding a letter. Though too embarrassed to speak, she still stood before him. The surrounding area erupted in teasing noises, making the girl even more embarrassed. Seeing this, Yorihei smiled gently and said, "You've already tried your best. Don't be shy. Only the weak mock the brave, for they can only use such methods to hide their own cowardice." As he spoke, he slowly stood up, took the letter, and walked out through the back door, making sure to leave a perfect profile view behind him. Silence. The girl's face flushed crimson, and she fainted straight backward. "Nanami-chan." Several companions rushed over to check on her, and found she had simply fainted from excitement. In the corner, several kids Yorihei had beaten up earlier were grinding their teeth in anger. Yorihei's words clearly targeted them, but they didn't dare cause trouble with him. Over these 2 years, Yorihei had gotten into quite a few fights with members of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was indeed domineering, but they wouldn't send people directly from the clan to target him. On the contrary, compared to later generations, the Uchiha clan was quite low-key. The reason was simple. Senju Tobarama was in power. If the Uchiha clan dared to make a move, Tobarama would wake up laughing from his dreams. He was just worrying about not finding a suitable excuse to suppress the Uchiha clan, and now they were handing him exactly what he needed on a silver platter. Over the course of 2 years, Yekong often skipped class, yet because his practical combat and various assessments were nearly perfect, there was never any possibility of him being held back a grade. Coupled with his frequent fights, despite being of common birth, he was widely recognized as the most outstanding genius of this year, basking in the peak of his fame. With a certain yellow-haired individual yet to make his mark, Yekong was naturally the most dazzling star. Yamanaka-kin walked into the classroom and looked at the students, each already wearing a Konoha forehead protector. His heart was filled with relief. It had not been easy. He clapped his hands to quiet the room and began explaining the grouping arrangements. The newly promoted genin would be assigned to different teams, forming squad-based units to facilitate operations during missions outside the village. Glancing at the list in his hand, Yamanaka-kin started calling names. Squad 1. Minato Namikaze Extra A Extra B. Squad 2. Yekong Kinen Nanami. Squad 3. All this. Yekong felt utterly speechless inside. How could there still be such a thing as teammates? I'll just carry the team solo. Despite his complaints, he could only obediently accept the arrangement. There was no choice. In the ninja world, besides fighting and killing, navigation and wilderness survival were also essential skills. Without GPS, even with a map, one might struggle to find their way. Hence a jonin was needed to lead, allowing the genin to adapt gradually, after which things would become much easier. After the grouping, Yamanaka-ken also informed each squad of the time and location to meet their supervising jonin. Then the two sides would get to know each other, and afterward they would officially begin executing missions to accumulate experience. A few days passed in a flash. Yekong had already caught dozens of cats, over 10 dogs, and even helped Ergo next door find his lost keys. Meow. At training ground no. 2 Yekong's squad's jonin instructor Sosuke looked at the struggling black cat in Yekong's hands and asked doubtfully, "What's this?" Nanami nervously hurried to explain, "Teacher, this." Seeing her stammer, Yekong took the initiative to explain, "I found it outside the village. It's not a mission target. I plan to keep it as a pet." Sosuke shook his head and spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it all. Raising a pet is no easy task. Anyway, you'll understand later. Yekong thought for a moment and seemed to agree, so he let the black cat go. But after landing, the damned cat turned around and scratched the hem of his pants with its claws before running off. "Damn, just you wait, don't let me catch you." Sosuke clapped his hands and then explained today's mission. To Yekong and the other's surprise, it was a mission outside the village. Yekong's eyes lit up. Finally, he could leave the village. 2 years. Do you know how I've endured these 2 years? Phew. A few days later, at the border of the Land of Fire, several figures dashed and leaped through the jungle, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Several kilometers away, Yekong's squad was executing a mission, escorting a merchant caravan from Kumogakure to Kanahegakure. Yekong lay on the caravan's cart, bringing up the rear. Sosuke and the other 2 remained alert around the caravan, closely following through the surrounding jungle. Yekong didn't really want to slack off, but this mission was just too boring. "Hey, Yekong." Hearing someone call him, Yekong, who was lying on the roof of the convoy with his hands behind his head, turned sideways to look. He saw it was the squad leader and said lazily, "What's up, Captain? Are we making a move?" Sosuke's eyelids twitched. He wanted to say something, but seeing Yekong like this, he almost hit him. It turned out that when they arrived at the location according to the mission and met the merchant caravan, they had already sensed something was wrong. As a jonin, Sosuke immediately noticed that these merchants were problematic. They were all shinobi. There were about a dozen of them. Sosuke had tested Yekong and the others when he first met them, knowing that Yekong was hiding his true strength. But the other 2 were genuinely ordinary genin, so he didn't act rashly at first, instead waiting for the right moment. The shinobi disguised as merchants didn't notice anything wrong, nor did they even realize what Yekong had said. Sosuke was momentarily stunned. Suppressing his anger, Sosuke made a gesture to Yekong. Yekong immediately sat up straight, drew his sword from behind him, and thought, 2 years. Even if Jiraiya had bitten this sword, it would have been ground to dust by now. Yekong had also successfully obtained his reward, and his chakra was greatly enhanced. Whoosh. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, almost simultaneously with Sosuke. Accompanied by the sound of metal slicing through flesh and bone, the scene descended into chaos. Sosuke was undeniably a jonin in strength, extremely fast, and with the element of surprise, he killed 4 of the 11 in the caravan. Turning his head, Yekong had already slashed to death the ninja, who had taken advantage of the confusion to rush into the surrounding jungle and capture Kinta and the other. His figure moved like a ghost, causing Sosuke's eyelids to twitch. Recalling the test for the 3 of them earlier, Sosuke had asked them to snatch the bells from him. The main purpose was essentially the same: to instill the most basic awareness in the newly promoted genin cooperation. Genin were too weak to form a combat force on their own, barely stronger than ordinary people. Only through cooperation could they play a certain role, and then it was up to time. But the result of that test was that Yekong had snatched the bells from his hand without his noticing. Too fast. Yekong knocked out one of the disguised ninja with a single blow and was about to sheath his sword when his gaze suddenly fixed on the depths of the jungle. His eyes narrowed, and he said to Sosuke, not far away, "Captain, we have trouble." Sosuke's expression changed slightly, and he quickly led the 3 of them dashing in one direction at high speed, his demeanor tense. After running for about 10 minutes, Yekong followed, silently glancing at the 2 teammates who were lagging behind due to exhaustion and fear. He hesitated for a moment. Swish, 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 swish. Several shuriken suddenly flew from the jungle behind them, the sound of breaking air sharp. Clang. Yekong's eyes sharpened. He drew his sword and deflected one of the shuriken aimed at him, then passed the tip through the central hole of another shuriken, channeled chakra in his wrist, and flicked it out. A spark flashed in midair, and Yekong's shuriken knocked down another, saving the 2 teammates. In panic, their steps became more chaotic, and Nanami actually fell from the tree. Yekong sighed. He had already seen the figures chasing from behind, moving at great speed, likely an elite squad from some village. They intended to infiltrate the Land of Fire unnoticed using the merchant caravan. Like Konoha, the various ninja villages had just stabilized, and with the 2 great pillars, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, suddenly gone. It would be strange if these villages remained content with the status quo. They were bound to make moves. But Yekong didn't expect such bad luck, running into this on his first mission outside the village. Or had the situation already become this dire? Just before Nanami hit the ground, she felt a lightness and landed steadily. Sosuke was startled, hesitated for a moment, and then seeing the several figures behind actually fled. Yekong thought, "You could at least put up a fight. Are you really a jonin? Did you buy your rank?" In truth, Sosuke couldn't be blamed. This era was the true golden age of ninja villages established by the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju after the Warring States period. In the original Warring States era, clans fought independently, slaughtering each other, leading to sparse populations, but every clan member was a warrior. Later, after being forcibly integrated into villages, the clans, though gathered together, harbored their own agendas and did not slacken in training their members. With no massive losses from constant warfare, the number and quality of shinobi in this era were far beyond what they would be decades later. Jonin were not abundant, but not scarce either. Even during the Third Shinobi World War, when Minato Namikaze slew dozens of jonin like a dragon, it did not have a decisive impact on the overall war situation. The Wagakure even mobilized 30,000 ninja to besiege the Raikage, suffering heavy losses, yet they did not collapse entirely. This demonstrates the scale. Phew, keep chasing. Yekong was ready for battle. The speed of his opponents was not beyond what he could handle. With a single glance, he counted 6 people. In an instant, 3 rushed toward him and his 2 teammates, while the remaining 3 pursued Sosuke directly. Their speed was so fast that in Nanami and Kenna's eyes, they only saw a black shadow magnifying before them. Clang. The surrounding air gradually drew into his body. Yekong lowered his stance, one hand gripping the hilt at his back, a faint blue light flickering in his eyes. As part of the blade slid out of the sheath, a strange blue splash of water gradually emerged around his body. With a heavy step accompanied by the sound of flowing water, Yekong's figure vanished. In an instant, the entire dead, silent jungle seemed flooded by a tide, the sound of water ceaseless. Amid the gurgling, fine cutting sounds were faintly audible. Gradually, a few eerie crimson hues mingled with the blue splashes. Clang. Yekong's figure finally appeared behind one of the pursuing ninja, his or sword slowly sheathing. Almost at the same moment, the 3 ninja fell to the ground lifeless. Water breathing, third form flowing dance. A technique that maximizes the speed and agility of water breathing, using nimble footwork to maneuver and restrain while striking lethally with sharpness. This technique's killing power is actually not strong. It is the gentlest form of water breathing. But low killing power does not mean none. This is a technique used to slay demons. Against those near-immortal monsters, a light wound is meaningless. Thus, even the weakest form in the hands of a user with sufficient speed and strength becomes a deadly strike. The 3 ninja were not weak, far beyond the level of ordinary genin or chunin could contend with. But they had never seen such a flashy and lethal technique, and with no defense they naturally could not evade it. The speed at which Yekong dispatched 3 ninja was so swift that the remaining 3 never even noticed, their focus entirely consumed by the pursuit of Zongjia. Not long after, hindered by the terrain, they were caught up by the 3 ninja. Zongjia turned to face them in battle. Though he did not fall immediately under their combined assault, the situation was far from favorable. Particularly alarming was when one of the ninja suddenly unleashed a powerful earth release technique. The ground quaked violently, destabilizing Zongjia's footing, and a rock projectile struck him squarely in the head, killing him on the spot. The 3 ninja confirmed Zongjia's death, and then noticed their companions had not followed. Realizing something was amiss, the lead ninja immediately gestured. "Pursue them. We cannot let them bring that intelligence back to Konoha." Yes. In a flash, the 3 vanished into the jungle, their body flicker technique moving at a terrifying speed. Several hours later, the trio of Yekong took refuge in a cave beneath a cliff for a brief respite. Even Yekong could not sustain non-stop running for the 3-day journey back to Konoha. The other 2 were in no better shape, their faces pale as they sat in the corner gasping for breath, exhaustion and fear etched upon them. Yekong crouched alone in the corner, a map in hand, sketching and writing on the ground with a stone as he sought a way to break through. He had considered carving a path to survival through direct combat, but that was a last resort. A single ambush might work, but relying on it continuously was unrealistic. After all, the consequences of failure were clear. Zongjia had already paid with his life to test that option once. Yekong did not expect his 2 teammates to sacrifice themselves for another attempt. They would likely be dispatched in a single exchange. Yekong had previously observed the team's composition, a jonin of unknown strength with the rest all experienced chunin. That last point was obvious. No one would send rookies on such a top-secret mission to infiltrate the Land of Fire. Above the cliff, the 3 ninja had followed the faint traces to this location. Drawing on experience, they deduced the trio could not have escaped far. Especially considering the speed and stamina of 2 genin, they stood no chance of outpacing them. After some deduction, they easily pinpointed where Yekong and the others might be hiding. Exchanged glances, the lead Jonin signaled the other two to flank while he pressed his palms against the ground, hand signs flying. With a deep command, earth release, earthquake. The ground shuddered violently. Rocks crumbled from the cliff face, and the cave below collapsed in an instant, burying everything beneath the rubble. When the tremors subsided, the three ninja descended to the cliff base. Gazing at the buried cave, they nodded and turned to leave, until the lead Jonin suddenly vanished from sight. Whoosh! A rush of water sounded, and in the next instant a water blade sliced past the two Chunin, cleanly severing their necks. Yekong stood several meters away, watching the Jonin's face twist in shock and rage. Pity, he thought to himself. If only the man had reacted a fraction slower, he would have succeeded. He had transformed into a rock and concealed himself outside the cave. Combined with the surrounding debris from the collapse, even an experienced Jonin failed to notice immediately. Unfortunately, the moment he struck, the opponent detected the anomaly and dodged. Gripping his mining knife, Yekong silently assessed the gap between them. Name: Yekong. Mining knife, Tier 2, 4150. Class: Ninja, Elite Chunin. Chakra: 95. Jutsu: Clone Technique, Body Replacement, Transformation Body, Flicker, Water Dragon Bullet. Taijutsu: Water Breathing. Previously without opportunity, Yekong's gaze darkened slightly as he reviewed the opponent's status. Name: Awayama. Class: Ninja Jonin. Chakra: 98. Jutsu: Clone Technique, Body Replacement, Transformation Body, Flicker, Earth Flow, Wave, Earth Dragon Spear, Rotating Earth Palm, Hardening Technique, Rock Bullet. Taijutsu: Hidden Stone Flow Style. Hidden Stone, then. Naturally, beyond the Hidden Stone village, no other ninja clan specialized in so many earth release techniques. The Hidden Sand excelled in wind release and puppetry, the Hidden Cloud in lightning release, and the Hidden Mist in water release. These were well-known facts. Strictly speaking, Konoha's strength lay not in fire release, but in its versatility. The perception of their pyrokinetic prowess stemmed from the Uchiha clan's innate affinity for fire attribute chakra. Clang. Wielding water-breathing, Yekong engaged the Hidden Stone Jonin in combat. The battle reached a stalemate, the Jonin's hardening technique proving terrifyingly defensive. With lightning release, Yekong might have found a way to break through, but he lacked that ability. Moreover, the Jonin's earth release activation was devastatingly fast. The moment Yekong attempted to create distance, hand signs flew and earth technique struck, without warning, forcing desperate evasions. Attempting to counter with ninja techniques was futile. His own hand seal speed was far too slow. The grueling battle dragged on for nearly an hour. Yekong's breathing grew heavy as he took cover behind a massive boulder summoned by the enemy's technique. Suddenly sensing the ground tremble, he recognized the danger and vanished in an instant. But the moment he reappeared beside it, a 3-meter diameter boulder crashed down where he had just been. As he prepared to dodge again, Yekong failed to notice a suddenly protruding rock at his feet. Tripped and caught off guard, he found himself in dire straits. At the critical moment, Yekong drew a sharp breath, his focus sharpening to an unprecedented degree as he gripped his mining knife. Water breathing, total concentration. Lowering his stance, he swept the blade upward in a straight arc that sliced through the air. The massive boulder split cleanly in two. Nanny. The Jonin could scarcely believe Yekong had cleaved such a colossal stone with nothing but a knife. In this world, no such legendary swordsmanship existed. Any feat of such magnitude relied on chakra-enhanced destructive power. Yet this strike relied entirely on the immense force and precision granted by breathing technique. Crack. The rocks binding his feet shattered. Yekong's figure vanished from sight. Forcing total concentration, breathing, his already depleted stamina plummeted further. His chest felt as though it might burst. He knew he could not sustain this. This was his only chance. Whoosh. The blade moved with his body through the air, rising like a water wave, swift as lightning, fluid as wind. Clang. Thud. Silence fell. 2 days later, Nanami and Kinta fled back to Konoha, reporting to the village elders about the ambush by foreign ninja disguised as merchants. Initially, the elders dismissed it as a routine attack. With 2 genin having escaped, the situation seemed manageable. Simply reinforce border patrols in the Land of Fire. But upon learning of Zonjia's death, the gravity of the situation became clear. Senju Tobarama immediately convened the village's elite jonin for discussion, then sought out the 2 who had been sent to the Konoha hospital. Where is Yekong? Their faces fell. Nanami explained, He held off 3 enemies so we could escape. After a moment of silence, Tobarama's eyes narrowed slightly. Behind him, a masked figure materialized, without warning appearing like a phantom. The Anbu ninja whispered beside the Hokage, Lord Hokage, Yekong has returned with an intelligence scroll. Let us go. Revived with hope, Tobarama turned and departed. Nanami and Kinta exchanged glances, tears of relief streaming down their faces. They had collapsed from exhaustion after delivering their report. Now at last they could breathe easy. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama gazed at Yuzora, whose body was covered in blood and bore serious injuries, yet his eyes had already changed. They had grown sharp, piercing, and cold. After reading the intelligence report Yuzora had brought back, he furrowed his brow slightly, then looked up at Yuzora and silently nodded. Well done. Given the special circumstances of this mission, I'm re-evaluating its classification. Consider this a solo S-rank mission. You've been promoted to Chunin by special dispensation. Go rest. Yes. Yuzora nodded. He was exhausted, but his condition was far better than that of a genin. He had been able to match their pace, but the severe backlash from total concentration breathing had exacted a heavy toll. The cost of forcing the kill against that IWA Jonin had slowed him nearly half a day behind. He finally allowed himself to relax, and made his way to the Konoha hospital, where he ate something before collapsing into sleep. It took 2 full days before Yuzora gradually regained his strength. When Jirubu returned to the village, he rushed to visit Yuzora, as well, though it was absurd that he brought nothing with him. Instead, he stared at Yuzora with excitement, and said, "Yuzora, I heard you completed an S-rank mission. That's amazing." Then he started demanding to know what the mission had been. Since Senju Tobarama wouldn't tell him, Yuzora, still feeling weak, was at a loss for words. He told Jirubu to go buy some nourishing supplies to treat himself, and only then did he share the mission details in exchange. Jirubu was still too naive, much like Naruto would be later. No, it should be the other way around. Naruto was more like him. Even though he graduated 2 years ago, he still believed that ninja should give everything for the village and take on more difficult missions. This mindset came from his grandfather Senju Hashirama. Hashirama spent the first half of his life pursuing peace and the second half dedicating himself to the village, believing that the village he and his close friend built together was his dream. He valued the village above all else, and Jirubu, who had grown up hearing stories about Senju Hashirama, naturally held him in high esteem and saw him as his goal. Unfortunately, such naive and pure ideals require sufficient strength to sustain them. Jirubu's relentless impulsiveness and recklessness would sooner or later lead to his demise. As expected, upon learning of Suk's death, Jirubu fell silent for a long time. Yuzora thought he might finally understand that being a ninja wasn't as noble as he'd imagined and would temper his ambitions. Instead, Jirubu suddenly blurted out, "Yuzora, my sister told me you want to become the 5th Hokage. Can you tell me why?" Yuzora's eye twitched. "Just to clarify, I'm a man who will become the 5th Hokage." Jirubu scratched his head in confusion. "What's the difference?" "There is." Yuzora slapped his forehead and pinched the bridge of his nose. Jirubu, however, said with complete seriousness, "My grandfather was the 1st Hokage. My second grandfather once told me their era was brutal. Sometimes even children and women had to fight on the battlefield. It was grandfather who built the village and protected everyone. I may not be as powerful as him, but I want to protect the people here too. That's why I want to become Hokage. A strong Hokage like grandfather and second grandfather." By the end, Jirubu's eyes sparkled with determination. He wasn't joking or speaking empty words. He had truly resolved himself to be a good Hokage. Yuzora pressed his lips together. He really didn't want to tell Jirubu the truth. Something like, "You die halfway through your dream, your internal organs torn out in a miserable death." Jirubu would likely be devastated for a long time, yet he'd probably continue pursuing his dream anyway. Though he hadn't told the truth, after leaving the hospital, Yuzora began visiting Jirubu regularly, hoping to find opportunities to save him or at least offer guidance to see if there was room for improvement. If Jirubu grew strong enough, he might just evade his fate. During the time after Yuzora's attack, Konoha seemed to enter a state of high tension. Ninjas of all kinds could be seen racing through the village at almost any moment, and the Umbu had been fully mobilized. The most obvious sign was Konoha Hospital, which became nearly overflowing within just a few days. Even without any official announcement, Yuzora realized what was happening. The Second Shinobi World War had begun. Such news could naturally not be made public. Wars were de facto events only defined by later generations after they ended. That so-called formal declaration of war, followed by both sides arraying their troops, wasn't war at all. As soon as his injuries healed, Yuzora should have had time to rest, but he immediately received a new mission and was sent out on assignments as a Chunin. After completing several more high-difficulty missions in succession, Yuzora's strength steadily improved until he gradually reached the level of a true Jonin. At the same time, most of the durability of his mining knife had worn away. One day, Yuzora returned to the village. As soon as he got home, an Umbu member found him and took him to a secret base behind Konoha. Senju Tobarama was there along with several Umbu members. "Hokage-sama." Senju Tobarama turned to look at him, and an Umbu member beside him suddenly handed him a mask. Only then did Tobarama speak. "Starting today, you will join the Umbu. Your code name will be Yuru. Remember, from now on you will no longer have your own identity, only your code name." After a moment of silence, Yuzora put on the mask and responded in a deep voice, "Yes." Senju Tobarama had guided him considerably over the past 2 years, otherwise how could he have possibly counter-killed an experienced Jonin? If not for the limitations of his age and body, his strength would certainly be far greater. Senju Tobarama having him join the Umbu was not entirely a bad thing. Unlike the Umbu around Sarutobi Hiruzen in later years, this era had no root nor any concept of subordinates overshadowing their lord. The Umbu were the Hokage's personal guards, treating them as pawns was laughable. If Senju Tobarama knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would abandon Kakashi Hatake, someone he had personally trained, he would likely consider choosing a different successor. He had discarded an ace card through his own actions. If Tsukumo Hatake had lived, Root would never have had the chance to rise in the shadows, and Danzo would have been forced into silence until death. Thus the Umbu of this era were the true personal guards of the Hokage. Senju Tobarama handed Yuzora the Umbu equipment and raised a hand. The surrounding Umbu members instantly disappeared into the shadows. If Yuzora hadn't seen them earlier, he likely wouldn't have noticed anyone was there at all. Senju Tobarama then walked outward. Yuzora saw a white-haired figure identical to Tobarama, but wearing a mask, clearly an Umbu member following alongside. Yuzora could only follow them out. Before long, Senju Tobarama and the two of them arrived at the highest point in Konoha above the Hokage rock. Gazing down at Konoha, a breeze swept through, lifting his ceremonial robe. Senju Tobarama spoke to the Umbu beside him. White Fawn, your son should have been born by now, correct? Tsukumo Hatake nodded slightly and replied in a calm tone, yes. They stood atop the Hokage rock for a long while before Senju Tobarama finally turned and left. As he was leaving, Senju Tobarama said to Tsukumo Hatake once more, train him well. He will become your ally. Yes. Now that Yuzora had become Umbu, the nature of his missions had changed. In reality, most missions ordinary ninja could accept would not involve combat with ninja from hostile villages. Encounters would only occur by chance during unexpected situations. This was because each ninja village once established became affiliated with a nation. Unauthorized contact between villages would be regarded as a signal of war. Ordinary ninja naturally found it difficult to encounter members of other villages. The Umbu were the exception. Their missions were mostly top secret and highly important. For instance, the missions Kakashi had executed included dozens of S-rank assignments and hundreds of A-rank ones. For regular ninja, the highest level of missions they could typically receive was B-rank, which already involved potential combat. A-rank missions generally arose from sudden emergencies or encounters with hostile ninja. This made it clear what kind of missions the Umbu were carrying out. After joining the Umbu, Yekong's mission count began to increase, while his strength steadily improved. Roughly a month later, he received a special assignment. Escorting the Hokage. Yes, that's right. Escorting the Hokage to the Cloud-Hidden Village for negotiations. Although the specifics remained unknown, Yekong hadn't seen the legendary Sannin in Konoha for quite some time, and in the past month, even Kirigakure's Shursui had vanished without a trace. Putting the pieces together, he could essentially conclude that Konoha had already engaged other ninja villages on the front lines. The visit to the Cloud-Hidden Village was likely a delaying tactic. Hashirama Senju did not wish for Konoha to face enemies on all fronts. Yet the dangers of this journey were obvious. The Umbu's elites were all deployed, though not directly accompanying Hashirama Senju, but rather providing covert escort. By Hashirama Senju's side were several jonin along with his 4 direct disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and 2 others. These were his most trusted people, and naturally they stayed by his side. Leaving the Land of Fire and seemingly to demonstrate goodwill, Hashirama Senju chose to risk entering the Land of Lightning's territory for negotiations. Of course, the venue was not within the Cloud-Hidden Village itself. They proceeded in secret. The details of the negotiations remained unknown to the outside world. The venue was a mysterious pavilion hidden deep within a forest, and no one knew what was discussed inside. However, the personnel brought by both sides were dispersed around the area. The Umbu, the elite jonin forces. One could say that the most elite combatants from both ninja villages had gathered here. The atmosphere was so tense it seemed almost frozen. Yekong hid behind a tree, but directly in front of him stood a Cloud-Hidden Village Umbu member. The same held true everywhere else. Essentially, every Umbu and jonin was being watched by an opponent, keeping each other in check. Finally, after a full half-day of negotiations, the building's doors opened. The moment Hashirama Senju stepped out first, Yekong could even feel the killing intent radiating from the Cloud Umbu in front of him. Then another tall figure clad in the attire of the Cloud Kage emerged, and the atmosphere at the scene eased somewhat. As Hashirama Senju and the third Raikage departed separately, the Umbu and elite jonin forces from both ninja villages also withdrew. Originally, this negotiation should have concluded. Although the outcome was unknown, it appeared, at least on the surface, to have been a narrow escape. But situations could shift in an instant. This was ultimately the Land of Lightning's territory. Hashirama Senju immediately led the group in the direction of the Land of Fire, yet they still encountered an unexpected attack. Rumble. A beam of crimson light tore through the earth, and an explosion instantly swallowed everything from view. Kill. Ha ha ha. That old fool third Hokage has lost his mind. He actually let Hashirama Senju escape. Kill him. If we kill Hashirama Senju, the Cloud-Hidden Village can take over the Land of Fire. The sudden ambush caught everyone off guard. Although the Umbu and elite jonin forces were more than capable of facing the Cloud-Hidden Village's elite troops in open combat, what no one had anticipated was the sheer power of this attack. The Umbu and Jonin units suffered heavy losses from that single strike and could barely hold their ground against the charging Cloud Ninja. And when two figures wreathed in crimson bijou clothing charged into the battlefield, a massacre began. Lord Hashirama run. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others immediately escorted Hashirama Senju to escape. Meanwhile, the Umbu and Jonin forces stayed behind to cover their retreat, engaging in fierce combat with the Cloud Ninja. As Hashirama Senju departed, he cast one glance at those two monsters. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. He recognized it at once. This was Kurama's chakra, and he understood what such power meant. Clang. After a fierce barrage, seeing that Hashirama Senju had escaped, Kanjuro and Jinjuro immediately led their main force to continue the pursuit, their expressions wild with madness. The Konoha Umbu and Jonin forces on the scene had already been scattered and decimated, unable to form any effective resistance. Yekong was also caught in the chaos, locked in combat with two cloud-hidden village elites. His mining pick flashed through the air, accompanied by trails of water, each strike moving at an almost imperceptible speed. After several exchanges, one Cloud Jonin could not hold out against him. Yekong suddenly utilized the explosive speed granted by total concentration breathing to launch a surprise attack and slew him. The other, terrified, attempted to flee, a grave mistake. Turning directly to run, he was caught by Yekong, who still had the final moments of total concentration breathing active and was slashed down in a single strike. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. Yekong looked down at his mining pick and saw cracks spreading across its surface as though it were on the verge of completely breaking apart. And at almost the exact same moment, a massive surge of chakra began flowing along the blade and into his body. The brief stiffness caused by using total concentration breathing quickly dissipated. Moreover, this chakra began to nourish and strengthen his physique and spirit. Chakra was a product that ninja refined from their body energy, the energy contained within their cells, combined with spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, ninja did not retain large amounts of chakra within their bodies at all times, though only a small portion would remain. It was only during combat that ninja would extract their physical stamina and spiritual energy to refine into chakra, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Therefore, the chakra the mining pick had given Yekong actually referred to his chakra capacity limit. It could also be understood as the upper limit of his body energy and spiritual energy. The reward for the second stage mining pick was a full 100 points. Including the additional 50 points from durability, that was a total of 150 points. Yekong's chakra leapt from 95 to 245, almost approaching the upper limit of chakra that a Jonin could reach. It had more than doubled. And just at that moment, several Cloud Ninja in the chaotic battlefield noticed his presence. Seeing him standing motionless, they immediately charged over. Die. Whoosh. The cracks on the surface of the mining pick miraculously healed at this moment. In truth, it had already advanced to the third stage, but that no longer mattered. A sound of flowing water rose from his body. The three attacking Cloud Ninja felt their vision blur as if they had been swept into a wave of water. Horror crossed their faces as they watched the water splashes gradually turn crimson, the color of despair. Water-style third form, flowing dance. This technique was incredibly effective in outnumbered situations, especially when one's speed surpassed the opponent's, dealing considerable damage. Yekong hadn't even had much time to study other techniques of the water-breathing styles. On one hand, this was sufficient. On the other, he simply couldn't remember them. Fortunately, the secrets of total concentration breathing had gradually fallen into place for him. Combined with chakra, his speed had reached almost unbelievable levels. The only problem was likely his body. It still could not withstand the intensity of maintaining total concentration breathing in a normal state. Otherwise, his strength would have entered an entirely new realm. Hey, Clang. An Umbu squad leader, witnessing Yekong's fierce combat prowess, urgently called out, "Go protect Lord Hashirama." Yekong glanced at the battlefield situation. Kanjuro and Jinjuro lacked the ability to command the Cloud-hidden village's main forces, so the number of attackers was not particularly large. Even though Konoha's elites had suffered heavy losses from that single-tailed beast bomb, they were gradually stabilizing the situation. Upon reflection, the most dangerous person at this moment was indeed Hashirama Senju. Yekong did not hesitate and turned to pursue. As he chased, Yekong weighed and considered how to confront Kanjuro and Jinjuro. His thoughts gradually shifted from direct confrontation to delay tactics, and finally, to how to ensure Hashirama Senju's escape. Name: Yekong. Profession: Ninja Jonin. Chakra: 245. Ninjutsu: Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Water Dragon Bullet, Great Waterfall Technique, Darkness Technique, Water Walking. Taijutsu: Water Breathing. Yekong was not entirely confident in escaping from Kinkaku and Ginkaku, but rather uncertain about ensuring Tobarama Senju's escape. Tobarama was already over 60 years old. To be fair, for ninjas, a profession with inherently short lifespans, the rate of aging was extraordinarily rapid. Thanks to the powerful lineage of the Senju clan, Tobarama could still fight at an age past 60, maintaining strength close to his prime, a feat that bordered on the miraculous. Yet his stamina and recovery had long since fallen far from their peak. Otherwise, even two ninjas wielding a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra would never have been able to hold him down. Not even the Nine-Tails itself could have kept him cornered. The God of Water was no joke. His power might not reach the level of the God of Shinobi, but in this era, at least no one could rival his speed. And the more critical question was, could Tobarama, master of the Flying Thunder God technique, truly not escape if he wished? The answer was certainly no. He could leave easily, but Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others could not. He was already old with only a few years left. If his chosen successor as Hokage were to fall here, he too would not last long, and the major hidden villages would surely seize the opportunity to attack in unison. Tobarama could not have failed to realize this. His fate was already sealed. That head of white hair was natural, but it could not conceal the undeniable truth that he had truly grown old. Boom. Ha! Tobarama Senju. You're finished. Prepare to die. A violent explosion shook heaven and earth. By the time Yekong caught up, 2 hours had already passed. Deep within a forest, a devastating blast leveled the very heart of the woods. The earth roared as countless trees were swept away as if by an invisible giant hand, exposing the parched ground beneath. A colossal crater hundreds of meters in diameter scarred the center of the forest. Standing atop a towering ancient tree, Yekong surveyed the battlefield below. Two massive blood-red creatures raced at tremendous speed, relentlessly pursuing a figure gliding atop a stream of water. Whoosh! Purely through raw physical speed, a terrifying sonic boom erupted. In an instant it closed the distance to Tobarama and hurled a fist forward. Tobarama was sent flying, but the chakra beneath his feet never dispersed. A surge of water carried his body onward at undiminished speed. Seeing the other beast charging from his flank, he rapidly formed hand seals and expelled a stream of water that enveloped his entire body. Water Release Water Prison Technique. This was a powerful restraining jutsu with demanding activation conditions, working by completely sealing the target's movements with high-pressure water. But controlling the high-pressure water required the caster to continuously channel chakra into it, which meant maintaining physical contact with the prison. However, Tobarama had refined his water release to its absolute peak. No jutsu in his hands was ever bound by its original purpose or form. At his level, the very concept of jutsu ranking ceased to exist. Any single technique was at least equivalent to an A rank. The massive water sphere swelled to a diameter of 10 meters. Then Tobarama seemed to alter his hand seals, and the enormous water sphere began to expand violently once more. What? Kinkaku and Ginkaku sensed something wrong, and tried to flee, but they were already enveloped by the swelling sphere trapped within its watery depths. Even with their power evolved to the second stage of tailed beast transformation, the two found themselves utterly powerless inside the water sphere, thrashing their limbs helplessly. Realizing the dire situation, Kinkaku attempted to unleash a tailed beast ball to forcibly break through, only to be struck down by Tobarama, who rushed in at blinding speed and shattered the attack. Then came a relentless barrage of strikes. Moving like lightning with fists imbued with chakra and amplified by the water's speed enhancement, Tobarama literally beat the second stage tailed beast cloak clean off their bodies. They reverted to their first form. Sensing the situation growing desperate, Ginkaku suddenly produced a fan-shaped weapon from beneath the tailed beast cloak at his back and swung it fiercely. Crack! A colossal earthen mountain materialized from chakra, expanded within the water sphere, rapidly filling it until the sphere burst apart. As the enormous mountain crashed down, the earth thundered. It was as though a great peak had suddenly risen upon the land. A treasured tool of the six paths, the banana palm fan. A legendary artifact said to command all 5 nature transformations freely. Even without mastery over the corresponding transformations, it could unleash jutsu at their absolute maximum potency. Pant. Tobarama stood upon his water stream at the base of the colossal rock mountain, breathing heavily. Before him lay Kinkaku, whose heart had been pierced by his thrown kunai. He turned his gaze toward the rock mountain behind him, his expression shifting. He hurled a kunai in that direction, then leaped toward the summit. Hiya! Die! A deafening explosion resounded as the great mountain quaked, split apart by a sudden bolt of lightning. The residual force of the thunder struck directly across Tobarama's path. Whoosh! In the next instant, even the lightning failed to catch Tobarama's speed. He vanished from where he stood. Ginkaku's neck craned forward in disbelief. What? See? Ugh! Squelch! A searing pain shot through his back. Ginkaku froze in disbelief. The tailed beast cloak on his body had already reverted to its first form due to the immense chakra consumed by the forced activation of the banana palm fan. Even his tails had dwindled to just 3. In this state, he was naturally powerless against Tobarama's sudden assault. Tobarama's breathing grew even more ragged. He was at the end of his rope, his stamina and chakra scraping against their absolute limits. The situation was far from optimistic. At that very moment, a hostile wind swept in from the side. Die! Huh! Squelch! Kinkaku's body mid-sneak attack froze in midair. His eyes bulged, filled with utter disbelief. All three heard a rush of water at nearly the same instant. So exhausted were they that each believed it to be a mere auditory hallucination. But only Kinkaku, feeling his life force rapidly draining away, knew this was no illusion. When Tobirama had pierced his heart with that kunai, he had held back a trick, wrapping his remaining tailed beast chakra around his heart to preserve his life. He had feigned death and bided his time waiting until Tobirama gravely wounded Ginkaku before striking. What he never expected was that the moment he made his move, Yekong, who had been lying in wait for just such an opportunity, struck first, crossing 100 meters in an instant to close the distance. The long blade in his hand tore straight through Kinkaku's body, and the residual force carried onward, driving directly toward the already suppressed Ginkaku. 2 consecutive squelches, and the 2 madmen of Kumobikure fell dead in that very moment. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Yekong casually caught the banana palm fan dropping from Ginkaku's hand. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, barely clinging to life, collapsed to the ground. A moment later, Tobirama landed beside them. The 2 still seemed to have some fight left, raising their arms in a desperate attempt to flee. Damn it. Yekong walked over without a word and without hesitation delivered a finishing blow, one to the heart, one to the head, utterly eliminating any chance of revival. As for the impure world reincarnation, by the time they were resurrected, he would likely be able to crush them effortlessly. It was of no concern to him. He turned and fled the scene, carrying the barely breathing Tobirama with him. It seemed his life was truly near its end. Throughout the entire journey, Tobirama's strength showed no sign of recovery. He had to rely on Yekong to carry him forward at speed, and several times nearly slipped into unconsciousness. Only sheer willpower kept him going. Finally, after several days, joined by the ANBU squad and Jonin forces that had caught up, Tobirama returned to Konoha alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. He was then urgently and secretly transported to Konoha's hospital. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had already summoned the major clans of Konoha ready to await the Umbu's return with the news and take over the village the moment the death of Tobirama Senju was announced, was stunned. The teacher isn't dead. Stunned as he was, he still immediately went to Konoha Hospital with Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Midokado, while Danzo Shimura did not come. Because Danzo Shimura, upon learning that he had missed the position of Hokage, due to a moment's hesitation, went to the front lines of the Land of Rain, leaving only Tobirama Senju's other 2 disciples to assist him. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other 2 looked at Tobirama Senju with guilty expressions. Teacher, At that moment, Tobirama had already regained consciousness, lying on the hospital bed. He was also proficient in medical ninjutsu and knew his own condition. Glancing at the 3, he calmly said, "Monkey, don't let my situation leak out." After a pause, Tobirama suddenly changed the subject. "No, the Uchiha and Hyuga fellows probably can't be kept in the dark. Prepare yourself to take over the position of Hokage." Hiruzen's expression panicked. "Teacher, haven't you already returned?" Tobirama shook his head. As disciples, how could Hiruzen and the others not understand his meaning? Their expressions dimmed. Then Tobirama waved his hand, signaling them to leave. After Hiruzen and the others left, a figure appeared beside Tobirama, like a ghost, bowing slightly. The Uchiha and Hyuga have shown no reaction, but the Shimura, Ino, Shikacho, and other clans are following Hiruzen. His eyes slightly opened and closed. Tobirama calmly listened to the Umbu's report without a word, showing no change in expression until the man finished, as if everything was within expectations. After the other finished, Tobirama said, "Where is ye?" The Umbu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Resting." The Umbu were very busy, essentially working year-round without rest, but now Tobirama's condition was not optimistic and the position of Hokage was in a state of uncertainty. Ordinary villagers felt nothing, but the atmosphere among the clans had become extremely tense. The Umbu, as the Hokage's trump card, should not be too relaxed in theory, but Yekong had joined the Umbu for too short a time. He was not considered a true confidant of the Hokage, so at this critical moment, he was instead excluded. Even after joining the Umbu, Yekong kept as low a profile as possible. The reason was simple: to guard against backstabbers. And the best way to guard against a backstabber was probably to become one himself. The 3rd Hokage was about to take office, and Danzo Shimura, the most disgusting backstabber, was also about to rise to power. He didn't want to end up like Sakomo Hatake at this stage, whose achievements overshadowed his master. Even if these 2 peerless talents couldn't kill him, Yekong still wanted to live his own peaceful life. He had even already planned, once Hiruzen Sarutobi took over, he would simply arrange a minor mission failure, resign from the Umbu, and be content as an ordinary jonin. Anyway, he had made up his mind. He was determined to be that backstabber. Meow. On the streets of Konoha at night, there were not many streetlights, but the moonlight was bright enough that there was no worry about not seeing the road. 2 stray cats, chasing each other and making sounds that clawed at one's heart, were rubbing their heads together when suddenly a stone flew over and startled them away. A black cat that almost blended into the night turned back before leaving, and upon seeing the newcomer bared its teeth with a hiss. Yekong tossed the stone in his hand, snorted in annoyance, and said, "Scram. I fed you to catch mice for me, but you just ate and left." Meow. Whoosh. He threw a stone, and the black cat was immediately scared away. Yekong had caught it before, intending to keep it for catching mice and cockroaches, but Sosuke told him it was troublesome to raise, so he didn't insist, and let it go. But this black cat held a grudge. It remembered his scent, and would sneak into his home to steal food from time to time. Heaven and earth as his witness, Yekong had just become a genin not long ago, and the money he earned wasn't even enough to buy a house. His home was just a few square meters. Even a rat would cry at the sight. In the end, that damned cat ruined his own smoked fish jerky. It was only because Yekong still had a conscience that he didn't kill the stupid cat, otherwise one shuriken would have finished it. Yekong had also tried to tame it, but well. Holding a wooden bucket and a change of clothes, he walked toward a bathhouse that still had its lights on at night. Konoha had many bathhouses, many of which were open 24 hours at a reasonable price. The one Yekong came to was an old establishment, and it was free at night because no one was around. Yekong occasionally chose to come at night to soak and relieve stress. He had no other choice. He couldn't exactly go outside the village to wash in the river, could he? Not to mention whether it would be clean. Washing in cold water in winter would kill a person. Splash. Phew. Although it wasn't a natural hot spring, the water temperature was just right, and at this hour no one was around. Enjoying the entire bath alone was quite pleasant. His ears twitched. Yekong suddenly heard a faint sound and frowned. Someone at this hour. Can't be that coincidental. I was hoping to enjoy it alone. Damn, forget it, I'll come another day. Yekong actually had a cleanliness obsession, especially any physical contact with a man would make him feel prickly all over and drive him crazy. He also couldn't stand mice or cockroaches in his home, otherwise he would consider not storing any food in the room for a long time. And if he were to bathe naked with a man, just the thought made his scalp tingle. Blah. Thinking this, Yekong decisively stood up, but then heard even more hurried footsteps. He immediately quickened his movements, using a burst of chakra to evaporate the water from his body, and walked out through the curtain, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. Phew. Almost at the same moment he stepped out, a figure wrapped in a white bath towel, looking flustered, also came out from another door beside him. Their eyes met. Yekong was stunned, and so was the other. Hyuga. The other clearly hadn't expected it to be Yekong. Subconsciously pointing a finger, the bath towel, which had been poorly secured due to panic, slipped down a bit. Yekong's expression froze, mouth slightly open. In a fluster, the other used both hands to pull and cover, barely preserving the last line of defense. With a face full of shame and anger, she glared at Yekong, then turned and ran, shouting, "You'll remember this." "I only took a glance, and isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to tell me to remember?" Pink. Yekong noticed a puddle of water on the wooden floor in front of the other, and as if possessed reminded, "Watch your step." Hyuga, who was fleeing indeed, didn't notice the floor. Result. Whoosh. Oh. Her movements seemed like a stop-motion animation. She stepped on nothing, her body nearly half suspended in the air, and her hands couldn't hold the bath towel. Yekong's vision wobbled in midair. Now I really will remember. Even as his mind wandered, Yekong's feet had already subconsciously channeled a stream of chakra. His figure slid as if horizontally, shifting, catching the falling Hyuga. Yekong looked down and said, "Are you?" Splat. Dizzy. Now he knew why people in this world could bleed so much without dying. Smack. Sensing Hyuga's raised hand, Yekong instinctively blocked it. "A block? Are you kidding? I saved you, and you're going to hit me. Don't I have any face?" Hyuga had already lost her mind, unable to think. Veins bulged beside her eyes. With one hand blocked, she slapped Yekong's chest with the other. Damn. Gentle fist. At this moment, Yekong couldn't pull his hands free. He couldn't block or dodge. His chakra points were struck, obstructing his chakra flow, making his footing unsteady. With the force of the blow, he fell backward. Since he was still holding Hyuga with one arm, how could she possibly stay stable? Hyuga indeed lived up to her clan's name. She landed on one foot, using the force to twist her body, trying to steady herself, but she stepped on the fallen bath towel. Then, Duang Akamochi. The next day in Kanahagakure, Yekong, clad in a pair of gray-blue shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, idly wandered through the village. During this extraordinary period, it was indeed rare for an Umbu operative like him to be even more leisurely than ordinary ninjas. As he walked, he felt a wave of oppressive heat. Glancing up at the increasingly scorching sun, he headed toward an ice cream shop. Yes, ice cream shops already existed in this era. The technology, it was said, had been brought over from the land of snow, capable of producing ice. The land of fire had a subtropical climate, and come summer these ice cream shops raked in a tidy profit. Just then a familiar figure approached. Upon seeing him, the figure waved and greeted Kong. "Onawaki morning." Yekong raised his hand in return. He knew only a few people in Konoha, Nawaki Jiraiya and his two teammates, though he had no idea how they were faring now. According to standard procedure, casualties among ninjas were considered normal attrition. But with the Jonin team leader gone, the two genin would likely be reassigned to other squads to fill vacancies. That is, if other squads of the same cohort had openings. If not, they would be left idle for a time. Without accumulating experience, their strength would advance slowly, and they would gradually fall behind their peers, eventually becoming eternal genin. It was a grim fate, but that was reality. It turned out Nawaki had come specifically to thank him. Although no one knew that Yekong had saved Tobarama, Senju Tobarama would not keep it a secret from Nawaki. Yekong knew this would not become a credit to him. After all, even if Tobarama survived, his days were numbered. Waving his hand dismissively, he said casually, "It's nothing what I should do. If you want to thank me, treat me to a meal. I know it's too hot." Pointing at the ice cream shop already lined with a long queue, he was about to say forget it another day, but Nawaki, stubborn as a mule, dragged him over to join the line, insisting on treating him. "Damn it. Can't you hear I'm too hot? What the hell? If you insist on queuing, do it yourself. Are you repaying me or getting back at me?" Yekong had no choice but to use chakra to create a watery mist, barely keeping the temperature around him tolerable. Unfortunately, those around him suffered. A mist emanated from his entire body. If Yekong remembered correctly, water had a high specific heat capacity, meaning the steam it released after absorbing heat would be even hotter. Anyone within half a meter of him was basically enjoying an outdoor sauna, an experience of sheer pungency. "What the hell are you doing?" someone shouted. Turning to look behind him, Yekong waved his hand, dispersing the mist. Spotting the fan pattern on the person's clothes, he apologized. Sorry, I naturally sweat a lot. My apologies. You go ahead of me." He then pushed the person ahead of him in line. This left the other bewildered while the crowd behind erupted in murmurs. "That's an Uchiha, isn't it? How outrageous, bullying a kid. Exactly, have they no shame? Such a violent clan, TSK. Already flustered by Yekong's actions, the Uchiha's face darkened. He wanted to lash out, but remembering his elder's recent advice to keep a low profile, he suppressed his anger, snorted, and turned away. Yekong watched thoughtfully, his suspicions confirmed. He had dealt with Uchiha clan members before and knew their temperaments all too well. To put it bluntly, they were starved of affection as children and lacked the harsh lessons of society as they grew up. Accustomed to looking down on others with their noses in the air, yet inwardly sensitive and fragile, they found it hard to lower their pride. A perfect closed loop indeed. Finally, after nearly half an hour of queuing, it was Yekong's turn. "Boss, 2 popsicles. Thank you for your patronage." Tisk Yekong took the 2 popsicles and walked away. Nawaki paid and turned around only to find Yekong gone. Scratching his head, he searched around and eventually found him under a tree doing something. Approaching, he asked curiously, "Kong, what are you doing?" "Experimenting with a new technique." Yekong said, one popsicle in his mouth and the other in his hand. As he channeled chakra through a nature transformation, a water orb formed enveloping the popsicle. Nawaki felt a bit sorry. He hadn't even had his treat yet. But his curiosity about Yekong's new technique outweighed it, so he silently continued watching. After a moment, the water began to spin rapidly, forming a whirlpool that grew faster. Just as the popsicle was about to dissolve, ice crystals suddenly appeared on the surface of the orb. Crack, crack, crack. In a few seconds, Yekong held a solid ice ball in his hand. Satisfied with his creation, he nodded. He had never been proficient in wind release, and even his water release was far from mastering both shape and nature transformation. Because of water breathing, his shape transformation was slightly stronger. However, when he saved Tobarama Senju, he had swiped the banana palm fan from Ginkaku. Although it couldn't directly synthesize a bloodline limit, the ability to freely convert chakra of 5 elemental natures was already ridiculously powerful. It greatly aided his mastery of water release nature transformation and also awakened his potential for wind release. His chakra natures were wind and water. These were innate. That didn't mean he couldn't develop other natures, only that it would be more difficult. With the banana palm fan, his speed in mastering nature transformations would increase considerably. Nawaki took the ice ball Yekong tossed him, held it up to the sunlight, and exclaimed in awe, "Amazing. When did you master ice release?" Yekong slurped his popsicle, a proud look on his face. "Just a little effort, easy peasy." In truth, he was bluffing. For now, he could only use wind release to cool the water, achieving a crude freezing effect, but couldn't summon ice and snow directly. Still, no matter. Bluff first, make it real later. After the initial amazement, Nawaki realized something was off. "Where's my popsicle?" He turned around, but Yekong had already vanished. The Hokage's office. An Umbu operative placed several lists and documents before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Though Hiruzen had not yet publicly assumed the title of Hokage after Tobarama Senju, Konoha's high command had already accepted this arrangement. During this special period, Hiruzen had begun handling village affairs and external matters in Tobarama's stead. To describe him, then one might call him the acting Hokage. He only awaited Tobarama's recovery from his injuries to go through the formalities. Sarutobi-sama, these are the compiled Umbu rosters. Hiruzen nodded, staring at the 3 separate lists before him, his eyes narrowing. The Umbu was the Hokage's most crucial trump card. To smoothly take over Tobarama's responsibilities, his first step was to fully control the Umbu. He had divided the list into 3 parts, effectively splitting the Umbu into 3 factions: commoners, the major clans, and the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan members were naturally his own. He was the clan head, and they were his loyal base. Next came the commoners, few in number, but each worth recruiting. And finally, the major clans. This was his biggest headache. When Tobarama Senju was in charge, he had the ability and confidence to suppress all clans. Thus the Umbu included many strong members from various clans, even Uchiha and Hyuga. But Hiruzen Sarutobi had no such confidence in controlling them. The rain pattered down. The Rain Country, currently the main battlefield where Konoha is pinning down the Wind Country and the Earth Country. Tobarama Senju certainly did not wish for war, but he still secretly prepared for it, even sending Tsukumo Hatake Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru here to stabilize the situation. At the same time, he himself went to negotiate with Cloud Shinobi. Originally, if he could reach an agreement, the Great War could at least be delayed by a few years. As for the Water Country, the Mist Village was located on the sea, making it very difficult to invade the Fire Country. A few years would be enough for him to transfer his power to Hiruzen Sarutobi and stabilize Konoha. But plans could never keep up with changes. The attack by Kinkaku and Ginkaku disrupted his plans. If not for Yekong, he would have died in that battle, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's hasty takeover of Konoha would have caused many problems. Yekong had thought he would be marginalized, perhaps even become an ordinary ninja, finish the Second Shinobi World War, and then live a peaceful life, at most taking on a mission occasionally. He even thought about starting a side business. With a source of income, he wouldn't care whether he was a ninja or not. But then Hiruzen Sarutobi called him back and sent him along with an Umbu squad to the front line in the Rain Country. Yekong's heart, Tian Wenjing. What the hell? Going to the front line was fine, but what disgusted him most was that Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't send them to support the front line combat, but to support Shimura Danzo. Damn. As soon as he arrived at the front line and entered the rear of the position, Yekong's brows furrowed. It was too tragic. In the rear alone, there were dozens of ninjas with missing limbs or unconscious. The medical ninjas were so busy they couldn't stop, and even their chakra was exhausted, so they could only rely on conventional medical methods for treatment. Entering the position at the temporary command post, Yekong and others waited outside for a moment, then heard a voice from within the tent. Lord Danzo, our current mission is to keep the main forces of Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi pinned down in the Rain Country. If we rashly attack Rain Shinobi, it might. Tsukumo the Umbu have arrived. Pushing open the tent, Danzo and Tsukumo Hatake walked out. Danzo's zombie-like face, already bearing the outline of its future decades later, swept over the Umbu members. One Umbu stepped forward and handed a scroll to Danzo. Tsukumo Hatake's expression changed slightly. Danzo only opened it and glanced, then turned and handed the scroll to Tsukumo, saying calmly, "Captain Tsukumo, I will take the Umbu to handle this matter. You just do your own job." The Umbu parted in the middle to let Danzo pass. Tsukumo Hatake looked at the order from the Hokage in his hand, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He had already learned of the incident involving Tobarama Senju. He immediately compressed the front line and stabilized the situation here to buy Konoha enough time to handle the internal power transition. But after Danzo arrived, he repeatedly demanded that he take the initiative to attack. As the Umbu commander, Tsukumo Hatake used his authority to suppress Danzo, but now this order from Hiruzen Sarutobi left him in a difficult position. His position as Umbu commander was temporarily transferred to Danzo. Originally, he had already controlled this battlefield and was the commander of Konoha's frontline forces. If he also held the title of Umbu commander, if he had any intention of doing something, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not be able to divide his power before truly taking office. This was the first step for Hiruzen Sarutobi to pave the way for his Hokage position. Although he knew this, Tsukumo Hatake had no choice. If he didn't hand over this power, his situation would become extremely dangerous. But if he handed it over, Konoha would become very dangerous. In the Rain Country, dark figures dashed through the rain, curtains silent and extremely fast. Yekong was also among the crowd. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure ahead, considering whether to just stab him to death halfway. Damn. Even he knew that a surprise attack on the Rain Village was a joke. Do you really think that just because your name is Danzo, Hanzo is a weakling? Are you something special? No, what was Hanzo's title again? Hanzo of the Salamander. It seems that at this stage Hanzo of the Salamander didn't have the title of demigod yet, right? Tobarama Senju wasn't dead, yet calling him a god. Just like when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were still around, no one had heard of a third god in this ninja world. Damn, could it be that Danzo's move directly made Hanzo a god? Hiss. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. An elite Umbu squad, at least composed of elite Chunin, and above, launching a surprise attack, plus Danzo, a disciple of the second Hokage, and acting Umbu commander, personally delivering himself as a sacrifice. As long as he could successfully consume this force, coupled with the death of Tobarama Senju, wouldn't Hanzo's reputation in the ninja world reach its zenith? If Yekong remembered correctly, this old man's eyes would later become blind. He couldn't have gouged out one of his own eyes just for transplanting a Sharingan for no reason, as if Hiruzen Sarutobi was also blind. So this trip was likely fraught with danger. Just then the Umbu beside Danzo leaned in and whispered, "Lord Danzo, it's rumored that Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village is very strong. Could we be a bit?" He wanted to say risking it, But Danzo turned his head and shot a cold glare at the Umbu, saying, "Kagami, you talk too much." "Yes." The Umbu said no more and silently followed behind Danzo. The other Umbu were even more afraid to speak at this moment, but Yekong's eyes flickered. "Kagami. Uchiha Kagami. No way." If he remembered correctly, this guy was supposed to be. Roughly, maybe perhaps it seemed like around this time that he died. Sizzle. At that moment, amid the dense rain, the sound of gunpowder burning suddenly rang out. "Watch out." Boom. The warning came too late. The ground beneath their feet was suddenly covered in densely packed exploding tags. Roughly estimated, no fewer than 1,000 exploding tags detonated simultaneously. The power could only be described as earth-shattering. In an instant, the explosion engulfed the Umbu, and only a few survived. Yekong's figure appeared ghost-like hundreds of meters away. Not far off, there was another shaken Umbu. The sounds of fighting came, and looking up, he saw Danzo and Uchiha Kagami surrounded by a group of range shinobi ninjas hundreds of meters away. One ambush directly lost 90%. Damn. Danzo. Yekong naturally had no sense of belonging to Konoha, so he wouldn't be furious about the deaths of so many Umbu. What angered him was Danzo's idiotic behavior. Killed him. Lord Hanzo is invincible. Damn Konoha ninjas. Die. Clang. Yekong's figure vanished from the spot, dodging the incoming range shinobi attack. His form like a ghost in the rain, terrifyingly fast. His specialties, water breathing and water walking, were both abilities attuned to water. The two complemented each other, and combined with the special environment of the rain country, his speed could reach an unbelievable level. Here he was even confident to compete with Tobarama Senju in speed. Nani. Where did he go? Attack Ugh. Uft. Clang. PFF. Yekong began his own performance like a waltz in the rain. Splashes of water danced with blooming blood in the rain curtain. Wherever he passed, one range shinobi after another fell without exception. On the other side, Danzo, who was engaged with Hanzo, and a few elite Umbu who had survived since this, and the situation suddenly changed. Suddenly, a giant creature like a salamander burst out of the ground, spewing purple poison mist across the battlefield. The range shinobi knew what it was, and even with gas masks they still panicked and retreated, eager to avoid it. But the Konoha side was not so lucky. Danzo decisively retreated, while two Konoha Umbu who hadn't realized the threat and couldn't react in time inhaled just a trace of the poison gas. They instantly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, clearly beyond saving. Salamander's deadly poison. Looking at the scene, Danzo suddenly ordered, at all costs, kill Hanzo. Lord Danzo. Under his mask, Uchiha Kagami's expression was full of disbelief, as if he thought he was hallucinating. But when he saw Danzo's unwavering, even murderous gaze, he gritted his teeth, and with the remaining Umbu, charged at Hanzo with the determination of death. But Danzo stood still, not moving. He turned his gaze to the distance, only to find that Yekong's figure had disappeared. His brows furrowed slightly. He glanced at the backs of Uchiha Kagami and the others, and in the next moment, he unhesitatingly turned and fled in the opposite direction. He had sacrificed an entire elite Umbu squad here, yet he chose to flee alone without hesitation. The outcome for Jing and the others was already beyond consideration. This was a certain death trap. From the moment they entered the land of Yu. No, from the moment they accepted this mission, it was destined to end like this. Tuan Song walked toward the camp of Mu Yi, frequently glancing back as if on guard. Although he saw nothing as a disciple of Qinsho Feijian, and now at his peak his instincts were sharp. However, what good was sharp intuition? Splash. The sound of water waves gradually approached. Tuan Song stopped, gripping a kunai in his hand, his face already covered in cold sweat. The water wave sound, like the whisper of death, drew closer and closer, showing no sign of fading, nearer and nearer. Clang. Squelch. Ugh. Wah. A scream of agony. Tuan Song clutched his left arm. Before him lay the bisected kunai and a pair of cold, fleeting eyes that seemed to emit a blue glow in the night. Stumbling back several steps, Tuan Song leaned against a tree, gasping heavily, and suddenly shouted, "Wait. It's Yuan Fei. It's Yuan Fei risen, who wants to kill you." "Not me. I can help you take revenge. We can cooperate." Dead silence. After a moment of stillness, Tuan Song seemed to believe his words had taken effect, and continued, "I was also following orders. Yuan Fei needs to quickly solidify his position as Hokage. Those of you who cannot be used by him are mere pawns to be discarded. Join forces with me. As long as you help me eliminate Chimu Shumao, once the teacher dies, I will seize the position of Hokage. Then the Umbu will be yours, and I will never interfere." As he spoke, Tuan Song's tone had become almost manic. "How about it? I only want the Hokage's seat. Yuan Fei is utterly unworthy of that position." Silence. Yekong still did not appear. After a long while, Tuan Song even felt that the killing intent had completely dissipated, and only then did he stand up, clutching his severed arm, with an uncertain expression. Whoosh. The next moment, a squad of Mu Yi shinobi appeared before him, precisely the elite of Mu Yi led by Chimu Shumao, including the three of Jiraiya, all arriving. Tuan Song-sama. Seeing Tuan Song severely wounded, all the Mu Yi shinobi quickly dispersed. One of the Hyuga clan members even activated his Byakugan directly. After a moment, that Hyuga clansman returned to Chimu Shomao and shook his head. No enemy detected Shomao-sama. This squad was undoubtedly the most elite in all of Muyi. Chimu Shimao's strength was unfathomable, and the future Sannin had also grown considerably. If they had been the ones ambushed in the land of Yuet, might not have been impossible for them to retreat unscathed from Banzang's hands. Of course, that was assuming there was no one like Tuansong holding them back. Tuansong stared into the forest, his gaze dark and ominous. Then the squad escorted him toward the Muyi camp. After returning to the camp, Tuansong sent word back to Muyi that the squad had been wiped out, and he himself was severely injured. However, when he saw Yekong already back at the camp, he did not explain how he got his wound. On the contrary, as if deliberately helping Yekong conceal something, he was evasive about the details. And this was precisely Yekong's intention. He had the chance to kill Tuansong, but if he had hesitated even a moment, he might have been detected by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and thus completely exposed. This plan cast a shadow over Yekong's heart. It was clearly a premeditated purge of dissidents, sending them the Umbu to their deaths. Tuansong was merely the executor. The one who truly gave the order was Yuan Fei Risen. To quickly secure his position as Hokage, he needed to ensure that the Umbu, this trump card, remained firmly in his grasp. Thus, removing some uncertain factors became inevitable, and Yekong was clearly not within the scope of those Yuan Fei Risen could trust, even if he had saved Qianshou Feijin. A few days later, at the border between the land of Tu and the land of Hua, several figures dashed swiftly among uneven rocky terrain. The topography of the land of Tu was the most complex in the entire shinobi world, full of undulating heights. The entire Yannin village was even directly enclosed by a huge basin. Yekong was the only Umbu who survived from the land of Yu. After that incident, Tuansong was sent back to Muyi to recover, while Yekong remained on the front lines to continue fighting. And the first mission Chimu Shimao gave him was to go to the land of Tu with the three of Jiraiya to gather intelligence. After some twists and turns, the group successfully obtained some important intelligence, but they were also discovered by the elite of Yannin village. A force of Yannin elites pursued them. None of them were weak, but they were well aware of the consequences of being entangled by the Yannin squad. If they were delayed, an endless stream of enemies would pour in. One could not fight with fists against four hands, let alone that even if they repelled one or two waves, there would be who knew how many more behind. So they could only flee. As they raced along, Jiraiya turned back to release a fire-style jutsu to buy time, but was attacked by the Yannin group and got injured. The Shiwan carried him and continued to flee, while Gangsho punched the ground. In an instant, the earth roared. All ninjutsu became a joke in the face of such terrifying power. Yekong did not want to waste chakra, so he set up explosive tags on the path, further delaying the Yannin forces. The group fled all the way to the vicinity of the border between the land of Tu and the land of Hua. However, Jiraiya's injury ultimately affected their speed. The group had no choice but to temporarily retreat into a cave to take shelter. Earth style. Rock bullet. Boom, boom, boom. Huge rocks continuously bombarded the rocky mountain, trying to collapse the entire mountain and bury them inside. The cave was too narrow, and the Yannin were not fools. Rushing in would surely lead to being picked off one by one. So they simply exploited their numerical advantage, furiously unleashing ninjutsu, laying down a barrage of firepower. At this point, even if Yekong and the others came out of the cave, they would only be bombarded by countless rock-like cannonballs, caught in a dilemma. They could only hope that this rocky mountain would hold out a little longer, draining the chakra of the Yannin shinobi. Boom. Inside the cave, it felt as if the entire cavern was trembling. Jiraiya lay on the ground, and Gangsho had already used medical ninjutsu on him, but even Gangsho could not instantly heal any injury. The Shiwan broke out in a cold sweat. Glancing at Gangsho, he said, "Gangsho, Jiraiya is beyond saving. Let's go." Gangsho turned her head in fury, glaring at the Shiwan. "The Shiwan, what did you say?" The Shiwan remained unmoved, simply taking out a scroll and explaining, "As a shinobi, Gangsho, you should understand that the current situation requires prioritizing the protection of mission intelligence." "You, Clang." Yekong had been standing in the corner with his arms crossed, having no intention of joining their conversation. But at that moment, a visible crack appeared on the stone wall of the cave. If Jiraiya weren't injured at this moment, they might have been able to use his earth style to open a path and escape. Unfortunately, Shiwan and Gangsho were not very proficient in earth style. Add to that Jiraiya's injury, causing discord among them, which was the most troublesome. Yekong slowly drew the mining knife from his back. A sound of water waves reverberated, and outside came the shouts of the Yannin shinobi, "Continue attacking." With a loud boom, the rock wall in front suddenly collapsed, opening a gap. The Yannin group immediately became even more frantic in unleashing ninjutsu, forming a dense rain of rock bullets. The rock bullets, falling like a meteor shower, could instantly crush any flesh and blood into pulp. Splash. Amidst the dense rocks, a blue water current suddenly streaked across the void like a swimming dragon, swiftly passing through countless rocks, and closing in on the Yin shinobi. Who goes there? Watch out. The leading IWA Jonin was startled. Sensing that Yekong's speed was too fast, he could only step forward to meet him head-on, attempting to block him. However, Yekong had already realized that this IWA Jonin was definitely an elite Jonin in rank. His mastery of earth release and the hardening technique was at its peak. Trying to kill him directly would be far too difficult. Once entangled, the only outcome would be exhaustion and death. He naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. With the aid of water breathing and water walking, his speed was nearly ghostly as he swept past the IWA elite Jonin, appearing in the rear in an instant. Plop. Oh. In that moment, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, he instantly killed 3 elite IWA shinobi. Without slowing down in the slightest, he moved like a dragon through the crowd. Seeing his subordinates fall one by one, the elite Jonin quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Scatter." At the same time, he formed hand seals with both hands and slammed them against the ground. Immediately, the entire earth trembled and roared. The whole ground seemed to come alive, surging and rolling like ocean waves, as if trying to trap Yekong completely. Yekong knew he couldn't be trapped, so he had to constantly dodge and shift, seizing any opportunity to get close to other IWA shinobi and strike. The IWA shinobi's earth release was indeed terrifying, but under full exertion, Yekong's speed was beyond what ordinary jutsu could catch up to. Finally, within just 1 minute, fear began to spread among the IWA shinobi. The leading IWA Jonin looked at the more than 10 subordinates who had fallen around him, his gaze extremely grave. He then turned his gaze to the figure that was like a dragon racing through his proud jutsu, a chill running through his heart. Kill. At that moment, a clamor of battle cries arose. Konoha's reinforcements had arrived. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the IWA, a shinobi, hastily retreated in panic. Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage Inoki, slammed the intelligence report from the front lines onto the table before him. Furious, he said to the Umbu in front of him, one person almost wiping out the entire explosion core. No matter how I look at this report, it's absurd. Several Umbu remained silent, trembling. Finally, the leading Umbu steeled himself and spoke. Tsuchikage-sama, that person, seems to be a direct disciple of Tobarama Senju. His speed is terrifyingly fast, and he excels in a water-release ninjutsu taijutsu combination. His speed is simply too fast. Water release. Inoki furrowed his brow, calming down a little. He couldn't disregard the name Tobarama Senju. At the same time, he was pondering. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening as he said, "It's that guy who killed Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kumogakure and saved Tobarama Senju's life." This? The Umbu hesitated. Even if they wanted to investigate such intelligence, it was extremely difficult. Moreover, infiltrating the land of lightning and the land of fire was already a huge challenge. Inoki snorted coldly and ordered the Umbu to investigate the matter. A week later, a complete intelligence report was placed before Inoki. After reading it, his gaze sharpened. So it's him, Tobarama Senju's successor. Oomph. At that moment, the Umbu handed over another piece of intelligence. This is the report of his actions in the Land of Rain. There's very little, and it's strange. It seems like Konoha's elite Umbu deliberately walked into a trap set by the Rain Shinobi, as if seeking death. Inoki read the report again. For some reason, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. The surrounding Umbu looked puzzled, but dared not disturb him. While laughing, Inoki issued the order to stand still and warned the IWA shinobi to be wary of Yekong. Naturally, Yekong knew nothing of this at the Konoha frontline camp. After returning, he had carried out several simple frontline missions, including the previous ones. If he could withdraw from the Umbu unscathed when he returned to Konoha, he should be able to be promoted directly to Jonin. This level was just right. He didn't intend to continue showing off his talents. Even for important missions, he would complete them if possible, and if he couldn't, he would decisively retreat. However, just as he felt everything was developing step by step, a piece of news dampened the morale on the front lines. At the same time, the IWA and Suna shinobi were attacking Konoha's frontline positions like madmen. If it weren't for Tsukumo Hatake leading his men to constantly fight desperately and launch surprise attacks, the 2 great ninja villages would have already breached the Land of Fire. Tobarama Senju was dead. A few days ago, Tobarama Senju had visited Kumogakure again, seemingly to demand an explanation for the previous attack. But this time negotiations broke down completely, and both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Already aged and injured not long before, Tobarama Senju relied on his own strength to severely wound the 3rd Raikage and wipe out Kumogakure's elite squad. He himself was sent back to Konoha, but died of exhaustion, burning out completely. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi had already taken over as Hokage, Tobarama's death still caused considerable upheaval within Konoha, directly affecting the morale on the front lines. Finally, after a month of fierce fighting and devastating consumption that nearly exhausted all supplies, IWA and Suna could no longer bear the losses, and each retreated. On the frontline camp, over the past month, Yekong had killed countless IWA and Suna shinobi. The IWA shinobi even called him the Water Demon. Through countless battles, his breathing technique had reached full mastery. Every time he struck, he was as fast as lightning, accompanied by the sound of splashing water and waves. Often before the sound even reached the ears, he had already slain his opponent. It was impossible to defend against too terrifying, hence the title Water Demon. Yekong had no choice. He could have avoided and hidden before, but over the past month the entire frontline camp had been destroyed and rebuilt several times. There were times when he had to go all out, not to mention hiding his strength. If he made even a single misstep, he could have lost his life. However, it was precisely thanks to this that his strength improved rapidly, and even the durability of his mining blade was consumed by more than half. Name Yekong. Mining blade, Tier 3, 51,100. Occupation Shinobi, Elite Jonin. Chakra 251. Ninjutsu Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Water Dragon Bullet, Water Walking. Taijutsu, Water Breathing, Total Concentration. The progress of water breathing and water walking was the foundation of his rapid strength increase. Now his speed was even comparable to Tobirama Senju's in short-range bursts. Although it was only speed, there was certainly a gap in chakra control and other aspects. It was still terrifying enough. After all, it had been less than a year since he graduated from the Ninja Academy. Walking through the camp, passing shinobi cast looks of awe and respect at him. Although he hadn't become famous overnight like the Sannin later in the past month, Yekong had killed so many enemy shinobi and fought alongside them. These people could most directly feel how terrifying Yekong's strength was. Arriving at the rear of the camp where the fighting had been most brutal, Yekong didn't see Tsunade. Usually, unless she was on a mission, she would be here helping out. After asking a medical ninja, Yekong walked toward the forest at the edge of the camp. Not long after, he found Tsunade standing silently under a tree. Tobirama Senju's death had hit her hard. During the outbreak of the war, she could steel herself and not break down, but now that she had a moment to breathe, her emotions could no longer be contained. So, Yekong was about to say something, but before he could finish, he swiftly dodged to the side. Tsunade's fist swung almost right in front of his eyes. A terrifying gust of wind whistled past his cheek, ruffling his hair. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Yekong activated water breathing and vanished in a blur. But Tsunade was now like a madwoman chasing after his figure, throwing punch after punch. Given her strength, Yekong dared not let her hit him, and at best it would break bones, at worst it could be fatal. In a ravaged jungle, the ground lay shattered and fractured, with several towering ancient trees snapped cleanly in half. Whoosh! Huff! Huff! Tsunade gasped for breath, her chest heaving, as if she had expended her very last ounce of strength, her body slowly beginning to tilt backward. Yekong appeared behind her and caught her, pursing his lips. He could somewhat understand the turmoil within her heart. He too yearned to know what role Tobirama Senju had played in Hiruzen Sarutobi's scheme. Was he the catalyst? Or a mere bystander? Or perhaps the mastermind? Tobirama Senju had guided him greatly, so profoundly that without his mentorship Yekong would never have advanced this far so swiftly. Thus he found it hard to believe that Tobirama Senju would have willingly proposed such a plan. Yet now that Tobirama Senju was dead, how could he ever verify the truth? Ask Hiruzen Sarutobi. He held not a shred of goodwill towards the third Hokage and wouldn't trust a single word from him. Hey! Having vented her frustrations, Tsunade suddenly spoke in a deep, forceful voice. You bastard! Yekong felt a heavy, soft weight in his arms. Tsunade was genuinely substantial despite her appearance. Years of rigorous training had built dense muscle, and her figure was undeniably full and voluptuous. To describe it, she was a certain degree of muscle wrapped in softness. This wasn't to say she was plump, on the contrary, it was a body that revealed subtle muscle definition upon flexing, yet remained incredibly supple in repose. Yekong looked down to meet Tsunade's furious gaze, gently but firmly helping her stand, and said, without changing his expression, "There's water on the ground." Tsunade was unconvinced this bastard had even squeezed her. There was indeed water around. The water-breathing technique didn't generate real water, only unique sword energy from the blade's movement, while walking on water required continuously emitting chakra from the feet to create it, enhancing speed. Feeling a bit guilty under Tsunade's intense stare, Yekong nonetheless savored the memory of the sensation utterly unperturbed. Seeing this, Tsunade was about to explode with rage, but conveniently the negative emotions from Tobirama Senju's death had dissipated considerably. Upon returning to the camp, an ANBU operative appeared before them. "Lady Tsunade, Lord Yekong, Lord Tsukumo, is waiting for you at the command post." Their eyes sharpened. The war had reached this stage, though the bloodiest phase was over. It was the most critical juncture. Whether to launch a counteroffensive striking the Tsunade and Iwagakure forces hard, or to continue a defensive posture consolidating the line for safety, would directly determine the final outcome. They entered the command post, and indeed Konoha's elite jonin had already gathered. After a month of intense fighting, all sides had suffered heavy losses. Even Konoha's elite jonin were reduced to only 7 or 8, yet Jiraiya's trio had managed to avoid casualties, and it was their presence that had stabilized the situation. Tsukumo Hatake gave a slight nod upon seeing Yekong arrive. Although Yekong hadn't been formally promoted to Jonin here, strength commanded respect, and no one questioned his presence. Instead, everyone reacted similarly, nodding slightly in his direction. Jiraiya also nodded, then spoke from beside Tsukumo. Lord Tsukumo, are we initiating the counterattack? Tsukumo Hatake surveyed everyone in the tent, then nodded. Amidst their barely concealed excitement, he began. This time, we will launch a full-scale counteroffensive. The losses of Tsunade and Hokage in the previous battles are certainly greater than ours, but now the Land of Rain has also sensed an opportunity, eyeing us menacingly. He laid out the entire operation, detailing the battlefield strategy, without omission. They were now in the final stages, and this intelligence was common knowledge among all present. After Tsukumo Hatake finished explaining his plan, he assigned various tasks. As expected, Tsunade and her team were to lead a squad to attack Amigakure and intercept Hanzo of the Salamander. This was by far the most arduous mission, as Hanzo had earned the title of demigod of the ninja world from their previous encounter. A significant portion of that reputation was owed to Shimura Danzo. A disciple of Tobarama Senju, acting ANBU captain, had led an elite ANBU squad to attack Hanzo, only to be nearly wiped out, escaping with a severed arm. It could be said that in the entire Second Great Ninja War, Konoha's greatest defeat was the ambush on Tobarama Senju, and the second greatest was thanks to Danzo's actions. Yekong, however, was assigned to accompany Tsukumo Hatake to attack the Hokage. The reason given was that Yekong's reputation served as an excellent deterrent against IWA. The water demon had claimed too many of their shinobi's lives. This was unexpected for Yekong. The next day, the entire Konoha front line appeared calm on the surface, but internally, it was as if everyone had vanished. This was a surprise attack plan. Speed was of the essence. Once initiated, there was no turning back. The elite squad led by Tsukumo Hatake moved faster, splitting off from the squad led by Tsunade and her team, each charging towards the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain respectively. Like two sharp daggers, they plunged straight into the hearts of both enemies. Splash! Within the Land of Earth, Yekong held nothing back this time. With the water breathing in a state of constant total concentration, his figure practically carved a path through the entire Hokage defensive line. A mad dance of the dragon. Wherever he passed, the Iwnin were stricken with terror. The sound of water became a death knell, and casualties mounted heavily in his wake. Within a single hour, the surprise attack concluded in a resounding victory. Watching the thoroughly routed Iwnin, even Tsukumo Hatake found it hard to believe. Still, he chose to press the advantage, cutting down numerous Iwnin before prudently retreating from the Land of Earth. Even the Konoha elites participating in this raid were unaware that this was not an order from Hiruzen Sarutobi, but a strategy devised by Tsukumo Hatake himself. In other words, Konoha had never intended to launch a counteroffensive. Instead of returning to the Land of Fire after withdrawing from the Land of Earth, Yekong charged directly into the Land of Rain, heading towards the battlefield where the Sannin were. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, where the Sannin faced Hanzo of the Salamander, countless Konoha shinobi lay fallen, unable to withstand the Salamander's deadly poison, while the Rainin kept their distance, not daring to step foot on the battlefield. Tsunade and her two companions, each bearing some injuries, looked wearily ahead at the man standing atop the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world. With arms crossed, his eyes filled with arrogance, he declared proudly, "You are quite impressive. I, Hanzo, shall bestow upon you the title of Konoha's legendary Sannin." Splash! Suddenly a sound of rushing water cut through the rain curtain. Hanzo of the Salamander's pupils contracted sharply as he raised his sickle-like ninja sword to defend. Clang! Sparks flew as a pair of cold, glowing azure eyes stared intently at him. The immense force actually pushed him back several steps. Hanzo leaped down from the Salamander's head, his feet carving two trenches in the muddy ground to absorb the force. Splat! Looking up again, Hanzo witnessed a sight that enraged him. Yekong had just cleaved the Salamander's head clean off with a single stroke. A massive cloud of toxic mist erupted from the creature's corpse, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. At the critical moment, Yekong formed hand seals, and the surrounding rainwater seemed to heed his call, converging into a colossal waterspout that towered towards the heavens. Great waterfall technique. The torrent swept up the poison mist, and the Salamander's remains thundering towards Hanzo. Simultaneously, numerous explosive tags hidden in the earth were caught up in the surge, a common trick of Hanzo of the Salamander. For all his claims of being a demigod, his truly respectable techniques were limited to that one swordsmanship style and his water release. Aside from those, his other methods were nothing but parlor tricks. The Salamander's poison, explosive tag, ambushes, assassination techniques. Against a foe of equal caliber, they were a joke. Clang! Yekong's form became a blur of light, unleashing dozens of slashes at Hanzo of the Salamander in an instant. Banzong of the Salamander was furious, but facing Yekong's speed, even though he was equally adept at fighting in the rain and could reach speeds far beyond ordinary Jonin, even surpassing some Kaga-level powerhouses, he was still being utterly suppressed by Yekong. After blocking Yekong's attacks several times, he barely managed to perform a water clone and water body flicker to appear hundreds of meters away, only to be pursued by Yekong and forced back with a single slash. "You are the water demon." Banzong suddenly realized Yekong's identity and exclaimed in shock, "Wait, we the Rain Village can abandon the attack on the Land of Fire. No more fighting." Splash. Clang. 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 Yekong paid no heed. His figure transformed into a visible wave of water dancing gracefully in the void like a swimming dragon, suppressing Banzong relentlessly, the two blades clashing wildly. Almost imperceptibly, the blue light in Yekong's eyes grew stronger, and the mining knife in his hand was gradually approaching its third limit. He had expended immense physical strength to travel from the land of Earth to this place, all for the sake of Banzong of the Salamander. As long as he could shatter the mining knife for the third time, he would obtain a vast amount of chakra. Moreover, his water breathing had reached a bottleneck. Yekong had not expected that this incomplete water breathing, developed unintentionally, could be used to such an extent. Clang. With the first clash, Yekong's figure twisted with lightning speed, and the second strike followed immediately. He was not skilled in raw power, and water breathing itself was not a technique of great force, but there was a move that allowed him to use technique to convert speed into power. Water breathing, 10th form, flowing life. Utilizing footwork and body movement to continuously transform and accumulate power, it is the strongest move in water breathing. If executed completely, the power could even break through its limits. Bastard. Banzong was also enraged. After becoming the demigod of the shinobi world, he was elated and even planned to launch a war against the Land of Fire, seeking to plunder land. Even the three disciples of Yuan Fei Risen and the elite of Mu Yi were on the verge of collapse in his eyes. But now he was being suppressed so miserably by a newly risen brat. He could not bear it, nor could he accept this humiliation. With bloodshot eyes, Banzong also began to erupt, revealing his terrifying chakra control without a doubt. Although his speed was suppressed by Yekong, without any temper, the power he unleashed broke through Yekong's long-accumulated flowing life with a single blow. Boom. This slash left a terrifying crack over 100 meters long on the ground. Yekong's pupils constricted, somewhat incredulous. He looked up again, only to see Banzang's murderous strike already following closely. "Be careful." Gang Shou and the others were already wounded. Although they wanted to help, they could not keep up with the speed of the two. This was a duel of speed, the most perilous kind. Glancing at the ninja blade in his hand, Yekong gritted his teeth slightly and actually took the initiative to swing his blade toward Banzang's side with an unyielding resolve. Drip. A drop of water fell into the calm, lake-stirring ripples. Crack. Splat. The mining knife broke with a sound. The sharp pain of torn flesh stirred larger ripples on the calm water. Yekong's figure appeared on the lake's surface, looking down at the water beneath his feet. The next moment, the lake's surface eerily transformed into a three-dimensional pattern, and a figure identical to him appeared before him. Extending one hand, Yekong touched his own reflection. Crash! The lake's surface shattered with a sound, and the mining knife in Yekong's hand was reshaped at that moment, but his left shoulder was now almost pierced through by Banzang's scythe. A mouthful of blood spat out. Banzong steadied his breathing, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Yekong, and said in a deep voice, "Humph, boy, dying by my hand is your honor. You are quite good." Yekong felt a cold air rush into his lungs, his consciousness fading. He immediately realized that Banzong had also coated the blade with the deadly poison of the salamander. Pale-faced, Yekong's gaze fell upon his own blade, a reflection of light shining in his eyes. Suddenly, even though Banzong felt confident of victory, an inexplicable sense of dread arose in his heart. Instinctively, he abandoned his scythe, leaped backward, and simultaneously yanked the chain connected to the end of the scythe, attempting to inflict a second heavy blow on Yekong. With his strength, Yekong's body would almost certainly be dismembered by that blade. However, clang! A spark exploded, and the chain in Banzang's hand snapped in midair, breaking into 3 pieces. Banzong looked horrified. What? Impossible. Huh? Before he could finish, he looked down at his body and saw a slash mark that had appeared on him inexplicably, cleaving his body from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. He raised his hand to cover the wound, but it directly caused his body to split in 2, dying without a doubt. Water breathing, 11th form ultimate technique. Mirror Flower Water Moon. This was a domain-level killing move. At the moment of activation, everything within the domain was within Yekong's killing range, unavoidable, impossible to defend. If Banzong had not chosen to let go of his weapon, he might have had a slight chance to survive. Alas, he made the most fatal choice. After using this move, Yekong's consciousness gradually faded, but the increasingly powerful chakra in his body was like a shot of adrenaline, allowing him to barely maintain a sliver of consciousness. In his blurred consciousness, he felt someone carrying him on their back, transferring chakra to him while jolting along. Eventually, his consciousness dissipated. Time passed unknown, and when Yekong woke up again, he was surprisingly in the Mu Yi hospital. Looking at the ceiling above, Yekong tried to recall what had happened, but had no clue. He then began to recall the feeling from that day. Mirror Flower Water Moon was a technique he had comprehended on the spur of the moment. Its power need not be mentioned. But what he truly cared about was water breathing. With this ultimate technique developed, water breathing seemed to have reached a peak. This was not a good thing, as it meant that the improvement in strength that water breathing could bring him had reached its limit. Combined with water walking, Yekong's speed was unmatched in the ninja world, almost reaching the limit a ninja could achieve. To go faster, perhaps only the space-ignoring technique of the Flying Thunder God could do so. This was also the limitation of ninjas. Both power and speed had an upper limit. Fortunately, Yekong's strength still had room for improvement. Creaked the sound of the door opening. A figure in a nurse's uniform walked and saw that Yekong had woken up and hurriedly ran out shouting, "He's awake! He's awake!" Lady Gangsho. Gangsho, as Yekong recalled, was probably the director of Muyi Hospital. Soon enough indeed, Gangsho walked in wearing a white coat. After checking Yekong's condition, she had the nurse change his foredrip. She nodded and said to Yekong, "You have entered the recovery period. There's no danger. Just rest peacefully." Yekong licked his dry lips and wanted to ask for water, but Gangsho had already handed it to him. He blinked. It wasn't that he couldn't move at all, but it was still difficult for him to sit up. Gangsho could only support him and feed him some water. After moistening his dry throat, Yekong felt much better. He didn't speak, just lay there with vacant eyes. Gangsho thought he had suffered brain damage and did another check, only to find that he was simply too lazy to talk. Half a month later, Yekong walked out of Konoha Hospital. Though still a bit unsteady, he chose to recuperate at home, feeling that lying in bed any longer would waste him away. Walking along Konoha's streets, bustling with people, everyone greeted him with smiles, which made him somewhat uneasy. "Lord Kong. Lord Kong, have you recovered?" "Ah, yeah." Frowning with confusion, Yekong then went to Shungshu's house, and after some inquiries learned the reason. His performance on the front lines had spread back to Konoha. Whether deliberately pushed or not, he had become a hero of Konoha, so it was natural for villagers to welcome him. Even those who returned alive with him received hero-like treatment. However, Tsukumo Hatake, after returning from the front, had become reclusive and rarely appeared in public. Shungshu was equally puzzled, saying some speculated that Lord Tsukumo was injured, though it was uncertain. Injured? Nonsense. Yekong had never seen Tsukumo injured. With Tsukumo's strength and military acumen, he could hardly put himself in dire straits. Even getting injured was difficult. It was precisely his constant presence at the front that kept Tsunade and Iwagakure from crossing the Land of Fire's border. Yekong didn't linger long, taking his leave. After settling his hunger, Yekong returned to his residence, and everything seemed to pass peacefully. In Kumogakure. The third Raikage slammed the intelligence report onto the table, splitting it in two, and roared that Hanzo is indeed a waste, killed by some insignificant brat. Lord Raikage, rumor has it that man is a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. The third Raikage glared at his assistant, his wounds aching, and growled, "Idiot. Tobarama Senju is dead. You go to Konoha and probe that brat." Yes. A week later in Konoha village. Yekong had already cited his injuries to request leaving the ANBU from Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had planned to find an excuse upon returning, but now it seemed unnecessary. This was no longer just about whether he stayed, but whether Hiruzen would approve. Yekong was fairly certain Hiruzen would not let him near Konoha's power core, so staying in ANBU would only lead to attempts to eliminate him. Thus Hiruzen either had to let him go or had already made a resolve to kill him. If the former, fine, but if the latter, Yekong would have to reconsider his plans. Fortunately, Hiruzen agreed to let him leave ANBU and granted him the rank and authority of a Jonin, making Yekong a Konoha Jonin. Less than half a year after graduating from the Ninja Academy, Yekong was promoted from Genin to Jonin. At the Konoha Jonin meeting, he proposed, "I suggest every squad must have at least one medical ninja to increase survival rates." This was an internal Konoha meeting. Any Jonin with notable contributions could attend. Usually they discussed trivial matters. Truly important decisions were not made here. The Hokage directly issued orders, and they executed them. Sure enough, when Tsunade raised this proposal, the whole room fell silent. Then one person stood up. "I support Lady Tsunade's suggestion." Tsunade paused, then looked over, seeing it was Kato Dan. At this moment, having someone support her was already quite good. Yekong was also present. Though newly promoted, with his achievements and strength, he was qualified to sit here. He shook his head inwardly. At this moment, only Tsunade was sincere about her proposal. Kato Dan just wanted to give her an out, given the awkward atmosphere. Support? What support? Setting aside qualification, did he have the ability? Seeing the resolve in Tsunade's eyes and Hiruzen slowly lowering his pipe, Yekong sighed and suddenly stood up. At that moment, all eyes turned to him. Yekong raised a hand slightly and said calmly to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, please consider the current situation. We all understand your feelings, but not every medical ninja is as skilled as you. If medical ninjas enter the front lines and fall, what about logistics?" That's right, Lady Tsunade. You are exceptional, but ordinary medical ninjas may not handle high-intensity missions. Yes, Lord Hokage. At this point, many jonin began to follow Yekong's words, subtly pressuring Tsunade. They had stayed silent earlier partly because they didn't support Tsunade, and partly because they dared not openly oppose her. She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the second Hokage's funeral had just ended not long ago. Apart from the third Hokage who would dare refute Tsunade's proposal in an internal meeting. Tsunade also saw the situation frowning. She truly didn't want to witness the battlefield's horrors again, so this proposal was a sincere solution from her heart. But she hadn't expected such resistance, especially from Yekong. She could tell it wasn't malicious, just trying to calm her down. To everyone's surprise, Yekong suddenly shifted his tone. Of course, I also support Lady Tsunade's proposal. All eyes turned to him in confusion. Tsunade also looked at him, waiting for more. Yekong continued, we cannot afford to lose medical ninjas on the front lines and missions. So I propose establishing a medical ninjutsu research department to develop medical ninjutsu that can be quickly applied on the battlefield. How is that possible? The crowd exchanged glances, but Hiruzen at the head looked thoughtfully at Tsunade and asked Tsunade, do you think this method is feasible? Tsunade pondered. As the strongest medical ninja of her era, she brightened after a moment of thought and nodded firmly. In theory, as long as we can solve the problem of converting chakra, it should be feasible. However, the user needs to understand the principles of medical ninjutsu. That's not difficult. Hiruzen immediately decided, good then, the medical ninjutsu research department will be yours. The rank of this task is tentatively set as SS rank. Tsunade's eyes were resolute. Yes. Double S rank already involved important village development tasks. Absolute secrecy, to put it simply. An example. Itachi's massacre of his own clan was a task of this level, even only S. The so-called mission rank to some extent can be seen as a secrecy level. Not necessarily the true difficulty, but high-rank missions are generally difficult. For instance, the protection mission of Naruto later before the Fourth Great Ninja War formally began was considered capable of overturning the entire ninja world and could no longer be measured by mission rank. Konoha Hospital independently established the Ninjutsu Research and Development Department, which is a branch of the medical department. It is personally supervised by Tsunade. Night Sky sneered at this. Although the plan was proposed by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen had only been in office for a few days and had already displayed the political tactics of a cunning old fox. Including Orochimaru and Jiraiya, he vigorously promoted the title of the Sannin, greatly enhancing their prestige in Konoha. In contrast, Tsukumo Hatake, who should have been the greatest contributor, was gradually marginalized, distanced from the core of Konoha's power, and even forced to live a reclusive life, spending each day in fear and anxiety. The disparity in treatment was truly too great. It was simply because Tsukumo Hatake's final counterattack strategy was not within Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans. Even if it was highly successful, Hiruzen would still bear a grudge against Tsukumo. At this moment, Night Sky held not a shred of goodwill towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he only wished to be a mere jonin. Being marginalized did not bother him. On the contrary, if Hiruzen suddenly promoted him, Night Sky would have to ponder what scheme he was plotting. After the meeting, a group of jonin filed out from beneath the Hokage building. The venue for this jonin meeting was located beneath the Hokage building. How could such a large building have only one Hokage's office? Kato Dan was about to step forward to greet, but a figure happened to walk past him and spoke first. Tsunade-sama, do you know where Jiraiya went? Tsunade was in a good mood and said to Night Sky half jokingly, that guy is probably peeping outside some bathhouse. No, the owner of the Hot Spring Street should know where he is. What do you want from him? As she spoke, a hint of vigilance appeared in her eyes, and she warned, Night, don't you learn bad habits from that guy. He actually gave Nawaki that kind of magazine on his last birthday. What a despicable jerk. As they chatted, they walked away, and Kato Dan had no chance to approach. In the following days, the Medical Ninjutsu Research Department was established, and Tsunade became busy, having little time to take care of Nawaki. Night Sky, on the other hand, was undergoing rehabilitation training. Since the war had just ended and his situation was quite special, he ended up reuniting with his two former teammates. Kinta and Nanami were both genin of ordinary civilian background. Due to the special circumstances earlier, they were even sent to the front lines to participate in some supply escort missions. Fortunately, it was a close call, and they survived after narrowly escaping several dangers. However, they still had no supervising jonin and could only occasionally serve as substitutes on other teams' missions. So Sarutobi Hiruzen had Night Sky return to reform the team and carry out some simple tasks. Though they were called simple, they were actually missions that went far to the borders of the Land of Fire and even included intelligence missions to other countries. It seemed like just delivering intelligence, but in this special period right after a great war, the border was quite sensitive. Not to mention the defenses, the sheer number of leftover traps, and such was dangerous enough. Boom. Amid a forest at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, a violent explosion erupted. Several kilometers away, Night Sky and his two companions had just arrived and now stopped in their tracks. Is that? Someone triggered a trap. Kenta frowned. Nanami also showed a tense expression. Although they hadn't directly entered the battlefield, they had already witnessed the brutality of war. Night Sky narrowed his eyes. He had actually already detected traces of Umbu activity here. He handed the intelligence to the two and instructed, "You two take the intelligence back. I'll go check it out." Calm. Whoosh. Nanami raised her hand, but Night Sky's figure had already vanished from the spot, moving so fast that the two couldn't even see clearly. In the end, Kenta could only shrug helplessly and persuade her to go first. "That guy Kong is way stronger than us. He'll be fine. Let's go. If there's danger, he might have to protect us and get distracted." Then the two headed toward Konoha. As for Night Sky, the several-kilometer distance passed in a flash. Looking at the clear signs of battle at the scene, he confirmed that this was not a simple trap being triggered. There was blood on the ground, as someone must have been injured. Swish. His figure vanished again. About a few minutes later, he saw the two sides engaged in combat. A squad of IWNine was pursuing a Konoha team. Earth release rock fist jutsu. Boom. A terrible explosion sounded. This was already within the land of fire. Although they didn't know how these IWNine had crossed the border defenses, they knew they couldn't stay long, and even more so they couldn't let the few escape. Thus they pulled out all sorts of means, throwing explosive tags as if they were free. Night Sky then clearly saw the Konoha team being pursued. Nawaki, seeing that the IWNine had already surrounded the three and an explosive tag was already within inches, Night Sky realized that this might be Nawaki's fatal calamity. Tsunade's necklace had already been given to him. Splash. The IWNine who was attacking suddenly heard the sound of water waves. His pupils constricted sharply, but by the time he reacted, his consciousness was already leaving his body. His gaze shifted, his heart filled with terror. Water demon. Night Sky was an even greater deterrent to the IWNine because he had killed more IWNine than any other. Moreover, his speed was so fast that it even surpassed sound, so hearing the sound of his water breathing and water walking meant that death had already arrived. It even reached a point where just hearing the sound of water release would make the IWNine retreat on their own. And after he killed Hanzo, the terror he inspired in the IWNine's hearts rose even further. Half a day later, Konoha Hospital. Night Sky brought back Nawaki, who had nearly been killed by an explosive tag. He didn't know medical ninjutsu, so he could only use his speed and water release to ensure that Nawaki was still barely alive when they returned. After learning the news, Tsunade arrived immediately to treat Nawaki. "Tsunade-sama, my chakra." After several hours of treatment, even the medical ninjas who took turns using medical ninjutsu to keep Nawaki alive had been rotated several times, and their chakra was nearly depleted. Not to mention them, even Tsunade felt that her own chakra was running low. It should be noted that her chakra capacity was as high as 410 points, even surpassing that of ordinary Kage-level powerhouses. A hand rested on her shoulder, channeling chakra into her body. "Calm. Continue, my chakra is still quite plenty." Night Sky's chakra capacity was enormous. Before the battle with Hanzo, it was less than 300, but after that battle his chakra capacity had reached an astonishing 600. In terms of pure chakra capacity, he could rival Tobirama Senju in his prime. For a long time afterward, perhaps only Tsunade at her peak could possess such a vast chakra capacity. A certain shark didn't count. Kisame Hoshigaki's own chakra capacity could only be considered large, but his true terror lay in his perfect compatibility with Samahata, allowing him to devour chakra for his own use. Finally, after nearly 10 hours of treatment, Tsunade brought Nawaki back from the brink of death. After confirming that Nawaki's vital signs had passed the danger period, Tsunade then fainted. The medical ninja beside her was startled. "Tsunade-sama." Night Sky caught her in time and laid her on a nearby hospital bed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had also expended a great deal. No wonder so few people studied medical ninjutsu. It required extremely high chakra control and demanded an enormous chakra capacity. If one possessed both conditions, they could easily achieve considerable strength by practicing any ninjutsu. Who would bother learning medical ninjutsu? After saving Nawaki, the siblings were taken care of by the Konoha hospital staff, and Yekong left on his own. The hospital staff tried to persuade him to stay, saying, "Lord Yi, you should rest here as well." Yekong declined as he still had some chakra remaining and was nowhere near collapsing. Chakra is the manifestation of physical and spiritual energy. The stronger one's chakra, the stronger one's body. It wasn't that abundant chakra alone made the body robust, quite the opposite. Only a sufficiently powerful physique and spirit could refine such vast amounts of chakra. This was a commonly misunderstood logic. Ordinary shinobi typically believed that the more chakra one had, the stronger their ninjutsu, and the greater their overall power. Yet they overlooked the fundamental issue. If one lacked the talent and forcibly refined chakra, it was essentially draining one's very life force. This was also why shinobi aged so rapidly. Especially those with Kekkei Genkai, many of whom suffered from so-called bloodline ailments. 2 more days passed, and Nawaki still hadn't regained consciousness. Yekong visited him twice before being summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded upon seeing him, then gestured towards a ninja wearing a Kumobikure forehead protector. These messengers from Kumobikure are here. Take them around the village. Frowning inwardly, Yekong wondered why he was being made a tour guide. Despite his confusion, he nodded and replied yes. He raised his hand slightly, signaling the group to follow him. The Kumobikure ninja were clearly elites. Yekong could tell from their eyes. He walked ahead with a stoic expression, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. The Kumobikure ninja exchanged glances, each harboring their own schemes. They had come specifically for Yekong, and the leader was none other than the third Raikage right-hand man. They had ostensibly negotiated with Hiruzen Sarutobi, expressing how friendly the relations between Kumobikure and Konoha were, though their true intentions remained known only to themselves. Hiruzen Sarutobi made no mention of Tobirama Senju's death, instead agreeing to some of their conditions and summoning Yekong. Throughout the journey, the villagers of Konoha cast hostile glares. They were unaware of the ambush on Tobirama Senju, but they knew he had mortally wounded the third Raikage before dying himself, and that resentment was directed squarely at Kumobikure. Thus they showed no kindness upon seeing the Kumobikure ninja. Yekong remained silent throughout, but the Kumobikure ninja were already beginning to regret their decision. For the pressure radiating from Yekong was immense. For a fleeting moment, the third Raikage's assistant saw the shadow of Tobirama Senju in him, that terrifying monster who even in his twilight years had gravely wounded the third Raikage. The third Raikage was a fearsome being who could subdue the Eight Tails with his bare hands, revered as a deity in Kumobikure. Yet even that invincible existence had been soundly defeated by Tobirama Senju. Could Konoha be producing another Tobirama Senju? No. They had to test his strength. Having made up his mind, the third Raikage's assistant gave a subtle nod to the two men beside him. As they reached a sparsely populated area, the two suddenly attacked Yekong from behind without warning. Crackle! Lightning arcs danced, moving swiftly. But Yekong was faster. Whoosh! The two Kumobikure ninjas' hands struck nothing but air, piercing through an afterimage while Yekong's blade was already resting against the third Raikage's assistant's neck. He didn't kill them, as that would have been a dangerously provocative political act. However, to his surprise, the other two Kumobikure ninja unhesitatingly drove their hands towards their own hearts. His gaze sharpened, a realization dawning on him. He looked at the third Raikage's assistant and said in a low voice, "You dare trick me." The man scoffed. Surprisingly, the man feigned outrage, a flash of false indignation in his eyes, and declared with feigned righteousness, "We came bearing the olive branch of peace, yet you have slain our envoys from Kumobikure. Konoha can await our declaration of war." This was a conspiracy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having just assumed the Hokage position, couldn't afford to bear the consequences of a war with Kumobikure over this. Yekong was all too familiar with this script. Once Kumobikure applied pressure, given Hiruzen Sarutobi's nature, he would not hesitate to sacrifice Yekong to preserve the peace. In fact, perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi was even looking for such a pretext. Unknowingly, the desires of Kumobikure and Hiruzen Sarutobi had aligned perfectly. Gritting his teeth, Yekong realized he had been played. They were forcing him into a corner. However, for someone like him, this so-called death trap wasn't necessarily unbreakable. Splurch! In the next instant, Yekong decisively severed the hand of the third Raikage's assistant, upon which rested a small bird-like summoning creature. With lightning speed, he slew the summon, and a scroll dropped from it. The assistant gasped in pain. Yekong picked up the scroll, keeping his blade firmly against the man's neck the entire time. But as soon as he opened it, the scroll self-destructed with a burst of lightning, burning to ashes. Yekong looked at the black ashes in his hand without surprise. This was a classified document encrypted with sealing jutsu intended for rapid transmission via space-time ninjutsu, like the summoning technique. But he couldn't allow this information to be sent back to the third Raikage. Moments later, he learned the man's name. With a single stroke, he slew him. At this point, the man's life or death was irrelevant. Since the third Raikage was willing to sacrifice his own elites to force him into a corner, Yekong would not show any mercy. They wanted to play dirty. Well, Yekong could do that too. Half a day later, in the land of lightning, Kumobikure village. Lord Reizo. You. Cough cough. The third Raikage's assistant, now covered in blood and feigning terror, clutched an intelligence scroll. Gasping as if on the verge of death, he urged the Kumobikure ninja before him, "Quick, take me to the Raikage." With that, he collapsed forward. The Kumobikure ninja, alarmed, moved to carry him back to the village. When they tried to take the scroll from his hand, they found Reizo gripping it with a death grip impossible to pry loose. Moved by his apparent devotion, they hurriedly rushed Reizo to the third Raikage location. Kumobikure village was situated on a high plateau amidst towering mountains, and the Raikage's office was the tallest structure in the entire village. The third Raikage was instructing his son, the future fourth Raikage, when suddenly, "Raikage-sama, Lord Reizo has returned, gravely wounded. He insists on seeing you." An Umbu operative arrived first to report Reizo's injuries and condition to the third Raikage. Reizo returned alone. Upon receiving the Umbu's confirmation, the third Raikage slammed his fist on the table, then leapt up and stormed out of his office, bellowing, Damn Konoha. How dare they? With a furious expression, he spotted Reizo being supported and brought towards the base of the Reikage building. He hurried forward, but halfway there a terrifying lightning cloak suddenly erupted around his body. Lightning released chakra mode. Swish. Splash. A terrifying sound of something cutting through air and water occurred simultaneously. Reizo's form vanished, and in an instant a violent shockwave blasted the surrounding Umbu away. The third Reikage glared furiously at Yekong before him, his voice low and menacing. So you're the water demon. Humph. Yekong was taken aback. He had accounted for every potential loophole, even intercepting Reizo's transmission to Kumobikure and disguising him as critically wounded. Yet the third Reikage had still seen through the ruse. No, he must have noticed the discrepancy the moment he laid eyes on the disguised Reizo. So this is the power of a Kage. Whoosh. Boom. Since he'd been discovered, there was no turning back. Yekong didn't intend to back down. Secret art domain expansion. Mirror flower water moon. A flicker of shock crossed the third Reikage's eyes as he retreated rapidly. But his lightning cloak seemed to withstand hundreds of slashes in an instant. This near-absolute defense finally showed a single crack. A gash appeared on his chest. Yekong had seen through his disguise, and he had also found the Reikage's weakness. Wounded gravely by Tobarama Senju before his death, the third Reikage's lightning cloak was no longer truly absolute. The wound on his chest meant his chakra release was unstable, so his defense couldn't be utterly flawless. Though of course this weakness wasn't something an ordinary ninja could exploit. Father. Just as Yekong prepared to press his advantage and finish off the third Reikage, a figure attacked from the side, wielding the same violent lightning release chakra as the Reikage. The future fourth Reikage. Whoosh. The young A's eyes burned with fury, his punch carrying terrifying force. But in the instant his devastating blow landed, it connected with nothing but an afterimage. So fast. A's heart raced, but he reacted swiftly, shouting, "Protect the Reikage." It must be said that EI truly lives up to his reputation as the future fourth Reikage. Even though he is still young and his strength slightly immature, his thinking and reflexes are already top tier. After all, strength can be gradually compensated through guidance and hard work, but for ordinary shinobi, thinking and reflexes are directly determined by innate talent and subconscious development. Take a certain yellow-haired fellow, for instance. This is precisely the dividing line between Kage level and below. Night Sky's movements were far too swift, and the clash was too terrifying. The surrounding ANBU and Cloud Elite shinobi could not react in time. Until EI's loud roar, the various ninjutsu and elite ANBU surged forward. Get out of the way. The third Reikage was furious. As the Reikage of Hidden Cloud, he would not allow anyone to kill him in his own village, nor would he evade any direct challenge. He was the man who had subdued the Eight Tails with his bare hands. With a furious shout, the third Reikage charged at Night Sky. But when he saw the latter dart past several ANBU like a phantom, the ANBU falling in an instant, the third Reikage's rage intensified. This guy? Faster than Tobarama Senju. Having experienced Tobarama's inhuman speed, he could track Night Sky's trajectory. Yet that was all. His maximum speed could never surpass Night Sky's. A single hair's breadth was an insurmountable chasm. Whoosh. Boom. The third Reikage's fist was met head-on by Night Sky, whose figure merged with the water flow, forming an arc that slashed against the lightning release armor, sparks leaping. The third Reikage, like a super scion, clenched his fists as a surge of lightning flared. Damn it. The explosive lightning release chakra created area damage, revealing Night Sky's form for an instant. He frowned. The paralysis effect of the lightning release was too troublesome. Die. Like a thunder god descending, the third Reikage smashed a wild punch at Night Sky. The scene reflected in Night Sky's eyes. Water breathing was not a defensive style. In fact, he had no means of defense. In his battle with Hanzo, his weaknesses and strengths had been fully displayed: extreme speed, agility, and the sharpness of his blade. He was simply not good at defense or power. With a single hand seal, Night Sky abruptly raised his mining sword in front of him. Clang! The mining sword flew into the air, and his figure was struck by the third Reikage's fist, crashing into the ground like a ragdoll. Boom! The terrifying force instantly pierced through everything. At that moment, the third Reikage raised a single finger, and this attack directly reduced the mining sword's durability by 50 points. The strongest spear, one finger strike. Few things in this world could withstand this blow, and Night Sky's body was no exception. The mining sword flew into the air. A glint of joy flashed in the third Reikage's eyes. He could feel his attack had indeed pierced the opponent's heart. However, his expression suddenly froze. Splurt! An icy, numbing sensation spread from his heart through his body, as if draining all his strength. Father! Reikage-sama! Night Sky's figure appeared like a ghost behind the third Reikage, expressionless, his kunai plunging into the latter's back, piercing through the heart. He spoke calmly. Abandoning the lightning release armor for the strongest strike was your most foolish decision. Earlier, the third Reikage had exploded his lightning release armor, restricting Night Sky's movements with area damage, but it also exposed his own body. He charged without reforming the armor in time. Under normal circumstances, Night Sky could not have counterattacked. But there is always an exception. The essence of Mirror Flower Water Moon is not merely a fleeting slash within the domain. It creates an intangible clone within the domain, both real and illusory, true and false. As long as he wills it, this clone can fully materialize. However, had the situation not been so dire, Night Sky would not have done this, as it also cost him a considerable price. But the third Hokage was already on his last legs. Yet in Night Sky's astonished gaze, he once again gathered lightning release armor, then turned around in fury, unleashing one finger strike. I am the third Hokage. Don't underestimate me. Die. Whoosh. Night Sky's figure vanished rapidly, but his mining sword was still grazed. Just that one graze cost 40 more durability points. To think that in his near-death exchange with Hanzo involving hundreds of clashes, he had only lost 40 durability. Is this the one finger strike? The strongest spear? Too bad the damage is overkill. Splurt. A cornered beast struggle. Night Sky used his speed to withdraw. Even as the Cloud Elite and ANSU charged in a frenzy, he easily dealt with them, even killing over a dozen. In the end, Night Sky withdrew, calmly escaping from the Land of Lightning. Within a single day, he had returned to the Land of Fire, heading toward Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a high-level meeting was convened with all the major clans and elite jonin gathered. The scene was chaotic and noisy. Sarutobi, I think you should bear the consequences of this matter. That's right. Yi is too reckless. He killed the Cloud Envoy. Is he trying to start a war? Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan hopes to hand Yi over to Cloud. We do not wish to see a war. Tsunade, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had just returned to the village, sat in a corner. Watching the scene turn into a condemnation of Ye's crimes, she stood up. Jiraiya tried to stop her, but was too late. Tsunade said directly, wait, this matter hasn't been investigated yet. What was the purpose of the Cloud Envoy's visit to the village? Could it be they attacked Yi? The scene quieted for a moment. The Uchiha clan head cleared his throat and said to Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, I understand your meaning. But this incident is too influential. Yi has already fled in guilt. That is a fact. Unless he returns now to explain and apologize. Otherwise, he shook his head, and the surrounding jonin immediately began to clamor again. That's right. He's a rogue ninja. He caused trouble and fled. Lord Hokage, the Hyuga clan requests that Yi be designated an S-rank rogue ninja as a concession to Cloud. Tsunade clenched her jaw, her expression angry and helpless. She wanted to defend Yi, but found herself powerless. Jiraiya sighed, and Orochimaru remained silent. They were comrades, but they could see the situation clearly. It was no longer about Cloud's scheming. The major clans within Konoha, and even the high-ranking officials, did not want Yi to live. A monster capable of slaying Hanzo the Salamander, yet belonging to none of them. If not a friend, then a potential enemy. Who would want such a monster standing against them? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand slightly to quiet the room, then looked seriously at Tsunade, and said, Tsunade, you are right. We cannot simply condemn Yi. A glimmer of hope rose in Tsunade's eyes, but it was extinguished the next moment. Hiruzen stood up, his expression stern. But we cannot tolerate a rogue ninja who has started a war returning to Konoha. Those words directly defined Yi as a rogue ninja, sealing his fate. The room fell into dead silence. Tsunade clenched her fists in secret. Just then a figure appeared behind Hiruzen, bowing. Lord Hokage, Yi has returned. Additionally, before he could finish, the room fell into a stifling silence. Hiruzen's eyes turned cold. Restrain him. Don't let him harm the villagers. The ENBU seemed to want to say more, but found that Hiruzen had no intention of listening. He could only bow and say yes. Then he vanished with a body flicker. On the streets of my Yekong walked with an expressionless face, while the surrounding Umbu followed closely at his heels. Like a circle moving with his steps, they surrounded him on all sides. Figures flashed across the rooftops, separating the residents of Mai from him. Many followed tightly behind him, with only the path ahead clear. Yet these Umbu dared not approach, fearing the object in Yekong's hand, and even more so his reputation. The water demon, the man who slew Hanzo of the Salamander. Stop him. The moment he received the order from Yunfei Risen, that Umbu was bewildered. You want me to restrain the water demon? Me? Are you sure? What's wrong with Lord Yi? I don't know. I heard he killed the envoy from Yunin. Perhaps the Fire Shadow. Yekong didn't even glance at these Umbu. Fight him. Ever since he killed Hanzo of the Salamander, apart from monsters with absurd defensive power like the Third Thunder Shadow, who would require extra effort within his domain, he was invincible in this era. The pinnacle of speed. No matter how many came, it was meaningless. Perhaps the only thing that could threaten him was Jinjutsu, but unfortunately his mental strength was not affected by the illusions of ordinary Sharingan. Yekong halted and stared expressionlessly at the high-ranking members of my gathering ahead. A man approached, his scarlet Sharingan spinning, and cast a Jinjutsu directly at Yekong. But in an instant his expression shifted slightly, his brows furrowed. In fact, the moment he attempted the Jinjutsu on Yekong, he suffered backlash as if a heavy hammer had struck his head. Had his reaction not been swift enough, and had Yekong not been particularly unskilled in Jinjutsu, he would have been severely wounded by his own illusion. The current patriarch of the Yuzhibo clan, the father of Yuzhibo Fuyue. Notably, Yuzhibo Fuyue was present along with 2 other Yuzhibo clan members. All 3 sensed something and stared at Yekong in shock. At that moment, the crowd gradually parted, and a figure slowly emerged, the third fire shadow Yuanfei risen. Standing beside him were Jitsuin Tuanzang and 2 others. As Yuanfei risen was about to speak, Yekong tossed an object in front of him. The fire shadow's words caught in his throat, unable to continue. His pupils dilated, his expression almost frozen. Yekong continued walking forward expressionlessly. As he approached Yuanfei risen, the surrounding Umbu felt an icy chill, their bodies tensed to the utmost. But Yekong suddenly revealed a faint, inexplicable smile and strode past Yuanfei risen. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly stillness. All eyes were fixed on the object on the ground. In that moment, everyone felt their throats go dry, cold sweat streaming down. It was the hat of the third Thunder Shadow, still stained with freshly congealed blood. Yekong offered no explanation, nor did he need to. Instead, he conveyed his stance through action. The message he intended by throwing the object before Yuanfei risen was clear. Yuanfei risen remained silent, his eyes filled with complexity. He understood that Yekong was warning him, telling this third fire shadow that he was not someone to be easily manipulated. I can kill the third Thunder Shadow directly, and I can kill you too. Strength is always 100 times more compelling than any words. After Yekong returned, the voices that had once seemed eager to condemn him from every corner disappeared completely. The entire Mai fell silent. Aside from occasional talk among civilians, no one dared to mention him, even in passing. He had become a kind of taboo. Gongsho Zilai and Dashyuan stood atop the fire shadow building, having witnessed the entire scene. Gangsho snorted coldly and turned to leave. Dashuan's face twisted into a strange smile, licking his lips, while Zilai sighed. That guy. Tisk, so reckless. Dashuan's eyes glinted. His actions always outpace his thoughts. Such a person is dangerous. The old man shouldn't have provoked him. Ha ha ha. Zilai frowned. Hey Dashuan, do you also think the old man was wrong? Dashuan didn't answer, only leaving a meaningful cold grin before turning away. Zilai stood there frowning in thought, then sighed and left the scene. A few days later, the expected reprimand from Yun-In arrived, but it was nothing more than empty words demanding that my hand over Yekong. Yuanfei risen set the letter from Yun-In before him, lost in thought. Jitsuin Tuanzang suddenly spoke. Yuanfei, that man must be dealt with. He. Yuanfei risen's eyes flickered. Tuanzang's expression stiffened, a cold sweat trickling down his face. A hand fell silently on his shoulder, and a voice that made his hair stand on end whispered, Lord Tuanzang, you weren't referring to me, were you? Gulp. Crack. The hand tightened slightly, gripping Tuanzang's intact left shoulder. A sound of bone cracking rang out, but Tuanzang only grunted, saying nothing. Yekong released his grip, walked out from behind Jitsuin Tuanzang, and placed an application form before Yuanfei risen. Yuanfei risen glanced at it, and looked at Yekong puzzled. A general store and a bathhouse. After all, I'm not the fire shadow, I need a side business to support myself. Yuanfei risen now dared not even assign him tasks, so Yekong had no missions and no income. He had to make a living. He couldn't keep hunting bandits and mountain thieves. It was too troublesome and not a long-term solution. In the future, Yekong felt he would rarely receive any missions, so he might as well start a side business, ensuring an income even if he quit being a ninja someday. Thus, Yuanfei risen gladly allocated a plot of land to Yekong. The location was average in a corner of Mai's hot spring district, but the natural hot spring resources made it quite decent. Having solved the most difficult problem of land, Yekong began to tackle the second issue, startup funds. First, he went to Dashuan, who wore a sinister grin increasingly resembling a snake. Dashuan handed Yekong a sum of money directly. Before leaving, he added, I've been researching some ninjutsu recently. If you have time, Lord Kong. No time. Also, I don't like that address. Kong. I'll show you, Kong. Pocketing the money, Yekong dashed off without mentioning when he would repay it. Why repay when you've borrowed it through your own skill? Then he found Zilai peeping from behind a bush near a natural waterfall outside my village, or rather gathering material. Material? You bastard. Yekong stretched out his hand. Lend me money, or I'll expose your peeping. Then you'll be banned from the hot spring district. Gah. Zilai stared at Yekong in bewilderment, then handed over all the money he had. Yekong weighed the heavy pouch, nodded in satisfaction, and vanished. Splash. A cool breeze blew past. Zilai, with a runny nose and a dazed expression, turned his head stiffly. Pervert. D-damn it. In the end, Jiraiya fled in a pathetic, tear-streaked mess. He ran all the way to Konoha's hot spring street. But the moment he reached the entrance, he saw every passerby turn to stare at him with expressions of pure disgust. Not only that, the women who had come to enjoy the hot springs screamed in terror and ran away at the sight of him. Wait. Jiraiya reached out a hand to explain, but a wrinkled old woman, upon seeing his outstretched hand, also let out a terrified shriek and fled, shouting no. Jiraiya screamed in frustration, desperate to find someone who could tell him what was going on. He He turned his head and saw a sign planted by the roadside bearing a portrait of him with a lecherous expression peeking over the wall of a hot spring establishment. Next to it was a prominent red warning, "Do not enter." Jiraiya's face flushed with a mix of humiliation and rage, his temper boiling over. Bang! Meanwhile, Yekong had arrived at Tsunade's place only to find it empty. He then recalled that she hadn't returned home since Nawaki's injury and the establishment of the Medical Nin Research Department. Resigned, he headed towards Konoha Hospital. He could only think of 3 people who might lend him money. The others were either broke or not close enough. At Konoha Hospital, Yekong didn't seek out Tsunade first, but went straight to Nawaki's ward. It had been nearly a week since Yekong had saved him and Tsunade had performed her treatment. Finally, Nawaki had woken up. He still seemed half dead, and it was clear he would need a long time to recover depending on how well Tsunade's treatment went. Yekong glanced at the necklace around Nawaki's neck and suddenly asked, "Still want to be Hokage?" Nawaki was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a familiar grin and nodded. Yekong found this boring and let out a dismissive "TSK. What's so great about being Hokage?" Yekong raised a hand to cut off Nawaki's dream, then sighed and shook his head. "Your sister said you'll never be a ninja again." "Hokage, huh?" Nawaki blinked, a look of utter confusion on his face. "Huh? When did I ever say he couldn't be a ninja?" Tsunade walked in clad in a white lab coat, her stern expression shooting Yekong a glare. She then poured cold water on the seemingly recovered Nawaki, saying, "But if you ever act recklessly again, I'll make sure you really can't be a ninja." Nawaki lowered his head in submission. Oh bang. Ouch. After checking on Nawaki, Tsunade didn't ask Yekong why he was there, simply gesturing for him to follow her. They walked together to the rooftop of Konoha Hospital, overlooking a large part of the village. Tsunade turned to Yekong and said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yekong was wrestling with how to ask for a loan. Unlike Orochimaru or Jiraiya, who both had their own issues, he couldn't just threaten them if they refused. Tsunade wouldn't fall for that, and he definitely couldn't afford to anger her, or he'd be in for a world of pain. He also seriously doubted Tsunade had any savings. When my grandfather passed away, I was still very young." Before Yekong could even speak, Tsunade placed her hands on the railing, gazing at the sun as it began its descent behind the distant mountains. A hint of melancholy crept into her voice. "Come to think of it, Nawaki and I were practically raised by our granduncle. So the day he left..." "Oh, I'm sorry." Yekong remembered how Tsunade had suddenly attacked him without warning that day. He wanted to say it was fine, but he wasn't sure if he should interrupt her. He decided to stay silent. Tsunade took a deep breath and continued, "That kid Nawaki always idolized our grandfather, always shouting he'd become Hokage. What a naive little brat." Humph. As she spoke, she suddenly turned to Yekong, her gaze intense as it locked onto his eyes. It made him uncomfortable. "Yekong, I truly thank you. I understand Nawaki's dream. In fact, it's the same as mine. We both want to make the village a better place. It was our grandfather's dream too. Thank you." Yekong remained silent. The atmosphere felt heavy with emotion, and he didn't know how to respond. The look in Tsunade's eyes seemed to hold something more, but, "Yekong, there you are, you bastard." "Huh?" Yekong looked on in exasperation as Jiraiya stormed over, fuming. The guy had actually found him all the way out here. Tsunade's expression flickered with a hint of panic before she steadied herself. As Jiraiya stomped up to them, a flash of anger crossed her eyes. "Tsunade, stay out of this. I'm challenging Yekong to a duel." Before he could even finish his sentence, Tsunade's fist had already connected. Her punch was not something a human could withstand. Jiraiya was sent flying right off the rooftop of Konoha Hospital. "Humph." Tsunade scoffed, then noticed Yekong's weirded out stare. She averted her gaze and headed for the stairs. "I'm going to check on Nawaki. By the way, did you need something here?" "Yekong, no. Forget it." Tsunade didn't seem like the type to have savings anyway. "Better ask Nawaki." "Nawaki? Do I, a mere Jinin, look like someone with savings?" Adding up Jiraiya's and Orochimaru's money, Yekong almost had enough to open a hot spring. As for the odd job shop, it was really just a front for him to take on private commissions. Hiruzen Sarutobi definitely wouldn't dare to assign him any official missions now. Besides, the pay for regular missions wasn't that high anyway. Once a mission reached A rank, they were almost always directly issued by the village's top brass, and the pay didn't scale up incrementally like lower ranks. Especially S rank missions, which were basically always involved in inter-village secrets. Even if someone from outside the village wanted to post one, they'd have to think twice about the exorbitant posting fee. Come to think of it, C rank missions started at a few tens of thousands of Rio. B rank was around 100,000 to 200,000. By A rank, it could reach up to 1,000,000. These missions were difficult, sure, but still within manageable limits. By that standard, S rank was a level of difficulty almost impossible for the average ninja. The pay should be at least 10 times higher, right? At that point, it would be almost as expensive as hiring someone like Asuma. For that kind of money, who would post a mission? Why not just put a bounty on the black market for more insurance? So theoretically, for an average ninja, the highest paying missions they could realistically get were around B rank, earning a few tens of thousands to maybe 100,000 Rio. Otherwise, just completing 1 or 2 S rank missions would make you financially independent for life. Why would anyone stay a ninja then? Of course there were exceptions. Some wealthy landowners, castle lords, or daimyo would occasionally post bizarre, but incredibly high-paying missions. The next day, Yekong went to scout a location and hired workers to build his very own hot spring. Fire-style flame bullet. Splash. While Yekong was supervising the construction, that Jiraiya fellow showed up again, this time not even bothering to talk. He just attacked with ninjutsu, showing just how deep his grudge ran. But Yekong was far too fast to be caught off guard. He vanished from the spot, instantly dodging the attack. The two then played a game of cat and mouse throughout Konoha for the next few days. Jiraiya would even show up with a face like a vengeful spirit while Yekong was trying to sleep, scaring him so badly he nearly put a sniper round through his head. Finally, thoroughly annoyed, Yekong promised to open an open-air mixed bathing area in his new hot spring, mentioning that plenty of hot attractive girls would likely come. Jiraiya's attitude did a complete 180. Oh ho ho, really? Yeah. Yoshi. After seeing Jiraiya off, Yekong wiped his brow, relieved to finally be rid of that pest. As for the future promise, did he actually promise anything? He only told Jiraiya there would be a mixed bath and attractive women. But what did that have to do with Jiraiya? Several days later, Yekong's hot spring house opened successfully. A new business naturally had to run promotions to attract loyal customers. That was the most basic rule of commerce. Only with a loyal customer base could a business survive after all. Inside the hot spring house, Yekong had specifically divided the baths into sections. He hadn't deceived Jiraiya either. There truly was one large hot spring open for mixed bathing. However, splash. Amidst the misty waters of the hot spring, Jiraiya sat frozen on the bank, dumbfounded. Oh my, your skin is really nice. Exactly, your hair has turned white, yet there isn't a single wrinkle. Hee hee. Oh come now, don't be shy, come down. Several elderly grandmothers whose ages might multiply to exceed Jiraiya's own were soaking in the hot spring. They were locals who had heard about the free promotion at the newly opened bathhouse and came to enjoy it. It was understandable. Such promotions would naturally reach these elderly residents first. Most ninjas rarely had leisure time, so they seldom visited places like this. Even when they did come for mixed bathing, it was typically couples accompanying each other. After all, who in their right mind would seek out a hot spring with complete strangers? Yekong. Yekong. Jiraiya's voice could no longer be heard. After opening the hot spring house, Yekong hired someone to manage it. It wasn't troublesome, just occasionally replacing the water. Beneath the hot spring district lay a natural hot spring, a natural resource. With everything arranged, Yekong departed from Konoha because he had received a mission. Indeed, right after his everything shop opened, he was already assigned a task, and not just any mission, but one offered by Hiruzen Sarutobi at a high price. Investigate the new leader of Amigakure in the Land of Rain. To be honest, Yekong had originally intended to decline Hiruzen's mission even with payment offered. However, upon learning the nature of this mission, he suddenly remembered something important. It concerned Jiraiya. According to the original timeline, if he remembered correctly, Jiraiya should have remained in the Land of Rain for 2 years after his battle with Sanmao Halfzong. During those 2 years, he had mentored Nagato, Yehiko, and Konan. This was a crucial event that shouldn't have deviated. Yekong only recalled pushing himself to the limit against Sanmao Halfzong, eventually being rescued by the legendary Sannin. He had learned from Tsunade that the Sannin had all sustained injuries during that battle. Since Amigakure could no longer pose a threat to the Land of Fire, they had returned directly to Konoha with the main force. This meant they hadn't wasted time clearing the battlefield, and therefore never encountered Nagato and the others. This directly caused the deviation in the timeline. Yekong found himself curious about what would have become of Nagato's group had they never met Jiraiya. The Land of Rain. Returning here, Yekong felt no sense of familiarity. The Land of Rain with its perpetual drizzle was hardly suitable for habitation, which made Amigakure's desire to seize neighboring territories entirely understandable. The territories closest to the Land of Rain were actually not the Land of Fire, Earth, or Wind, but rather the smaller nations of Grass and Bird. Amigakure possessed the strength to conquer them with ease. Unfortunately, these two small nations served as strategic buffer zones for the 3 great powers against the Land of Rain. Any aggression from the Land of Rain would constitute a boundary violation and an act of war. In truth, the Land of Rain functioned as a de facto buffer zone agreed upon by the 3 great nations. None of the 3 great ninja villages desired to fight on their own soil, leaving the central Land of Rain as the unfortunate recipient of their conflicts. Continuous light rain fell from the sky. Such a climate made agriculture nearly impossible, forcing reliance on imports from neighboring countries. With other resources equally scarce, the Land of Rain's predicament was plainly uncomfortable. Tap tap tap. Beneath the nightfall, several figures sprinted into a cave near a village. Phew, we finally escaped. Oh, our food. Inside the cave, the 3 had stored provisions, but they appeared to have been plundered. Most already taken, the remainder scattered across the ground, some even fallen into the rain outside. Yehiko, with his orange hair, slammed his fist against the wooden crate beside him, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it. Nagato, who had been following the 2, remained silent as he quietly gathered the fallen food. Konan, though equally angry, bent down to help collect it. They had grown accustomed to this way of life where emotions held no priority over survival. Tap. Just then 2 figures suddenly burst into the cave. The 3 became instantly alert, but it was too late to hide. What the 3 brats? The 2 rain ninja approached, their eyes filled with disdain and loathing. Food from nearby villages kept going missing. It must have been you, right? Humph. The other rain ninja glanced at the 3, casually picked up some of the food they had just brought back, and took a bite. What should we do? The rain ninja who had spoken earlier remained silent, but a murderous gleam gradually appeared in his eyes as one hand reached toward the ninja tool pouch at his back. Boom. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the area behind the 2 rain ninja. Yehiko and the others were filled with despair, but they suddenly noticed a figure standing at the cave entrance. The lightning's glare rendered his face completely shadowed save for a pair of eyes that seemed to emit a faint blue glow. Whoosh. Faintly the 3 seemed to hear the sound of rushing water, while the 2 rain ninjas' expressions stiffened before they slowly collapsed to the ground. Yekong removed his hood and looked at the 3 huddled together like frightened quails, nodding slightly. As expected, they were here. He had already investigated the situation in Amigakure. Since he had killed Sanmao Halfzong, the village had been left leaderless and fractured. Rain Ninja had even begun acting as bandits, raiding nearby villages for survival and wealth. This chaos would continue until someone capable of suppressing Amigakure emerged. Yekong had no interest in meddling with such matters. His mission was simply to investigate the new leader of Amigakure. Finding Nagato and the others was merely incidental. Who are you? Yehiko summoned his courage, shielding the other 2 behind him, as he asked Yekong, are you a ninja too? Yekong fell into thought which only deepened the 3's anxiety. Not knowing whether he was friend or foe, Yehiko continued, we can give you all our food. Please don't hurt us. After a moment, seeing Yekong still hadn't spoken, the 3 cautiously crept toward the cave's edge, a survival instinct driving them away from danger. Yet Yehiko secretly gripped a broken fragment of the wooden crate. Quite alert, Yekong decided to stop teasing them and extended a hand with a smile. I'm the owner of an everything shop. If you don't mind, come work for me. I'll provide food and lodging. Indeed, that was exactly what he had thought of first. His funds were running low. Hiring more shopkeepers would push him into deficit. At least until the hot spring house and everything shop were fully operational, he couldn't afford to employ anyone. Perfect. 3 ready-made candidates right before him. Just provide food and lodging, and they'd definitely be capable. Delighted. Huh. The 3 exchanged glances, utterly disbelief. Regardless of their reaction, they ultimately followed Yekong. The reason was simple. Staying in the land of rain was no different from hell, except they were still alive. With nothing left to lose, what was there to fear? Moreover, Yekong had produced his trump card, candy. Who among children wouldn't love sweets? Especially in a nation like the land of rain, where even basic survival was a struggle, offering candy was all it took to win them over. On the way back to Konoha after about a day, they had already arrived at the grass country. The 3 little tagalongs' pace was truly a bit slow, so Yekong could only slow down his steps. Yehiko, Konan, and Nagato followed behind. Konan showed a troubled expression. Seeing this, Yehiko endured the stinging pain in his feet and began, Just call me boss, Yekong replied. Yekong didn't feel much, but for a normal person walking from the rain country to the grass country in one day on muddy roads, where every step lifted at least 2 liang of mud, was no easy task. Even more so for 3 children who had been malnourished for years, the journey itself was a remarkable display of perseverance. Yekong glanced at the nearby village and said, let's rest ahead. The 3 said nothing, just gritted their teeth and persisted. However, when they arrived, Konan nearly fainted, stumbling underfoot. Fortunately, Nagato and Yehiko caught her in time and helped her sit down to the side. Yekong made some inquiries, found some medicinal herbs to treat the wounds on their feet, and then bought some food. Seeing the clean food, the 3 felt famished, but Yekong didn't give it to them directly. Instead, he said, remember, from now on, if you want to eat, you can buy it or find it in the wild, but you must not steal or rob. He paused, then added, unless it's absolutely necessary. Understand? The 3 nodded repeatedly, having taken it to heart. Only then did Yekong give them the food. Some habits were not so easy to change, and he didn't want the 3 to cause him any trouble. Meanwhile, in a dim underground cavern somewhere in the shinobi world, a figure with snow-white hair, hunched over, sitting cross-legged on a stone platform like a dried corpse. At that moment, a white Zetsu emerged from the rock wall. Madara-sama, that fellow has taken Nagato away, seemingly to Konoha. After a moment, a voice responded, hoarse and low as if on the verge of death, yet very calm. It doesn't matter. The better he treats Nagato, the more Nagato will suffer, and the more fully he will unleash the power of my Rinnegan. As expected of Madara-sama, the white Zetsu gradually disappeared into the wall. Meanwhile, on the other side, after nearly half a month of walking, Yekong finally brought the 3 tagalongs back to Konoha. Along the way, thanks to Yekong's guidance, the 3 gradually grasped a basic breathing technique. They were still too young and lacked a foundation of forcibly refining chakra would do more harm than good, so the breathing method was more practical. The three also gradually adapted to the journey and looked much healthier. Gazing at the towering village gate before them, Yahiko and the others were astonished. This is Konoha. Amazing. So big. Ouch. Smack. Yekong slapped a hand on the head and said casually, let's go. We're not there yet. Once we're back, you'll have to work. As Yekong walked past, Yahiko stuck out his tongue and Conan snickered beside him. Yahiko's personality was relatively strong and cheerful, so he adapted the fastest. Over half a month, they gradually came to trust Yekong. Bringing the three back to his errand shop, he instructed Satomi, the clerk he had previously hired to look after the hot spring inn, to first take them to bathe, then change into clean clothes and start working. He wasn't joking. He had brought these three kids back precisely to help him with work. What did you say? Child labor. Without paying wages, can it be considered employment? After giving instructions to the three, Yekong headed to the Hokage's office and exchanged intelligence from Amigakure for a generous reward. This was the difference between being a shinobi and running an errand shop. He had now essentially left his identity as a shinobi behind. Ever since he opened the errand shop, Hiruzen Sarutobi had understood his intention. The village usually offered no payment for important missions assigned to jonin, and if there was any, it was minimal. But if you came to the errand shop, it was a clear price tag. You could post a mission and I could take it, but the price was up to me. And whether I accepted the mission was also up to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi now only hoped Yekong would stay stable. He was actually relieved by this outcome, as he had been more worried that Yekong, relying on his strength, would gradually encroach upon and threaten his position as Hokage. Don't think it's impossible. In fact, it was entirely possible. It wasn't even complicated. There was another person in a similar situation to Yekong, Tsukumo Hatake. Imagine if Yekong had teamed up with him, Tsukumo Hatake, who was still the head of the Anbu, to sideline the third Hokage, who had just taken office and was not yet firmly established. Would that have been difficult? No, not difficult at all. He could even gain the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans by promising them some benefits. At the end of the day, the internal problems within Konoha were considerable. While Tobarama Senju was alive, he had the ability to suppress them, but now that he was dead, these issues had surfaced. That Yekong didn't do it didn't mean he lacked the ability, he simply couldn't be bothered to take over this mess. Returning to the errand shop, Nagato and the others had already cleaned up, changed into new clothes, and looked completely refreshed. Master Yekong, go to work. Oh, by the way. Yekong glanced around warily, then asked Satomi, has Jiraiya been coming here often lately? Jiraiya-sama came every day last week, but I told him you were away on business, so he gave up. Yekong breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of Jiraiya, it was mainly that Jiraiya's attitude seemed like he would never stop until one of them was dead. Being chased around all day by a white-haired giant was exhausting. And he wasn't into white-haired guys or anything. Good morning, Lord Yi. Oh, hello. Good afternoon, Lord Yi. Yekong looked at the endless stream of customers occasionally greeting them, but then he simply left the shop and hid somewhere in the village. This way, word of his return would likely spread through the village quickly, and that guy Jiraiya would definitely come looking. Oh, what adorable little shop assistants. Someone noticed the three, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, whom Yekong had brought back. The three were quite diligent. Compared to their previous life of uncertain meals and even life-threatening dangers, this place was simply heaven. Just do a little work and you get food and a warm blanket. Soon the busiest period of the hot spring inn passed, and the three ate the dinner prepared by Satomi. Satomi was a villager from nearby, not a shinobi. Sister Satomi, Lord Yekong seems very powerful in the village. Is he a strong shinobi? On their first day here, the three were still a bit unfamiliar, but they were even more curious about Yekong's identity. Satomi put down her chopsticks, smiled, and nodded. With a look of reverence, she explained, Lord Yekong is known as the hero of Konoha. Very powerful, and moreover. She paused, then lowered her voice. It is said that Lord Yekong is called the demon by the IWA, and Suna Shinobi, the water demon. So terrifying that just mentioning his name can make children cry. It said that. Thump. At that moment, a hand slid the sliding door open, and someone walked in. Satomi's face stiffened as she turned mechanically to look at the entering Yekong. Conan, however, was quick-witted and immediately stood up, saying, Master Yekong, I'll get your dinner. Soon after, she brought over the prepared dinner. Yekong ate quickly, then turned and left as if he hadn't heard the previous conversation. Satomi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, feeling that Yekong's identity had become even more mysterious, and their curiosity grew. Splash. After half a month of hard work, Yekong could finally enjoy his private hot spring. He had reserved a private pool within his own hot spring house. Being a germaphobe, he had tolerated the public baths until now, but since he now had his own establishment, he naturally deserved some indulgence. The hot spring house boasted several springs, but only the largest mixed bath, and his private pool ran hot water around the clock, available at any hour. This was also a strategy to retain guests with no additional charge at night. The remaining individual pools required advance booking for a fee. Hiss. It felt as though his blood flow quickened and every pore dilated. In a word, bliss. After savoring the moment, Yekong suddenly raised a hand, gathering the spring water into a sphere that hovered suspended about a centimeter above his palm. A flash of icy blue light passed through his gaze. Crack! Crackle! The next instant the water sphere began to freeze, transforming from the outside and into a solid ball of ice within about 2 seconds. He sighed. He still hadn't mastered the ice release. Otherwise it shouldn't have turned out like this. By his standards, instantly freezing the entire 20 square meter pool would constitute true ice release mastery. But it was no big deal. He would get there with time. Akekei Genkai was never that easy to master. The Land of Snow did have quite a few snow ninja who wielded ice release, but what they did was less actual ice release and more hurling the land's natural ice blocks at people. Just as water release requires summoning water in dry areas, true ice release means conjuring ice without any water source and controlling temperature within a certain range. Only that qualifies as genuine ice release. The Land of Snow's version was far too crude. Stripped of their environmental advantage, their flashy ice release couldn't even condense a simple ice ball like the one in Yekong's hand. Whoosh! He casually tossed the ice ball toward the hot spring several walls away. He certainly didn't want that thing giving him a sudden chill. Someone's there. Who comes to soak at this hour? TCH a freeloader. Utterly forgetting that he himself had been exactly that before. Having soaked long enough, any longer, and he'd start pruning like a raisin. Yekong slipped into his bathrobe and headed out. Passing the entrance to the mixed bath, he clicked his tongue again and walked away. Meanwhile, inside the bath, a pair of furious eyes fixed on him, veins bulging at their corners. Damn it! That bastard again. Hyuga Chika clutched her towel, seething with anger. Ever since Yekong had barged in on her at the old hot spring, she hadn't returned there, hadn't soaked anywhere at all. She absolutely loved hot springs. When she heard a new one had opened nearby with free nighttime access and few visitors, she decided to give it a try. She'd been enjoying herself when a lump of ice came plummeting from the sky, landing squarely on her. Airbags. It nearly scared her to death, and when she scrambled to her feet, she almost slipped. After Yekong left, Hyuga Chika finally emerged and hurried toward the changing room down the corridor. Yekong didn't live at the hot spring house. The humidity was too oppressive for comfortable living. Instead, he'd purchased a 2-story building nearby. Say what you will, but Jiraiya's savings were quite substantial. Crack. Crackle. In the dead of night, deep in sleep, Yekong suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent. His eyes snapped open, and his figure vanished from the spot. Whoa, get back here. On the rooftops, Yekong was speechless. He was wearing nothing but boxers. But with Jiraiya already in full berserker pursuit mode behind him, he had no choice but to keep running. I only borrowed a bit of money. Is this really necessary? Shit. Pat pat pat. Slap. Both of them were at least elite jounin, and Yekong's speed was unmatched in the current ninja world. Parkouring across rooftops in the dead of night barely registered for him. But Jiraiya's footwork was mediocre at best, and his ruckus woke up plenty of residents, including more than a few unfortunate souls whose intimate moments were rudely interrupted and permanently deflated. Bastard. Who the hell? Damn it. Get down here and fight me one-on-one. My flower pots. Hey, don't stop. Crash. Yekong remained silent, sprinting with grim determination. Dealing with Jiraiya only required his breathing technique. Soon they arrived at an unknown location. A neat cluster of buildings, probably some clan's compound. Whatever. Nobody could stop him anyway. Who goes there? How dare you trespass on Uchiha territory? Get down here. Fire release fireball jutsu. Ruhr. A blaze suddenly shot into the sky. Yekong darted past like an afterimage, but Jiraiya, running right behind him, collided head-on with the flames, as if he'd deliberately thrown himself into it. Fire release flame bullet. Jiraiya fired back with his own fire jutsu, setting off a massive firework display above the Uchiha compound, then resumed his pursuit. Damn it. Enemy attack. Someone's attacking the clan. In an instant, countless figures from the Uchiha clan leaped onto the rooftops and gave chase. Jiraiya sensed trouble immediately. He'd been delayed, and Yekong had vanished. Realizing he'd been duped, Jiraiya had no way out. The Uchiha were notoriously stubborn. Having provoked them, escaping tonight wouldn't be easy. Damn it. He cursed inwardly, but immediately shifted into escape mode. The tables had turned. Yekong circled back home, thinking sleeping is fucking exciting these days. The next day, to avoid Jiraiya, Yekong skipped both the Hyuga store and the hot spring house entirely. He left a shadow clone to instruct Satomi and the 3 kids on managing the shops, then slipped out of the village into the surrounding forest. Konoha was surrounded by dense forests, rich vegetation, and streams, a rather pleasant environment. Finding a spot near the village, Yekong began his training. His strength was sufficient for now, but that didn't mean he'd let himself slack off. He still maintained his necessary training regimen. He practiced ice release breathing techniques and water release. Naturally, to support his ice release, he'd also taken up wind release as a supplementary discipline. Using the banana palm fan's ability to freely convert nature transformations, he could rapidly advance his wind release. Whoosh. A hurricane howled past, blasting leaves off trees across a vast stretch of forest. Even fragile branches snapped instantly as debris flew everywhere. Yekong stared at the forest before him, devastated as if a plague of locusts had swept through, genuinely surprised. The affected area spanned several hundred meters. This already rivaled the power of an A-rank wind-release jutsu. With extreme nature transformation, every shred of his chakra could be converted into a violent gale. If his control were even sharper, condensing the wind into blades, the power would multiply exponentially. Unfortunately, wind release wasn't his forte. Still more training needed. Bang! He formed hand seals and conjured 2 shadow clones. Handing the banana palm fan to one, he nodded at it, sending it off to acclimate itself to wind release chakra's nature transformation. He had already mastered water release's nature transformation, though his shape transformation wasn't refined enough to cut through metal and stone like Tobarama Senju's. He couldn't help it. His chakra control still wasn't up to par. To address this, he devised a clever training method. After one clone departed, Yekong turned to the remaining shadow clone, raising a single hand. The clone placed both hands flat against his palm, hovering suspended as a mass of chakra began to gather. A sphere of chakra radiated violent currents, condensing in his palm into solid form. Its outer layer was blue while its core resembled the eye of a storm, a spiraling white. A rapidly rotating ball of chakra, the Rasengan. In truth, once one understood the principle, this was perhaps the simplest A-rank jutsu. Naruto, whether a genuine prodigy or a fool with hidden wisdom, had developed the method of using shadow clones to form it, reducing the difficulty of this A-rank jutsu all the way down to C rank. And crucially, its power remained undiminished. It even became one of his signature techniques. He literally steamrolled his way through everything with that spinning ball. That said, this method wasn't without flaws. It just suited Naruto. Aside from his enormous chakra reserves, whatever talents he had were, let's say, practically non-existent. But once the difficulty of mastering the Rasengan was solved, the remaining issue was plain. It consumed an absurd amount of chakra. This single sphere required at least 20 to 30 points of chakra, and that was assuming decent chakra control. In other words, one Rasengan would drain every drop of chakra from an ordinary genin. One shot, and you're spent. Just how devastating is that consumption? Buzz. As the Rasengan gradually dissipated, Yekong felt he could control it and recover about a third of the chakra, while the rest was simply wasted. TSK. This thing really isn't something ordinary people can handle. It's purely about overwhelming opponents with sheer chakra. Just like the third Raikage's Hell Stab, its damage is excessive. If dodged, it becomes a useless drain of chakra. The third Raikage's Lightning Release Armor could activate his cells, pushing his speed to the limit, which could be considered using speed to compensate for accuracy issues. But without corresponding auxiliary techniques, the Rasengan was truly a useless burden. That's why even its creator Minato Namikaze rarely used it in battle during his lifetime. It wasn't that it was ineffective, but it could only be used at critical moments, otherwise it would drain him completely. With water breathing, Yekong had no need for the Rasengan, but for chakra control training, mastering this technique was a good approach. In the following days, Yekong attempted to condense the Rasengan using only one hand, or even just his fingertips. Meanwhile, his 2 clones practiced wind release and water release respectively. By noon, Yekong didn't return home. Instead, he caught some wild game in the wilderness to make do. It wasn't until evening that Yekong returned to the 100 Affairs shop. Upon inquiry, someone had come looking for him. Not Jiraiya, but Shangshu. Shangshu had been resting for over a month, and seemed to have recovered well. He had been discharged from the hospital. After dinner, Yekong headed to the hot spring. Exhausted from a day of training, he needed a soak to relieve fatigue. Splash. Just as he reached the entrance of his private hot spring, Yekong frowned. Someone was inside. Damn it. No matter who it was today, even if it were the Heavenly King himself, it wouldn't be allowed. TMD. As someone with a cleanliness obsession, especially in certain situations, Yekong felt furious. He directly lifted the curtain and walked in. He had placed a no-entry sign nearby, and the entrance to this hot spring was extremely secluded. It was not open to anyone except himself. Ordinary people couldn't even find it without a guide. Despite all precautions, someone had still managed to get in. No. Yekong walked in with a dark expression, but paused when he saw the figures soaking in the hot spring. The floor was wet, and he had entered barefoot, making no sound. The other person seemed unaware of his presence. Pale and slender arms, a silhouette faintly visible through the mist. Although he couldn't see the face, Yekong immediately suppressed his anger. What now? He had imagined it might be some grimy man, and had prepared to give him an unforgettable lesson, but this caught him off guard. Should he continue soaking? Or continue soaking? There was no need to ask. This was his own hot spring house. Why should he leave? That's right. Splash. Yekong entered the hot spring with a calm expression. The other person sensed someone's arrival, immediately alert, and turned to look. Through the mist, neither could see clearly, but Rishiang Qianhua had already formed hand seals and activated her Byakugan, her eyes blazing with fury. Not again. Why is it this guy again? And he's Recalling the no-entry sign she had seen earlier, Rishiang Qianhua suddenly realized she was in the wrong. Seeing Yekong deliberately acting as if he hadn't noticed her, she felt embarrassed. Rishiang Qianhua turned into a statue. Slowly Yekong grew puzzled. She wasn't leaving. "How, woman, you've successfully piqued my interest." 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yekong felt himself grow stiff, then soft again. "Damn it. Woman, you've successfully piqued my interest. Let's see who leaves first." Wiping the sweat or steam from his face, Yekong exhaled a hot breath and stared at the motionless figure in the mist, his eyes wide, as if trying to see through her. The temperature of the hot spring was actually quite comfortable compared to a sauna, but staying in the water for so long was unbearable. He felt like he was about to swell up. But after 30 minutes, the meaning of this game changed for Yekong. Whoever leaves first is the coward. Another 30 minutes passed. The other person remained motionless. Yekong's eyes twitched as he looked at his wrinkled fingerprints while she still hadn't moved. Impossible. I've heard women prefer higher water temperatures, but this is unscientific. Damn it. After 2 hours in total. Yekong's hands trembled and his skin was pale. Splash. He couldn't take it anymore. If he stayed in any longer he might survive, but his little brother wouldn't. Just as he was about to step out, Yekong suddenly paused and turned to look at the figure standing motionless in the hot spring. 1 second, 2 seconds. Splash. The next day, Rishiang Qianhua woke up in a room holding her head as she slowly sat up. "You're awake." Looking at the little girl with short blue hair before her, Rishiang Qianhua asked in confusion, "What happened to me?" Xiaonan placed her clothes aside and explained, "You fainted in the hot spring last night. Lord Kong rescued you." Memories of the previous day flooded back. She threw off the blanket and her face turned visibly red, spreading to her ears, then her neck and her entire body. It seemed like steam was rising from her head. Meanwhile, Yekong, who had already arrived at Shengshu's house, rubbed his temples in exasperation and asked, "You want me to teach you cultivation?" Shengshu nodded seriously. "Yes." Yekong was even more speechless, spreading his hands. "I've been learning from the second Hokage. What can I teach you?" "If nothing else, you sister should be able to teach you." Teaching others was too troublesome. He didn't know how and didn't want to bother. Besides, Shengshu's foundation was not bad. While Senju Tobarama was alive, he must have taught him everything he could. Shengshu's mastery of various ninjutsu even surpassed Yekong's. What he lacked was simply time to settle and grow slowly. But Shengshu clearly didn't want to wait any longer, especially after nearly dying this time. His mentality seemed to have changed. He looked at Yekong seriously and said, "Grandmaster taught me a lot before, but it was all too difficult. My sister has been busy lately, so I wanted to ask you, Kong. Please." With that, he bowed deeply. Yekong quickly stopped him, afraid he might suddenly prostrate himself, something all too common around here. But Yekong didn't agree with that. He always believed that a man's knees are worth gold. A man can shed blood and tears, but should not easily kneel. Sighing, Yekong suddenly thought of something. The current scroll of seals had been sealed away by Sarutobi Hiruzen, containing the compilation of ninjutsu from various clans after the founding of Konoha, along with numerous forbidden techniques researched by Senju Tobarama, including some forbidden techniques that even Yekong coveted. To improve his strength, aside from slowly settling, developing ice release breathing techniques, and finding a way to break the mining blade, he could probably master some forbidden techniques. And not just any forbidden techniques. The only one he could think of that could rapidly elevate his power was the 8 gates. Not even the Flying Thunder God technique. His current speed was already confident even against Minato Namikaze, who had mastered it, and his agility might even surpass his. The Flying Thunder God technique would only be a convenience, a mere embellishment. Tobarama Senju's contributions to the Leaf Village were beyond doubt, but it was impossible for him to have no selfish intentions toward the only bloodline of his elder brother remaining in this world. Indeed, Nawaki held a scroll left by Tobarama Senju, and the Flying Thunder God technique was prominently among its contents. Also included were all the water release techniques and illusion techniques that Tobarama had mastered. In essence, it was Tobarama's legacy. Unfortunately, the 8 gates were absent, as if it was something specifically reserved for Nawaki. Yekong had no choice but to agree to guide Nawaki on this condition, thereby obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique. Outside the Leaf Village, Yekong and Nawaki stealthily made their way there, carefully avoiding any places where Jiraiya might appear. "Huh, Yekong, Nawaki. Damn." Yekong was startled and looked up only to see a conspicuous blonde-haired figure accompanied by a red-haired one. It seemed they had just returned from a mission. So these two had been teamed up for a mission. Something was going on. Wait, could Kushina actually leave the village? After all, ever since Hashirama Senju distributed the tailed beast, the Jinchuriki had been regarded as the most crucial strategic deterrent by each ninja village and were not allowed to be casually released. After some inquiry, he learned they were merely dealing with a few bandits in a nearby village. Yekong also noticed several umbu lurking in the shadows, so he found it unsurprising. Minato Namikaze also noticed the presence of the umbu. Kushina, on the other hand, had guessed it and felt quite displeased. Training. Upon learning that Yekong was going to instruct Nawaki in training, Minato Namikaze said enthusiastically, "How wonderful. By the way, there are also some things I don't quite understand." I'll turn in my mission and then come find you all. Kushina was indifferent. Nawaki, however, welcomed him, waving goodbye. See you later. Yekong thought for a moment, then suddenly said to the departing Minato, don't let Jiraiya know I'm here. Saying this, he grabbed Nawaki and hid. Minato was still pondering his words when a figure appeared at the Leaf Village gate, gloomily asking the guard, did you see that guy Yekong go out? Over there. The Chunin was startled and pointed outside the village. Jiraiya followed the direction and saw Minato Namikaze and Kushina walking back. Jiraiya's expression returned to normal. He walked over and ruffled Minato Namikaze's hair. Oh Minato, you're back. Then he asked, Minato, have you seen Yekong? Minato Namikaze beamed with a sunny smile and replied directly, I think I saw him, but it must have been a shadow clone. It disappeared halfway. Sure enough, it was fake. Damn it. That guy. Jiraiya gnashed his teeth. For the past few days, he had never given up hunting for Yekong. To evade him, Yekong had taken to sending a clone to loiter around the Leaf Village at fixed times each day. Whenever Jiraiya found the clone, it would dissipate, and the information would be synchronized to the real Yekong. After speaking, Jiraiya's figure also turned into white smoke and vanished on the spot, leaving Minato and Kushina stunned for a moment before exchanging glances. Jiraiya was no fool. He was using the same trick. The two of them were playing hide-and-seek, neither knowing where the other's real body was. But now, according to probability, the chance of Jiraiya catching Yekong's real body had approached zero. Exchanging glances, Minato Namikaze and Kushina both shook their heads helplessly. Worth noting was that Minato Namikaze had not yet become Jiraiya's disciple. He had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. He had met Jiraiya a few times and Jiraiya had a good impression of him. If Minato could have a few more outstanding mission performances to showcase his talent, Jiraiya would likely seek him out. Let's go. They continued walking into the Leaf Village when at that moment a figure ran over from afar. A man in a green jumpsuit with a baby carrier strapped to his chest. He also carried a wooden box on his back and 2 bags hanging from his arms. Even while running, the bags swung only slightly, suggesting they were not light. However, it seemed more like he was deliberately controlling his body's movements to avoid disturbing the sleeping child in the carrier, which undoubtedly increased his physical exertion. In the forest, Yekong demonstrated the Rasengan to Nawaki, telling him to learn it. He explained, you should already have mastered tree climbing and water walking. Once you learn this technique, you can stand on the water and condense chakra. Go ahead. Nawaki's gaze was resolute. He lacked neither talent nor perseverance. In fact, if he didn't die young, the foundation laid by Tobirama Senju, coupled with his inheritance, might make his future achievements no less than those of the Sannin. However, he was still too young, and his strength was limited by his body. Yekong's situation was actually similar. The reason his strength seemed terrifying was that his chakra reserves far surpassed those of his peers. Otherwise, even with the breathing technique, he might not have been much stronger than Nawaki. The reason Nawaki had come to him was actually on Tsunade's instruction. Tsunade's original words to Nawaki were, I don't know how to make you stronger quickly. You're still too young. Nawaki stubbornly retorted, how could that be? Yekong is clearly so strong. I can be too. Tsunade was silent for a moment. She still couldn't fathom how Yekong had achieved such strength right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Helpless, she could only say to Nawaki, it might be a good idea to ask Yekong for advice. Oh, and don't say I sent you. Why, oi. Bam. That hurts. Then Nawaki obediently came to find Yekong. Now he regarded Yekong as his goal and naturally followed his instructions without question. Yekong also breathed a sigh of relief. This approach might not make Nawaki as strong as him, but continuing to solidify his foundation was certainly correct. As long as he could continue to grow relying on what Tobirama Senju left behind, he would eventually become renowned across the ninja world. Whoosh. A sound of something cutting through the air came and Yekong turned around in surprise, only to see the blonde-haired boy approaching from not far away. He was secretly astonished. Was this guy really that talented? Not to mention that he hadn't yet become Jiraiya's disciple, and Jiraiya wasn't skilled in wind release. Even if he were to offer guidance, it would only be at the level of a master pointing the way. But Minato Namikaze's speed and chakra control at this moment already surprised Yekong. There was a gap, but not as large as he had imagined. Yekong, Nawaki, I'm here. Nawaki greeted him. Yekong, not one for politeness, rolled his eyes and said, you're here, but why are you sneaking around? Haha. Minato Namikaze didn't mind. He simply scratched his head, flashed a sunny smile, and explained, it's a habit of mine. Since my wind release chakra control isn't yet proficient, I use a bit of wind release to assist while traveling. As he spoke, he raised one hand, and a falling leaf stopped right above his palm, spinning and floating about a centimeter away, unable to touch his body or fall to the ground. TCH, showing off, aren't you? You're definitely showing off. Yekong thought irritably. Among the same cohort, you were the most showy. So what if you sat by the window in the back row? Whoosh. With a flick of his hand, a stream of water shot directly from the creek a few meters away, scattering the leaf in Minato Namikaze's hand. Minato Namikaze was startled for a moment, and his figure vanished instantly from the spot. His method of chakra control had almost become instinctual. This made his body lighter, so although it seemed to consume chakra, whether using the body flicker technique or traveling, it actually saved a considerable amount of stamina and chakra. The pros and cons balanced out, while simultaneously honing his chakra control at all times. It was indeed an extremely difficult and highly sophisticated training method for chakra control. Whoosh! Splash! A gust of wind swept by, followed closely by a wave of water. Night Sky and Minato Namikaze were both masters of speed, so the most direct way to spar was to compete in velocity. Night Sky's direct attack did not provoke Minato Namikaze, instead the latter calmly retreated, maneuvering through the surrounding forest with astonishing speed, even rivaling a Jonin. But unfortunately, a few minutes later a drenched rope tree emerged from the stream onto the bank. Looking up, he saw Night Sky and a resigned Minato Namikaze walking back. The latter's sunny smile had turned into a wry one, and he said sincerely to Night Sky, "Indeed, I am no match for you, Serrano." Night Sky raised a hand to cut him off, and said, "Drop the honorific. I don't like that form of address." Huh. Minato Namikaze took no offense. The word was actually a term of respect used among acquaintances who hadn't met for a long time, or to show deference. He simply assumed Night Sky had no airs as a hero of Konoha, and was naturally pleased. He nodded and flashed his sunny smile again. "All right then. By the way, were you two working on a new jutsu earlier? It looked quite interesting." Rope Tree walked over cheerfully, explaining the method Night Sky had taught him. Each of the three had their own strengths. Night Sky excelled in water release and speed. Minato Namikaze had considerable insight into wind release, and Rope Tree possessed the legacy of Tobarama Senju. They were also close in age. Rope Tree was a year older than Night Sky, and Minato Namikaze was 2 years younger. So they soon got into a lively discussion. But seeing them both seriously discussing training, Night Sky found it dull. Just a couple of kids. Nevertheless, after exchanging experiences, Night Sky's wind release improved, and he gained direction, so it was a fruitful endeavor. By noon, the three returned to Konoha and went straight to a noodle shop. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Rope Tree ate with gusto, and Minato Namikaze did not hold back either. The shop owner, a middle-aged man, looked at Night Sky with curiosity and asked, "Sir, is the food not to your taste?" "Huh." Swallowing the noodles, Night Sky replied, "No, it's delicious. I'm just used to eating quietly." The owner still stared at him. Night Sky twitched his eye, quickly finished the noodles, paid, and left. Damn it, why make such a racket eating noodles? After the meal, Minato Namikaze and Rope Tree went back to train. Night Sky thought for a moment and decided not to go. Instead, he returned to his odd job shop. He glanced at the three kids who were helping clean and fell into thought. "Lord Serrano, you're back." He nodded and patted Little South on the head. Then he gathered the three in the odd job shop, actually on the second floor of the hot spring house, and asked, "Do you want to learn ninjutsu?" They exchanged glances. Nagato and Little South were bewildered, but Yehiko, after a moment of surprise, immediately had a gleam in his eyes. Without hesitation, he said, I want to learn ninjutsu." "Yehiko." Little South reached out nervously to stop him. Night Sky didn't mind and promptly agreed to teach them. However, they could only train after work and must not neglect their duties. The three readily agreed, with Yehiko being the most diligent. From that day onward, he trained almost every day with all his might. It was worth noting that all three had good talent. Nagato in particular possessed all 5 basic natures: wind, water, fire, earth, and lightning, and even had the rare yang release due to his Uzumaki lineage. Such talent was quite rare. Having 5 natures might not necessarily mean a higher ceiling than all other shinobi, but it indicated greater potential for development, especially in breath. Hiruzen Sarutobi also had all 5 natures. While his strength might not reach the level of Tobarama Senju, his strength lay in having no weaknesses. That was formidable. Though Night Sky was confident he could threaten Hiruzen Sarutobi, the latter was at his peak, and Night Sky was not entirely certain he could kill him. Similarly, the third Raikage's lightning release armor had been exploited by Tobarama Senju, which made it easier for Night Sky to deal with him. Yehiko also had 3 natures: wind, water, and fire. Even Little South possessed wind, water, earth, and yang release. These so-called yin-yang natures were independent of the 5 basic natures and were very special. Although difficult to develop into specific techniques, they could influence almost any ninjutsu, making them highly versatile. Yang release represented abundant physical energy, while yin release represented powerful spiritual energy. Notably, most members of the Senju clan possessed yang release. The Uchiha clan had yin release, and outstanding members of the Nara and Yamanaka clans could also possess yin release. For members of the Akimichi clan mostly had stronger yang release. The 2 great clans naturally had their Sage Body and Sharingan. The Ino Shikicho trio's secret techniques, shadow imitation, mind transfer, and expansion, were direct results of developing yin or yang release. These 3 secret techniques were the very foundation of the 3 clans. Night Sky originally had no yin or yang natures, but it seemed that due to his increased chakra reserves, he could sense he now possessed yang release. The most direct manifestation was greater vitality and a stronger physique. In the following days, Night Sky occasionally took time to guide the three, while also gradually mastering Flying Thunder God through his own training. Although it didn't greatly enhance his power, the tactical value of this technique remained immense. Time flew by, and 4 years passed. Throughout those 4 years, the shinobi world remained calm. Apart from occasional casualties among ninjas on missions, nothing major happened in the village. Night Sky spent his days leisurely playing hide-and-seek with Jiraiya. In fact, after the first year, Jiraiya had given up chasing Night Sky. He requested leave from Hiruzen Sarutobi and took Minato Namikaze on a journey under the pretext of gathering material for his novels. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya rarely needed to handle ordinary missions except during wartime. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to enhance the reputation of the Sannin and naturally didn't want any stains on their records, so he readily agreed. Jiraiya was away for 3 years, with Minato Namikaze returning only once during that time. Over the 4 years, Night Sky's odd job shop business was mediocre, as he only accepted low-risk, high-reward jobs aside from trivial matters. For example, requests like, how much to assassinate the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki? How much to assassinate Tsukumo Hatake? Assassinate Yakushi Nono, assassinate the Mist Village's ENBU commander, assassinate the Uchiha clan head. These were cases where Night Sky directly kicked them out. Damn, are you messing with me? Each one of these is harder to kill than the last. You're toying with me. Of course, there were also reliable ones, such as instructing a certain general's or daimyo's daughter, clearing waterways for the Mist Village, escorting important strategic supplies, and so on. There were also tasks like catching stray cats or dogs, which he simply handed over to Yahiko and the others. Since the three weren't from Konoha, they couldn't enter the Ninja Academy or take missions through the normal procedure. However, the odd job shop expanded its services because of them. Master, we're back. One day, Yahiko, Nagato, and Little South returned to the shop looking exhausted. Their task had been food delivery. A newly opened ramen shop sold noodles from a cart in the busiest part of the village, and business was booming. That ramen shop was, of course, Tuchi's Ichiraku Ramen. Night Sky had gone to try it himself. It was indeed excellent, with chewy noodles and rich broth. Business was so good that Tuchi had started a delivery service. Clatter, clatter, clatter. During dinner, the exhausted trio wolfed down their food. Night Sky didn't disturb them, waiting until they finished. After the meal, Yahiko handed over the money they had earned to Yekong. Previously, they had always given the money from their missions to Yekong, because from the very beginning they had been taken in by him under the condition that they only needed to be fed and housed. The three of them did not find this arrangement unusual. Instead, they were quite satisfied with their current life and had grown increasingly dependent on and grateful to Yekong. This time, however, Yekong did not accept the money. He pushed it back, and as Yahiko stared at him with a puzzled expression, said, "From now on, keep the money you earn from your own work. Don't ask me how to spend it. I have nothing left to teach you." Over the past 4 years, the three had worked far harder than the average ninja. Yahiko in particular had spent countless sleepless nights training diligently. They had even taken meticulous notes on everything he had specified. In just 4 years, they had fully transitioned from ordinary people to competent ninjas. Indeed, they were competent ninjas, not the so-called genin who could slap on a headband and graduate from the Ninja Academy just by knowing a clone technique or a transformation technique. Name: Yahiko. Occupation: Ninja Chunin. Chakra: 61. Ninjutsu: Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Water Body Flicker, Water Dragon Bullet, Great Waterfall Technique, Great Breakthrough Earth, Rising Lance Rock, Bullet Water Walking. Taijutsu: Water Breathing. Name: Nagato. Occupation: Ninja Chunin. Chakra: 70. Ninjutsu: Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Water Dragon Bullet, Fire Dragon Bullet, Wind Cutter Pseudo, Lightning Earth, Split Palm Illusion Technique. Taijutsu: Water Breathing. Keki-Eye Genkai Reincarnation Eye. Name: Conan. Occupation: Ninja Chunin. Chakra: 56. Ninjutsu: Paper Clone Paper, Shuriken Paper Substitution. Taijutsu: Water Breathing. Keki-Eye Genkai Paper Release. Yekong's guidance had not burdened them with anything superfluous. They had already worked hard enough and needed no further supervision or excessive direction from him. He had even taught them only a few ninjutsu of their interest. There was no need for many techniques, just a handful of suitable ones sufficed, and focused instead on enhancing their actual combat capabilities. In terms of age among the three, only Yahiko had just turned 10 this year. Nagato and Conan were only 9 years old, yet they already possessed Chunin-level strength. This was partly due to their talent, but more importantly, it was their relentless, almost desperate determination to train that had forged them. Yekong felt that he himself was not even as diligent as they were. As their teacher, he had failed to set an example, and for a moment he felt a pang of shame. But that was impossible. Seeing Yekong's stern expression, Yahiko and the others sensed something ominous and asked in panic, "Teacher, have we done something wrong?" As they were about to kneel, Yekong snapped, "Don't kneel." His voice struck like a thunderbolt, freezing Yahiko in place. Looking at Yekong's serious gaze, they felt both fear and anxiety. Seeing this, Yekong continued, "I only said I have nothing left to teach you. You've already learned everything you can. I'm not kicking you out. Don't overthink it. He shook his head lightly, then turned to Yahiko and Nagato, his expression grave once more. But one thing, especially you two Yahiko and Nagato, remember this from now on, unless absolutely necessary, even if you face death, never kneel to anyone. No one is worth your kneeling. Got it. They instinctively moved to bow, but recalling Yekong's words, Nagato hesitated. Yahiko gritted his teeth and dropped to his knees with a thud. I'll remember, teacher. Tisk. Yekong sighed inwardly as he watched Nagato kneel as well. He said helplessly, get up. Go rest. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Compared to Nagato and Conan, Yahiko had his own opinions, but sometimes he was too opinionated. He knew exactly what he was doing and what his goals were, so he never wavered. With him around, Nagato would never stray from the right path. But if he were gone? The next morning the three rose early, busying themselves with cleaning the convenience store. They had grown accustomed to this routine over the years, and Conan had even prepared breakfast. After they finished breakfast together, Conan was visibly flustered as she cleared the dishes. The three were still uneasy about the previous night despite Yekong's assurance that he wasn't driving them away. Once she was done, they returned to sit properly before Yekong. Yekong casually sat on the floor, thinking that the tatami would get dirty if they used tables and chairs, and cleaning would be a hassle. Seeing the three of them looking as if they were awaiting judgment, Yekong suddenly broke into a smile and said, "What's with the expressions? I told you I'm not kicking you out." Then he turned to Yahiko, who was a little tense, but still calm. Over the 4 years, the three had grown more than a head taller, now resembling young men. Yekong said with a smile, "Yahiko, I remember you once mentioned your dream, didn't you?" Yahiko's eyes lit up, and he seemed to relax. He nodded promptly. "Teacher, my dream is to create an ideal world where everyone can have enough to eat." Tisk, an idealist. Though Yekong was not particularly optimistic about such a dream, he did not oppose it. He nodded and turned to Nagato. "Nagato, what about you?" Nagato glanced at Yahiko, but Yekong raised a hand to stop him. "Alright, I understand." Nagato was left speechless. "Then why did you ask me?" Finally, Yekong looked at Conan with the same question, though he didn't expect a proper answer. Like Nagato, she had always followed Yahiko's lead. Ever since the Rain Country, they had been found and taken care of by Yahiko, who had guided them through the hardships. One could say Yahiko was their beacon. Yet Conan's face flushed slightly as she spoke. I want to stay by teacher's side." Yekong shook his head. "That's hardly a dream." "Well, you and Nagato have no dreams. But it doesn't matter. Most people's so-called dreams are nothing more than fantasies." With that, he looked at the downcast Conan and Nagato, then turned his gaze to Yahiko, his tone growing serious. "From today onward, you can leave here anytime." Seeing the panic in their faces, he added, "Don't worry, I'm not kicking you out. I mean, you can go pursue your dreams. I won't stop you. If you're afraid you'll miss me too much to leave, just leave a letter, or don't leave anything at all. Just slip away quietly. Understand?" With that, he left. The three stunned got up and walked out. "This tatami is unbearable. It's hard on the butt. Damn it." The three wore complex expressions, long lost in thought, until Yekong called out, "Don't just stand there. Come out and work." "Oh, coming. We haven't had many customers lately. Today go distribute some free hot spring experience vouchers." "Okay." They scrambled about, pulling themselves back from their dreams to reality. After instructing them to continue managing the convenience store and the hot spring, and Yekong strolled into the village of Konoha to wander around. Noticing many people heading in the same direction, he followed along. Before he knew it, he arrived at the Ninja Academy, where a crowd had gathered. Is it graduation season this year? Yekong had a vague sense of time. He picked a high spot, flickered to the rooftop of the academy, and observed the scene below. His eyes narrowed, and he instantly locked onto a familiar figure among the crowd, Chimu Shimao. As a former Umbu captain, he was far too low-key. So low-key that in the past 4 years Yekong had rarely even caught a glimpse of him. If not for the absence of news of his death, he might have thought the man had perished. Chimu Shimao noticed him as well. He flickered over and nodded. "Ye long time no see." "Ah, Captain." Yekong nodded. He had once served in the Umbu, and even accompanied Chimu Shimao on missions, so the title was apt. He then turned his gaze to the open space below the academy, where a white-haired boy stood. "Is that Kakashi?" Today was Kakashi's graduation. A prodigy who had applied to graduate from the academy at the tender age of 5, barely 6. At that age, most children were just entering the academy, with at least 6 more years before graduation. Yekong clicked his tongue and asked Kimishwomyo beside him, "Is it really that serious? Don't tell me you have no solution at all." The once peerless powerhouse who had dominated the battlefield now seemed to have lost his fighting spirit and edge. He shook his head dejectedly, a bitter expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he finally looked at Yekong and said, "I only wish for Kakashi to live a good life from now on. That's my only request. But by doing this, aren't you also draining his potential? He won't be able to reach your level in the future." Yekong reminded him. "And are you sure they'll go along with your wishes? Extracting chakra isn't something to rush into. On the contrary, forcing chakra extraction before the body has matured to a certain age is essentially consuming one's own lifespan prematurely. Chakra extraction itself draws from both physical and spiritual energy. How much chakra can a child's body truly endure? Kimishwomyo couldn't possibly be unaware of this, yet Kakashi's chakra was not only extracted prematurely, but also siphoned to drain away too much of his potential. His future chakra deficiency would stem from far more than just that Sharingan eye. His physical and spiritual energy were already overdrawn to an extreme degree, graduating at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and reaching Jonin rank by 12. Coupled with that Sharingan, everything was accelerating the pace of his life force. Hearing Yekong's words, a hint of turmoil flickered in Kimishwomyo's eyes. He understood what his existence meant to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzu. He was a relic of the Senju Tobarama era, a remnant of the old generation. Even if he could prove his loyalty, even burying himself completely, and willing Kakashi to bear such a price, the higher-ups would never truly trust him. The reason was simple: his strength and his former position as ANBU captain. He might choose not to resist, but the mere ability to resist was itself a crime. Yekong's own situation had been not so different from his, with even weaker foundations, which is precisely why he had found himself in such a predicament. However, Yekong had chosen a different approach, striking back with overwhelming force, sending a clear message to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzu: you have no right to judge me. Kimishwomyo couldn't do the same, wouldn't be able to, because he had a son. Kakashi. Sighing, Yekong fell silent. Kimishwomyo might manage to stand firm like him, but not to the same extent. Even if he could intimidate those two old foxes, the end result would only be being manipulated through Kakashi until his death, with Kakashi himself. So Kimishwomyo dared not take that gamble. The only way to protect Kakashi was through his own sacrifice. Just as Yekong was about to turn and leave, Kimishwomyo raised his hand. Yekong, I want Kakashi to. Not a chance. Yekong raised a hand, already knowing what he was about to ask, and refused outright. Too troublesome. Your son has his own path to walk. Since you've chosen to compromise, he needs to learn to accept his fate as well. The truth was, he was simply lazy. If he agreed to look after Kakashi at Kimishwomyo's request, he'd exhaust himself. Kakashi had more than enough troubles on his plate already. Let some blonde-haired kid worry about it. Kimishwomyo helplessly lowered his hand as Yekong had already vanished from the spot. Yekong then went to find Shibuki, discovering Tsunade was home for once, dressed casually, seemingly enjoying a rare day off, and planning to go out and have some fun. I know, sister, I'll be back early. You're too naggy. Oh, that hurts. Shibuki got beaten up again, then hastily waved to Yekong before turning and running out of the courtyard. Yekong wanted to ask what was going on, but seeing the box Shibuki was clutching and the panicked expression on his face, he pondered for a moment. This kid, is he in love? As expected, spring has arrived. Honestly, Tsunade rubbed her head. Because of her figure, her casual clothes were all loose-fitting, the kind that could accidentally reveal quite a bit. Fortunately, she was more restrained compared to later years. Looking at Yekong, she smiled. Kon, did you come looking for Shibuki for something? I'll let him know when I see him. No. Scratching his head, Yekong felt a moment of awkwardness. He was just wandering around, and who knew Shibuki would slip away like that? Because of what happened years ago, he and Tsunade now felt uneasy standing together alone. Tsunade was the same way, really. If it weren't for that, she'd be completely aloof with outsiders, and with acquaintances, she was always boisterous. Where would politeness come in? Not at all. Patting down his clothes casually, Yekong pulled out 2 hot spring vouchers. These were something he introduced to maintain his business. Business, after all, requires both service quality and promotion. On the entire Hot Spring Street, he was the only one offering discounts during festivals, free visits on birthdays, and occasional complimentary vouchers. This was a promotional strategy based on psychology, low cost, yet capable of winning over a loyal customer base. It was far more effective than trying to impress with fancy service gimmicks. Despite the awkwardness, Yekong plowed ahead and handed the hot spring vouchers to Tsunade. My hot spring house is running a promotion lately. If you have time, come try it out. It's quite nice. Tsunade wanted to say there was no need to be so formal, but it didn't feel like her style. Something about it felt off. In truth, she had been visiting Yekong's hot spring house over the past few years, and Shibuki had gone too. When it's an acquaintance's shop, you should support them at the very least. However, what Yekong didn't know was that today was actually Tsunade's birthday. When Tsunade had seen Shibuki carrying a box, she had assumed it was a gift for her, thinking the kid had finally grown up and remembered to care about his older sister, making all her efforts raising him worthwhile. But reality proved she had overthought it. Shibuki hadn't remembered at all, which had annoyed her greatly. Receiving a gift from Yekong instead, though modest, stirred something unexpected in her heart. Her mood improved considerably. Seeing the tension hadn't eased, Yekong simply made up an excuse about forgetting to turn off the gas and slipped away. Time slipped away until evening. Yekong had spent the day wandering about and returned leisurely to the hot spring house. Tap. Tap. Manager. Satomi was waiting at the entrance, hesitating to speak. Yekong gestured for her to go rest, then entered the hot spring house and headed to the dining room where he usually ate. A meal had been saved for him with a letter placed beside it. He calmly sat down, finished his meal, and then leisurely opened the letter. Teacher, I've made up my mind. You once said that if you never take action, your ideals will remain just dreams. I'm going to pursue the world I envision. Behind these words was Yahiko. Teacher Yahiko's dream is my dream too. This one is from Nagato. The last one without a doubt was Conan's. The three messages were separate though written on the same letter. Even without the labels you could tell by the handwriting and style. Conan's words were, Teacher we will come back to visit you. TCH, you two ungrateful brats. Why are there two? At least Conan still thought about coming back to see me. What about you two? Did I raise you for 4 years for nothing? Inside the envelope was also a packet of candy. Yekong casually opened one and popped it into his mouth. He sighed, feeling a touch of melancholy, but his thoughts turned to where he might find some more free labor. That's right, his thinking was clear. The parting was only temporary, but life had to go on after all. He was reasonably well off now and didn't lack money, but with the hot spring house running for 4 years, he wasn't sure what else to do if he closed it all at once. So he'd have to find some more free labor. Hiring people cost too much. Yukizora washed the dishes himself, then went to his private hot spring as usual. Thanks to his persistent efforts, his skin and complexion remained excellent. For years had passed, and he had grown into a tall young man, standing well over 1.8 meters with neat jet black hair. His muscle definition wasn't prominent, but his physique was well proportioned, lacking any sign of looseness, largely because he hadn't engaged in high-intensity physical training over the past few years. Still, anyone who underestimated his strength based on that would be in for a world of trouble. Wringing out the towel and pressing it against his face, Yukizora tilted his head back against the hot spring's edge. He savored the sensation of every pore and limb breathing in harmony, the world around him sharpening into crystal clarity. Then came the knock, 3 sharp raps on the door. Yukizora frowned. Who's there? Yukizora lifted the towel from his face, irritation prickling at him. With Mia and the others gone, he wasn't inclined to work today, which meant the free open-air hot spring that usually operated at night was closed. He'd even hung a closed sign on the door. Could they not read? Wrapping a bathrobe around himself, Yukizora strode to the entrance and threw it open, fury building, until a figure lunged straight at him. Tsunade. Wait, who am I? Ugh. Yukizora was almost pushed backward the whole way. Coming to his senses, he saw Tsunade's flushed face and the strong scent of alcohol. She'd clearly had too much to drink. That didn't add up. In his memory, Tsunade shouldn't have developed this drinking problem at this point in time. That only came later after Nawaki's death in the original timeline. Tsunade gazed up at Yukizora with hazy eyes, her body pressed close against his. Standing a head taller, he looked down and felt a warm trickle from his nose. Tsunade's figure was no joke. Then Tsunade began rambling about how Nawaki never cared for his big sister, how ungrateful the brat was after all she'd done raising him. Damn it. This is it, she's really drunk and acting out. Yukizora's eye twitched, but he supported Tsunade and walked toward the adjacent room. After finally getting her to settle down, he fetched some water for her. But when she took a sip, she looked at him groggily and shouted, Alcohol. Bring me alcohol. Lady Tsunade, you shouldn't. Yukizora started to advise her, but Tsunade leaned in close with a flushed smile, showing him a smile, and then reached out to touch him all over. Tsunade mumbled incoherently, Cool. You're the same. Oh. Getting more handsome by the minute, haha. She said, then actually kissed him directly. Yukizora raised a hand to try to control her first, but Tsunade grabbed it firmly. Hiss. What kind of strength is this? Wait, was he about to be overpowered? Yamit. Yeah, right. The next moment, Yukizora flipped above her, and Tsunade was immediately awakened. Cool. How could you? Noah. The next day at Tsunade's house. Creak, sis. Tsunade, who had just pushed open the door, froze, turning to look at Nawaki. She cleared her throat and said, what is it? By the way, you're back early today, huh? Yeah, that's right. Huh. Nawaki looked bewildered, sensing something was off, but pressed on seriously. Sis, did you go to the casino again? And it's already the next day, right? You're the one who should be coming back late, Tsunade felt a bit guilty, but summoned her sisterly authority, grabbing Nawaki by the neck and laughing. Really, you little brat, starting to lecture me now? Looking for a beating. Before long, Nawaki felt his brain starved of oxygen. If Tsunade hadn't let go in time, he felt like he'd lost half his life. He'd rarely shown concern for Tsunade, only to get scolded. Nawaki was annoyed too, placing a box on her desk before leaving. Sis is an idiot. Tsunade opened the box and found a necklace. Different from the one she'd inherited from the first Hokage, this was an exquisite crystal piece. She paused for a moment, realizing Nawaki had truly prepared a gift for her. A wave of warmth filled her heart. This brat had really grown up. Then remembering last night, her face flushed. Adolescents were such a pain. Over the next few days, Tsunade returned to her busy schedule, rarely showing her face. One day, Yukizora felt something was off and went to the Konoha hospital to look for her, but was told Tsunade was in the critical stage of developing medical ninjutsu, so he couldn't see her. However, he did spot someone in Tsunade's office. A person sitting in a chair taller than themselves, boredly watching their own dangling feet. A petite girl with black hair and black eyes, Shizun. Moi. Noticing someone watching her, she looked up and saw Yukizora's face close by, instantly shrinking back in fear. She eyed him warily. Who are you? I'm the owner of the hot spring inn. Yukizora smiled casually, offering her a candy as he spoke. Perhaps sensing no ill intent, Shizune reached out to take it. Yukizora continued, don't be afraid. I'm a friend of Lady Tsunade's. Did she ask you to wait here for her? Yes. Nodding, Shizune relaxed completely, slowly unwrapping the candy and placing it in her mouth. The sweet treat made her eyes curve into crescents as she innocently said, Lady Tsunade is very busy. I can't help much, so she told me to just wait here for her. Yukizora nodded to himself, satisfied. The Konoha hospital wasn't usually busy, but when it got busy no one had time to look after a child. Shizune was still too young to be of much help. It was already a relief that she was behaving well and not causing trouble. He chatted with Shizune for a bit more, and as children often are, she couldn't bear the loneliness. Trust was quickly established. Lady Tsunade might be busy for a long time. Let me take you to get something to eat first. Hearing this, Shizune shook her head, wanting to refuse. She still remembered Tsunade's instruction not to wander off. But Yukizora immediately produced another candy for her, continuing. I have more candies at my place, and it's very close to Lady Tsunade's home. Shizune hesitated, not directly refusing, her little face full of conflict. An hour later at the hot spring inn, Shizune looked at the guest before her with a bewildered expression, holding out a set of bath towels and nervously saying, welcome. Oh, is this the new clerk? So cute. I agree, is she Lord Yuru's child? Yukizora praised his own cleverness, but wasn't pleased with the second comment. What's that supposed to mean? Do I look that old? I'm 16, okay. Damn it, wait, I'll give you a taste of fire and ice. Yukizora thought to himself. Just then Yukizora felt a chill behind him, and a voice echoed. Yoku, I heard you kidnapped my assistant. Seeing Tsunade, Shizune's eyes filled with tears as she looked at her, on the verge of crying. Tsunade. Woo. Oh well. Yukizora's gaze darted around, then suddenly pointed far away. Look at UFO. I'm out. Humph. Tsunade reached out but grasped nothing, then lowered her hand and snorted coldly. She then patted Shizune's head and said, Shizune, you can help out here. If that guy treats you badly, come to me. I'll deal with him. Shizune, who always obeyed Tsunade, immediately nodded. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune had always been sensible, knowing she couldn't be much help at the Konoha hospital. Tsunade didn't want to rush things, either, planning to wait until she was a bit older before teaching her medical ninjutsu. If nothing unexpected happened, sending her to the ninja academy wouldn't be a problem either. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within that span, Kakashi's outstanding mission performance earned him the distinction of becoming the youngest Genin and Chunin, setting a record. Graduating at 5, promoted to Chunin at 6, he was hailed as a prodigy by countless villagers of Konoha, his future achievements deemed boundless. Yet precisely when he had achieved such renown at such a tender age, a devastating piece of news arrived. Tsukumo Hatake, unable to bear the mounting public pressure, took his own life at home. This blow was too great for a child not yet 10 years old, yet the villagers who had been so vocal before suddenly fell silent, and an eerie stillness descended upon the entire Hidden Leaf village. Hot Spring House. Splash. TSK. Yoru had known Tsukumo Hatake would die. It was the will of the higher-ups, and also his own deliberate compromise. But for a powerhouse who had dominated the ninja world to perish in such a humiliating manner within his own home. Absurd it was in every sense. Click. At that moment a figure materialized silently behind Yoru masked, and spoke in a measured tone. The Hokage requests your presence. Ugh. Before the words had finished leaving his lips, his eyes widened in shock as blood seeped from his throat, and he collapsed to the ground. A stream of water alive with purpose enveloped the corpse and froze it instantaneously into a massive, flawless ice sculpture, its crystalline surface catching the moonlight, the congealed blood gleaming like precious gems. The ice sculpture vanished without a trace. Splash. Yoru rose and wrapped himself in a bathrobe, his expression unreadable, though a faint blue light lingered in his gaze. So impatient are we? A fool seeking death. He was no Tsukumo Hatake, yet some remained naive enough to group them together as threats to be eliminated, ignorant of the fact that he was nothing like Hatake. Deep within Konoha's root secret base, a dim underground chamber illuminated by only a single flickering flame. A figure stood with his right arm wrapped in bandages, leaning on a cane with his left. His gaze shifted slightly as he spoke calmly, long time no see. Whoosh. A fierce wave of water surged forward. Danzo's eyes flickered with shock, though he forced himself to maintain composure. Years of refinement had transformed him into his complete form, the shadow of Konoha. In the shadows of the corner roots, elite fell one by one. These were his cultivated death warriors, the very foundation of Root. Yet in but a single instant Yoru had slaughtered them all and appeared before Danzo. Shock rippled through Danzo's mind. This man had grown far stronger than before. How is this possible? Yoru paid no mind to his thoughts, his gaze cold and unyielding. Sensing danger, Danzo hastily spoke, the Yanbyu's actions I didn't. Gulp. In the next moment Yoru's figure materialized before him, his hand shooting out to grasp Danzo's throat and lift him slowly into the air, his eyes piercing straight through Danzo's soul. From the shadows, 2 more root elite ninja surged forward. Yoru was somewhat surprised. This sensation suggested a jutsu capable of concealing one's presence. No, they were sensory-type ninja. Schlick. With a casual flick of his wrist, a slender stream of water sliced through the air, executing the 2 root ninja in an instant as blood sprayed outward. Yoru's gaze remained cold as he watched Danzo struggle in his grip. You thought killing Tsukumo Hatake would be enough to kill me. Gulp. Danzo's hands flailed desperately, his expression cycling from shock to terror to despair. Yoru glanced at his right arm and let out a cold laugh. So that's it. Your confidence stems from this arm, does it? Shing. The arm was severed instantly, yet no blood flowed, only pallor. Worse still, the limb took root upon impact, and within mere breaths it had grown into a towering tree. The ferociously growing roots easily pierced through the bedrock below. Would release. Yoru stood upon the trunk and tossed Danzo down, where he rolled across the ground like a wretched rat. This is your final warning, he said indifferently. He turned to leave, but paused, glancing back at Danzo, whose eyes already gleamed with renewed malice. You would do well to offer Hiruzen Sarutobi more sound advice. Otherwise, should any AMBU trespass in my domain again, I will sever your root. And you, root and branch. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Despite lacking natural aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, he had spent 7 years mastering this technique. His unspoken message was clear: whoever troubles me next, you die with them. Danzo's eye twitched, terror lingering in his gaze for a long while. Eventually, after bandaging his wounds, he hurried to the Hokage's tower and conferred with Hiruzen Sarutobi throughout the entire night. From that day forward, the ANBU operatives who had been secretly monitoring Yoru's hot spring house never reappeared, granting him a rare peace. Days later, during a Konoha Jonin meeting, Hiruzen Sarutobi announced a momentous development. Tsunade's new medical ninjutsu had succeeded. The medical technique, developed over 6 years by the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world, spoke for itself, and its public reveal only elevated its significance to new heights. Medical scrolls. By storing medical ninjutsu chakra, they allowed medics to provide substantial healing without ever setting foot on the front lines. For the entire ninja world, this was nearly a generational leap, something that could fundamentally reshape the balance of power. As the creator of this technique, Tsunade saw her reputation soar to unprecedented heights, hailed as the greatest medical ninja of all time. Yet Tsunade herself showed little joy. Rumor had it she had clashed with the Hokage over the matter, storming out in displeasure. Hot spring house. Splash. Hiss. Tsunade lay slumped beside the hot spring, her spirits low. Shizune approached with a tray, setting down a glass filled with ice and poured with fine sake. Tsunade-sama, your drink. Huh. Tsunade took a grateful sip, her cheeks flushing as she burst into laughter. Huh. Those bastards are truly despicable. Tap. Lord Yuryu. Yoru waved his hand, signaling Shizune to leave. No longer the naive girl she once was, she understood the bond between Yoru and Tsunade, her cheeks tinting pink as she withdrew. Yoru approached Tsunade, took the glass from her hand without refilling it, and said calmly, I told you long ago not to take on so much. Sometimes the greater the effort, the deeper the disappointment. For over 6 years, Tsunade had poured every ounce of her willpower into developing the medical scroll, driven by her ambition. She had succeeded, earning unprecedented acclaim. Yet when Hiruzen Sarutobi informed her that the technique could not be deployed and must be sealed away permanently, her heart turned to ice. For the first time, her ideals had been ruthlessly crushed by reality. At the very moment she believed they were within reach. The blow was devastating. It was a fundamental denial of her worth and her dreams. Tsunade's face flushed crimson as she reached for the wine glass in Yekong's hand, pouting reproachfully, What's this? Are you here to mock me? TCH, even you're mocking me now. Saying this, the woman, who had already reached her 30s, directly burst into tears in front of Yekong. Yekong sighed. What could he do? Kill Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo outright. Then who would take over Konoha? For ninja villages were lurking covetously, and would he have to go and call on each of them like the king of hell? What a joke. In the end, he'd only fall into a dead loop, becoming another Senju Hashirama. No Uchiha Madara. Targeted not just by Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but schemed against by the entire ninja world. Even if he could kill countless enemies, countless people would still be watching him, constantly plotting against him, and he would never have a single day of peace. He wasn't about to do that. Not when he was living so comfortably now. Thump. Oh, what are you doing? Stop. Shizune is still. Oh. A few days later, Tsunade stopped going to Konoha Hospital altogether. Instead, she spent her days either in the casino or drinking sake and soaking in hot springs at the bathhouse, adopting a completely laid-back attitude. Members of Sarutobi Hiruzen's Ambu came looking for her several times, but Yekong turned them away every time. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage-sama Yekong said that Tsunade-sama was busy, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand and said, I understand. The Ambu member vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looking at a scroll inscribed with a large medicine character. This item was indeed extremely valuable. Tsunade had even managed to control its costs, making mass production possible. In the past, the attrition of shinobi was inevitable, and the attrition rate had remained high. With this, he could be almost certain that the loss of ninja would decrease dramatically. But this was not what he had hoped to see, or rather not what he wanted to see at this moment. Letting out a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and put away the scroll. This thing would definitely be of great use in the future, but the timing of its appearance was not appropriate. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan, several clan elders and all the elite members gathered in the ancestral hall. In the darkness, they opened pairs of scarlet Sharingan, looking eerie and terrifying. In the center, a faint candlelight illuminated a few faces. The third Hokage is indeed going to mobilize our clan members for battle. Good. It's time to let the entire ninja world witness the power of the Uchiha. Exactly. Only when our clan earns enough merit will those rats coveting our clan be afraid. The Sharingan is the strongest Kekkai Genkai. Like some fanatical religious ritual, those pairs of Sharingan patterns emitted a bone-chilling coldness beneath the night sky. The Hyuga clan. Going to war again. Increased border guards. Could it just be some skirmishes? Not that serious. No, it's just that war hasn't been declared. In truth, have we found few infiltrators over the years? Alas. A shadow quietly fell over the entire Konoha. Although it hadn't yet spread to the ordinary villagers, even they could sense that the number of ninjas entering and leaving the village seemed to have suddenly increased. A tension of unknown origin had already spread through the village. On the outskirts of Konoha, clang, splash. Two figures, one tall and one short, kept colliding in the forest, dodging and turning, striking again and again at incredible speed. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Finally, after a powerful clash, they both retreated several meters, locking eyes. One was filled with fighting spirit, the other with surprise. One had a signature head of yellow hair, the other brown. The next moment, a blue sphere of chakra spun wildly in their hands, condensing. A stream of water appeared beneath his feet, and he shot forward like lightning. The other did not dare to be careless. He also formed a chakra sphere in his hand, but a violent gale suddenly erupted around him, blowing up grass and leaves. In terms of sheer momentum, his was actually stronger. The center of the chakra sphere appeared almost pure white with hardly any trace of chaotic chakra flow. White and blue stood in stark contrast. Rasengan. 2. Rumble. Two powerful chakra spheres collided, triggering a terrifying explosion. The intense blast knocked both of them off their feet. Just as they were about to be engulfed by the explosion, Minato Namikaze hesitated, then gritted his teeth and activated a jutsu. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Then he appeared 2 meters behind Nawaki, letting out a bitter mental laugh. This technique really wasn't easy to master. But since it had come to this, he still raised his arms to catch Nawaki. At that very moment, a pair of hands grabbed both of them almost before he could react. Whoosh. Boom. In the final moment, the three figures evaded the explosion's impact, landing on a large tree trunk. A mysterious jutsu formula imprint was clearly visible beneath their feet. Phew. Nawaki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, grinning at Yekong next to him. Thanks, calm. Minato Namikaze also gave a sunny smile. Thank you. 7 years had passed, and the three of them had grown up. Minato Namikaze already looked just as Yekong remembered him. As for Nawaki, well, he was still somewhat different from Naruto. Leaping to the ground, Yekong said in exasperation, "Are you two bored? What are you messing around with here?" Ha! Both laughed heartily. Nawaki scratched his head and explained, "Well, there haven't been any missions lately. I've been stuck on the Flying Thunder God, and Minato hit a bottleneck too. We thought we'd spar and see if we could make some progress." As they spoke, both looked at Yekong with a hint of envy. In 7 years, they had been studying the Flying Thunder God for almost as long as Yekong, yet they still hadn't mastered it, which made them feel a bit insecure. Are we just ordinary people? Is Kong the real genius? Yekong shook his head. What a genius. He glanced at Minato Namikaze. Kushina taught you the sealing technique, right? Oh yeah. Minato Namikaze paused, then lowered his head with a hint of shyness. TCH, you blondie, aren't you embarrassed? At such a young age you already know how to charm girls, even confessing under the moonlight. And you're still shy? Have you no shame? Yekong rolled his eyes, then turned to Nawaki. Did you even look at the notes your grandfather left you? He. Nawaki scratched his head. Alright, you two are just great. Yekong sighed, then explained to them. The Flying Thunder God is essentially a space-time ninjutsu that uses a jutsu formula as a medium. You should know that, right? Hearing Yekong begin to instruct them, both of them straightened up slightly and nodded. They understood that Yekong's unreserved guidance was a sign of trust, and for them at this stage this experience was invaluable. Yekong pointed at the ground. A jutsu formula had already been silently inscribed on the grass, clearly visible. Both marveled at his ability to release chakra from almost any part of his body. This was also his trump card, and naturally he wouldn't reveal it to them. He continued, "It looks like the summoning techniques formula, but it's much more complex, right?" Then he looked at Minato Namikaze and extended a hand. "Show me your formula." Minato Namikaze didn't suspect anything and directly handed over his specially made kunai. Yekong examined the formula on the kunai and sure enough found the problem. He modified a part of it using chakra and returned it to Minato Namikaze. Try again. Whoosh. Minato Namikaze threw the kunai, and the next moment, he flashed out after it, catching the kunai with perfect accuracy. He stared at the kunai in his hand, deeply contemplative. Previously his formula hadn't worked smoothly, causing his flying thunder god to have a distance error of about 1 to 3 meters. This error made it unusable in combat, too fatal. Nawaki watched excitedly, and was about to ask Yekong to help him solve the problem when a bucket of cold water was poured on him. Don't even think about it. You need to master the sealing technique first. The core of the Flying Thunder God is using a familiar formula to imprint your own chakra, completing the reverse summoning process. As he spoke, Yekong gestured in the air with his hand and continued explaining, you can think of this pattern as your exclusive summoning mark. Without the sealing technique, you'll never learn it. Nawaki's face instantly fell, his jaw dropping to the ground. What a... Shungshu held the second Hokage's notes and inheritance, truly learning each technique one by one with utmost reverence. After mastering water release, he then began to study the Flying Thunder God technique. However, because he hadn't studied sealing techniques, he got stuck at this step. If it weren't for Yekong considering him his brother-in-law and teaching him water breathing, as well as lending him the Bajiao fan, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to become an elite jonin in just a few years. That's right, Shungshu had already attained the strength of an elite jonin. His speed was only 1 level slower than Yekong's, and he could even keep up with Bluffing Shuaman's body flicker technique. Moreover, Gangsho seemed to have taught him monstrous strength, so Shingshu's strength was actually quite terrifying. If they really fought, it was uncertain whether Bluffing Shuaman of this period could defeat him. As his strength grew and he became able to stand on his own, Gangsho also had one worry relieved. After being struck by a blow, she simply gave up caring about everything. 4 more years passed in the blink of an eye, and it was now my year 48. At this time, the chaos of the entire ninja world had been fully exposed. Various ninja villages were constantly testing each other, even crossing the line and declaring war. Initially, Yanin and Shine declared war on Mai, but they were immediately repelled by the Mai army, led by Dashawan Zilai and Gangsho. Seeing that they could gain no advantage, Yanin did not linger, but instead turned to declare war on Yunin. The fighting lasted for over a year, and the small countries in between, such as the Shui Kingdom, became strategic depths, suffering terribly. Then the Wuyin village also joined fighting with Yunin in the Tai Kingdom, but in reality, they were secretly making a move, continuously infiltrating the Hui Kingdom. This is war. When it truly breaks out, it changes in an instant, and you never know what will happen next. Yet behind all the chaos, a major event was concealed. Somewhere in the ninja world, several figures met silently. An old voice spoke first. Humph, is that guy really that terrifying? Are you kidding me? Then an enraged voice came with the sound of a furious fist pounding the table. Even if Chinsho Feijian were still alive, what could he do? He's dead anyway. A questioning sound. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was somewhat strange. Several figures looked at one of them, while only the old voice from before let out a strange laugh. After a moment, another voice spoke. The intelligence has been delivered to you all. I take my leave. With that, a figure turned into white smoke and vanished. The remaining few looked at each other, exchanged a glance, and then the enraged voice gave a cold snort and also disappeared. It seems it's just the 3 of us. Fine. This old man wants to see if that guy is really a demon. Bang. Bang bang. Then the 3 of them turned into white smoke one after another and vanished from the place. This brief meeting was very abrupt, and it left no trace or clue at all. My Yekong's Baishir shop. Yekong strolled aimlessly on the street, then returned to the Baishir shop, which was also the hot spring house. During the day, he mostly stayed here, because Gangsho had gone to the front lines, leaving him very idle. He hadn't received any missions for a long time. Master Kong. Jingyin. He raised his hand and patted Jingyin's head. Speaking of which, Jingyin was already over 10 years old. In about 2 more years, she would graduate from the Ninja Academy. Gangsho occasionally gave her extra training, and she was already considered a qualified medical ninja. Once she graduated from the Ninja Academy, she could step into her own life. Because Gangsho did not leave Mai in anger, naturally Jingyin also did not leave, and she successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy. Barring any accidents, she had 2 choices. Like other genin, she could form a team after graduation, gain experience under a jonin's guidance, and gradually become a qualified ninja. The second choice was to join the Mai Hospital under Gangsho's command and become a medical ninja directly. Both were good options, though of course in terms of safety the latter was better. Jingyin, having her head patted by Yekong, was not angry. Instead, she cheerfully picked up an envelope and chased after him. Master Kong, this arrived today. It seems to be a commission mission. Oh, since he had nothing to do, Yekong became interested. He thought he would take whatever commission it was. So he opened the envelope, but paused upon seeing the contents. The commission came from Longyin Village, a deeply hidden village located in the Long Kingdom, concealed by a huge waterfall. It was very mysterious. Due to its location and concealment, it had never been invaded by outsiders. However, this village was somewhat special. When Shinsho Zhujian gathered the 5 great shinobi villages for the 5 Kage summit to distribute, the tailed beasts, Longing village was also present, and they spared no effort to buy the 7 tails with the village's entire resources. Originally, according to Shinsho Zhujian's plan, aside from Mai, each ninja village was supposed to have 2 tailed beasts. Even so, Mai, which controlled the 9 tails, was still the strongest. As for the 9 tails, everyone knows its power, and the content of this commission was to suppress the 7 tails. Longing village offered a generous reward of 10 million ryo. For a secluded ninja village, being able to offer this price was already quite high. However, considering the difficulty of this mission, probably no ninja, or even ninja village would take it. So this price was generally not a market price. But who could blame Yekong for being so idle now? Jingyi, he called out. Jingyi, take care of the hot spring house for the next couple of days. As for the Baisher shop, if you have time, take on some missions to practice. If not, it's fine. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Yes. Jingyi bowed slightly. When she looked up again, Yekong had already disappeared. Ninja World Hua Kingdom border. Inside a frontline camp, Gansho Zilai and Dashuan were deploying defenses against Yanin and Shine. Chua? Next who? Kong. Yekong suddenly appeared, startling the Jonin present. Gangsho directly raised her hand, but Yekong grabbed it and pressed it down. Don't be nervous, I'm just passing through. A flying thunder god technique flashed on the back of Gansho's neck. Gangsho snorted, what are you doing here, you bastard? I have a mission. Gansho's eyes lit up, but Yekong already knew what she was thinking and poured cold water on her. I'm not here to help you. Which direction is the Long Kingdom? His gaze dimmed. Yekong asked for directions, and then directly disappeared from the camp. The Jonin looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Zilai was astonished. What is that guy doing going to the Long Kingdom? I thought he came to help. Hehehe. Dashuan wore a strange smile, while Gangsho sighed. Gangsho did not want to see war, and she had told Yekong about it. Yekong's reply to her at that time was, I can level the entire ninja world for you, but that is not what your grandfather hoped to see, nor what the 3rd Hokage and Mai's high-level officials want to see. There was some emotion in Gansho's eyes, but she still asked him in confusion, why? Yekong pointed at the ground and said to Gansho, I run the Baisher shop. In short, if the 3rd Hokage wanted me to act, do you think it would be difficult? From that moment on, Gangsho understood that the meaning of this 3rd Ninja World War was different from the previous 2. If the first 2 Ninja World Wars were respectively because the deaths of Shinsho Zhujian and Shinsho Feijian gave other ninja villages hope of coveting the Hua Kingdom, then the 3rd war was not so. This was a genuine transformation from the Warring States period to the Ninja Village era. It was about consuming the power of the great clans that came from the Warring States period, the foundation of the initial ninja villages, reducing their influence, supporting civilian ninjas, and thus further concentrating the power of the ninja villages into the hands of the Kage. This was the truth of the 3rd Ninja World War. To be precise, it was a reform initiated by Mai together with the other 4 ninja villages, far from being a simple war. At this moment, Dashuan seemed to recall something and suddenly muttered to himself, speaking of which, the Long Kingdom seems to have a special mission. Huh. Zilai and Gangsho frowned upon hearing this, their gazes sharpening. Gangsho gritted her teeth and frowned. That guy shouldn't be taking risks. Takigakure was not an easy place to locate, and with the shinobi world war raging on, chaos reigned everywhere. Fortunately, the commission Yekong received included a map. Once again, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to traverse half the land of fire, he arrived at Takigakure within a mere half-day. Passing through a colossal waterfall, the mist-shrouded village came into view. Visibility extended only about 20 meters, the dense water vapor thick and clinging. Could living in such an environment for prolonged periods truly not harm one's health? Yekong doubted it, but paid it no mind. Before long, several figures dashed across the water's surface, swiftly surrounding him with wary expressions. Who are you? Demanded the lead shinobi, a middle-aged man with a scar across his nose, his face stern. Yekong produced the commission letter. After the man took it and verified its contents, his expression turned slightly serious as he looked at Yekong and said, So you are the demon of water? Yekong found his tone curious. Don't I look like it? No. The man replied, pocketing the letter and extending a hand toward Yekong. I just didn't expect the demon of water to be so young. I'm Shiranui of Takigakure. Seeing the man's amicable attitude, Yekong responded with a smile. You wouldn't happen to have an older sister, would you? Also, I'm not particularly fond of the title Demon of Water. My name is Yekong. The man paused briefly, puzzled by the first remark, but nevertheless guided Yekong into Takigakure. The village appeared largely deserted, with only a few children playing on a shore not far from the water's edge. Yekong then met the village chief, who informed him that the messenger sent to deliver the commission was likely still on his way back. Yekong only smiled and said nothing. They subsequently discussed the specifics of the mission and remuneration. First, the payment half up front as a deposit, with the remaining 5 million to be paid upon completion. Seeing the money, Yekong accepted the mission. Then came the target, the 7 Tails Chome. The Seven Tails was uniquely the only tailed beast capable of flight, a remarkable distinction. Its form was that of a colossal beetle, and it possessed 7 phosphorescent wings, hence its name. It could release pollen with potent paralytic effects, freely control its body size, and boasted terrifying strength unique to shelled insects. Among all the tailed beasts, its raw power ranked among the very top. Of course, the most fearsome aspect was the tailed beast ball. Once these colossal creatures were truly enraged, a single-tailed beast ball crashing down was no laughing matter. By shinobi standards, the tailed beast ball could no longer be measured as a mere jutsu. It transcended the realm of conventional techniques, as no shinobi had ever mastered it. Thus, there was naturally no system of ranking based on learning difficulty. How did the Seven Tails manage to escape? Yekong inquired, casually sensing something was off. Even if Takigakyur's sealing arts were mediocre, having purchased a tailed beast, they should have had no reason to be unable to control it. At this, the Takigakyur village chief, the Takikage, fell silent. The Takigakyur shinobi around him exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment he spoke, "Regrettably, we do not know either. But after the Seven Tails escaped, we tried numerous methods to suppress it, all to no avail. That is why we sought your assistance." Yekong nodded in understanding. With matters already at this point, further discussion was pointless. Time to act. Although the Seven Tails was out of control, it had not left the boundaries of Taki no Kuni. Shadowed continuously by Takigakyur's shinobi, its location hadn't been lost. Guided by the Takigakyur shinobi's directions, Yekong quickly located the Seven Tails. There in the heart of a primeval forest, perched atop a towering central tree, was a colossal beetle tens of meters in diameter. It seemed to be resting, or perhaps feeding on tree sap. "We're counting on you." The Takikage, a middle-aged man with graying hair, gave Yekong a slight nod. Yekong flexed his hands. It had been a long time since he'd engaged in serious combat. Accepting this mission also served as a way to stretch his limbs. However, at that very moment, Yekong suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble. Moi! Just as confusion set in, the entire forest seemed to shudder violently. A deafening rumble erupted from the earth, and the ground not far from the Seven Tails suddenly collapsed inward. Roar! A terrifying roar like a sonic bomb erupted outward. In an instant, all the Takigakyur shinobi recoiled, cold sweat beading on their faces. The pressure this monster exerted on them was overwhelming. Yekong remained motionless, though his robe-like outer garment fluttered wildly in the shockwave, and his short hair danced in the wind. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like someone's trying to steal the show. That won't do." Whoosh. The next instant his figure vanished. Within the forest, 2 groups were locked in combat. On one side was Konoha's frontline scouting squad, on the other Iwagakyur's special infiltration unit. Their combat capabilities were not on the same level, and by all logic the Konoha squad should not have been able to hold their own. But there was an exception to every rule. Within the Konoha squad was a member of the Hyuga clan, and one Yekong knew. Hyuga. She stood behind a tree, chest heaving, sweat dripping down her face beneath her forehead protector, yet she fought to control her breathing. Veins bulged at the corners of her eyes. Behind another tree not far away were 2 more Konoha shinobi. They were originally ordered to scout the movements of IWA shinobi from this position, preventing them from slipping through into the land of fire. With the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, they could ordinarily retreat safely at the first sign of trouble. But they never expected to run directly into Iwagakyur's special stealth unit. The disparity in strength was immense. Their squad consisted of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, and in a single instant one of them was killed. The remaining 3 could only rely on the Byakugan's foresight to fight a retreating battle, but they simply couldn't shake their pursuers trapped within the confines of this forest. Between the trees, countless metallic wires were strung, adorned with explosive tags. Even with the Byakugan distinguishing all the traps in such conditions would take time, and time was what they no longer had. Swish! Clang! Suddenly a kunai flew in. Hyuga hurled her own kunai to intercept it, saving a comrade, and full-scale conflict erupted. "Watch out! Schluck! Oh!" A scream was abruptly cut short. Behind one Konoha shinobi, a figure materialized like a phantom, slitting his throat in one swift motion. Blood gushed, there was no saving him. After securing the kill, the IWA shinobi vanished into thin air in eerie and bewildering disappearance. Another Konoha shinobi fared no better, unable to mount any effective resistance. An IWA shinobi using a body hardened to stone shattered his kunai and landed a punch that caved in his chest. The man's eyes bulged, a truly gruesome death. Clang! Hyuga, tracking her opponent's movement with the Byakugan, blocked an attack from an IWA shinobi with an afro. But that single strike nearly sent her kunai flying from her grasp. Their strength and skill were on completely different levels. A murderous glint flashed in the enemy's eyes, and in the next moment, he vanished from his spot. Not via invisibility, but through a burst of sheer speed to appear behind Hyuga. Damn it! Not fast enough. Hyuga closed her eyes, bracing for death. Her Byakugan could perceive his movements even in her blind spot, but her body simply couldn't keep up. Rush! A sound like rushing water. The IWA shinobi's expression changed drastically as he instinctively raised his kunai to block. Clang. Schluck. Oomph. A muffled grunt. Yekong looked with slight surprise at the IWA shinobi who had somehow retreated dozens of meters away in a flash. An arm fell to the ground as the water kunai in Yekong's hand dissipated into droplets. The demon of water. He's even more terrifying than before. Do we retreat? Or can we even escape? There were 4 IWA shinobi in total, all elite among elites: Oishi, Mazu, Hikari, and Samashi. Together they formed what could be considered a Wagakure's squad. Individually each was no pushover, elite jonin class. Crucially, they could coordinate seamlessly with one another. If they managed to infiltrate the Land of Fire, they could cause immense trouble for the front line's rear echelon. The 4 elite IWA exchanged quick glances, arriving at a grim conclusion: at this distance, none of them could escape. Despairing as it was, that was the truth. They had witnessed Yekong's prowess during the Second Great Ninja War, though never crossed blades with him. Having just graduated from the academy a year or two prior, they were already showing promise, yet it was their terrifying teamwork that made them unstoppable. They could even surround and kill a jonin. None of them alone possessed elite jonin strength, but working in unison they could toy with and slay even an elite jonin. An image involuntarily flashed in their minds: the final stage of the Second War, when Yekong and Hatake Tsukumo launched a night raid on the IWA front lines. IWA were masters of defense, and the Land of Earth boasted ample strategic depth. Yet Yekong single-handedly shattered the entire frontline defense, driving it to the brink of collapse. He reduced the entire battlefield from a cacophony of screams and wails to utter silence in a mere few minutes. A demon, a demon. After that, countless IWA bore psychological scars from Yekong. A rule was even established: if you encounter the demon of water on the battlefield, do not flee, for it is already too late. Yekong glanced at Hokage with slight surprise. The man had lost an arm severed cleanly at the shoulder, yet he still stared intently, his focus unwavering. Simply by relying on instinct to dodge his casual strike, this man's speed was already at elite jonin level. A flicker of interest passed through Yekong's eyes. He curled his lips and said, "I'll count to 3. If you can escape, then try. A hint: I won't chase you." Whoosh. As his words fell, water began to gather in his hand, swirling into a vortex. The 4 IWA's expressions changed drastically, and before their brains could even send signals to their bodies, they instinctively fled. 1. Whoosh. The water in his hand dispersed, shooting out as 4 thread-like streams. 2. Crack. Whiz. A stream of water lashed across a massive tree, needing several people to encircle, cleanly severing it in half. The 4 fled for their lives. Hokage, despite his injured arm, was incredibly fast and barely managed to avoid the attack. The others, however, were not so fortunate. Among the 4, 2 were not adept at speed. Oishi excelled in camouflage jutsu, while Masashige specialized in earth release. So, 3. Rumble. Bang. Shing. Amidst a series of hair-raising sounds, countless explosive tags scattered across the forest were detonated simultaneously. Wires were severed, and streams of water pierced through the void like spears, extending for thousands of meters in an instant. The forest was filled with crystalline water threads woven like a spider's web, crisscrossing in every direction. 2 IWA were suspended mid-air, their bodies held fast. Only when the water threads collapsed did they slowly fall, blood seeping from beneath them. The other 2 had vanished. Yekong lowered his hand, a hint of regret in his eyes. This was his first time using this technique, and it was not yet refined. Still, by grading standards, this should count as his first self-created S-rank jutsu. He would name it Water Release Dance of Death. A flicker of fear passed through Hyuga Chika's eyes as she began to ask why he wasn't pursuing, but her words caught in her throat as her expression twisted in alarm. Watch out. She instinctively shut her eyes as a shadow loomed overhead. A sudden lightness followed, and when she opened them again, she found herself atop a tree, cradled in Yekong's arms in a princess carry. He had intended to land gracefully on a pine tree's crown, but Yekong misjudged their combined weight, stumbled, and was forced to use the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate to a sturdier tree trunk. Looking at Hyuga Chika, he blinked. "How much do you weigh?" Her face flushed crimson. She jumped down and shot him a glare. Years had passed, and Hyuga Chika had blossomed into a striking figure. Even Yekong had underestimated her potential, thinking she had reached her limit long ago, never imagining she still had untapped depths. Though she stood a small distance from Yekong, she was hardly short, slender, yet not frail. "How did you?" Hyuga Chika wanted to ask something, but Yekong raised his hand, forming a Rasengan that continually swelled. Casually he said, "If you want to thank me, save it for later. I'll deal with this nuisance first. Go find a safe place to hide. Those Kusanin over there mean no harm." With that, Yekong vanished. Even with the dynamic vision of her Byakugan, Hyuga Chika could only perceive a fleeting afterimage. Then even the afterimage was gone. So fast. So this is the demon of water. She had been at the front lines for some time and heard the tales of Yekong's exploits, but she never imagined they were true. His mere presence could crush the will to fight of an elite IWN unit, leaving no room for thoughts of escape. Crash. The great ball Sharingan slammed into the Seven Tails' head, its chakra grinding against the creature's armored shell like an angle grinder until it finally erupted. The massive shockwave forced Yekong back, but also neutralized the Seven Tails' counterattack, causing it to rear back with a defiant hiss. Though blown away, Yekong landed with a gleam in his eye. So this is the power of a tailed beast. Name Yekong. Or Blade Tier 4, 20,100. Occupation Ninja Peak Shadow. Chakra 355. Ninjutsu Clone Technique, Substitution, Transformation Body Flicker Water Dragon Bullet Dance of Death Water, Walking Water Prison, Flying Thunder God Gale Flicker. Taijutsu Water, Breathing Mirror Flower Water, Moon Monstrous Strength. Kekkei Genkai Ice Release, Ice Age Absolute Zero. 10 years had wrought a qualitative transformation in his power, yet he had little concept of his own limits. He'd sparred with Tsunade, the result being she couldn't beat him, but he couldn't beat her either. Tsunade's strength had also reached the Kage level, but the gap between them was too vast for her to push him to his limits. The Seven Tails, however, was perfect. Moreover, opponents capable of wearing down his or Blade's durability were rare. The blade seemed to grow harder with each level. Ordinary shinobi swords would snap before they could shave off more than a sliver of its durability. It wasn't that Yekong lacked diligence, it was that most opponents simply couldn't leave a scratch. With a resonant ring, the or blade appeared in his hand. Gazing at the Seven Tails, a fervent battle lust flared in his eyes. Perfect. Today I'll use you to sharpen my blade. Roar. Enraged, the Seven Tails flapped its wings, soaring into the sky while scattering vast clouds of yellow dust, a paralytic toxin. Yekong had no intention of inhaling it. Whoosh. His figure vanished, reappearing directly above the Seven Tails' head like a thunderbolt, his blade descending in a single decisive strike. Clang. Roar. Yekong's hand trembled from the impact, but seeing the durability tick down, a surge of excitement filled him. Seeing the Seven Tails about to flap its wings and ascend, he would have none of it. His body dissolved into water, enveloping the beast entirely, followed by a storm of frantic blade strikes. The blade light formed an unbroken shimmering curtain of water, and with each passing moment the force of his strikes grew heavier, the tempo faster. Water breathing, 11th form, surging tides. Water breathing had only 10 forms, anything beyond had to be self-created. The ultimate technique wasn't classified as a form. Yekong knew but a handful of water-breathing forms, so he had to fuse the agility of the 3rd form, flowing dance, with the escalating power of the 10th form, constant flux. The result was this technique, surging tides. As long as his stamina and chakra held out, he could launch an endless torrent of full-power attacks. It was an almost brutally extreme single-target annihilation technique, persisting until the target was utterly destroyed. Clang. Sizzle. The mining pick left sparks on Komiai's carapace, but still failed to breach its defense until at a certain moment Yekong saw a crack on the pick. A surge of joy filled his heart. Finally, this moment had arrived. Crack. As the mining pick shattered, a terrifying surge of chakra poured into his body, and Yekong's eyes lit up, radiating a deep blue glow. Chakra 1000. Moments later, Chomei sensed his attack weakening. The humiliation and fury of being suppressed and unable to move erupted, and it directly lifted its head, gathering a scorching destructive energy in its mouth. Tailed beast ball. Damn human. I'll kill you. Chomei was truly enraged. Since its birth, aside from a certain monster, no one had ever brought it such humiliation. But a tailed beast was just a tailed beast, nothing more than a beast with chakra. During the process of gathering chakra, Yekong had undergone a tremendous transformation. Looking at the tailed beast ball, he knew it was impossible to counter it with ordinary ninjutsu. Without an equal amount of chakra, confronting the tailed beast ball was impossible. He was no master of Takno Jutsu. He swiftly formed hand seals, then slowly spread his hands in the air before him. In the space before him, a vast and complex sealing array slowly unfolded. Die. Komiai's tailed beast ball arrived at the same time. SHI? Like a lead ball sinking into a soft sofa, the tailed beast ball sank in, and then the space visibly twisted and collapsed, gradually swallowing the tailed beast ball whole. Space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. An auxiliary ninjutsu developed from the Flying Thunder God technique. Boom. Roar. A piercing scream echoed through the sky, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Yekong had directly transferred the tailed beast ball above Komiai's head. He had already taken the opportunity to imprint the Flying Thunder God mark on Chomei during the first spiral sphere. The explosion blast directly vaporized the entire forest, leaving behind a massive crater like a meteorite impact. Gulp. Is this the strength of that Mizu? Lord Yekong. The Taki ninja, seeing the dust settle, approached, cautiously standing far away, not daring to get close. Hyuga also stood under a tree, activating her Byakugan to observe. But seeing the scene, she frowned, her gaze turning strange. What the hell is that guy doing? Clang, clang, clang. In the center of the deep crater, a massive sealing array unfolded beneath Komiai, preventing it from shrinking or escaping underground. Yekong, holding the mining pick, struck its hardest horn repeatedly. Human, I'll kill you. Roar. Tailed beast ball. Boom. Yekong flashed above, raised his fist, and directly punched Komiai's open mouth shut, slamming it into the ground, making the earth tremble violently. Monstrous strength, he possessed it too. And with his greatly increased chakra, he could suppress Chomei at close range without any problem. After suppressing Komiai, the clanging of iron continued until he noticed the durability barely dropping. Still unwilling to give up, Yekong simply grasped the mining pick with both hands, raised it high, and smashed it fiercely onto Komiai's horn. At that moment, a nearly visible blue chakra erupted from his body, shooting into the sky like a beacon of smoke. Clang, crack, roar. Yekong looked at the unharmed mining pick in his hand, then at Komiai's horn, which seemed to be splitting and nearly broken. He twitched his eyelids side and put away the pick. He patted Komiai's trembling body, but his touch only made it tremble more. Now the Seven Tails stopped cursing and curled up in place. Lord Yekong, this is. Yekong jumped out of the deep crater, nodded to the Taki leader, and said, it's done. Please settle the balance, thank you. He pointed at Chomei below, which now dared not move. In fact, it couldn't move. The ceiling array underground prevented it, and flying up would be suicide. Where could it go? The surrounding Taki ninja exchanged glances, and the village chief of Takigakure paid the remaining amount and sent Yekong off. A few hours later, in a hot spring inn in the land of grass, Yekong bathed and changed clothes. Since he was out, he planned to check on the three little ones, Yehiko and the others. Although he had let them roam free, he still needed to see if they were alive from time to time. Splash. Rising from the hot spring, Yekong manipulated chakra to control the moisture on his body surface, floating slightly in the air. After walking a few steps, the water droplets automatically fell to the ground. Thud. Stepping onto the corridor, Yekong saw Hyuga approaching from the opposite direction. Both paused slightly as if recalling something. Hyuga face flushed slightly, then her gaze dimmed. She sighed and said, I'm going back. Thank you for this time. You're welcome. Yekong watched Hyuga leave, frowning slightly. He hadn't paid special attention to her over the years. He hadn't seen Hyuga since he graduated from the Ninja Academy because Yekong's development was too fast, and there was little intersection. But after all, he had served in the Umbu, and reconnaissance was basic. Hyuga appearance had changed too much. Even on the battlefield, it shouldn't be like this. It seemed more like a severe psychological blow. He decided to ask about it later. First, he headed to the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain hadn't changed, still shrouded in gloomy rain. After some effort, Yekong found Yehiko and the other two, now the Akatsuki organization, who were wanted by Amigakure. Indeed, this was the original Akatsuki. Based on Yehiko's dream, they gradually gathered a group of dreamers striving for an ideal world. It seemed absurd, but in the ninja world, especially in the Land of Rain, which suffered from constant war and severe resource scarcity, Yehiko's dream was like a lighthouse dispelling the darkness over the Land of Rain. Hiss. In a cave, several unknown ninjas were on guard around. Yehiko winced in pain, accepting Konin's treatment with a mix of suffering and joy. Yekong had arranged for Konin to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. With her chakra control talent, she easily grasped the basics of medical ninjutsu. Although she couldn't perform complex medical techniques after long practice, her medical ninjutsu was already considerable. After quickly treating Yehiko's injuries, Yekong curled his lips and looked around. You live here. Why not just take over Amigakure? Konin and Nagato remained silent for a moment. Haha. Yehiko, however, was more mature and optimistic. He laughed heartily, then said seriously, Master, you're still the same. But my dream is to build a peaceful world without war, so I won't use force to conquer Amigakure. TCH. Yekong clicked his tongue in disdain, raised his hand, and flicked. Yehiko instinctively raised his arm, but a pebble seemed to curve in midair, hitting him from behind. Slap. Hiss. That hurts. Yekong prodded the campfire with a twig and said testily, if you can't take it, just say so. Don't put on airs in front of me. Getting cocky, are you? Yehiko scratched his head awkwardly. Over the years, the three of them had indeed grown a lot, steadily improving to the level of Jonin. Especially Nagato, though the most low-key of the trio, his development of the Rinnegan had gradually widened the gap between him and the others. The three of them working together did have a chance to overthrow the regime of Amigakure, since Hanzo of the Salamander had already been killed by Yekong. But a ninja village wasn't a cabbage. In the original timeline, Nagato only fully awakened and developed the 6 paths of pain before taking Amigakure, making it the Akatsuki's headquarters. For now, the three had potential, but it was risky. Yehiko then turned serious, exchanged a glance with Nagato, and looked at Yekong. Master, I actually have some ideas I'd like to ask your opinion on. Speak. Yekong yawned. He hadn't rested well during the journey and was already tired, planning to go back and sleep. Yehiko then laid out his plan. They indeed intended to attack Amigakure as a foundation for their ideals, but he didn't know how to stabilize the Land of Rain and fend off the siege of the 3 great ninja villages. So, Yekong's eyes flickered and he interrupted. So you went after the 7 Tails. The three were startled. Master, how do you know about that? Humph. Yekong snorted disdainfully. So it was you three kids. Originally, Night Sky had not associated the rampage of the Seven Tails with Yehiko and his companions. It was only after arriving and observing their situation and words that the idea struck him. Why had the Land of Rain fallen to its current state? On one hand, it suffered from resource scarcity, an unchangeable fact, but it was undeniable that the Hidden Rain Village was one of the strongest villages besides the five great ones. The fundamental reason it could never develop was its location between the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind. Whenever they went to war, the Land of Rain inevitably became their strategic depth, suffering immensely while trying to develop wishful thinking. Thus, only by making the three great villages hesitate to recklessly invade the Land of Rain could it truly escape the endless torment of war. But how? Hanzo the Salamander had proven that a single strong individual was insufficient. So Yehiko and his companions set their sights on a true strategic weapon: the tailed beasts. Unfortunately, all other tailed beasts were held by the five great villages. Outright theft was impossible and would only invite catastrophe. Thus, the Seven Tails of the Hidden Waterfall Village became the optimal choice. It had to be said that although Yehiko was passionate, he was also sharp-minded, thinking 3 steps ahead and acting only after careful planning. But, slap, that hurt. Yehiko was struck again while Konan and Nagato chuckled on the side. Only Yehiko looked at Night Sky with a depressed expression. Master, why? Night Sky said irritably, why? You had a plan, yet you let the Seven Tails escape. Now the Hidden Waterfall Village has reinforced its seal. What will you do? Huh? Yehiko was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. That can't be. The Hidden Waterfall Village shouldn't have the ability to suppress the Seven Tails so quickly, and they're not skilled at sealing. I was planning to act after they gave up on it. Night Sky raised his hand to strike again, and Yehiko shrank back. He sighed inwardly. I said you're clever, and now you're getting cocky. How was I supposed to know your plan? Now my seal will take you an eternity to break, and the Seven Tails is stunned. Who knows if it will even rampage if released? Thinking it over, Night Sky felt the trio would surely recognize his sealing technique and come to him for trouble. That wouldn't do. Where was his dignity as their master? He had to slip away before they discovered it. Master. Yehiko was also at a loss now, saying to Night Sky, Master, you can't just watch us continue living in a cave, right? Please. He clasped his hands together and bowed. Night Sky never allowed them to kneel or kowtow casually. The kid knew he'd get a beating if he forgot that. His face twitched. Night Sky pulled out a scroll from his clothes and tossed it to Yehiko. Take this. It can break the Seven Tails seal. Also, Yehiko quickly caught it with a silly grin. Master, you're the best. Then he turned to Nagato, raised his hand, and slapped him. Nagato hung his head, shoulders trembling slightly, not daring to speak. Now Yehiko started snickering. Night Sky turned serious, beginning to scold Nagato with a stern expression. If you're unwilling to use your Rinnegan, then pluck it out. Don't keep it as a decoration. Master, Nagato tried to explain, and Yehiko and Konan also wanted to speak for him, but Night Sky directly raised his hand to interrupt. I know your Rinnegan consumes a massive amount of chakra, and reckless use might even shorten your lifespan. But do you think not using it will keep you safe? Nagato remained silent, not daring to refute. Night Sky snorted in exasperation. Nagato had always been indecisive, doing whatever Yehiko said. Once Yehiko died, he would completely lose himself. That wouldn't do. Then Night Sky tossed another scroll to him, still stern. I should have told you that when you know a problem, you must find a solution. Running away never solves anything. Yes, I understand, Master. After reprimanding the trio, Night Sky did not stay long, but directly left the Land of Rain. He wouldn't deal with what came after. Helping them this far was already out of the teacher-student bond. He had done what he could. He couldn't solve everything for them. What would that make him? A babysitter? At the border of the Land of Rain, Night Sky walked as raindrops slipped off his clothes, as if an invisible waterproof layer shielded him. Suddenly his gaze swept through the depths of the jungle hidden in the rain curtain. The surrounding raindrops froze in midair, and the next moment, whoosh, 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 crack. Thousands of raindrops transformed into streaks of light, instantly blasting into the forest, punching countless dense holes into tree trunks and the ground, as if ravaged by a hail of bullets with holes everywhere. Enough to make anyone with trypophobia faint on the spot. From within the trees, dead white Zetsu slowly emerged and collapsed to the ground. With a cold snort, Night Sky's figure vanished. Black Zetsu had been watching the trio all along. More precisely, watching Nagato, who was a crucial piece in Madara's plan and could not be compromised. Drip. Night Sky had been about to leave, but then he sensed something and disappeared into the rain curtain. Moments later, in a forest, he intercepted 3 masked figures. Root. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He resolved to make time to warn Danzo again upon returning, lest that old fox cause him trouble. Whoosh. There were 3 of them, and 2 actually charged at Night Sky, without hesitation. If the Umbu were a special assassination unit, then Root was made of pure suicide soldiers, puppets stripped of humanity, existing only for missions. Squelch. Without any suspense, Night Sky slaughtered those two with a wave of his hand, then looked at the last one. Since it had come to this, he had no intention of leaving survivors. However, just as he was about to strike, that person turned and fled directly. About to give chase, Night Sky suddenly stopped, frowning at the retreating figure. In the end, he did not pursue to the death. In Konoha, the war continued, and the village was far more desolate than before. The clans kept to themselves, though most had likely been sent to the front lines already. The first thing Night Sky did upon returning to Konoha was head back to his hot spring and handing the pastries he had bought on the way to Shizune, which would make the girl happy for a while. "Thank you, Lord Sora." Shizune carefully hid the pastries away. Night Sky smiled gently and prepared to rest. "I'm getting old, so I need to take care of my health." But he had barely taken 2 steps when Shizune came pattering over, handing him a mission scroll. In his room, he looked at the mission scroll sealed with special reinforcement, clicked his tongue-formed hand signs to unseal it, and opened it. After one glance, his figure vanished. Moments later, Night Sky appeared in the Hokage's office, placing the scroll before Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was puffing on his pipe. "Lord Hokage, please find someone else for this kind of mission. I can't do it. Also, next time you try to scheme against me, don't go to the Kage of other villages first. First consider whether your own head is still on your shoulders, Lord Hokage." With that, he raised his hand and patted Hiruzen's shoulder. Having seen through the essence of the third great ninja war, Night Sky didn't expect the villages to stop honestly, but not everyone could be a sacrifice. The act of smoking hid Hiruzen's expression, but Night Sky noticed the increased tension in his arm. This old fox was increasingly adapting to his role as Hokage, becoming less humane, or rather less human. In his eyes, everything was just an object to be sacrificed for politics. If necessary, he would scheme to sacrifice anything, including the 3 ninja, though that point had not yet been reached. In the hot spring house under the night sky, splash. Leaning against the edge of the hot spring, Yekong sank into thought. For now, having Hiruzen Sarutobi step down was definitely not an option. If he were gone, Danzo would become the biggest winner. As for sending both old foxes away, who would take over the role? Surely not Jiraiya and Orochimaru. No kidding. One's a lecherous old man, the other's a deviant. If they became Hokage, they'd likely be no better than another Hiruzen Sarutobi, perhaps even more revolting than the Sarutobi-Danzo combination. So in the end, it still comes down to Minato Namikaze. No, wait, Nawaki should also have potential. Maybe I should give that kid some extra training. What? Why not Tsunade? That definitely won't work. She wouldn't accept that scenario, alright. Sigh. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, something was quietly unfolding. Inside the Hyuga clan compound, after Hyuga Qianhua's return, she issued a challenge to Hyuga Hizashi, the head of the branch family. Though abrupt, this did not violate the clan's rules, and the clan elders gave their consent. By seniority, Hyuga Hizashi was considered an uncle to Hyuga Qianhua. Begin. A crowd of Hyuga clan members formed a circle with the 2 figures at the center. As the signal to start was given, both figures crossed the distance of 2 zhang. In an instant, their palm winds howling. The moment they clashed, Hyuga Hizashi could hardly conceal his shock. The gentle fist was a pressure point striking technique, but it was also a body art that combined both hardness and softness. The seemingly soft and feeble palm strikes actually contained extremely powerful chakra control. Being hit by them was no joke. Combined with close quarters sparring, both moved with incredible speed, and a series of fierce palm winds even stirred up a gale around them. Bang! Slap! Soon the palm winds turned into afterimages, and for a moment neither could gain the upper hand. The surrounding Hyuga clansmen were already in an uproar, stunned and astonished. Qianhua actually. So amazing. She can really hold her own against the clan head to this extent. Incredible. Especially the branch family members, who were now extremely excited. The internal division within the Hyuga clan was severe. The caged bird seal inherently placed the branch family beneath the main family. For as long as anyone could remember, whether in formalities or clan decisions, the branch family was more like sacrificial pawns, always on the weaker side. It was less like a main family and branch family, and more like master and servant. This distorted relationship had persisted for far too long. Of course, the branch family harbored resentment, but no one had ever stepped forward. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi had both been committed to maintaining the relationship between the 2 factions, unwilling to break the delicate balance. But Hyuga Qianhua's actions were crossing that red line. Boom. The 2 exchanged a powerful palm strike, and were pushed apart. Seeing that the gentle fist couldn't decide the match, Hizashi raised his hand and shouted 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Qianhua also raised her hand and unleashed a palm strike, also the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Boom. The 2 streams of chakra collided, creating a terrifying impact like raging waves, yet it didn't disrupt the rhythm of the gentle fist. The 2 became locked in combat, once more fighting with increasing ferocity, unable to hold back. Enough. Finally, Hyuga Hayashi had no choice but to step in and stop them. Hyuga Hizashi also wished to end this farce, but to his surprise, Hyuga Qianhua showed no sign of stopping. Hyuga Hizashi knew he couldn't afford to lose, or the branch family would surely fall into chaos, so he found himself unable to disengage either. As the two continued to fight, Hyuga Hayashi's authority as the head of the main family was being trampled upon. One of the clan elders could no longer stand by and directly struck out with an 8 trigrams vacuum palm aimed at Hyuga Qianhua. How dare you? Boom. Hyuga Qianhua was injured and lost the spar. But the branch family members on site were all glaring with fury, yet dared not speak out. In the end, this farce was suppressed by the iron rules of the Hyuga clan. As night fell, sparse pedestrians walked along the streets of Konoha. Yekong didn't see any familiar faces either. After escorting Shizun back, he planned to head home and sleep. As he walked, Yekong noticed a figure lurking in the shadows in the distance, and paused slightly. A few minutes later, Yekong brought Hyuga Qianhua back to the hot spring house. Yekong ordered 2 bowls of ramen. There wasn't much else to eat at this hour. He raised his hand and said, "I don't have many rules here. Eat up. Not eating when you're upset hurts your stomach, and it'll only make you feel worse." With that, he started eating himself, slurping down the noodles in a few quick bites and finishing off the toppings. He wasn't fond of drinking the broth, so he got up, poured himself a glass of water, and poured one for Hyuga Qianhua as well. Seeing that she still refused to eat, Yekong let out a helpless sigh. He set down the cup and asked, "Something happened in the clan, didn't it?" Hyuga Qianhua's despondent expression finally shifted. She spoke in he. Her voice trembled, tears falling. Everyone sacrificed themselves. I don't understand. They could have escaped. They all could have survived. What? Yekong pressed his lips together. He wanted to say that this was just how the world was, but saying that without being able to truly empathize would seem somewhat heartless. Just like Tsunade, if Nawaki died, she would probably fall apart too. But there was no helping it. People died in this world every moment. The reason Yahiko's dream was so idealistic yet still drew people willing to follow him even unto death was precisely because it represented the longing of nearly everyone in the shinobi world. Only those who have endured suffering truly yearn for peace. After a long while, as Hyuga Qianhua's emotions gradually settled, Yekong let out a sigh and said, "I don't know about the affairs of the Hyuga clan, but as for Yin, he probably isn't dead." Hyuga Qianhua looked up, staring at him blankly. Yekong then made a trip to Root, exchanged some pleasantries with Danzo, and brought back a Root ninja. That kid Hyuga Yin had been recruited into Root after faking his death. Yekong had seen him back in the Rain Country. Fortunately, the kid was sharp enough to know when to run rather than fight, or else he might have ended up killed by Yekong himself. Big brother. Hyuga Qianhua hugged him tightly and began to cry again. The next day, Yekong was idling in the hot spring house. He didn't want to be led around by the nose by that old fox Hiruzen Sarutobi, so he had some free time now. But being idle all day didn't feel right either. Recalling the matter with Hyuga Qianhua, he found himself getting up, almost compulsively deciding to visit the Hyuga clan. "Shizun, I'm stepping out for a bit." "Yes, will you be back for lunch, Lord Kong?" See, that's what being well-behaved looks like. As for those 3, Yahiko and the others, only Conan would occasionally cook for him. The other 2 were beyond hope. The Hyuga clan's compound was quite large, but fortunately Konoha wasn't that big, so it only took about 20 minutes to walk there. Are we branch family members truly nothing but sacrificial pawns? What? Bang. Just as he arrived outside the Hyuga clan compound, Yekong was taken aback. Several Hyuga clansmen, along with 2 white-haired old geezers, had surrounded Hyuga Qianhua and her brother. It seemed that Hyuga Qianhua's words had provoked the 2 elders, and one of them struck out fiercely. Hyuga Qianhua raised her hand to block, but the old fox was indeed cunning. After one palm strike, the elder spun in place, forming a vortex. Chakra gathered into a semicircle as his palm wind howled. He had combined the rotation with gentle fist techniques, completely suppressing Hyuga Qianhua within moments. At the critical moment, 2 figures appeared and blocked the attack. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi stood between them. "Elder, let's discuss this back inside." "No." The other elder also stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Hyuga Yin. "He's not Yin. Don't think you can fool our Byakugan. Hayashi, you should understand what it means for him to return alive." "What does it mean?" A hero whose name had already been inscribed on the memorial stone suddenly returning alive. For the Hyuga clan, it was naturally a disaster. Especially since he was a branch family member. At a time like this, he absolutely could not return alive. That was the essence of a great clan. Outwardly glorious, but built on countless sacrifices. For a moment, grief welled up in Hyuga Qianhua's heart. She shielded Hyuga Yin behind her. "Coming back alive is a good thing." "Well, you don't think so?" A voice sounded from behind the elder. The Hyuga clansmen on site tensed up, their expressions shifting in shock as they turned to look. Impossible. His heart was shaken, for they had all activated their Byakugan, yet no one had detected the approaching presence. That elder's eyes flickered as he stared at the blade resting against his neck, and said with unyielding pride, "Lord Yekong, do you intend to kill me?" With a mighty thud, the old man was slammed into the wall of a street-side building. Yekong clicked his tongue, casually planting the mining blade into the ground, and said, "You get a little respect, and you start acting cocky. What? Do you think you're Hiruzen Sarutobi? Lord Yekong?" Hayashi Hyuga stepped forward, hoping to negotiate, but another Hyuga elder, clearly unaware of the situation, roared in fury and unleashed a full-powered palm strike with a fierce gust and a piercing sound toward Yekong. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. A flash of azure light flickered in Yekong's eyes, and in the next moment, he charged forward. A massive Rasengan condensed in his palm as he met the attack head-on. The gentle fist was indeed troublesome. If he used raw strength or other means, he'd likely punch the old man to death, which would be rather unsightly. So, with a deafening explosion under the force of the Rasengan, Hyuga caught the blood-spitting Hyuga elder. The surrounding Hyuga clan members surged forward ready to attack Yekong. Seeing a murderous intent genuinely flash in Yekong's eyes and his hand slowly reaching toward the blade stuck in the ground, Hyuga's expression shook violently. Stop! The authority of the Hyuga clan leader still held successfully, averting a catastrophe. Afterward, Yekong, Hyuga, and Hisashi Hyuga talked for a long time, concluding that Hyuga Yin must be expelled from the clan and even forbidden from becoming a ninja. Yekong went the extra mile, using a sealing technique to conceal the Byakugan traits, then left the Hyuga clan with him. Having been cast out from his clan, Hyuga Yin was completely lost, as if he had lost his soul. Along the way, the guy still looked half dead. Yekong directly raised his hand and firmly slapped his shoulder, saying, "Alright, if this place won't keep you, there's always another. Isn't this better than being a beast of burden in the Branch family? Tell your sister to leave the clan too. It's fine, I can support her." Hyuga Yin twitched at the corner of his mouth, whether from pain or anger at Yekong, then said coldly, "Who asked you to meddle?" The next moment, Yekong and Hyuga Yin vanished from the streets of Konoha. Half an hour later, Hyuga Yin's face was bruised and swollen, his eyes puffed shut, but he knelt upright before Yekong, his back straight as a board. Shizen glanced at him worriedly and whispered to Yekong, Lord calm. Don't mind him. If he doesn't want to eat, let him starve." Woo-woo. Hyuga Yin could no longer hold it in. 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably from his swollen eyes. People from big clans all have this flaw, stubborn pride. But you've left the clan, so why are you still pulling that with me? Stubborn bones, huh? I bet you've never been starving enough. A couple of skipped meals will fix that. So Yekong didn't even let Shizun prepare dinner for Hyuga Yin. Hyuga Yin indeed remained stubborn, sitting stiffly in place for an entire day. Yekong almost admired his perseverance. Guess he wasn't hungry enough yet. Continue. Second day, third day. SSH. Yekong looked at Hyuga Yin, who was still sitting motionless, his face now pale and his eyes devoid of any life. A sense of dread hit him. If this guy starved to death, Hyuga Chika, that cooked duck, would fly away. That can't happen. But wouldn't it be too embarrassing to go over myself now? Maybe I'll have Shizun send some food just to keep him hanging on. Lord Kong, who is he? At that moment, a gentle beauty with long hair draped over one shoulder, sporting a rather dangerous hairstyle, walked into the hot spring house carrying some things. It was Satomi. She had gone back home for a while due to family matters. She usually took care of the hot spring house, mainly cleaning and changing the water. Oh, Yekong scratched his head and made up an excuse. He's an old classmate of mine. Seems he has anorexia. Don't worry about him, go ahead with your work. Anorexia. That's quite serious. Satomi said as she took out 2 lunchboxes from the bag. She handed one to Yekong and said, "These are boiled beans from home. A small token of gratitude for your care." Yekong accepted it. These beans were boiled in salt water and Tsunade loved them because she liked drinking, and they made a great appetizer. Then Yekong turned and left, pondering how to get Hyuga Yin back on his feet and then faithfully serve as his wingman. At noon, Satomi prepared a lavish meal. Yekong felt uneasy watching Hyuga Yin's state, so he moved to another room to eat. Satomi's cooking was quite good, better than Shizun's. After the meal, Satomi also brought a portion to Hyuga Yin. To Yekong's surprise, the guy actually ate. "Hyuga Yin, I'm eating, damn it." He devoured the food like a starving ghost, tears streaming down his face as he ate, as if he'd never eaten a meal in his life. "Well, I thought you could endure, but you were just toughing it out, huh? Here, have some water." Satomi, unaware, simply assumed Hyuga Yin's anorexia had improved and brought him a cup of water. Hyuga Yin's complexion improved a bit, and he even blushed. Something's off with this guy. Yekong observed secretly. After another 2 days, Hyuga Yin seemed to have accepted his fate. Yekong gave him some tasks like handing out flyers and delivering ice. After that, he also had to go outside the village to look after a winery for Yekong. Indeed, Yekong had set up his own winery, including a brewing workshop and a wine cellar. Not the sake with 10-something% alcohol, but distilled liquor and yellow wine. He wasn't very experienced at first, but after a few years of fumbling, he finally mastered the brewing technique. The result was far more aromatic and mellow than sake, and demand outstripped supply. By now he had essentially monopolized all the alcohol in Konoha. As for the initial motive, it was because Tsunade had developed a drinking problem at some point, and Yekong, having nothing better to do, started experimenting. One day outside Konoha, Yekong took Hyuga Yin to inspect the wine cellar, and they were walking back. "Hey." Yekong hooked his arm around Hyuga Yin's shoulder and said with a smile, "Isn't it time you helped me win over your sister? It's been this long, and you still haven't figured it out. What's so great about that crummy clan and being a ninja? Stick with me, and I'll give you a share of the winery. You'll live high on the hog, and there's Satomi-chan too." Admittedly, the Hyuga clan's genetics are something else. Both men and women have uniform long black hair and fair skin. Hyuga Yin wanted to push him away, but upon hearing the name Satomi, he blushed slightly, then said sternly, "My sister would never fall for you. Don't even think about it." "Damn, I've been taking care of you all this time, and you're being ungrateful. You're asking for it, huh?" Yekong sighed, then released him wearing a pitying expression, and said, "Fine then. Oh, by the way, I heard Satomi-chan recently mentioned she's going on a blind date." Crack. Hyuga Yin stopped in his tracks, frozen in place, as if he heard the sound of something shattering. Yekong walked on, muttering to himself, "Speaking of which, maybe I should help prepare something. After all, she's been looking after the hot spring house for so long. Maybe I'll give her some money to go on a date or something." Crack. Whoosh. Yekong looked at Hyuga Yin, who had suddenly appeared before him, and immediately prostrated himself in a full bow. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "You little rascal, trying to outdo me. Ha. Lord Kong. My sister is 171 centimeters tall, weighs 48 kilograms. Her birthday is March 1st, and she loves hot springs, grilled meat, and small animals. She's actually quite timid and shy. The training ground she visits every day is. If you find it suitable, you can threaten her with my life to make her comply. Please, I beg you, don't let Satomi-san go on that blind date." After saying that, he thumped his head heavily on the ground. Yekong blinked. Well, you're supposed to be the honest type, but you're betraying your sister this thoroughly. Truly my brother-in-law. Ha. He pulled Hyuga Yin to his feet, and the two hooked arms around each other's shoulders like long-lost brothers. As for the previous grudges, they were already gone with the wind. That day, Kong was still pondering how to continue misleading Hyuga Yin when a letter arrived from the front lines. It was a letter from Tsunade asking Kong to check on Naberi. The intelligence came from Orochimaru, who reported that Naberi had been dispatched to the border of the Rain country, which worried her. Kong considered this for a moment. Naberi's strength was such that Tsunade truly had no reason to worry, but it had been quite some time since they last met, so he decided to go and check on him anyway. Speaking of which, Minato Namikaze hadn't appeared in the village for quite some time, either, while Kushina had basically stopped taking missions altogether. Kong entrusted Misato with watching over the hot spring house before heading toward the border region between the Fire Country and the Rain Country. Kirigakure hadn't formally declared war on Konohagakure, but their covert tactics kept multiplying. If left unchecked, these maneuvers would inevitably spark larger conflicts. So Hiruzen Sarutobi had assigned Naberi to this sector, coordinating with several elite squads to conduct guerrilla operations against Kirigakure. When encounters occurred, they'd simply drive them back. Otherwise, it was just routine patrol work, light and straightforward. At least until Kirigakure formally declared war on Konoha, he'd face minimal danger. Within a temporary forward camp, Kong successfully located Naberi. Long time no see, Kong. It was midday, and the camp sat near a small stream. The group still had the leisure to prepare a meal, gathering wild vegetables and fruits, catching some game to make do. Seeing this, Kong couldn't help but remark speechlessly, "You're living better than me. Your sister actually had me check whether you're still alive." Ha! Naberi laughed heartily, casually made his way to the fire to begin his meal, and said between bites, "You've always been like this. But tell me, is my sister doing all right?" Kong didn't hold back either. He walked over, grabbed a roasted fish, and started eating, while casually responding, "What could possibly be wrong with her? Same old routine. She wouldn't stay put in the village like she should, insisting on going to the front lines to suffer. TSK. With Tsunade's seniority and prestige combined with her role as a medical ninja, she had no need to go to the front lines at all. And even if she did go, it wouldn't change anything." Naberi fell silent at these words, his eating slowing as he seemed to be deep in thought. Kong took the opportunity to continuously reach into the pot, not caring whether it was hot, and soon the contents were gone. Naberi muttered, "I told my sister I'd become Hokage, but she seemed unhappy about it. Kong, do you know why?" He looked up at Kong. Kong set down his chopsticks and glanced at him before saying, "Hokage isn't exactly a desirable position. It would be strange if she were happy about it." The two Konoha ninja nearby remained silent, eating in their own world. Naberi gave a bitter smile. In all of Konoha, only Kong would dare to speak like this, and actually have the audacity to say it. Yet what made it even more striking was that all the jonin of Konoha, including Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, understood that Kong could say such things to his face without any consequences. Boom. Just then a massive explosion echoed from the distant forest. Naberi and the others' expressions hardened, and in the next moment, they vanished from where they stood, rushing toward the source of the blast. Kong muttered under his breath about the trouble and followed. Moments later, they arrived at the scene and found only one severely wounded figure lying on the ground. Naberi stepped forward to examine the injuries and could tell there was no saving him. Half of his body had been blown apart. "The seven," he managed to say before his head tilted slightly and his breath ceased entirely. Naberi's face darkened, his teeth grinding as he said, "It was the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Those bastards." Kong walked over to the side, frowning. "You can't handle them." With Naberi's current strength, he was on par with Minato Namikaze. As a member of the Senju clan, his gifts had already begun to manifest, His extraordinary physique and chakra reserves were something ordinary ninja could only envy. With this level of power and his proficiency in water release, there was no reason he shouldn't be able to deal with the 7 swordsmen. If they managed to escape, it was only because Naberi was holding back. Hearing this, Naberi shook his head. Those 7 engaged me at first, but I wasn't familiar with their abilities and let them escape. After that, they always struck and retreated, immediately refusing to engage me properly. There wasn't much I could do about it. 7 elite jonin, each with their own strengths, were indeed formidable when fighting together. Without overwhelming power, the only way to defeat them would be to find opportunities to take them down one by one. Unfortunately, now that the 7 were on guard, Naberi would find it difficult to exploit any weaknesses. Kong thought about it for a moment. Naberi didn't seem to have any technique capable of crushing all 7 head-on. Launching large-scale jutsu to clash directly wouldn't work either. He didn't possess the terrifying chakra reserves that Senju Tobarama had at his peak. Worse still, among their opponents was Suijin of the Watermelon Spirit, whose Samahata was a particularly troublesome weapon. Pure ninjutsu alone wouldn't give him an advantage. Against such a combination, if Naberi acted recklessly, he might expose his own vulnerabilities and risk being severely injured or even killed. Beyond that, he'd have to rely on taijutsu. Unfortunately, while Naberi had learned his water breathing, his taijutsu skills were average. Very average. The Senju clan had no formal taijutsu lineage. The veterans who had survived from the Warring States period had gained their experience through direct combat, not through structured martial arts training. Naberi rose to his feet and handed 2 kunai engraved with sealing formulas to his 2 companions nearby. Kong raised an eyebrow slightly. Have you mastered the Flying Thunder God? For years had passed. Even with average talent and comprehension, Naberi should have mastered the Flying Thunder God by now. Even if he couldn't match the seamless precision of Kong or Minato Namake's space-time ninjutsu, was still a force not to be underestimated. Yes. Naberi nodded, his expression growing serious. I only recently achieved complete mastery of precise teleportation. There shouldn't be any issues. Next time they appear, I'll definitely finish them. Kong had considered staying to help, but Naberi refused. He looked determined to avenge his fallen comrade. Finally, Kong asked about Minato Namake's whereabouts and received some unexpected intelligence. In the Wind Country, there existed an ancient land called Lulan. It was a mysterious nation renowned throughout the ninja world for its puppet techniques. However, it had remained shrouded in sandstorms for years, making even the Wind Country unable to pinpoint its exact location. Minato Namikaze had been assigned the mission to investigate the ancient land of Lulan and was heading there with 2 teammates. Kong pondered this. The ancient land of Lulan appeared to be a significant plot point, and the dragon vein energy there possessed power that transcended time and space. Though it might not exist in the same timeline, he was quite interested in that kind of power. A day later in the Wind Country, Kong gazed at the endless expanse of yellow sand before him, feeling momentarily lost. Where exactly was he? TSK. The sand village was truly resilient, enduring sandstorms day after day and still mustering the courage to declare war on the Fire Country. Nothing short of remarkable. After searching for a while, Kong bitterly discovered that the maps and compass in his hands were utterly useless. This desolate place lacked even a single landmark. All sand, with the wind constantly reshaping the terrain. There was no path to be found. At this point, not only was finding Lulan impossible, he could barely leave without expending extra chakra to use the Flying Thunder God. But the thought of returning empty-handed without even catching a glimpse of anyone went against his nature, so Kong patiently pressed onward into the swirling sands. A gust of wind swept past. He'd gotten sand in his mouth. Whoosh. Through the howling wind, a faint metallic sound caught Kong's attention. His gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, the spot he'd occupied was suddenly pierced by countless sunbon needles, dense and numerous, easily over 100. In the sunlight, the sunbon gleamed with an eerie blue sheen, clearly poisoned. Kong reappeared roughly 3 meters away, glancing sideways. Another gust of wind and sand swept through, and as it cleared, he found himself surrounded by IWA ninja. One figure with wrinkles on his face caught his attention. A puppet stood behind him, the one responsible for the ambush. If it had been anyone else, they likely wouldn't have been able to discern the attack from the wind's sound, and would have died on the spot. TSK. Kong clicked his tongue and began forming hand seals with one hand. I'm just passing through, asking for directions or something. No need for such a grand welcome, is there? Grandma Chiyo. Indeed, it was Chiyo. Watching Kong, Chiyo's gaze was equally grave, though her expression remained calm. To welcome the demon of the water is no excessive honor. But I never expected the demon of the water would favor a place devoid of water. How unusual. Kong's eye twitched, and for a moment he had no response. He truly didn't enjoy this environment. The reason was simple. Water release required water. While he wasn't entirely dependent on it, his abilities would still be somewhat hindered in this desolate place. Under normal circumstances, if Chiyo knew it was him, she wouldn't consider attacking. She'd test him first, and then leave it at that. But here in this location, Chiyo was likely already harboring murderous intent. Though reluctant to admit it, the Wind Country was indeed the environment Yekong detested most. Not only did it restrict his strength, but he also had to constantly eat mouthfuls of sand. Tui. He tried to force a smile, but even that was impossible. What a pain. He sighed inwardly. This was a bad start. Yekong knew that Chiyo would certainly unleash some devastating move against him, and escaping easily was out of the question. He might even end up losing his bearings again. Fortunately, as he looked around, besides Chiyo, there were about 11 Tsuna shinobi. 3 of them were puppeteers, and together with Chiyo they formed a 4-cornered formation to trap him. They were clearly elites, perhaps not all at Jonin level, but at least elite Chunin. Apart from Chiyo, Yekong took special notice of one woman standing beside her. She had short green hair with 2 strands of hair tied down at the front and dyed orange. Her expression was blank, and she held a kunai in one hand. It seemed unremarkable, but it was all an illusion. Besides Chiyo, who could put some pressure on him, this woman was the most dangerous one present. The first user of the Scorching Release, Yekong. The Scorching Release was a fearsome Kekkei Jinkai formed from wind and fire releases capable of reaching extremely high temperatures instantly. Its most direct technique, the Scorching Release's vaporization kill, could evaporate all moisture from a target upon contact, turning them into a dried corpse in an instant. To be honest, in a sense, the ninjutsu Yekong excelled in were somewhat suppressed by her, especially in such an unfavorable environment. With a lack of water already once the Scorching Release was activated, he could barely even forcibly summon water. Swoosh. Clang. Chiyo gave Yekong no time to think. With a slight twitch of her fingers, the puppet beside her instantly fired a barrage of Sanbon. The other puppeteers also made their moves, and various ninja tools shot from their puppets, hurtling straight toward Yekong. Swoosh. The moment Yekong vanished from his spot, Chiyo decisively reached out and pulled Yekong beside her. A blade of light flashed, aiming directly at Yekong, descending from above, but it missed as Chiyo had saved her. A prediction. A chill ran through Yekong. He knew well the caliber of his speed. An ordinary Kage level would never be able to keep up with him. But age brought cunning. These elderly Kage levels might have declined in physical strength and chakra, but not their experience. On the contrary, it only deepened with age. Just like now, Chiyo certainly couldn't match his speed, but she could predict even a fraction of a second ahead and evade in advance. Yekong. Chi. After dodging the attack, Yekong suddenly charged forward, striking a palm toward Yekong. At the critical moment, Yekong was still midair, but he exerted force with one arm, using the mining blade embedded in the sand to unleash a wind release, stirring up a sandstorm. The violent sandstorm obscured vision. Chiyo's expression changed slightly, and she decisively retreated. Facing Yekong's speed already posed a great threat. Losing sight would lead to unpredictable consequences. Clang. Thud. Ugh. As expected, the few Tsuna shinobi who couldn't escape the sandstorm in time were struck down without a chance to flee. Yekong reacted swiftly, managing to block Yekong's blade with the gap, but only that one strike. The sandstorm dissipated. Chiyo's face darkened. In the field, Yekong was now half kneeling on the ground, both hands desperately holding a kunai against Yekong's blade. The blade had cut into the flesh of her shoulder, and the immense force pinned her down, unable to rise. Zzzt. A spark erupted from the surface of the kunai. Wait. Chiyo hastily raised a hand and shouted. Then she said, "You can leave. Tsunade does not wish to provoke you." Oh. Yekong slightly eased his force. Yekong saw an opportunity and tried to flee, but as she rose halfway, Yekong's hand, faster than her, silently pressed onto her shoulder. Yekong dared not move again, her eyes trembling violently as she stared at Yekong in disbelief. Yekong leaned close to Yekong's face, a smile on his lips. "Since when do I need your permission to leave?" He casually thrust the mining blade into the ground beside him, then suddenly raised a hand and swept it through the air. Invisible wind blades seemed to merge into the air, scattering in all directions instantly. Chiyo's pupils dilated. She summoned 3 puppets to counter, but in just a moment her hands, which had just emerged from under her robe, froze. Not only that, the remaining few Tsuna shinobi around slowly collapsed lifeless. Wind release, he could use it too. Though he wasn't particularly skilled at it, that was only relative to his water release. He had even developed ice release. How weak could his wind release be? Chiyo could no longer speak. She only stared at Yekong, her breathing ragged. Yekong paid her no heed. Chiyo, now in her 40s, might still be at her peak, but signs of decline were already showing. She was nearing her end, hardly a threat, and of no value. On the other hand, Yekong was probably a bit older than him. The power of her Scorching Release was formidable. Her face and figure were also quite pleasing. He raised a hand and lightly patted her shoulder, smiling. "Can you tell me which direction Lulan is a?" Her stiff gaze finally reacted. Yekong's eyes moved, and she pointed in a direction. Yekong still smiled. "Thank you. We'll meet again." With that, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a bewildered Yekong. But she did not notice the change in Chiyo's gaze as she looked at her from a distance. "Lady Chiyo." "Lady Yekong." Not far away, several Tsuna shinobi rushed over, saw the corpses on the ground, and warily scanned their surroundings. "Lulan." Yekong arrived a bit late. The entire city was strewn with puppet wreckage and debris everywhere. When Yekong reached the dragon-veined Minato Namikaze and his two teammates were already there along with the Queen of Lalon and Naruto. Damn, I missed it. Yekong was a bit speechless, but Minato Namikaze noticed his arrival. Who goes there? A flying thunder god kunai was instantly hurled backward. A blur flashed, and Yekong appeared before them holding Minato's kunai. He clicked his tongue. Minato's two teammates tensed up, but upon recognizing Yekong they immediately relaxed their stances. Kong, it's you. Yekong casually tossed the oddly shaped kunai back to Minato, nodded, and complained, why did you make your kunai like this? Huh. It matches my wind-release chakra better. He even struck a foolish signature pose, clearly taught by Jiraiya, and said, and don't you think it looks cool? Yekong. You call this cool, eh? I'll give you cool. The two teammates exchanged glances, and the Queen of Lalon blinked. So cool. Well, someone actually thought it was cool. What the hell? Hearing the praise, Minato was even more delighted and laughed heartily. Ha! Right. Naruto also gave a thumbs up, playing along. Of course it's super cool. Truly birds of a feather flock together. The father and son had reminisced enough, neither revealing the other's identity. Mingren also understood that the future could not be changed, so he prepared to leave. At that moment, Yekong stepped forward and suddenly reached out to pat him. Mingren turned around and instinctively blurted out, oh, the hot spring uncle. Slap. So painful. Yekong raised his hand and punched him, muttering rude. Mingren dared not speak, only rolling on the ground with his hands over his head. Yekong pinned him down and asked, what's your situation? Give me a hint about the future, and I'll teach you a powerful technique. How about it? Huh. Mingren was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Receiving Yekong's affirmative answer, Mingren scratched his head and muttered, but you've already taught me so many techniques. Rasengan sun breathing sage arts. Huh. Mid-sentence Mingren froze, then realized that many of the techniques in his mind had vanished. Seeing this, Yekong nodded, understanding that even a parallel timeline had its effects. Hearing Mingren's words, he simply decided not to teach him any ninjutsu in the future, leaving Mingren dumbfounded. Mingren finally behaved, sitting on the ground and saying, well, the future uncle is very rich, and he's always getting beaten up by Granny Tsunade. Also, the villagers all respect you, calling you the hero of the village. Yekong nodded and raised his hand to stop him from continuing. That's enough. Actually, what you said earlier was more important. Sage arts. If Mingren hadn't mentioned it, I would have truly forgotten. I need to figure out how to acquire it, so I'll have to find Tsunade. Also, sun breathing. When did he learn that? Are you ready? Boom. While Yekong was deep in thought, Bluffing Shuimin, not wanting to influence Mingren due to his own presence, refrained from acknowledging him. Instead, he directly activated the Dragon Vein's energy, while simultaneously casting a sealing technique to erase the memory of those present. As the powerful Dragon Vein energy surged forth, Mingren's figure vanished within it. Bluffing Shuimin then began casting a mass memory seal, but when the seal was applied to Yekong, a problem arose. A puff of white smoke rose and the seal beneath Yekong's feet dissipated. Bluffing Shuimin recoiled 2 steps from the chakra backlash, staring at Yekong in shock. Kong, your chakra. Yekong was speechless for a moment, then waved his hand. No need for me. Even if your sealing technique works on me, it would gradually weaken. Let's leave it at that. Bluffing Shuimin gave a wry smile, but did not argue, merely nodding. Yekong's chakra far surpassed his own, and given his mastery over chakra control, he was no-tailed beast. How could he be easily sealed? Especially a memory seal targeting the brain. Soon they turned to leave. Yekong was still pondering how to develop sun breathing, and did not notice the subtle change beneath his feet. A strand of Dragon Vein energy suddenly leaked from the seal Bluffing Shuimin had set directly enveloping him. Alu. Kong. Bluffing Shuimin reacted quickly, even turning and raising his hand, but it was too late. Yekong's figure was swept away by the Dragon Vein and vanished. Bluffing Shuimin stared at the dissipating Dragon Vein energy, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty. The scene fell into dead silence. What should we do? His two teammates looked at him blankly, at a loss. Meanwhile, Yekong felt himself being squeezed by a force, then swept into it, landing in an unknown place. Just as he was puzzled, the surrounding pressure vanished. Yekong felt a lightness in his body, and the sensation of stepping into emptiness made him instinctively gather a stream of wind-released chakra to slow his descent. Splash. A hot spring. His feet barely sank before Yekong stood steadily on the water's surface. His robe fluttered slightly with the surrounding air currents, then settled. He scanned his surroundings. It was night. The air was somewhat hot and humid. It seemed his experience soaking in countless hot springs had not been wasted. This was indeed an outdoor hot spring, a natural one in the wild. A fine place. But where in the ninja world was this? Splash. Someone. Holy crap. Y'all. As Yekong shifted his gaze, a pale, jade-like figure suddenly came into view, nearly causing him to lose his footing on the chakra and fall into the water. What followed was even more terrifying. A piercing scream, nearly breaking the sound barrier, tore through the night, causing the entire hot spring to ripple. Yekong instantly retreated, and a water current swept toward him like a thunderbolt. Wait! Yekong appeared on the shore, his eyelids twitching as he watched a pink-haired figure emerge from the water and hastily don a bathrobe. He was a bit panicked. What was this? And this person looked vaguely familiar. Especially those incredible curves and the large twin tails. Wait, what was her name? Love Hashira. Where the hell did I end up? Yekong frowned. After being swept away by the dragon vein, he had prepared to appear in Ming Ren's era or some other time where he might still find a way back. But ending up in the Demon Slayer world, he had no idea how to get back. Rude brute. Ganlusi Mealy, however, refused to listen to his explanation and charged straight at him, swinging her fist. Whoosh. Wearing a bathrobe and wooden clogs, she could still burst with speed, close to a body flicker. Yekong was slightly startled and instinctively activated water breathing into full concentration, but feeling it was insufficient, he channeled a surge of chakra. Bang! Damn, is this the force a human can produce? Boom! Yekong was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree before falling to the ground. Clutching his right arm with his left hand, he felt a sharp pain in his forearm, nearly breaking the bone. He looked up at the panting Ganlusi Mealy, his eyelids twitching. There's a commotion over there. Nezuko, hurry. Bang! Yekong's eyelids twitched again, especially when he heard the familiar and unsettling sound of a firearm. Damn, how could he forget that scar-faced bastard? A half-human, half-demon freak armed with a flintlock. What was his name? Damn it, he couldn't remember. Whoosh. His figure vanished, and Yekong began to take things seriously. Letting Ganlusi Mealy land another punch was no joke. Rumor had it her muscle density was 8 times that of an ordinary human. This wasn't just about muscle density. Theoretically, she would need bone density and metabolic capacity to support that 8-fold muscle density. Strictly speaking, even Kibutsuji Musen and Yurichi Tsujikoni would pale in comparison to such an outrageous physical talent. It's just that she hadn't developed it properly. Miss Ganlu. Bang. Clang. Tanjiro. When Tanjiro arrived, Yekong took the opportunity to circle behind and knock out Bu Sichuan Xianmi and Ganlusi Mealy. Seeing this, Tanjiro in haste glared at Yekong as if facing a great enemy. Who are you? Sighed. Beside him, Miduzi seemed to sense the threat, releasing his hand. Her eyes and body began to change, a bloodthirsty gleam appearing in her gaze. Yekong raised his hands in surrender. I mean no harm. Listen to me first. They misunderstood me, so I had to act. Also, I'm not a demon. Then why did you attack Miss Ganlu in that? Tanjiro remained wary, glancing at Bu Sichuan in the distance, hesitating. That person over there. Huh. So it turns out I'm not the only one who forgot his name. That's a relief. For some reason, a strange sense of balance settled in. In the Swordsmith village, it took considerable effort for Yuzora to explain that he was no enemy. He asked Tanjiro and Nezuko to help carry the two back, though he had briefly considered simply picking up Mitsuri Kanroji. She looked like she would be comfortable to hold. However, after taking that punch, his confidence wavered. He feared she might wake mid-journey and lock him in a rear-naked choke, leaving him with no escape and no one to cry to. This kind of raw, physical explosive power was unlike chakra. Aside from Tsunade, Yuzora had never encountered anyone who could fuse chakra enhancement with physical strength so seamlessly. Chakra required time to circulate through the tenketsu to the arm, a delay far too slow compared to neural signals triggering muscle response. Under no circumstances could the two achieve perfect synchronization. Therefore, raw physical power and chakra-enhanced force were fundamentally different. If they were not, then among all ninja who possessed chakra, and some with greater reserves than Tsunade, how many could casually wield such monstrous strength? I am most apologetic. Gomen Nasai. Watching Mitsuri Kanroji, who upon awakening kept bowing and offering New Year greetings, Yuzora waved his hand and forced a smile. And no, it's fine. I trespassed here by accident. I should be the one apologizing. Mitsuri Kanroji raised her head, her face nearly pressing against Yuzora's. Her tear-streaked expression, previously shrouded in sorrow, suddenly brightened. Oh really? What a rapid change of demeanor. What else could he do? Of course he forgave her. Yuzora's right arm still throbbed with pain, but such minor injuries would heal in due course. Lady Mitsuri, Lord Tanjiro, dinner is served. Today we have eel rice. Eel rice. Upon hearing about the meal, Mitsuri's eyes lit up. She ran over, accepted the food, offered another round of thanks, and then devoured it voraciously. Within moments, a pile of 7 or 8 large bowls accumulated before her, yet her abdomen showed no sign of change. Such an appetite. Truly a unique physique then. Yuzora observed the scene with contemplation, but the sight made Mitsuri self-conscious. She covered her stomach, her face flushing red, and stopped eating. After another brief explanation, Yuzora began piecing together the events and contemplating how to return. Could it be because of the Hinakami Kagura? Since he had obtained the Hinakami Kagura through this accident, then if he mastered it, he could complete the causal chain and return home correct. Yes, that was currently the only possibility. With that thought in mind, Yuzora turned his gaze toward Tanjiro. Mitsuri had nearly finished eating and was now playing with Nezuko, who lay on her back like a kitten, exposing her belly for Mitsuri to stroke. Ah, so adorable. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Yuzuru waited until Tanjiro finished his meal before asking about the Hinakami Kagura. In this timeline, the sole inheritance of the Hinakami Kagura was the dance passed down through Tanjiro's family for generations. It was in fact a set of techniques that could only be wielded through the specialized breathing method, the sun breathing. It was equivalent to the complete techniques of the sun breathing. The so-called sun breathing was the original breathing style pioneered by Yoriichi Tsujikuni according to his innate talent. Apart from him, absolutely no one could master it, not even his own younger brother. Consequently, later Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps modified the sun breathing and gradually developed various derivative schools. The 5 primary breathing styles were flame breathing, water breathing, thunder breathing, stone breathing, and wind breathing. Each breathing style possessed a complete lineage of foundational techniques that had never been severed. The other breathing styles had evolved from these 5 fundamental forms. Tanjiro's ancestor, having crossed paths with Yoriichi Tsujikuni, was entrusted with this Hinakami Kagura dance. Through relentless practice across generations, it had fundamentally transformed the constitution of their bloodline. The birthmark-like mark on Tanjiro's forehead was the clearest proof, and his father bore the same mark. What appeared on their foreheads could be described as the embryonic form of the mark. Under the right conditions, the difficulty of awakening the mark for them was far lower than for Hashira, who inherited other breathing styles. Their growth rate was also unimaginably rapid. Regrettably, while this generational refinement granted their bloodline extraordinary resilience, Yoriichi Tsujikuni's talent was simply too heaven-defying. Every generation of Tanjiro's ancestors who practiced the Hinakami Kagura did not live long lives. After Tanjiro finished eating, Yuzuru beckoned him outside and explained the situation. Upon hearing that Yuzuru wished to learn his son breathing, Tanjiro scratched his head and said, "The Hinakami Kagura dance. But this is a dance my family has passed down for worshipping the gods and praying for peace. What use is it?" Yuzuru glanced at him, uncertain whether the boy was genuinely clueless or feigning ignorance. "Don't you already know?" "Up." Slamming his fist into his palm, Tanjiro suddenly said with enthusiasm, "When I fought those siblings Jutaro and Mitsuko, the Hinakami Kagura dance did indeed become different. However, my body couldn't handle it. Do you know the secret of our family's Hinakami Kagura? Please tell me. I beg you." As he spoke, Tanjiro suddenly understood and bowed deeply to Yuzuru. With no choice for the sake of the sun breathing, Yuzuru briefly explained the story of Yoriichi Tsujikuni to Tanjiro. After hearing it, Tanjiro's face was filled with amazement, his eyes shining as he exclaimed, "How incredible! So there truly existed someone that powerful." His gaze then darkened, and he blamed himself. "If I had mastered the Hinakami Kagura sooner, perhaps so many people wouldn't have been killed by demons. And Mother Takeo, Riku, Shigeru, and Hanako wouldn't have." Smack! Seeing Tanjiro suddenly spiral into self-pity, Yuzuru raised his hand and struck him. The result was that Yuzuru himself grimaced in pain. Hiss! He had forgotten that this kid's nickname was Pillaring Head. "Huh." Yuzuru's eye twitched. Feigning composure, he said, "Since you now know, you should not wallow in self-blame. You should work harder to grow stronger and prevent more people from being killed by demons. Moreover," he cast a lingering glance at Tanjiro and continued, "do you think you can currently confront Muzan Kabutsuji and his upper-rank demons? Can you protect your sister? Can you protect others? Your companions may be killed one by one in the future." "No." Hearing this, Tanjiro suddenly grew agitated. Clenching his fists, he shouted loudly, "I will absolutely not let that happen. I will protect Nezuko and everyone." That was the spirit of youth. Impulsive yet full of drive, it only required proper guidance. Yuzuru then began learning the Hinakami Kagura from Tanjiro, but this clumsy dance was truly exhausting. Moreover, since he needed to reverse engineer the breathing method from the movements, he had to practice the forms until they were nearly identical to Yoriichi Tsujikuni's. That would require time. After Tanjiro guided him for most of the night, Yuzuru finally memorized all the techniques of the Hinakami Kagura and thoroughly grasped the details. He was nearly exhausted and could only head to an open-air hot spring on a nearby mountain to clean up. Splash! Hiss! "Lord Yuzuru, thank you." Ow! Thud! Yuzuru raised his hand and struck Tanjiro with a jet of water, then glanced at him and said, "I'm not that old. And since I've received your benefit, I will naturally compensate you in return." "Ha ha ha, no need. Since my ancestor's mission was to pass down this Hinakami Kagura dance, it's a good thing that you learned it." He clicked his tongue. Then Yuzuru raised his hand and lightly touched the surface of the hot spring water. Instantly, a layer of ice began to form around his hand. Hot steam and cold air intertwined, creating an eerie spectacle. "What is this?" Tanjiro looked at Yuzuru with confusion. If he hadn't detected any unusual scent, he would have suspected Yuzuru of using a blood demon art. "This is a ninja technique that requires chakra. Let me teach you how to refine chakra. It will allow your strength to increase more rapidly. You are currently too weak." Although Yuzora was somewhat surprised by how people in this world developed their breathing and unlocked their potential, it did not mean he would be weaker than those so-called Hashira. The fact that he had been suppressed by Mitsuri Kenroji earlier was merely due to his carelessness and his complete lack of intention to harm anyone. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a physique, it was still flesh and blood. His speed existed on an entirely different plane from the strong warriors of this world. Even Muzan Kabutsuji and his upper-rank demons had merely reached a certain limit of this world's humans. What was truly terrifying was that near-immortal regenerative ability. Human flesh and blood would die from injuries and tire easily, but demons did not possess the concept of being wounded. In the days that followed, Yekong did not remain in the swordsmith village. His identity was questionable, and the village's location was an absolute secret second only to the whereabouts of Ubuyashiki Kagaya. His sudden emergence naturally drew the attention of Ubuyashiki and was promptly reported by the Demon Slayer Corps support personnel. By the evening of the next day, Tomioka Ju had already arrived at the swordsmith village to escort Yekong to the Ubuyashiki estate. Tap. Within a spacious courtyard, a rockery and a lake were clearly visible. The meticulously arranged furnishings exuded an atmosphere of a secluded paradise. Ubuyashiki Kagaya walked to the edge of the veranda supported by two purple-haired girls who helped him sit down. Yekong stood before him flanked by Tomioka Ju, Serpent Hashira, Iguro, Abanai, Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanami, and Stone Hashira, Himejima Jyomiai. These four men had essentially encircled Yekong in a square formation. Though they had not drawn their blades, their auras had locked onto him, and Yekong could sense the tension radiating from all four. As Hashira, they had pushed their breathing techniques and their own bodies to the absolute limit, capable of unleashing terrifying power and speed from a state of stillness at any moment. But now their breathing was far from steady. It was the intense respiration reserved for battle. Shinazugawa Sanami's bloodshot eyes were twisted with ferocity, and one of his hands trembled uncontrollably. Sanami, calm down. A gentle voice rang out. Shinazugawa Sanami bowed slightly, kneeling on one knee. Yes. Then Ubuyashiki Kagaya turned to Yekong, and in that same placid tone said, I am astonished. Your power instills fear in them, much like Kabutsuji Muzan. With a slight tilt of his head and a hint of mockery in his gaze toward Shinazugawa Sanami, standing to his left front, Yekong remarked casually, and so can this kill demons? You bastard. Clang. Cough. Ubuyashiki Kagaya raised a hand to intervene, but Yekong had no intention of stopping. Being treated as a common prisoner by these men had long irritated him. Splash. A sound of rushing water erupted. Tomioka Ju moved first, drawing his blade in an instant and spinning around for a horizontal slash, only to freeze in shock at how familiar Yekong's technique was. His pupils contracted sharply. Careful. What a fearsome fellow. Umph. The Serpent Hashira and Stone Hashira behind him struck simultaneously, unleashing their respective breathing techniques in a four-cornered assault that hurtled toward Yekong. Crash. The sound of surging waves grew fiercer. Yekong's mining blade swept horizontally in an instant, leaving a rippling water pattern in its wake. Unlike ordinary water breathing, it resembled a streak of blue light more than a current. Clang. Boom. Damn it. Wind blades, afterimages, and water currents interwove wildly. Yekong's figure seemed to occupy every corner of the courtyard, slipping through the four of them in an instant as graceful as a swimming dragon. After several exchanges, the four had nearly exhausted their techniques, and their coordination was flawless. Yet Yekong neutralized each and every one. Minutes later, Yekong had knocked out Shinazugawa Sanemi and Iguro Abanai. Tomioka Ju knelt on one knee with a dislocated arm. Only the Stone Hashira, with his monstrous physique like a Vajra, charged forward, wielding his unique flail and great axe and unstoppable momentum behind him. All the terrifying power in his body condensed into a single force. Yekong keenly noticed the strange markings on his neck. In the next moment, instead of parrying with the mining blade, he formed a spiraling sphere. Great ball Rasengan. Boom. A single strike sent the Stone Hashira's colossal form hurtling backward, smashing through two courtyard walls before crashing to the ground. Clang. The specially crafted weapon clattered to the ground, its axe blade dented and broken. The scene was utter chaos. Ubuyashiki Kagaya could barely conceal his shock, yet he did not flee in the confusion. He knew he could not escape. Truly astonishing. Cough. However, Ubuyashiki Kagaya coughed violently. The girl beside him looked at him with deep concern and tried to support him, but he raised a hand to stop her. He lifted his head weakly and continued, still, I am glad. A powerhouse like you, perhaps Kabutsuji Muzan, will die by your hand. Casually, Yekong withdrew the mining blade. It was his life-bound weapon, one he could summon directly. Upon hearing this, Yekong shook his head. I probably won't have the chance unless you bring that bastard here right now. I could try then. Otherwise, I'm not sure when I'll have to leave this world, literally. I don't belong here. A moment of silence followed, which Yekong had anticipated. But Ubuyashiki's reaction surprised him. The man actually nodded and replied, still calm. I see. What a pity. Yekong couldn't tell if it was due to his frail health or something else, but he chuckled. Still, I can teach you a thing or two. Not saying it will definitely let you kill that Kabutsuji Musen, but it should raise your ceiling by a notch. Really? Cough cough. For the first time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya showed a flicker of excitement, but it only aggravated his weak body, making him cough harder. He still looked at Yekong. May I ask what price I must pay? Aside from Musen, I think I can still offer you some help in this world. He didn't ask what Yekong would teach. He had already witnessed it, and with his intelligence, he couldn't have missed the implication. He only knew that if the Hashira's strength could be further elevated, the chance of defeating Kabutsuji Musen would increase. No help needed. What I want is on Tanjiro. Pausing, Yekong added. Oh, and it seems the 12 demon moons are lurking in the swordsmith village. I need to go there. You folks discuss among yourselves who will learn what I leave behind. If I'm not back in time, you can get it from Tanjiro. Farewell. Swish. With that, Yekong vanished before the eyes of Ubuyashiki Kagaya and the Hashira, who had regained consciousness. Tomioka Ju stared blankly. Thud. Himajima Jiomi, the stone Hashira, supported himself on the crumbling wall as he walked back, clutching his chest. He sighed, what terrifying power. But it seems he bears no hostility. Then Ubuyashiki Kagaya ordered the more severely injured Himajima Jiomi to return and recover, while the other three were to head to the swordsmith village to see if they could help. Master, what about your safety? It's fine, Kabutsuji Musen cannot find me. Go. After soothing them and sending them off, he slowly rose with the help of the girl beside him and walked into the inner room to lie down. He could barely stand anymore. Because his bloodline was of the same origin as Kabutsuji Musen's, the male members of the Ubuyashiki clan had always been short-lived. None lived past 30, dying of old age. His body was now on the verge of collapse with little time left. On the other side, Yekong's return to the swordsmith village was not merely to protect Tanjiro. Tanjiro might not have reached the level of a Hashira, but if pushed to the limit in battle, he could forcibly activate the mark and even enter the transparent world state. He had come back here for a different purpose entirely. A few days later, at the village chief's residence in Katana Smith Village, the village chief Tsuchigawa Tajin was an elderly man with white hair and a Hinamara mask. Katana Smith Village had generations of cooperation with the Kagaya family, specifically forging swords for the Demon Slayer Corps. Gazing at the mining sword in Yuki's hands, the village chief exclaimed with sparkling eyes, amazing, so incredible. This technique is simply a miracle. Oh, indeed, a technique and materials never seen before, as if crafted by the gods. Beside him stood another swordsmith wearing a masked Tetsukamori Tsunakage, who was equally marveling. Yuki was not surprised by this. Since it broke last time and reached the 5th tier, its durability had basically stopped decreasing. It was useless even against the Seven Tails. After his praise, the village chief respectfully returned the sword to Yuki with both hands, saying, I am deeply sorry. We dare not judge such a divine creation. No, to be able to touch it in this life is enough. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. Clang. Yuki casually flicked the blade and asked, actually, I want to know if there's any way to destroy it. Since you are swordsmiths, you should know how to damage a weapon to the maximum extent, right? Well, the two exchanged glances, stumped by his question. Just then a hand pushed open the door, and a voice boomed, fools. You actually want to destroy such a divine masterpiece? How? Foolish. Hey, Hataru, you fellow. The village chief hastily apologized to Yuki while scolding Tetsudo. After much explanation, Yuki did not get any method to damage the mining sword, and he also guessed that ordinary methods would probably be useless. After all, that the result was this. Yuki was somewhat disappointed. After leaving the village chief's house, Yuki saw Tanjiro in the forest not far from Katana Smith Village training against Yorichi Zero, and it seemed he was in a tough battle. Hinode Ajinya was nowhere to be found, but Kenroji Mitsuha was having a great time with Nezuko. She was here on vacation. Even Hashira need rest. Yuki was very interested in the terrifying regenerative ability of demons, so he approached Nezuko and exchanged some candy for a bit of her blood. The Tanjiro family's physique was extraordinarily, likely due to generations of practicing the Hinakami Kagura dance, continuously strengthening their bodies, already showing some traces of transcending human limits. These Hashira were all top geniuses among humans found by the Kagaya family from various places, mostly born with extraordinary talent or from families with long lineages. Yet Tanjiro was able to close this gap in just a few short years, his talent playing a crucial role. Nezuko, doesn't it hurt? Kenroji Mitsuha looked at Nezuko with aching heart, but the latter showed no reaction. Instead, Mitsuha looked like she was about to cry, and Nezuko even reached up to pat her head. Yuki was momentarily speechless. Thinking about it, Nezuko should be the first demon to truly overcome sunlight. Moreover, she retained her consciousness. Although her memories were somewhat lacking, she gained immortality and great power. Actually, if the Demon Slayer Corps could not kill Musen Kabutsuji, it was likely that Musen would ultimately fall at Nezuko's hands, for her blood demon art existed to kill demons. Unfortunately, Nezuko could not grow to that stage. Tanjiro hoped more that she could become human again. After obtaining Nezuko's blood, Yuki glanced outside. The sky was already almost dark. Tanjiro would be back soon, and he sensed an unusual aura. Tap. The sound of the door opening caught Kenroji Mitsuha and Nezuko's attention, and they looked up at him. Yuki waved his hand and said, "I'll step out for a moment. Tonight you'd better sleep a bit later." The two were puzzled. Soon after, Tanjiro also returned. Under the night sky, Katana Smith Village was silent, and Tetsudo had already started helping Tanjiro polish the sword once used by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Tamagaya Mitsuyoshi and the others had already arrived, but at this moment they were hiding in the corners, not making any rash moves. Hinodea Sanemi was somewhat restless. He did not want to leave Kagaya Yuriyoshi's side. Yuki, however, suddenly appeared in front of him at this moment. Hinodea Sanemi was startled, his hand instinctively going to the sword hilt, but he quickly let go, clicked his tongue, and said, "It's you. Where's the demon you mentioned?" They've already arrived." Yuki pointed outside Katana Smith Village. At this moment, the last glow of sunset was gradually swallowed by darkness, and a collision sound came. Hinodea Sanemi's face changed instantly, and he rushed directly towards the sound. Yuki watched thoughtfully. The situation was a bit different from what he had imagined. Kagaya Yuriyoshi sending 4 Hashira here was already surprising. Counting Kenroji Mitsuha and Takedo Michiro, there were already 6. You should know that there were only 8 Hashira in total. Apart from the sound Hashira who had retired due to injury before, only the insect Hashira Kacho Shinobu remained at the Kagaya residence. Under normal circumstances, at least 2 Hashira should be guarding the Kagaya residence. This was very abnormal, and at this moment battles had already erupted throughout the village. Ha ha ha, I'll kill you all. Boom. Terrifying lightning and howling hurricanes accompanied by dreadful sound waves. Tamagaya Mitsuyoshi encountered Hantengo first. Facing the siege of 4 clones, he was in danger for a moment, but after Hinodea Sanemi arrived, his pressure immediately decreased a lot. Mitsuyoshi senior brother. Whoosh. Tamagaya Mitsuyoshi was effortlessly countering Hantenga's rage and joy incarnations. Seeing Tanjiro arrive, he suddenly warned, "Careful." Wah. Clang. Hinodea Sanemi intervened to help Tanjiro block a strike from one of Hantenga's incarnations. Although he usually had a crazy expression and might even attack his own comrades, Hinodea Sanemi would not watch a Demon Slayer Corps member die at the hands of a demon. The great battle was about to erupt. Hinodea Jinya Nezuko and Kenroji Mitsuha also arrived at the scene one after another. Hantengu gradually became overwhelmed. Forced to do so, Hantengu had all 3 of his clones swallowed by the rage incarnation, transforming into Zugan 10. Damn it. Die. Rumble. The thunder god drum behind him exploded with an earth-shattering sound, and then summoned wooden snakes that spiraled crazily, attacking the 3 Hashira, actually blocking the pressure. Tanjiro and the other 2 were a bit stretched here, but they were also adapting quickly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gyako had already found Michiro, while the Rock Hashira and Snake Hashira, who had not yet arrived to reinforce, encountered other strong enemies. A warrior with pitch-black stripes all over his body, short pink hair, and a vest. Akaza. Hey! Looking at the Snake Hashira and the strongest Rock Hashira before him, Akaza's fighting spirit surged. It seemed like there would be a good battle. Destruction killing style. He assumed a stance, and a unique martial arts totem unfolded beneath his feet, shaped like a snowflake. The Rock Hashira and Snake Hashira also faced a great enemy, and took out their weapons one after another. Noticing the lightning in the distance, the Rock Hashira suddenly reminded the Snake Hashira, "There are 3 over there, and that boy Tanjiro. Dealing with one upper rank should be no problem, but Kacho might be in danger. You go, I'll handle him." The Snake Hashira said solemnly, "Are you sure?" "Probably." The Rock Hashira gripped his weapon tightly. He was the oldest among all Hashira and the strongest, who had already awakened the mark in the transparent world. If all Hashira individually facing an upper-rank demon had a win rate of no more than 20%, then only he might not lose against any upper rank. Yekong was momentarily confused about the situation in the Swordsmith village, but following his instincts, he arrived at the village's outskirts and blocked the most powerful aura, preventing it from approaching. Mainly because if that creature entered, Tanjiro wouldn't even have a chance to erupt, he would be taken out in a single exchange. On its face were 3 pairs 6 eyes. But aside from that, it was fully dressed like an ancient samurai, wielding a terrifying sword like a reaper of death under the moonlight. Clang. The long blade was drawn, pointing at Yekong. "I sense an aura of power within you that shouldn't belong to a human. There was once someone like that. Yoriichi Tsujikuni." Yekong shook his head, pulling out his mining blade, and said with a relaxed smile, "I'm not him, but theoretically, I should be stronger." Oomph. Kokoshibo swung his blade instantly, and a fearsome purple sword aura turned into crescent blades, transforming into dozens of attacks heading toward Yekong. This ability to directly project sword aura through technique was already far beyond human limits. Kokoshibo had been obsessed with Yoriichi Tsujikuni for 1,000 years, always living in the latter's shadow, but who could truly say who was stronger? Yoriichi Tsujikuni could kill Muzan Kabutsuji, why couldn't Kokoshibo? He simply never tried. Boom. Yekong's body transformed into a brilliant red blaze, charging at Kokoshibo at incredible speed. He intended to use Kokushibo to hone his sun-breathing techniques, accelerating his comprehension, and then leave this world as soon as possible. The moment Kokushibo saw Sun breathing, his entire demeanor changed. His 6 eyes all widened, and a fierce, almost murderous battle intent surged. Sun breathing. Where did you learn that? Yekong did not answer, but instead kept clashing with him, rapidly familiarizing himself with the moves and rhythm of sun breathing. Boom. Meanwhile, as Himejima Jiyomi had predicted, Shinobu Kocho was indeed in great trouble. She was the last Hashira to arrive, so she was intercepted just outside the swordsmith village. The one blocking her way was a figure with white hair, but the top of its head looked as if it had been drenched in blood. In an instant, Shinobu's breathing became erratic, and her gentle eyes were filled with a blend of fury and the flames of vengeance. Kaneo watched her teacher's unprecedented expression, her own countenance subtly shifting as she gripped her sword. At that moment, a hand stopped her. Kaneo, you go. Seeing Kaneo's panicked look, Shinobu shouted directly, go. I will kill this monster with my own hands. Oh my. Doma looked at Shinobu with a contemplative expression, tapped his head with a hand, then, to everyone's disgust, inserted his index finger directly into his brain. After a moment, he smiled and said, I remember now, I remember. It's from that time. You're the little brat who escaped back, then no wonder you look so familiar. I also remember that smell. That was your sister, wasn't it? Shut up. Clang. Shinobu's breathing technique and moves were derived from water breathing, emphasizing lightness and speed. Since she lacked physical strength, she had developed special techniques that used wisteria poison to kill demons. But now she charged at Doma like a madwoman, completely abandoning the essence of the breathing technique. Doma swung his fan, and countless ice flowers materialized out of thin air. The metallic hard ice flowers snapped Shinobu back to her senses, but she was still grazed by an ice crystal as she dodged. A bloodstain appeared on her face. Crack. Doma was the upper rank 2, second only to Kokushibo in strength. Facing him alone, Shinobu was in constant danger, every move perilous. But Doma seemed to be stalling, not immediately delivering a killing blow. Then a serpentine blade suddenly struck from behind, aiming straight for his neck. Oh, another one. His strange multicolored pupils turned to look behind. Abanai Iguro was startled, but his sword still slashed down on Doma's neck with all his might. Yet to Abanai's shock, his strike couldn't sever Doma's neck. Doma closed his fan with a snap, still wearing that eerie smile. A frantic shout came, watch out. And in an instant, Abanai's figure was surrounded by countless ice lotuses. At the center of each lotus was a beautiful lifelike maiden who suddenly opened her mouth and exhaled a stream of freezing breath. Crack. The terrifying cold almost instantly froze the sword in Abanai's hand. Worse, the shattered ice shards like blades cut his body all over, leaving him bleeding profusely. Shinobu then joined the attack, teaming up with Abanai, but the two were still no match for Doma, dangerously close to death. Later, Kaneo tried to assist from the side, but instead gave Doma an opening. In one move, he severely wounded Shinobu, putting her life at risk. Meanwhile, the battle between Akaza and Jiyomi was growing fiercer, with neither gaining the upper hand. Akaza exhausted all his techniques, using destructive killing to its utmost, while Jiyomi, steady and powerful, continuously pressed on Akaza's space, yet still couldn't find a chance to cut off his neck. Slash. One axe blow severed Akaza's arm, but it regenerated in the next moment. This terrifying ability placed the Demon Slayer Corps at a completely unequal disadvantage against demons. On the other side, Michiro Takedo was locked in a bitter struggle against Gyako, but his talent was gradually awakening. Danger lurked at every step, yet as he forcibly activated his mark, a chance of victory emerged. At this time, Hantenga's true form was discovered by Tanjiro. Whether due to an arrangement by Ubuyashiki or not, Inosuke and Zenitsu also arrived. All three had unique perception abilities. After successfully locating Hantengu, he was beheaded by the combined efforts of Ju Tomioka and Sanami Shinizugawa. Thus, the first upper-rank demon was slain. But among the three, only Mitsuri Kanroji had retained most of her stamina, able to rush to other locations for support. In the end, they decided to split up. Ju would go to support the village, while the three kids led Mitsuri toward the outskirts. Racing all the way, the three kids were gasping for breath, but they dared not stop. Tanjiro sniffed the air, pointed at a shrub-covered area ahead, and shouted, over there. The smell of blood. Such a terrible smell of blood. Ugh. Nezuko followed, nodding, her eyes gradually filling with bloodshot veins, saliva dripping from the edge of the bamboo muzzle on her mouth. As a demon, she would be affected by the blood, her instincts aroused, but most of the time, she could overcome them with willpower. Oh, I'm dead, I'm dead. Zenitsu was running fast on the side, screaming, I don't want to die. Mom. Damn it. I haven't even gotten married, haven't confessed to Nezuko. Help. Charge. War rush. Whooshed. They burst through the bushes, and the moment they saw the scene before them, they all stopped dead, frozen in place. Before them, the ground was scarred with crisscrossing ravines and countless explosion marks, whether from sword strikes or something else, covered an area of a kilometer around with countless large trees toppled. Even more terrifying was the ground, a sea of crimson. A river of blood. Hey, no way. Even Inosuke stood there stunned, his boarhead masked with wide eyes. Not far away, a headless corpse was completely frozen, a huge ice sculpture over 3 meters tall, including a grotesque head with 6 eyes also entombed in ice. The bloodstains on the ground were largely covered in frost. It was these ice blocks that prevented its regeneration. On the battlefield where Doma faced the serpent Hashira, and Shinobu Kocho Kaneo was already gifted, but still a step behind the Hashira. Being critically wounded first, she dragged Shinobu into peril. Yet Shinobu, having resolved to transcend life and death, refused to fall easily. As she fought relentlessly, her wounds multiplied. But she had also inflicted damage on Doma. Wisteria poison seeped into his body, slowing his assault. Aware of the threat, Doma's ever-unwavering heart began to waver. An ice clone materialized beside him, blocking the serpent Hashira's attack, while Doma struck at Shinobu, no longer intending to toy with her. Vile human, how dare you! With a squelch, an ice spear pierced Shinobu's shoulder. Racked with agony, she lost all combat capability, hanging by a thread. Even at this point, Shinobu's eyes blazed with hatred. As Doma approached, his speed suddenly slowed, then he recoiled, as if struck by lightning, his mocking gaze turning to terror. With a crack, a hand appeared on his shoulder, as if waiting for him to collide with it. An irresistible monstrous force slammed him to the ground, snapping both his legs. Pinned down, even an upper-ranked demon's ability to instantly regenerate limbs was rendered useless. Raising his head, his rainbow-hued eyes stared blankly at the night sky, standing beside him, who wore an eerie smile. Huh? Who? Night Sky looked into his eyes, which held no trace of humanity. From birth, Doma had never considered himself human. After being taken in by Muzan, any chance of developing humanity was utterly erased. Thus Doma viewed humans as base, inferior creatures. He even founded a cult devouring female followers as sustenance, believing it to be their honor. To become my flesh and blood, and thus attain immortality. Doma was a demon in the truest sense, for he had never seen himself as human. Shinobu's sister had been brutally murdered by him. With a crack, ice lotus bloomed around them. Shinobu urgently warned, watch out. Yet Night Sky seemed not to hear. The surrounding ice did not attack him, and even Doma's ice clone halted. A cold glint flashed in Night Sky's eyes. If other demons had obsessions or flaws that shaped them, including Muzan Kabutsuji himself, Doma was different. He was a true beast. But Night Sky had a way to make him feel pain. As his pupils contracted, Doma was plunged into an illusion. Within the illusion, he was not taken away by Muzan as a child. Instead, he had a caring family, parents, brothers, a best friend, and even a beloved. Gradually, he experienced familial love, friendship, and even found his own dreams. But one day, returning home, he found his family slaughtered by demons. In despair, he became a demon slayer, vanquishing countless demons and risking his life to hunt down Muzan Kabutsuji. He rose quickly, becoming a Hashira within years, slaying the 12 Kazuki, yet his comrades fell one by one. He inherited their wills, growing stronger and more fervent. Finally, he found the demon who killed his family, a demon bearing his own face. No, impossible. Ha ha ha. Doma went mad, not from the illusion's fabricated memories, but because he had discovered his humanity. 2 consciousnesses tore at his soul. Gagging, Doma began vomiting violently, even expelling his internal organs. Yet he would not stop. He plunged his hands into his stomach, tearing at himself, but it was futile. His body regenerated too swiftly. The other Hashira arrived, witnessing Doma's self-destructive frenzy. Jiomi Ihimajima struck, severing his head. Thank you. At last, Doma's body crumbled to ash, without the stubborn will to cling to life. Jiomi Ihimajima chanted a Buddhist prayer, his face etched with sorrow. Night Sky yawned, and suddenly remarked, if you're all here, then Ubuyashiki must be dead for sure. Master. At that, the Hashira realized the gravity of the situation. Their faces paling, they immediately rushed out of the swordsmith village, except for the gravely injured Michiro Takedo and Shinobu. Night Sky looked at the suddenly empty scene, speechless for a moment. Glancing at Shinobu, he saw Kaneo, tending to her, though Kaneo's injuries seemed barely better. With a sigh, he produced a medical scroll from nowhere and approached. He treated Shinobu's wounds. The scroll was crafted by Tsunade. Night Sky had never systematically studied medical ninjutsu, but using it was not difficult. Once she was mostly healed, Shinobu, though astonished, expressed gratitude. Thank you very much. But could you save Ubuyashiki Kagaya? Night Sky cut her off. Shinobu said nothing, only furrowing her brow slightly. Tisk. Night Sky clicked his tongue, his expression turning grim. He calculated against me. Do you think I didn't notice? And you expect me to save him? How could the master? Shinobu's violet eyes betrayed disbelief. Night Sky offered no explanation. It was a long story, but he was certain that the old man Ubuyashiki had begun scheming the moment he saw Night Sky suppress 4 Hashira. He had used some intelligence to lure nearly all the upper-ranked demons here, forcing Night Sky to eliminate them. But whatever the intelligence, Muzan would not act without seeing Ubuyashiki himself. So at this moment, Muzan was either at Ubuyashiki's estate or on his way. And this timing calculation Had he even accounted for my flying thunder god technique? TSK. Night Sky detested such calculating schemers, for their schemes were unrelated to strength, and sometimes they were more troublesome than even formidable foes. Caw, caw. At that moment a crow landed before Night Sky, a bamboo cylinder tied to its leg. Frowning, he removed it, opened it, and read. After reading, his brow furrowed deeper. It was a letter from Ubuyashiki Kagaya. In it he did not outright admit to scheming, but rather offered a condition. He asked Night Sky to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. And coincidentally Night Sky found the offer rather intriguing. Tisk. A spark of flame ignited in his palm, reducing the letter to ashes. In the next instant Night Sky vanished from the spot. Shinobu and Kaneo stared with wide eyes, their faces a portrait of utter disbelief. The Ubuyashiki estate. Amidst a towering column of flames, the entire mansion was engulfed in fire. Ubuyashiki and his two daughters waited in one room for death to come. A slow footstep approached, and a figure with black hair and red eyes wearing a top hat and a suit appeared at the doorway. Looking down at the gravely ill Ubuyashiki, Yoichi, his eyes bandaged and his face covered in disease spots, disgust filled his gaze. How repulsive. I never expected someone like you to be the one opposing me all along. Yoichi could not see, so he weakly asked the daughter beside him about his appearance. Black hair, red eyes, over 175 centimeters tall, appearing close to 180, with a medium build. Though facing death, the two girls showed no panic, as if they had prepared for everything, and calmly described Muzan's appearance to Ubuyashiki Yoichi. Ironically, the Ubuyashiki clan had opposed Kibutsuji Muzan for generations, yet very few had actually seen him. Even if Yoichi were not killed by him, he would not live long. So it is really you. His disgust deepened. Muzan had not wanted to come, but Yoichi had caused him considerable trouble. He could not bear to leave without killing him himself. Forget it, just kill him directly. Seeing Yoichi's state, Muzan felt as though he had been insulted, that someone nearly broken had driven him to such lengths, costing him so many of the 12 Kizuki. In the next moment, Muzan raised his hand and swung a whip of blood. Before the sound of breaking air could even echo, it struck fiercely at the three of them. In just an instant, this place would be reduced to nothing but a mist of blood. It should have been so, but a afterimage flashed by, and Kibutsuji Muzan suddenly turned around, only to see a terrifying blaze of fire erupt before his eyes. The terrifying explosion nearly leveled the entire Ubuyashiki estate in an instant. The flames of the blast shot into the sky, and even Muzan, the progenitor of all demons, could not escape this catastrophic explosion. Outside the mansion, Night Sky watched with detachment the half-dead Ubuyashiki Yoichi before him, while the two purple-haired girls beside him were terrified stiff. Raising his hand to pat the heads of the two little girls, Night Sky glanced at the nearly lifeless Ubuyashiki Yoichi and spoke. Your condition should not count once you are dead, right? So you want to seek death? Yoichi was so close to being a corpse that some of his internal organs had likely begun to rot. The excessive strain was only accelerating his body's deterioration. Yet at these words a smile crossed his face, and in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, as expected of a man like a god. However, if your excellency can kill Kibutsuji Muzan before I die, I will honor that condition. As his eyes opened and closed, a faint blue light shimmered in Night Sky's gaze beneath the moonlight. Within 3 minutes, if you die, I cannot guarantee. I will only kill Muzan. A mouthful of foul-smelling blood was spat from his lips. The two little girls hurried to help him clean up, preventing him from choking on his own blood. Then Ubuyashiki Yoichi signaled the two little girls to hand him something, explaining, "This is the antidote for Nezuko researched by Lady Tamayo. Aren't you the one who is about to die?" Night Sky did not retort, instead raising his hand to take it. He then formed a hand seal with one hand, and a shadow clone appeared beside him, took the medicine, and vanished. Kibutsuji Muzan is the progenitor of all demons, the source of every demon. Therefore, if he dies, all demons will perish as well. Nezuko was no exception. Ubuyashiki Yoichi had promised Tanjiro, and it seemed he had also made some kind of deal with Tamayo. He could not kill Nezuko. Then Night Sky's figure also vanished. Ubuyashiki Yoichi, however, spat up a large amount of blood at this moment, and then asked his two daughters to start timing. It was as if he truly intended to endure for 3 full minutes. Meanwhile, Night Sky had already arrived at the Infinity Castle and appeared directly before the injured Kibutsuji Muzan. With a single strike, he severed one of Muzan's tentacles. Countless tentacles came at him like a storm, but Night Sky blocked them all with ease. Gradually, flames began to ignite from the blade in his hand. Sun breathing. The moves of the Fire God dance are all connected. The circular dance and the final flame dance are essentially continuous downward slashes. Night Sky could have crushed Kibutsuji Muzan to death with terrifying speed. Even if he could not kill him, Muzan had no right to contend with him. But Night Sky was only using breathing styles and the techniques of sun breathing at this moment. As he practiced each move frantically, he was rapidly absorbing the essence of these techniques, while continuously adapting to that terrifying breathing rhythm. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. From initially barely able to withstand Muzan's attacks, to completely stabilizing and taking the first step forward. At 30 seconds, terror filled Kibutsuji Musen's eyes. Gradually, Night Sky's figure began to merge with the deepest fear in his mind. Yurichi Tsujikuni. In 1 minute, Night Sky had closed the distance to less than 2 meters from Musen. His whips could extend 10 meters or more, but even with the densest attacks, they could only keep Night Sky at this distance. Gradually, fear had completely overwhelmed Musen, but he dared not flee. Facing such terrifying attacks, he knew all too well what would happen if he turned and ran. 2 minutes. Night Sky compressed the distance to 1.5 meters, and the blade in his hand was already gradually emitting a red glow. This was not a sword meant for slaying demons, so naturally, it could not produce the effects of a Hinotama blade. This was purely because his sword intent was so overpowering, combined with the terrifying sun breathing, that it heated the blade itself to over 1,000 degrees. Finally, at the last moment of 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Night Sky's blade suddenly transformed into a curtain of light composed entirely of sword chi, instantly dismembering Kibutsuji Musen's body into thousands of pieces. All the flesh pieces were instantly burned to ash by the extreme heat the moment they were severed, completely dissolving. Night Sky was not the elderly Yurichi Tsujikuni. As Musen perished, the Infinity Castle began to collapse. Night Sky also sensed a familiar spatial temporal fluctuation at this moment. Without resisting, he let it carry him away, and in the final moment, before the Infinity Castle completely collapsed, he vanished from the spot. Lolon the Dragon Vein. Accompanied by a surge of energy, Night Sky's figure appeared here. At this moment, there was no one here. Night Sky glanced at the place where the power of the Dragon Vein was sealed beneath his feet, then inserted his mining knife into it. A purple energy was gradually absorbed by the knife, and the blade was also gradually changing. Night Sky's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not noticed before, but after this mining knife advanced, he had only assumed that the amount of chakra it could increase with each breakthrough would grow. But in fact, this knife had actually unlocked a special ability at the 5th tier: extraction and enhancement. As long as it fused with certain special energies, it could enhance that energy and thereby grant a terrifying ability. The ability was random. Night Sky could not decide it, but he could influence it. For example, when he was contemplating sun breathing, he unintentionally triggered this ability. Coupled with the Dragon Vein energy also meeting the conditions for special energy, this led to his accidental entry into the Demon Slayer world. After he learned sun breathing, he had completely possessed this ability, the ability to transcend space and time. After learning from the Queen of Lulon that Namikaze Minato and the others had already departed several days prior, Yekong did not linger in Lulon either. Instead, he walked out of the city and gazed at the vast expanse of yellow sand before him, feeling no desire to stay any longer. However, just then he noticed some movement in the wind and sand. Looking closely, he discovered several sand ninja. What lies in that direction? The Queen of Lulon, suspecting Yekong's identity was far from ordinary and noting his acquaintance with Namikaze Minato, did not dare to neglect him. She personally came out to see him off. Upon hearing his question, she glanced toward the direction Yekong pointed, pondered for a moment, and replied, "It should be north of the Wind Country. There lies the largest port there capable of bypassing the Fire Country's borders." Bypass the Fire Country's borders. Where are you headed? Speaking of which, the Wind Country's situation is rather pitiful. Once conflict erupts, it gets squeezed into a corner between the Fire Country and the Earth Country. It appears to be the most aggressive, declaring war on Konoha one day and the Earth Country the next, occasionally invading the Rain Country as well. In reality, the Wind Country suffers from severe resource scarcity. With the Fire Country blocking one side and the Earth Country the other, the Wind Country is left with nothing but sand. How could they not resort to war? After some thought, Yekong followed curiously from behind, arriving at the port after approximately 2 days. He silently blended into the group of sand ninja and infiltrated the ship convoy, where the presence of sailors provided convenient cover for concealment. Splash. Not long after the sand ninja boarded and set sail, they dealt with the ship's crew. Yekong. Well. So this is how you play it, is it? Inspect thoroughly. No survivors must be left on this vessel. Yes. Several sand ninja began searching the ship. Soon 2 of them reached the bottom of the hold. They exchanged a nod and split up to search separately. One sand ninja turned to search and suddenly heard a strange noise. Looking up sharply, he called out, "What is it?" "Nothing. I kicked a box. No one's here. Let's go." The other sand ninja returned and signaled him to follow. The vessel sailed onward, taking approximately a week, with one resupply stop along the way, eventually reaching a sea dotted with islands. After disembarking, Yekong gazed thoughtfully at the waters before him. This wasn't just any sea. It was the Water Country written backward. Throughout the ninja world, each nation's terrain and climate features are quite distinct. The Wind Country is almost entirely desert, while the Water Country consists of numerous islands shrouded in persistent mist. What business does Tsunade here have in the Water Country? Never mind, I'm already here. Let's see what's going on first. Whoosh. Several sand ninja moved swiftly, darting through the jungle. Before long, they crossed an entire small island. and then proceeded directly across the sea surface to the next island. Water walking is one of the fundamental techniques every ninja must master, effectively enhancing chakra control precision. However, for ordinary ninja to maintain this pace across open water, it puts considerable strain on both their chakra reserves and physical stamina. After crossing 2 more islands, they arrived at a mountain pass, where their leader halted. With a sudden gesture, the sand ninja immediately concealed themselves in the surrounding jungle on both sides. The figure then proceeded alone into the mountain pass. Yekong, hidden in a tree, watched as each sand ninja silently drew their kunai, a question mark forming in his mind. What's happening? They're attacking their own people. Wait. This scene and that silhouette, why does it feel so familiar? Recalling the events, Yekong suddenly understood. He had assumed Yukura came here for some cooperation between Tsunade and Jiraiya, but then he remembered. Yukura had been betrayed by Tsunade to Jiraiya and killed outright. So that means... Swish, swish, swish. Indeed, all the sand ninja threw their kunai at Yukura without hesitation. Completely defenseless against those behind her, she walked forward unaware. Attacks like these caught completely off guard are essentially fatal. Organs would certainly be pierced through. Splash. Clang, clang, clang. A stream of water swept through, instantly deflecting the kunai. The sand ninjas' expressions darkened, and they gritted their teeth. Even though Yukura had discovered them, they charged forward without hesitation, determined to kill her here. Yukura had spotted the ambush and immediately engaged the sand ninja in fierce combat. However, her scorch-release fireballs proved difficult to wield effectively in the water country's damp environment, creating a perilous situation all around. There was no opportunity for communication between the two sides, but Yukura now realized this was a deliberate assassination plot aimed at her. A wave of desolation surged through her heart. Seizing an opening, she burst backward and swiftly formed hand seals. For fireballs materialized behind her, and under her control they instantly slammed into the charging sand ninja, her former comrades. Boom. Watch out. Oh. 2 sand ninja were instantly engulfed in flames. Within mere seconds, only a pile of black ash remained. No trace of their bodies. This is Scorch Release. Its devastating power is absolute. Once struck, there's no time for rescue. The terrifying force sent her flying backward directly into the path of a sand ninja wielding a kunai. In that moment, Yukura's hopes shattered. She was finished. Splash. A sound of flowing water echoed around her. Yukura felt her body grow light, then realized she was still alive. Instinctively, she struggled and sprang to her feet. But the moment she opened her eyes, she collided with a figure behind her. She turned sharply, still wary, but saw no one. Yet she noticed the sand ninja around her falling one by one, and a faint voice whispered in her ear, "Your scorch release is quite good." Another turn, and she suddenly felt her lips touched. Yukura tried to break free again, but a hand grabbed her. The muscles in her back strained, leaving her momentarily weakened as she was pulled back. If you keep moving recklessly, you'll be left with a scar down your back. Yekong twisted his wrist, binding Yukura's hands behind her, then pressed his other hand against her bare back. A warm, tingling sensation spread across her back. Yukura could barely suppress a moan. Tissue regeneration requires drawing heavily from the body's nutrients. It's not something medical ninjutsu can create from nothing. Medical ninjutsu merely uses chakra to activate cellular activity, accelerating natural healing rather than truly curing. After a moment, Yekong successfully stabilized her injuries. Yukura's face flushed crimson and her arms went limp. Her body had clearly been pushed to its limits. When Yekong released her, she began to collapse downward, about to fall to the ground. He reached out to catch her again. Swoosh. But the moment he embraced her, Yukura suddenly tilted her head and kissed him. This sudden encounter brought Yekong no delight, only alarm. He saw that Yukura's mouth held a terrifying ball of scorching fire. Ugh! Hiss! A wave of scorching steam spread between them. Yukura was suddenly encased in frost, completely drained of strength, and cradled in Yekong's arms. Yekong's eyes filled with amusement as he said, "How about we find another place?" Blushing, Yukura's brows furrowed as she demanded, "You planned this?" Blinking, Yekong was momentarily stunned. Great! Now she suspected him. Outside the mountain hollow, a large number of Jiraiya ninjas had already been dealt with by Yekong. Only upon seeing these corpses did Yetsong believe that she had indeed been betrayed. Standing still in silence for a long time, her heart turned to ash. She was hailed as a hero by Tsunade, genius who had rendered many services to the village and even had hopes of competing for the position of the 4th Hokage. Now reduced to such a state, she found it hard to accept for a moment. Yekong walked over, raised his hand to pat her shoulder, and sighed. The shinobi world is like this. Get used to it. Let's go. Where to? A flicker of coldness in her eyes, Yetsong showed no awareness of having been saved by Yekong. Yekong turned back to look at her and said matter-of-factly, "I saved you, so your life belongs to me. Shouldn't you listen to me?" Oomph. How could Yetsong simply follow him? She immediately vanished in a flash, apparently intending to escape. Yekong did not pursue. He shook his head, and his figure disappeared from the spot. What difference did fleeing make? as a discarded pawn of Tsunade, Yekong had no place left in the entire shinobi world. Her only path would be to become a rogue ninja, bear the stigma of a traitor, and skulk across the ninja world. It wouldn't be long before she would come to him on her own. Not paying attention to Yekong was now considering another matter. The hot spring inn was running more or less smoothly, but real profit depended on the winery. He planned to expand his business across the ninja world, otherwise when would he ever afford a mansion, or better yet a villa? Or perhaps find a small island with a pleasant climate. To accomplish these things he certainly needed people. Cultivating them himself was too troublesome. Yekong pondered recruiting capable individuals, and ninjas were definitely the first choice. Otherwise, while traveling through the ninja world, he might be robbed at any time. Who would he complain to? Back in Konoha, Yekong summarized his ideas and began to put them into practice. However, at a critical moment, Hyuga actually let him down and threatened to quit. One day, Hyuga stormed up to Yekong with an angry face, slammed the table, and said in grief and indignation, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that Miss Lee Mei is already married?" Huh? Yekong blinked, bewildered for a moment, scratched his head, and said, "Didn't I tell you?" "No," Hyuga shouted, growing even angrier. He had humbly begged Yekong for help, looked after the winery for him, worked tirelessly like a beast of burden. For what? After finally finding a chance to invite Lee Mei out for a stroll, they had dinner, went shopping, and he even specially prepared flowers. Just when the atmosphere was heating up, Lee Mei suddenly burst into tears of emotion, threw herself into his arms, and poured out her heart. Only then did Hyuga learn that she was already married. Yekong picked his ear, glanced at the doorway where a still charming figure was eavesdropping. Lee Mei was actually very beautiful, like a ripe peach. If her husband hadn't died on the battlefield shortly after their marriage, how could she have come to work at his hot spring inn? All these years she had worked diligently without any scandals. The neighbors urged her to remarry and even arrange blind dates, but she refused them all. During holidays, she would prepare gifts for those around her, and Yekong had received them too. A mature woman who was virtuous, caring, considerate of others. Where could you find such a woman? This brat Hyuga was being ungrateful and didn't know his place. Yekong sighed, spread his hands, and said, "Fine. I'll tell Lee Mei later that you ungrateful wretch drowned yourself." "Why would I drown myself? And when did I say I didn't like Miss Lee Mei?" As he spoke, Hyuga's face turned red. Yekong blinked. "If you like her, why are you throwing a tantrum? Looking for a beating? As for why drowning himself, being widowed sounds better than being divorced, right? Sorry, brother-in-law." Lee Mei outside the door shifted her feet and ran away. Hyuga sensed something wrong and even activated his Byakugan. Catching sight of Lee Mei's fleeing figure, he hurriedly gave chase. "Miss Lee Mei, wait." Yekong was even more bewildered, but he couldn't be bothered. He pondered which river to sink the brat into so he'd never float again. Maybe he should just sink him in the sea. Use ice release to freeze him solid and dump him in Antarctica. He wouldn't float back from there, would he? Settled happily. "Kong-sama." Shizen walked over. Yekong patted her head and smiled. "Little Shizen, what is it?" Shizen lowered her head, her eyes narrowing, then handed a letter to Yekong. "This is what Sister Chika left when she came to see in this morning. She asked me to give it to you." "Huh? A letter? What's so mysterious about it?" He patted Shizen's hair. "I understand. Go play. The hot spring inn's business has been poor lately, and there aren't many missions. Shizen also has nothing to do." He opened the envelope and glanced at it. The gist was thanking him for taking care of Hyuga and then saying she was leaving the village on a mission. But was this necessary to write a letter? Wait, writing a letter meant she had no time to tell him in person. What mission is so urgent? After reading the letter carefully, Yekong's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. He vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, in the land of snow, Hyuga Chika's mission was to intercept intelligence between a Wagakure and Kumogakure. Using her Byakugan, she quickly spotted hidden IWA ninjas and immediately attacked. But what she never expected was that the intelligence escorts were all elites. At least Jonin 6 of them. In an instant, she was trapped in a desperate situation. After her comrades were killed, she was also captured. She wondered why she wasn't killed, but soon overheard information outside was a trap, and large numbers of elite IWA and Kumo ninjas were hidden in the land of snow, waiting for one person's arrival. Yekong. Shocked, Hyuga Chika secretly used chakra to cut the ropes binding her. After ambushing and killing 2 IWA ninjas, she escaped. She fled all the way, but unfortunately, there were too many IWA and Kumo ninjas lying in ambush. Soon she was surrounded. Fortunately, the areas of the Kumo and IWA ninjas didn't overlap. The sudden action caused confusion. Hyuga Chika disguised herself as a Kumo or IWA ninja and actually managed to escape. Bastards. Ignore the IWA guys. Chase that Konoha one. Damn it. IWA, fall back. The leaders of both sides appeared, stabilized the situation, and began a full-scale pursuit of Hyuga Chika. Fleeing for her life, Chika used a trap to eliminate another elite Jonin, but she was once again cornered. A burly figure appeared before her, his eyes dark and gloomy. "TCH, too bad she's from the branch family. That Saratobi Hiruzen fellow. This isn't what was agreed upon." He waved his hand and said to his subordinates, "Take her away." Don't let her escape this time. Yes. Two Kumo ninjas stepped forward to grab Hyuga, but at that moment a shadow blocked their path in front of her. Sure. Splat. Before the two Kumo ninjas could react, a terrifying scorching blade sliced through the air, severing their lives. Yekong looked at the group of Kumo ninjas before him, his eyes narrowing. The leading Kumo ninja's eyes widened like a tiger's. The moment he saw Yekong, he went berserk, lightning flickering all over his body, cells activated to the limit, racing toward Yekong like a thunderbolt. Clang. Boom. The battle erupted instantly. After dealing with emergencies in the Demon Slayer world, Yekong had no intention of making a move upon his return. But just as a tree may desire stillness, the wind will not cease. Clearly the ninja world did not wish for him to live in peace. If that is the case, then none of you shall live. Clang. Thud. 1 person, 10 people, 100 people. Despite the fourth Hokage AI's desperate attempts to stop him, Yekong moved like a soaring dragon through the crowd, wielding water breathing rather than sun breathing to become a phantom among them. Wherever he went, no one survived. Water breathing offered greater flexibility, and combined with his control over water attribute chakra, Yekong could match or even surpass the speed of the flying thunder god technique. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom echoed as Yekong's figure stretched across the air. Wherever he passed, even the mere current of wind he generated cut like a blade. His gaze shifted slightly, chakra dispersing beneath his feet, and in an instant countless ice flowers crystallized around him. Bastard. Stop. The fourth Hokage, relying on his lightning release armor, had not been killed in a single strike. Now he sprinted desperately across the snow, his speed as fierce as crashing thunder, yet forever outmatched. At their level of speed, even the slightest difference meant the gap between heaven and earth impossible to close. Just then the fourth Hokage's vision blurred as countless ice blade petals materialized before his eyes. Clang. Thud. As the chakra in his lightning release armor rippled, the fourth Hokage felt a numbing sensation course through his body. Huh. Impossible. My lightning release armor. He stopped, his expression contorted in fury, and looked down at his chest. 3 ice flowers formed from snowflakes had pierced straight through his steel-like muscles, nearly reaching his internal organs. The lightning release armor remained intact, yet it had been penetrated. The armor, renowned for its absolute defense, the strongest in existence, had been breached head-on. How is this possible? Whoosh. Whether he believed it or not, this was reality. At that moment several more ice flowers struck, and the fourth Hokage AI roared, unleashing his chakra to defend himself. But this time they failed to pierce through. Drawing on his experience, he quickly identified the problem. These ice flowers weren't particularly sharp, and neither the force nor speed with which Yekong threw them could penetrate his lightning release armor on their own. But combined with his own velocity, they proved more than sufficient. Yekong had exploited his speed. A chill ran through him. If these ice flowers were this effective, what would happen if Yekong had thrown his sword instead? For a moment the fourth Hokage wrestled with conflicting impulses, whether to continue the pursuit or not. Yet as he surveyed the corpses of Cloud ninjas scattered across the ground, and remembered the death of the third Hokage, an intense unwillingness surged within him. Yekong had no time to consider his opponent's thoughts. His figure continued to race across the snowfield as Cloud ninja fell around him, their numbers dead at his hands, already exceeding 100. His eyes showed no hesitation, no intention to cease. If they wanted this game, then he would not stop. Kill. A crimson flash ignited in his gaze as Yekong's figure became a blur, darting through dozens of Cloud ninja in a single instant. Blood sprayed in the next moment as dozens of Cloud ninja slowly collapsed. Yekong had lost count of how long he'd been killing, and the path behind him was strewn with corpses. Then without warning, a terrifying chakra surge hit from his side. Dust release limit separation technique. Boom. A white light like a divine sword rending heaven and earth sliced past Yekong's vision, close enough to feel. Beneath Yekong's composed expression, his pupils contracted slightly. That had been too close, truly too close, for this technique to have severely wounded or even killed him. At that moment strange sounds echoed from all around him as 2 more attacks struck. Magnetic release, iron sand rain. Water release, great waterfall technique. A violent water tornado swirling with snowflakes erupted with the force of heaven and earth, while on the other side countless shards of pitch-black iron sand rained down from the sky. Simultaneously a second dust release jutsu was already forming. At this moment Yekong had only one option: escape using the flying thunder god technique, but he had no intention of doing so. Senju Tobarama likewise possessed the power to dominate an era, yet he was attacked in his later years. To others he had become an aging lion, naturally lacking the overwhelming pressure of his prime. But Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were different. If they still lived, even on their last breath, absolutely no one would dare to step forward and speak so much as a word aloud. And now the ninja world did not wish for a second Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara to emerge. Unfortunately for them, Yekong intended to make them feel despair once more. Pressing his palm against the ground, Yekong chose not to retreat. Escape. It was these ants before him who should be fleeing. Tink. Rumble. A terrifying ice-blue gleam flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, his monstrous chakra caused the entire snow mountain range to tremble. He stood in a snow valley, a place clearly prepared as his burial ground. Indeed a fine location. Ice release. Damn it. What is this? Roar. Anoki strike now. The third Mizuki Jigura unleashed the power of the three tails, transforming into his two-stage Biju mode. The third Kazekage likewise rained down massive amounts of iron sand through magnetic release upon Yekong, while Anoki's dust release followed the same pattern. Yet all three attacks had already lost their meaning. A terrifying ice peak stretching over 100 zhang appeared beside the snow mountain, towering several times higher than the entire peak itself. Even more terrifying was the area surrounding the ice pillar, where time itself seemed to slow. All four felt their movements growing increasingly rigid, and Yagura, in his Biju form upon approaching, was frozen solid, less than 10 meters from the pillar, utterly immobilized. Anoki's dust release struck the pillar's surface, but vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. The third Kazekage's attacks were even more completely blocked, unable to advance even an inch. Yekong stood at the pillar's summit, his eyes calm and composed. This was his ultimate ice release technique, which he called Ice Release Pillar of Creation. Hiss! A wave of cold energy was drawn into his body. Sensing danger, even terror, Anoki and the others tried to flee, but with the roles now reversed, there was no way they would escape so easily. Wanna leave? His indifferent voice carried the weight of divine judgment. Yekong slowly raised his hand and grasped the sword embedded in the ice peak summit. Bakayuru. Bijidama. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying beam of light erupted from the distance, illuminating the entire sky and earth. The shocking chakra fluctuations formed a ring-shaped shockwave, melting ice and snow and cracking the earth in its path. The Biju's ultimate killing technique versus the Pillar of Creation. Yekong's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Karabi to be here as well, nor that he had already mastered the Bijidama. Ting. Glancing down at the Pillar of Creation beneath him, Yekong saw that the enormous chakra opposing the Bijidama was already trembling. It hadn't collapsed yet, but it was only a matter of time before it did. The leader was said to possess infinite chakra. Perhaps not truly infinite, but certainly beyond what any ninja could imagine. Just this single Bijidama's chakra, if converted to numerical values, would surely exceed 1,000. No conventional ninjutsu could compare. Boom. Thud. With everything at stake, Yekong now faced 4 Kage alone, including 2 Jinchuriki. A great battle was inevitable. If that is the case, then let us fight. The land of snow, a realm perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, a world seemingly forever white, was now stained with a layer of crimson. Corpses lay scattered across the mountains, and fields, ravines crisscrossed the land, and everywhere one looked there were broken walls and shattered ruins. Whoosh! Yekong, drenched in blood, stood in the snow. The flame on the blade in his hand gradually dissipated as he withdrew it from the chest of a corpse. And at that moment, the corpse lying before him was none other than the third Kazekage. Besides that, not far away there was the sealed third Mizuki Jigura, along with fragments of Anoki's Tsuchikage robe. He had been rescued by the IWA ninja at the cost of their lives. Further off, several massive octopus tentacles lay on the ground. The fourth Reikage had been pierced through by Yekong's blade, his fate unknown, but he was forcibly rescued by Killer Bee's complete tailed beast transformation. Gulp. This. What is this? The great battle had lasted an entire day. The snow ninja of the land of snow had appeared, but all fled in terror. And at last the arriving ninja were from Konoha, among them figures familiar to Yekong. Namikaze Minato, along with Kakashi Obito and Rin beside him. They had been passing through on a reconnaissance mission when the terrifying commotion, detectable even from over 10 miles away, drew them in. Naturally, they were not the only ones drawn here. A large number of Konoha's elite from the Fire Country border, including the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Nara clans. And of course the Umbu, who had been closely monitoring the situation. But at this moment all of them were struck dumb, not daring to approach Yekong even half a step. Some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Yekong's gaze at that moment was too fearsome, especially the nightmarish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood around him, which pressed his overwhelming aura straight into their souls. In the eyes of ordinary ninja, the sky behind Yekong was dyed crimson, and the terrifying pressure almost solidified into a tangible form. As he stepped toward Namikaze Minato, the murderous aura on Yekong gradually receded. By the time he stood before Minato, Yekong had returned to normal, and the intense, suffocating killing intent dissipated. A bead of sweat rolled down Namikaze Minato's forehead as he inquired, "Hey Kong, are you alright? What could happen to me?" Saying this, he suddenly broke into a relaxed smile, raised his hand, and patted Minato's shoulder. "It's them who have problems. Take the Three Tails and the third Kazekage's corpse back to Konoha. I have something to do, so I'll head back first." With a flicker of his eyes, Namikaze Minato nodded solemnly, and Yekong's figure vanished on the spot. Konoha, the hot spring house. Yekong brought Hinata Chika back here, and immediately began to recover his chakra. He seemed to have no external injuries, but having faced 4 Kage-level opponents, and not just barely Kage-level monsters, how could he be without pressure? Even though his chakra had reached over 1,300, his strength was still hovering between the limit of Kage level and beyond Kage level. And he had to face 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki, one of whom was a perfect Jinchuriki. Having taken a direct heavy blow from the 8 tails, he felt his internal organs burning like fire. Moreover, his chakra was nearly depleted, leaving him unable to bring back those 2 trophies. So he had to entrust the task to Namikaze Minato. After returning here, Yekong began to regulate his breathing to accelerate the recovery of his injuries. Internal injuries were difficult to heal even with medical ninjutsu, yielding only minimal results. This was probably the most severe injury he had suffered since arriving in this world. The hot spring house remained open as usual, but Yekong seemed to vanish from the entire ninja world. A few days later, the outcome of that great battle spread like wildfire across the ninja world, impossible to hide. The corpses scattered throughout the land of snow, the confirmed death of the 3rd Kazekage, and the captured 3rd Mizukage Jigura. Moreover, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who had ambushed them midway, trying to rescue the 3rd Mizukage, pushed the Minato squad to the brink of death. In the end, Nawaki arrived to support, repelling the 7 ninja swordsmen with a combined flying thunder god technique, severely wounding them and reducing their numbers by 4. The remaining 3 fled in disgrace. Thus Namikaze Minato and Nawaki rose to fame. One was naturally the Yellow Flash, and the other was hailed as the new water god. They escorted Yekong's trophies back to Konoha. As expected, they faced immense pressure. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other elders hoped to smooth things over, even ordering the 2 to hand over the 3rd Kazekage's corpse and Yagura and personally return them. Namikaze Minato hesitated, but Nawaki showed an unprecedented firmness, defying the Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi for the first time. He even rebutted Hiruzen sharply in front of the villagers and the council. This was naturally the result of Yekong's painstaking efforts to correct him. He had told Nawaki the same words many times. What is the will of fire? You let that old bastard talk about the will of fire with your grandfather Hashirama Senju. Arrogant. Peace that is detached from the will of the villagers. What kind of peace is that? Is this Konoha surnamed Sarutobi? Nawaki didn't understand the meaning, but he knew Yekong wouldn't do this without reason. He chose to trust Yekong's judgment. Thus the Yellow Flash and the new water god displayed the most defiant side of their lives, holding their ground against the generation of elders led by the 3rd Hokage, who had created the so-called will of fire. Then a day later, Nawaki met with misfortune. Tsunade returned from the front lines, and the first thing she did was beat him up. Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned all the clans of the village along with elite jonin and high-ranking officials to revisit the matter and pressure the 2. This time, even major clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga had stepped in, and the 2 seemed forced to compromise. Not to mention the return of the Sannin. Hiruzen, in his role as their teacher, was confident that the Sannin would side with him, but the result nearly made him drop his pipe. So the proposal to return the 3rd Mizukage Jigura and the 3rd Kazekage's corpse. Uchiha agrees. Hyuga seconds. Agreed. I oppose. A jarring voice rang out, drowning out all other sounds. At the meeting of all Konoha's high-ranking officials, as he brought up the old matter, the Sannin stood up almost simultaneously. Old man, sorry to disappoint you. Jiraiya spoke with a serious face, without his usual jest, and with no trace of a joke. He stood beside Namikaze Minato, and said in a deep voice, this time we support Minato, Nawaki, and Yekong. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh, licking his lips. Nawaki stood beside him. Though he said nothing, the moment the Sannin rose together, the entire venue fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows furrowed tightly. He could never have imagined that his 3 personally trained disciples would oppose him at such a time. Just as he was pondering how to break the deadlock, a voice rang out from his side. How long will you keep indulging Yekong's nonsense? Shimura Danzo's suppressed voice resounded as he struck the ground with his cane. Haven't we sacrificed enough in Konoha? If the hidden mist and the hidden sand unleash an all-out war against us, how many more will die? Can you bear that responsibility? Boom. In an instant, even the Sannin frowned. The accusation of starting a war was too grave. Even they could not shoulder such a burden. I think I said you talk too much, didn't I? Ugh. At that moment, a faint, indifferent voice sounded from behind Danzo. Danzo's expression froze on his face, and the corners of his eyes, already lined with wrinkles, twitched slightly. A hand landed on Danzo's shoulder as Hiruzen suddenly bellowed, stop. The scene fell into dead silence, save for the terrifying sound of Danzo's bones nearly shattering. Not a single Konoha elder dared to speak. Danzo's face twitched violently, yet he remained seated unmoving. But at this moment, Hiruzen's expression had darkened to its deepest point. That strike from Yekong wasn't aimed at Danzo himself. It was meant to shatter the authority he held as Hokage. Yekong's lips curved into a faint smile as he withdrew his hand from Danzo's shoulder. Then he glanced at Hiruzen, without speaking, turned to survey the gathered crowd, and said calmly, Let us hold the vote now. I propose we declare war on the other 4 ninja villages. Who agrees, who disagrees? Hey, stop. The 3 legendary Sannins' expressions darkened as they moved to intervene, while the other clan heads frowned in disapproval. But then a voice rang out. Uchiha seconds motion. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand, shattering the tense atmosphere. Hiruzen's face twitched, barely restraining himself from standing to stop this farce. But at that moment Yekong turned his head and offered him a smile. That single glance was enough to crush any thought of resistance in Hiruzen. He knew that if he dared to stand up now he would surely die. The 3 legendary Sannin couldn't save him. Yekong had reached this point only after discovering his involvement in that scheme. Now with force he was breaking through the stalemate. Not merely to intimidate the 4 ninja villages, but to send a clear warning to him. You scheme against me. Can you bear the consequences? At this very moment, defying the inevitable, he would march against heaven itself until not a single voice dared oppose him. With absolute power, he would make Hiruzen understand how laughable and fragile his so-called will of fire and his so-called righteousness truly were. Hyuga agrees. The Nara clan also agreed. Nakano clan also agrees. As the 2 great clans declared their positions, the remaining voices rose one after another, each louder than the last, as though fearing delay. Not a single objection remained. This decision, perhaps the most momentous in Konoha's history and unprecedented across the entire ninja world, was approved at lightning speed. Immediately after the decision was passed, a declaration of war was sent from the Hokage's office the same day, heading straight for the 4 ninja villages. Yes, it was indeed a declaration of war. Yekong couldn't simply march through each ninja village one by one. He had already slaughtered too many in the snow country, and even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were alive, it would be nearly impossible to force all 4 villages into complete surrender. At most, he could wipe out their leadership and scatter the villages, reverting to the Warring States period. That was all. It wouldn't change anything fundamental. A week after the declarations of war were sent, 2 surrender documents and 1 peace negotiation proposal arrived at Konoha. Atop the Hokage Tower, Yekong, the 3 legendary Sannin Namikaze, Minato, and Nabashiro were all present, surrounded by several ENBU ninja. As Yekong looked at the 2 surrender documents in his hands, he chuckled. Tisk Kumogakure has some backbone. He casually handed the documents to the curious Jiraiya, and as they passed them around and read through them, they all found it hard to believe. Kaze no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni surrendered outright without hesitation, but as a condition they demanded the return of the 3rd Kazekage's remains and the 3rd Mizukage Yagura before signing the surrender agreement. Inoki was more straightforward. He wanted negotiations, not surrender. Though in essence they were the same, negotiations just sounded better. The old man certainly valued his pride. After reading them, Tsunade frowned and asked, "What does Kumogakure mean by this? Do they really intend to continue the war?" "Don't put it that way," she added. "You should say this is exactly what we wanted." Yekong glanced meaningfully at Nabashiro and smiled. "This is quite a grudge. Since they won't surrender, then let's fight. Let them witness the water god at his prime." Nabashiro's gaze sharpened as though 2 flames ignited in his eyes. How did Senju Tobarama die? Although he was indeed old and wouldn't have survived much longer even without that ambush, it could be said that Kumogakure's surprise attack was the direct cause of Senju Tobarama's death. Nabashiro never spoke of this hatred, but that didn't mean he had chosen to forget it. Now that the other 3 ninja villages had been intimidated by Yekong and couldn't declare war again, Konoha could focus its strength on Kumogakure. But just how strong was Kumogakure, rumored to be the strongest village outside of Konoha? History proved that against absolute power, even the hardest bones would be shattered. Nabashiro fought with all his strength while the 3 legendary Sannin spread out to prevent the 3 villages from launching surprise attacks. Yekong, along with Namikaze, Minato, and Nabashiro, led Konoha's true elite forces, a combined army of Uchiha, Hyuga, and other clan specialists, and charged directly into the land of lightning. The 3 flying thunder god techniques swept through like reaping crops, and the cloud ninja crumbled at the first touch. Their so-called defensive lines were a joke. They never even had a chance to react. In just 2 days, the army advanced to the outskirts of Kumogakure. Yekong unleashed the Genesis Pillar directly within the village, while Namikaze Minato used the seals he had left from his previous encounter with the 8 tails, appearing in close proximity through Flying Thunder God and decisively activating the 8 trigram seal. In a single exchange, the 8 tails was completely sealed away. Karabi relied on his own strength to fight Namikaze Minato, but his defense was extremely strained. Kill! Damn it! All movement slowed under the Genesis Pillar's influence, but Yekong remained unaffected. Nabashiro and Namikaze Minato, already known for their speed, cut through the battlefield with devastating efficiency even under the pressure. Nabashiro faced off directly against the 4th Reikage A as his water-style jutsu transformed into terrifying arrows that tore through the air. Riding the water currents, Nabashiro's speed matched the 4th Reikage at their peak, visible to the naked eye now. The 2 collided head-on at the center of Kumogakure, both delivering devastating punches. Boom! The terrifying force erupted alongside devastating chakra centered on the two fighters like a missile explosion. The shockwave shattered countless stone pillars throughout Hyuga. As the pillars crumbled around them, wails echoed throughout the village. Fortunately, Konoha Ninja hadn't entered. The Genesis Pillar's influence would have rendered them helpless anyway. A group of Cloud Ninjas stood on the verge of being buried beneath the fallen pillars. At that moment, Yekong's eyes shifted slightly, and he vanished from the Genesis Pillar's summit. Baka. After several exchanges, Karabi was drenched in cold sweat. His speed had already been completely suppressed by Namikaze's Minato, and with the eight tails sealed away, he stood no match for him. Watching Hyuga gradually crumble into ruins, the fourth Hokage felt regret and truly understood what despair meant. His gaze fixed on the figure standing atop the Genesis Pillar, his entire body's chakra surging wildly, as his cells activated beyond their limits, erupting in a mist of blood, yet it was all futile. Nabashiro carried his own hatred within, unleashing his monstrous strength and speed to their absolute limits. Time and again they clashed, each collision shaking the earth and mountains as though attempting to tear apart the entire Cloud Village. Half a month later in the Land of Iron, the third Tsuchikage Dayemu, the third Mizukage Shirtsong, and the new fourth Kazekage Luosha had already taken their seats, each representing their respective hidden villages. Behind them were signs bearing the names of their villages. Yuan Fei Rijan was also present, but at this moment, he remained silent, just like the other three. Humph. The third Tsuchikage Dayemu let out a cold laugh, and looked at Yuan Fei Rijan saying, "Hokage, you should be pleased. After all, we have all suffered heavy losses. 2,000 IWA shinobi died at the hands of that man." He then turned to Luosha and continued, "Oh, and the third Kazekage as well." Luosha's aura surged, his gaze dark. But he said nothing. Among those present, he was the most junior. Shirtsong, though appearing young, was actually not young in age. At this moment, he sat in his seat without a word with a special weapon behind him. Yuan Fei Rijan glanced at Dayemu, then likewise sighed. His situation was actually the same as the other three. Rather than saying that the three villages were surrendering and negotiating with Konoha, it was more accurate to say that even he was forced to sit here and sign this agreement. This was not a surrender of other villages to Konoha, but the greatest powers of the entire ninja world bowing their heads to that man. Dayemu's inner anger was known only to himself. Even the Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha of the past, due to mutual checks and balances, had never driven them to such a state. Shame. This is utterly shameful. Dong. A sound rang out. The gazes of the several people shifted slightly, and then their expressions changed. A figure with bandaged arms and a fierce aura slowly walked in while two ninjas silently hid in the shadows behind him. Walking to the Hokage seat, he took off the hat on his head and placed it before him. Hokage? How is this possible? The third Tsuchikage Dayemu's eyes were full of disbelief. Yuan Fei Rijan sighed. Shirtsong and Luosha also had varied expressions, looking doubtfully at the entering fourth Hokage AI. Half a month ago, they had just discussed with Yuan Fei Rijan to hold the 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron. Although it was a surrender and peace talk, they were not completely defeated. Therefore, none of them would truly grovel before Konoha. In fact, they were all secretly watching the situation of Hyuga. If Konoha did not declare war or failed to suppress Hyuga, the previous surrender agreement would be a piece of scrap paper, and naturally, they would not acknowledge it. But it had only been a day or two since they had each set out from their respective villages and arrived here. At most, it had been only half a month since Konoha's declaration of war. Since the fourth Hokage had already appeared here, the result was self-evident. Moreover, it seemed that he had been deliberately left alive to be able to come here. Shua. The next moment, a figure appeared on the scene, standing beside the fourth Hokage. The 5 people present, as well as the shadow guards hidden in the dark, all became alert, their expressions extremely tense. A mist ninja even instinctively placed his hand on the handle of the huge sword behind him, but only felt a chill on his neck, and dared not move rashly. A strangely shaped kunai was pressed against his neck. Coming with the night sky were also Bo Feng, Shui Min Shungshu, and the other 3 Sannin. With the flying thunder god, they could create many impossible miracles throughout the ninja world. The 3 Sannin stood behind the Kages of the various villages, silent, separating them from their respective guards. These people were the elite among elites, some even possessing means that could threaten Kage-level beings. Plus the 5 Kages, if they were to reach a consensus at this moment, Night Sky would also be very troubled. Sure enough, the 5 Kages now had grave expressions. Feeling the pressure emanating from Night Sky, Dayemu gave a cold snort, and looked at Yuan Fei Rijan saying, "Hokage, what do you mean by this?" "Sorry," Night Sky interrupted him, looking at him with a smile. "That was my intention. If the Tsuchikage has any dissatisfaction, you can tell me." The old fox still won't give up, trying to make a final struggle, and set a trap for Yuan Fei Rijan, hoping to join forces against me. Humph. Dayemu, seeing his plan exposed, churned his chakra, and stared fixedly at Night Sky. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a nearly fatal threat coming from behind him. Yi now had a strange face pattern on his face, and one hand had already rested onto Yemu's shoulder, preventing him from flying. In a low voice he said, "Such a Yekong does not wish for the ninja world to continue in chaos. Neither do we. So, please cooperate." Yi. Yuan Fei Rizhan's eyes widened a few times as if he was recognizing this disciple he had never thought highly of. That terrifying aura that made even him feel palpitations. Was this really Yi? Ugh. The Yemu's face flushed red, and instead his chakra flowed backward. A terrifying force directly crushed the chair beneath him, causing him to almost fall to the ground, looking utterly embarrassed. Such a kid's weight. Ugh. Sheng Shu and Bo Feng Shui men blocked the Kage guards from various villages who wanted to step forward, preventing them from crossing the line. Clang. A flash of cold light streaked through and pierced directly into the table between the 5 Kages. At this moment the scene fell completely silent. Night Sky's impatient voice followed. "This is the last warning. Don't test my patience." Boom. The terrifying killing intent almost burst through the ceiling of the 5 Kage summit venue. At this moment, except for the 3 Sannin and Sheng Shu, everyone present felt the deadly aura, as if death itself was licking their skin, bringing a spine-chilling sensation that struck the soul. The Yemu became docile, and the others also abandoned their last thoughts and signed the peace agreement. Thus, the second 5 Kage summit ended. The ninja world ushered in a relatively stable period of peace. Night Sky did not care about the internal problems of the various villages. He only wanted the entire ninja world to be without chaos. Whoever dared to stir up trouble, he would cut them down. Peace was that simple. From that day on, Night Sky gained another new title, the Blade Holder of the Ninja World. Some also called him Demon or Azura, but only in secret. He did not care about these titles. After all, would anyone dare to call him that to his face? Nonsense. Sister. At the hot spring house, that day Xiang Yan returned from a date with Li Mei. If not for looking somewhat like a mother and son, they actually matched well. But when Xiang Yan saw Xiang Qianhua also holding Night Sky's arm with a sweet expression, he broke down. Pointing at Night Sky, he couldn't speak for a long time. "You? This bastard." Puff. Bang. Xiang Qianhua did not spoil him. She flashed forward and hit him in the stomach with a gentle fist. Xiang Yan collapsed in pain, clutching his stomach. Clapping her hands, Xiang Qianhua returned to Night Sky's side and said calmly to Xiang Yan, "Don't make me beat you outside." Xiang Yan woo. Night Sky silently gave a thumbs up. "I told you, isn't there a sister who doesn't beat her brother?" It turned out that Xiang Yan had also been beaten quite a lot. It was just that in front of outsiders, Xiang Qianhua rarely made a move and mostly defended her younger brother. In the 49th year of Konoha, the shinobi world prematurely regained peace. Though it was achieved through Night Sky's forceful measures, his name had nonetheless become a legend across the ninja lands. Of course, Konoha was the exception. Beyond the village's high-ranking officials, the common folk remained unaware of Night Sky's deeds. They only knew him as a hero of Konoha. Meanwhile, Tsunade's medical scrolls spread widely, skyrocketing her prestige to the point where she seemed poised to be thrust into the Hokage's seat ahead of schedule. Tsunade, however, had no desire for the position. This left Nawaki consumed with envy and jealousy, clamoring to learn medical ninjutsu, only to be subdued by Tsunade's fists as usual. After a brief stay, Jiraiya left Konoha to continue his journey of material gathering. Night Sky suspected the man was avoiding facing Hiruzen Sarutobi and thus made his escape. For the greater good, Jiraiya could openly oppose Hiruzen Sarutobi, but that didn't mean he would betray his master. Such a task was better suited for Orochimaru. Orochimaru had vanished from sight, absorbed in some unknown research. Nevertheless, Night Sky handed him a sample of blood taken from Nezuko during her demon era, asking him to study its contents. The condition, of course, was that it must not be leaked. If he could uncover something good, if not destroy it. At this point, Orochimaru was no longer the madman obsessed with eternal life. He had not yet grown indifferent to mortality and remained relatively sane. Minato Namikaze continued executing missions, spending his days leading Kakashi and the others on tasks, while nurturing his relationship with Kushina. The two had reached the stage of marriage with only a thin veil, no merely a formality, remaining between them. Nawaki, undeterred, joined the Umbu. Night Sky had advised against it, and Tsunade had even resorted to physical discipline, but Nawaki was stubbornly set on becoming that blasted Hokage. He was just obstinate. Damn it. Splash. Night fell. Steam filled the hot spring room. Tsunade took a large gulp of sake, not the low-proof kind, then exhaled a breath of alcohol. Her face flushed and complained, "That brat has grown his wings and dares to disobey me. Do you think it was easy raising him all by myself? Tisk that little shit." Night Sky nodded. Nawaki deserved a beating, but it seemed he had developed some resistance. A few casual beatings no longer worked. Tsunade's face grew even redder. She glanced down, her cheeks crimson. "Are you even listening to me? Hey, don't. Oh." After a bout of passion, Tsunade calmed down. Night Sky carried her limp body to the bedroom and laid her to rest, then went to the adjacent room where Hinata Chika was staying. The next day they rose washed and ate breakfast. It seemed no different from usual, but Night Sky could sense a dangerous aura lingering in the air. A triangle is stable, but a straight line is not. Though the surface appeared harmonious, Hinata had already quietly slipped away. Shizen kept glancing between Tsunade and Hinata Chika, her small head filled with question marks. Caught in the middle, she felt no sense of safety. Tsunade about that. Tsunade put down her chopsticks and looked at him with confusion, then realized and nodded. The sage should be ready. Shall we go now? I have nothing else to do lately, so I might as well learn a thing or two. Hinata Chika also set down her utensils and asked in puzzlement, what are you talking about? TSK. Though Tsunade was hostile, Night Sky explained the matter of sage mode. That's right, he was going to learn Senjutsu. All along he had never had the chance to learn Senjutsu. Thus, despite his already terrifying power, he had never truly reached the level where he could dominate the entire ninja world. How could that be allowed? Now the 5 strongest hidden villages in the world were probably watching his every move, scheming against him in unknown ways. Though Night Sky was unafraid, he could still feel the pressure. It was still a matter of insufficient strength. If he truly reached the caliber of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. He could simply visit each village one by one, and even if he took back all the tailed beasts, they wouldn't dare do anything. Scheming. They wouldn't even be able to conceive such a thought. After the meal, Night Sky instructed Shizen to watch over the hot spring inn. Tsunade led the 2 back to her home, retrieved a summoning contract, and had Night Sky and Hinata Chika sign the Shikatsu Forest contract. Then the 3 of them were simultaneously reverse summoned, transported into the Shikatsu Forest. Amidst a sea of mist-shrouded peaks and ridges, Night Sky beheld a white mountain with blue stripes. The Slug Sage. So huge. That was Night Sky's first impression. Then what terrifying chakra. He had seen tailed beasts before, but for some reason, he felt that even their chakra seemed insignificant compared to this ancient being that had lived for a millennium. This insignificance was not just in size, but in the total quantity and quality of chakra, a difference as vast as clouds and mud. He wondered if the Nine Tails could ever reach such a level. The Slug Sage stirred slightly, and the sky seemed to darken. Tsunade. Tsunade bowed respectfully, raising her hand to introduce. Lord Slug Sage, he is Night Sky, and she is a member of the Hyuga clan who wishes to learn Senjutsu. A small slug detached from the Slug Sage's body, slowly wriggling over to Night Sky and Hinata Chika. It extended a soft, tender tentacle, signaling them to touch it. Then the Slug Sage remarked in surprise, strong chakra. He should be able to learn Senjutsu. I understand. But she cannot. Learning Senjutsu requires a substantial amount of chakra, otherwise the risk is high. Tsunade, you have already met the conditions for Senjutsu, so stay and learn as well. Yes, I understand. Tsunade nodded without objection. She was indeed capable of learning Senjutsu, but in the past, when she was still developing, the risks were considerable. Later, she simply never found the time. Hinata Chika frowned upon hearing that she could not learn Senjutsu, disappointment evident on her face. A hand patted her chest. She looked up to see Night Sky encouraging her, don't worry. I'll learn it first, and then teach you slowly. Hinata Chika's face flushed, instantly reddening to the tips of her ears. She retorted indignantly, I don't want you to teach me. What's with the anger? Night Sky was baffled. It was just a pat. If she wanted, he could let her pat him back. Then, under the guidance of the Slug Sage, Night Sky and Tsunade began learning Senjutsu, which meant mastering the method of fusing Senjutsu chakra. The method differed greatly from Mount Myaboku's. It required the body to remain in a state of absolute stillness, slowly sensing the natural energy in the environment, and then absorbing it into the body to fuse Senjutsu chakra. The process was not particularly complicated. The difficulty lay in achieving absolute stillness, encompassing both the body and the mind. The second challenge was likely chakra. Insufficient chakra made it easy to absorb too much natural energy, leading to petrification from being assimilated by it. This was why learning Senjutsu had a chakra requirement. Hinata Chika's chakra was not weak, but it only exceeded the average Jonin level, reaching about 150 points. According to Night Sky's estimation, the minimum chakra threshold for safely learning Senjutsu should exceed 200, perhaps even 300 or more, meaning reaching the Kage level to be truly secure. Tsunade, currently at her peak, had a chakra reserve of over 400. For reference, even Hiruzen Sarutobi and Inoki, who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, had chakra levels below 400, hovering around 300. Inoki's particle style was measured in single digits, even counted move by move. Using it 2 or 3 times would drain him completely. This showed how immense Tsunade's chakra was. Across the entire ninja world, only a handful could rival her in basic chakra capacity, Night Sky being an exception. Those with Samahata didn't count. That was essentially having an extra power source attached, which couldn't be considered. Half a month later, the speed at which Night Sky learned the immortal arts far exceeded expectations and even surpassed the predictions of the Slug Sage. Name Night Sky. Mining Blade 5th rank, 80,100. Occupation Ninja Super Shadow. Chakra 1355 Sage Mode 2710. Ninjutsu Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Body Flicker, Water Dragon, Bullet Dance of Death, Water, Walking Water, Prison, Flying Thunder, God, Wind, Body Flicker. Taijutsu, Water Breathing, Sun, Breathing Mirror, Flower, Water, Moon, Monstrous Strength. Kekkei Ginkai, Ice Release, Ice Age, Absolute Zero, Pillar of Creation. On a mountain peak, Night Sky Sage Chakra surged almost beyond his body, forming a blazing aura that rose continuously. Raising his hand to glance at his palm, Night Sky's eyes gleamed with sharp light. He suddenly felt that suppressing the entire shinobi world might not be as difficult as he had imagined. A slug exclaimed in amazement, "Truly incredible, Lord Night Sky. You must be the fastest human to master the immortal arts. So there is someone even faster, right?" With a smile, Night Sky naturally knew of someone who had mastered the immortal arts with a single glance, but the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan was indeed unreasonable. He didn't mind it. The Sage of Six Paths, rather than learning, had forced his way into Sage mode through sheer talent. No matter how much natural energy he drew, he could directly convert it into chakra without the risk of being assimilated. Withdrawing his Sage Chakra, Night Sky turned and walked down the mountain, leaping and bounding several times before arriving beneath a waterfall. There Tsunade and Hinata Chihana sat before a waterfall, enduring its roar while maintaining a calm mind. This was the trial for mastering the immortal arts. A faint sage pattern had already appeared on Tsunade's face, but whenever signs of assimilation occurred, the slug on her shoulder would absorb the excess natural energy, cycling through the process as she gradually mastered Sage Chakra. Hinata Chihana was also attempting it, insisting on trying herself. In theory, even with just 1 point of chakra, if one could master an equal amount of natural energy, it would be possible to fuse Sage Chakra. But the smaller the chakra reserves, the more terrifying the control required. Hinata Chihana's chakra reserves didn't meet the requirements, so forcibly training in the immortal arts carried considerable risk. Yet Night Sky couldn't persuade her. Once she set her mind on something, she became unexpectedly stubborn, something he hadn't anticipated. Finally, the sage pattern on Tsunade's face fully manifested and stabilized. It was a pattern spreading around her eyes and across her entire face. Tsunade tried to stand, then leaped several zhang into the air, falling directly toward Night Sky. Chua. As Night Sky raised his hand to block her punch, he activated Flying Thunder God. A distant mountain shook with a thunderous rumble. The force of Tsunade's punch was terrifying. She was already a terrifying existence who had honed monstrous strength into instinct. With the addition of Sage Chakra, her chakra doubled, and her power increased by more than just double. It multiplied several times, even tenfold. What did it mean for Tsunade's strength to increase tenfold? It was an exaggeration to say she could move mountains and fill seas, but few things could withstand a single punch from her. After a bout of sparring, Tsunade's Sage Chakra was exhausted, and she stopped. The two returned to the waterfall. Tsunade sighed. It's a pity that Sage Chakra needs to be gathered in advance. It won't be easy in actual combat. Night Sky comforted her. First, master the perfect Sage mode. After you adapt, you should be able to enter Sage mode quickly, but how fast depends on you. Tsunade had also gained insight. As the strongest medical ninja, chakra control was her forte. With gradual adaptation, even if she couldn't enter Sage mode, instantly applying it in combat would not be a big problem. Looking across the history of the shinobi world, what kind of monsters could instantly enter Sage mode? Either those with chakra more monstrous than a tailed beast like the Sage of Six Paths and Hashirama Senju, or those carrying the nine tails like Minato Namikaze and Naruto. The latter two cases couldn't even be considered entering Sage mode by their own power. They relied on the nine tails to gather Sage Chakra in advance, like carrying an auxiliary power source and an external cheat. Then Night Sky told Tsunade about using shadow clones to gather Sage Chakra in advance, allowing her to train in peace. Tsunade's Sage mode was not perfect, causing some changes in her appearance, which would require time to polish. As for Hinata Chihana, Night Sky had already advised her several times, but the more he advised, the more she seemed to resist. She wouldn't listen. Helpless, Night Sky could only let her be and asked the slug sage to keep an eye on her. Konoha Hot Spring House. After half a month, Night Sky returned. Everything was calm. However, when a message was delivered by Minato Namikaze, Night Sky's brows furrowed. The ancient country of Lulan in the Wind Country, the place we visited, has been invaded by a group of mysterious and powerful ninjas. They are in fierce battle with Tsunade. Rumor has it they seem to possess a special taijutsu like samurai. After Night Sky resolved the shinobi world war, Minato Namikaze became the most active ninja in Konoha, spending most of his time on missions and upholding the title of the fastest man in the ninja world. Others tackled missions one by one. He was a whirlwind. Ordinary missions he speedran, and even high-difficulty ones, infiltration, assassination, intelligence, escort, reconnaissance, were all the same to him. Thus, apart from the higher-ups, he was probably the one with the most intelligence in Konoha. Night Sky was lost in thought. Glancing at Kushina, who had come with Minato, he smiled, pulled 2 discount coupons from behind the counter of the hot spring house, and handed them over, saying, a little gift for you. Hope you have a child soon. Kushina, usually bold, turned crimson in an instant. She stammered, Bibaka. What are you saying? Still she accepted the 2 coupons. Minato could only scratch his head and laugh. Huh. Everyone knew they were already living under the same roof. The unspoken understanding was clear. Kushina glanced at the coupons and noticed something different. She waved them, puzzled. This isn't a coupon for your hot spring house, is it? Oh, here it's free, but at my new hot spring hotel it's only 30% off. Pointing at the coupons, he explained, there's a map on the back. It's a 1-week coupon. Very nice, independent open-air hot springs. Should be perfect for a honeymoon. Kushina's face reddened even more. She didn't ask further, but her gaze kept flickering toward Minato. Minato could only manage a dry laugh. After a few more words, the two left hurriedly. As soon as they were a few steps away, Kushina cheerfully discussed when they should go experience the hot spring hotel. Such a place had never been heard of. Although there were specialized open-air hot spring inns, a hot spring hotel was different. The accommodation and dining alone would be several grades higher. Night Sky had also saved up money after running the winery for 2 years before building it. He himself would go there to relax when he had time. Or giving away coupons like this. It cost nothing and brought him face, didn't it? The ancient Lulon Kingdom lies within the Land of Wind. Surrounded by perpetual sandstorms and lacking resources, it is on the verge of extinction. If this trend continues, its demise is only a matter of time. Thus the Land of Wind and Tsunade have never paid it much attention. Until recently, a group of unknown powerful warriors suddenly emerged from the ancient Lulon Kingdom, causing considerable trouble for Tsunade, which finally drew attention. Clang! Hiss! A clash erupted in the desert. After a fierce battle, the Sand Ninja retreated. Damn it! Retreat! Quick retreat! As the Sand Ninjas retreated step by step, several figures stood on the desert. A black-haired figure slowly sheathed his blade. It was Fugong Yekong. Behind him were the Rock Pillar Bei Mingyu Xingming and the Wind Pillar, among others. Tisk, such a place really exists. Is that guy here too? Bu Shimi's eyes were bloodshot as he said in a deep voice, the master said all demons have been eliminated. Our Demon Slayer Corps has no reason to exist. I never expected it to come to this. Without demons, the Demon Slayer Corps is just a private guard for the Ubuyashiki clan. Its complete decline is only a matter of time. Well, that's not so bad either. Rin casually picked up a senbon from the ground, one fired by a Tsunade puppet. After a glance, she noticed it was coated with deadly poison. She exclaimed in surprise, but this world seems dangerous too. There are so many ninja. We should learn more and act cautiously. Bei Mingyu Xingming and the others nodded, then returned to Lulon to discuss the next steps. The first priority was naturally to gather intelligence and understand this world before deciding on a strategy. However, to their surprise, before they could even begin, someone had already come to them and offered what they needed. The Land of Rain, Amigakure. While Yekong facilitated the peace talks in the ninja world, Mi Yin and his team executed their own plan. After seizing the Seven Tails, they further took control of Amigakure, thereby firmly establishing the Akatsuki organization's position. The Land of Rain also enjoyed long-awaited peace. As Mi Yin anticipated, the presence of the Seven Tails made the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind cautious, preventing them from recklessly penetrating deep into the Land of Rain. After stabilization, Mi Yin began to truly pursue his ideal world, starting with developing the Land of Rain. He not only wooed the Land of Grass and the Land of Birds, but also extended olive branches to other small nations, intending to unite all forces possible. However, the process was not so smooth. Coincidentally, the changes in the ancient Lulon Kingdom gave him a turning point, so he took the initiative to seek them out. Mi Yin successfully met Chan Wushu Yaozai, and the two hit it off, reaching a cooperation. Konoha Hot Spring Inn. Looking at Hyuga, who was smiling with narrowed eyes, Yekong's inner thoughts were, screw you. His eyelid twitched. Yekong raised his hand to point at the several people beside her, the pillars. Except for the Sound Pillar, who had retired, the rest were all here. What are you all doing here? Did Chan Wushu Yaozai arrange this? Tisk. There wasn't a single normal person among them. They were even crazier than the people of the ninja world. Having them all gathered here was not a good thing. Sure enough, when Yekong asked a question, they were all like wooden blocks, not saying a word, with different expressions. The Snake Pillar Ihei Zaibaniai's face was hidden, the Mist Pillar Shirtu Weiling was expressionless, and the Rock Pillar Bei Mingyu Xingming. Can you stop crying? Bu Shimi, did you just click your tongue? Don't think I didn't hear that. Ganlusi Mealy, why are you blushing? And by the way, who the hell designed the Demon Slayer Corps uniform? Well done. I'll put a buff on your head later. In the end, the most unsociable one was still Fugong Yekong. He said calmly, the master told us to follow your orders. The Ubuyashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps will do everything in their power to serve you. That is the condition he promised you. Indeed, there was such an agreement. Yekong nodded to himself. Chan Wushu Yaozai was indeed a man of his word. At that time, it was probably the best chance in Chan Wushu Yaozai's life to kill Gue Wusher Wutsan. Naturally, he wouldn't give up no matter how heavy the price. At the same time, he couldn't think of any condition that could move Yekong, so he had to bet everything, even the 1,000-year accumulated heritage of the entire Ubuyashiki family. Forget it. Yekong sighed and waved his hand. I don't have anything for you to do right now. Go back or do whatever you want. But this world has no demons for you to kill. They exchanged glances. In fact, they had sneaked into Konoha. In this world, they could travel the ninja world as warriors from the ancient Lulan kingdom, but during the period just after the Great Ninja War, crossing the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire was not easy. However, all 7 of them had already mastered the basics of chakra, achieving a qualitative improvement in strength. Because the breathing method required first honing the body, each of them possessed astonishing physiques, and their physical energy was naturally beyond doubt. Even Hyuga, who was the weakest in strength, was only so relative to the other pillars. Without basic strength, her agility and speed wouldn't be nearly equal to Fugong-Yeong's. Moreover, each of them, having been chosen to kill demons, were geniuses handpicked from thousands by the Ubuyashiki family. Their willpower was terrifyingly strong, and their spiritual energy was also sufficient. It took them only a few months from first contact with chakra to extracting it, and skillfully using tree climbing and water walking. Among them, the one with the strongest chakra was Bei Mingyu Xingming with 310 points. He had already crossed the threshold of Kage level. If he fully mastered chakra application and learned some nature transformation and shape transformation, he would surely become a Kage-level powerhouse. Even the weakest Shirtu Weiling, due to his young age, still had over 100 chakra, already above the average level of a Jonin. Hearing Yekong's arrangement, the group hesitated. Hyuga then raised a hand and said, "Well, I would like to ask for some guidance on chakra usage. Also, the master asked us to bring something." Huh. Bei Mingyu Xingming was carrying a box. Yekong hadn't noticed earlier. After Hyuga spoke, he set it down. When it hit the ground, the earth trembled, clearly indicating its considerable weight. Conservatively estimated, it weighed several hundred jin. Only this monster could have carried it here by brute force. Then Bei Mingyu Xingming opened the box in front of Yekong, and a flash of golden light appeared. This neatly stacked gold bricks filled the wooden box. Each layer had as many as 16 bricks. Even if there were only 3 or 4 layers, that would be 50 to 60 gold bricks. This Chan Wushu Yaozai actually brought out so much gold. After all, gold was a hard currency, even in the ninja world, and its value was absolutely not low. Although Yekong was already considered quite wealthy, he felt that this box alone was worth more than his entire fortune. That old fox Chan Wushu Yaozai. He sure knows how to read people. The next day, to avoid complications, Night Sky brought the pillars of the Demon Slayer core to Lulan. He then taught them chakra, nature, transformation, form transformation, and a vast repertoire of ninjutsu. These individuals were already elites accustomed to battling demons, not fledgling brats fresh out of the ninja academy. Possessing chakra, they learned ninjutsu with remarkable speed. Moreover, the breathing styles they practiced were inherently aligned with their natural affinities, so adopting ninjutsu alongside proved untroublesome. Indeed, one could even say they advanced by leaps and bounds. On an open field, Sanemi Shinazugawa and Ju Tomioka were sparring. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A fearsome blade of wind erupted from Sanemi's edge. His expression burned with fervor. He had already grasped the fundamentals of chakra nature transformation. This strike was no mere wind blade. It was fused with his breathing style, carrying devastating force. Where it passed, a deep furrow was carved into the earth. Whoosh! Ju Tomioka wove hand signs in response, his form dissolving into a wooden log at the moment of impact, evading the blow. TCH. Sanemi pressed the attack relentlessly, every strike a synthesis of wind release and wind breathing. A doctrine of overwhelming firepower, evoking memories of Kokushibo's ferocity. Ju, in contrast, rarely employed water release. Instead, his mastery of fundamental techniques was profound. Substitution and body flicker honed to elite Jonin caliber, rendering him untouchable. The other pillars likewise devoted themselves to training, striving to elevate their strength without delay. As the primary warriors who once stood against demons, they were no reckless fools who charged headlong with blades bared. Each was exceptionally gifted, yet they had accumulated their power through countless sacrifices of blood, sweat, and tears, holding firm to the conviction of inevitable death in their fight against demons. This was the other crucial factor enabling them to master ninjutsu so swiftly. Human conviction is a force that cannot be underestimated. 1 month later, Konoha. Tsunade returned from the Shikatsu forest to Konoha. The climate there had been unpleasant, heavy with humidity, so she decided to visit a hot spring to unwind. Yet the moment she slid open the door to Night Sky's private spring, she found a woman already there. A vein bulged on her temple. That man. Moments later, Night Sky returned from outside only to find Shinobu Kocho and Tsunade seated together awaiting him. Bemused, he accepted the tea offered, took a sip, and sat down. What's going on? Who is she? Tsunade gestured toward Shinobu, who wore a serene, half-lidded smile, seemingly unbothered, even tilting her head playfully at Night Sky with feigned innocence. Standing upright with unshakable integrity, Night Sky explained, She wants to learn medical ninjutsu. She came for you. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Shinobu, then turned back to him. Is that so? Shinobu continued smiling without a word. Night Sky mechanically turned his head toward her. She nodded to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama Watashi is the master's subordinate. I wish to learn medical ninjutsu under your guidance. Gak. Uffed. Night Sky nearly spat out the tea he had just swallowed. He stared at Shinobu in disbelief, then turned to Tsunade. Master. Tsunade curled her lips, the desire to punch someone practically written across her face. Sensing the danger, Night Sky knew Tsunade wouldn't listen to his explanation, but he struggled nonetheless. She's from the Demon Slayer Corps, raised by the Ubuyashiki family. Now the Ubuyashiki clan answers to me. No, wait. Employed. Employed is the word. She's lying. I didn't. Night Sky's mind went blank, utterly unaware that he was being led by the nose by Shinobu. Tsunade remained skeptical, glancing at Shinobu. Really? Shinobu parted her lips, feigning hesitation. Night Sky silently pleaded with her not to cause more trouble, frantically, signaling with his eyes. After a long pause, Shinobu looked at him first, then smiled warmly at Tsunade, and gave a single nod. You? Absolute. Boom. Night Sky deceased. Shinobu may lack physical strength, but she was a professional when it came to psychological manipulation and subtle scheming. She hadn't always been this way. In fact, she once resembled the trio, lively, cheerful, quick to laugh. It was only after her sister was slain by Doma that she adopted this gentle facade. Whether that cunning nature came from her sister, or was her own, remains a mystery. Night Sky was expelled from the hot spring with a black-eye Shinobu trailing behind him. He snapped irritably. You again. In his frustration, he raised a hand and rapped her on the head. She blinked, momentarily stunned. Dispirited, Night Sky decided to grab a bite to eat. Shinobu's medical ninjutsu lessons could wait. Man was iron, food was steel, and skipping meals made the stomach ache. Shinobu followed behind him. She wasn't from Konoha, and her appearance was far too conspicuous. Gradient purple short hair, those peculiar eyes, her patterned uniform, and the Nichiren sword at her hip. If she wandered off alone, she'd likely be tailed by the Umbu and escorted to the Hokage for questioning. Their arrival in Konoha had been managed by disguising themselves as a merchant caravan, yet they were still detected at the gates. Fortunately, they headed straight for the hot spring, where the Umbu dared not intrude, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had ordered them not to monitor the group. They're just here to commission the 100 Affairs shop through Night Sky, he rationalized. It's not as if Night Sky is plotting to overthrow me as Hokage. Absurd. If he wanted to rebel, would he need to scheme? When had he ever taken the Hokage seriously? Slurp slurp. At the Ichiraku ramen stand, Night Sky was surprised to find a familiar face. He greeted, Yo Orochimaru. Hekukoin. I told you not to add that suffix. Whatever. Wait, what? What are you? Night Sky pushed aside the curtain and stepped to the serving window, noticing a small girl with pale, purple hair seated beside Orochimaru. She looked familiar. It was Anko. Has Orochimaru already started raising a child? Hope he doesn't lead her astray. Anko was eating her ramen. She glanced at him curiously, said nothing, and turned her gaze to Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled. This child has great potential. She's my new assistant. Tisk tsk. Night Sky clicked his tongue in obvious disbelief. You're telling me you couldn't find a proper shinobi for an assistant? She hasn't even graduated yet. What can she possibly help you with? Might as well just use her as a lab rat. Squinting slightly, Night Sky suddenly said, Orochimaru, don't tell me you're researching Sage Mode. Orochimaru's expression flickered, then he smiled. As expected of Ku. So you've already delved into it yourself. Sage Mode isn't that difficult to learn, but the things you're tinkering with. Forget it. Just be careful with your boundaries. If something goes wrong, Tsunade and Jiraiya certainly won't let you off easy. Night-sama, your ramen. His bowl arrived. He glanced at Shinobu, who sat quietly with a serene smile, and realized he'd forgotten to order for her. She said nothing, simply watching him. How am I supposed to eat like this? His expression twitched. He pushed the bowl toward her. You eat first. Then he called to the chef, boss, another bowl. No seafood. Oh. Orochimaru fell into thought at Night Sky's words, glancing at the puzzled little Anko. Noticing his gaze, Anko's youthful face broke into a wide grin. After Yozora and the others finished their ramen, Orochimaru had already departed with Mito. Feeling that Tsunade's anger had mostly subsided, Yozora decided to head back, but on the way he encountered Shintaro. The fellow was holding a box, looking as though he had just returned from a mission outside the village. After exchanging a few words, Yozora curiously asked what was inside the box. Shintaro leaned in and whispered, It's a birthday present for my older sister. I forgot to prepare it earlier, and she beat me up pretty badly. Hiss. Today is Tsunade's birthday. That's right. Oh no. He hadn't prepared anything either. If he went back empty-handed, especially with Choju Sasori by his side, she would definitely explode right there. After much deliberation, Yozora's mind raced. Making something on the spot might be too late, but not necessarily. He first sent Choju Sasori back to feel out Tsunade's mood, promising in exchange to ask Tsunade to instruct her in medical ninjutsu. Then Yuzora directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away, first heading to the Land of Iron to obtain chakra metal, then to the Land of Craftsmen. In just half a day, he had essentially circled the entire Land of Fire. By the time he returned to Konoha, the sky had grown dark. Sister, stop messing with my hair, I'm not a kid anymore. Haha, you brat, come on, I'm treating you to grilled meat today. Tsunade was delighted to receive the gift and decided to be generous for once treating Shintaro to grilled meat. The grilled meat shops in Konoha were mostly run by the Akimichi clan. It was a rather profitable business, especially since the Nara clan raised deer, providing high-quality meat. With fresh ingredients, their reputation was naturally excellent. However, the prices were not exactly affordable, so even Ninja would only come occasionally. Cheers. Tsunade raised her glass to celebrate. Shintaro asked in confusion, Sister, where's Ku? TCH. Tsunade had also brought Shizen over. Hearing this, she put down her glass, her face already slightly flushed, picked up a piece of meat and chewed as she said, Don't mind that guy, Humph. Shizen quietly explained what had happened that day, and Shintaro finally understood. He wanted to persuade his sister, but Tsunade wouldn't listen at this point. She had originally planned to wait for Yuzora to come back and explain, but he had disappeared for an entire day, while Choju Sasori had returned instead. Today was also her birthday, and Yuzora had barely ever given her gifts. The contrast was stark. Plus, there was the matter of Hyuga Chika from before. Anyone would be upset in her place. Her earlier outburst wasn't just because of Choju Sasori's scheming behavior. The real key was the emotions she had been holding inside. Choju Sasori was merely the spark that ignited it. I'm not late, am I? Moi. Inside the booth, Tsunade and Shintaro looked up and were pleasantly surprised to see several familiar figures standing before them. Coop, Minato, Kukona, Jiraiya, and Lord Orochimaru. Jiraiya casually sat next to Tsunade but was pushed away disdainfully, so he grumpily moved to sit beside Shintaro instead. Haha, happy birthday, Tsunade. Even Orochimaru smiled and said happy birthday. Madam Tsunade excused the interruption. Kukona leaned over and called to the staff. Denza, bring a few more orders of grilled meat. I want beef. Roger. Just a moment. After a brief moment of surprise, Tsunade blinked. How did you all? Minato Namikaze, being the socially adept one, sat next to Jiraiya and explained proactively. I was on a mission, but Ku said there was something more important, so he called me back. He gave a slight bitter smile. The mission he was actually executing was to intercept important intelligence from a Wagakure, an S-rank mission. By the time Yuzora found him, it was already evening, and there was no time to waste. So he simply dragged him straight into a Wagakure, beat up Inoki, and snatched the top-secret intelligence. Well, I guess that counts as completing his mission. Indeed, Jiraiya's gaze held a hint of resentment as he looked at Yuzora. I finally found an excellent location for my research material, and this guy ruined it all. Darn it. Research your aunt's foot. You perverted peeping Tom. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Tsunade also smiled, but looking at Yuzora beside her, her eyes held more tenderness. All right. Noticing her gaze, Yuzora smiled and took out an exquisite women's necklace from his person. The pendant was a crystal carved with a snowflake pattern, its texture resembling jade. He raised his hand, looped it around Tsunade's neck, and helped her put it on. Admiring it for a moment, his gaze drifted downward, and he nodded satisfactorily. Not bad, it suits you well. Happy birthday, Coot. Tsunade could no longer restrain herself and proactively threw her arms around Yuzora in an embrace. Beneath her loose casual clothes, her ample bosom was pressed and deformed. Yuzora's heart fluttered. It was all worth it. Jiraiya egged them on, whistling, though his eyes also held a touch of melancholy. His secret crush on Tsunade was no longer a secret, but his personality made it impossible for them to be together. Fortunately, he could let it go. Since they couldn't be together, he could focus on his ideals and ninja way, and silently blessing Tsunade, and Yuzora was also fine. Kukona's eyes were filled with envy. Then she secretly glanced at Minato Namikaze and gave a soft humph. Minato Namikaze scratched his head with an awkward smile. The last time Kukona had her birthday, he had given her a gift, a pair of his custom Flying Thunder God Kanai. 2 hours later, it was already midnight, and the group had dispersed. In the end, Yuzora paid the bill. He was considered wealthy now and had no shortage of money. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. After seeing everyone off one by one, only Yuzora and Tsunade remained under the streetlights at night. Yuzora looked at Tsunade leaning against his chest and smiled. Everyone's gone, you can wake up now, right? Tsunade's eyelids fluttered slightly with her eyes closed, then she continued to pretend to sleep. She had drunk a lot, but with her tolerance, she certainly wouldn't have gotten truly drunk. However, because she had been so moved earlier, she had gotten a bit too excited and directly kissed Yuzora passionately. Thinking back on it afterward made her too embarrassed, so she had forcibly gotten herself drunk. It served as a cover, preserving her last bit of dignity, at least that's what she thought. Yuzora smiled, one arm holding her while the other hand quietly slipped under Tsunade's arm. Wait. Whoosh. Too late. Yuzora decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Tsunade back home. Dry firewood meets blazing flames. This would surely be an intense encounter. The next day at the hot spring inn, Tsunade began instructing Choju Sasori in medical ninjutsu. Everything had returned to calm, but Tsunade would still occasionally shoot Yuzora resentful glances, her eyes filled with lingering grievance. Her expression was also somewhat listless, having not slept at all the previous night. Yuzora was also puzzled. Logically, a flesh-and-blood body shouldn't have this kind of stamina, yet he now felt as though he couldn't feel any fatigue at all. Even if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep, he could maintain high energy for a long time. Moreover, he even felt as though he had been reborn, his body becoming lighter and more agile. In the past, maintaining the constant state of total concentration breathing actually put him in a state of slight continuous physical consumption, so his stamina would be depleted. But now, let alone breathing techniques, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to dart back and forth across the entire ninja world crazily, and still feel as though he had strength to spare. Afterward, he could still have dozens of rounds with Tsunade. This was somewhat abnormal. Yuzora even suspected there might be something wrong with his body, but Tsunade's examination results simply showed he was full of vitality. After a period of deliberation, Yekong finally arrived at a plausible conclusion: it was the Immortal Technique. The Immortal Technique draws in natural energy to fuse with Sage Chakra, thereby increasing the chakra reserve and enhancing one's strength. Once the Sage mode was mastered, the next step was to adapt to this sudden surge of chakra and convert it into personal power. Both Yekong and Gangsho possessed exceptional chakra control, so the adaptation process was brief and almost negligible. After learning Sage mode, Gangsho also remarked that her body felt lighter, but not to the terrifying extent that Yekong experienced. Yekong carefully sensed the difference and finally discovered the distinction between himself and Gangsho. Gangsho had to actively draw in natural energy to enter Sage mode. Under normal circumstances, the only way for her body to absorb external energy was through eating. That was the process of integrating natural energy into the cells of the body, then converting it into chakra through physical and spiritual energy. Yekong was different. He did not know why, but in the constant state of total concentration breathing, he unconsciously absorbed faint natural energy from the surrounding environment into his body. Though the amount was small, it occurred every moment. These natural energies almost replaced a portion of the energy intake he would normally obtain through eating. This was terrifying. It might not seem like much, and the effect was merely that he was brimming with energy. But what if the process was permanent? When cells receive abundant energy, their metabolism slows down and vitality increases. What did these two things mean? Eternal youth and vitality. Gangsho offered her own speculation, gazing at Yekong with a complicated expression. Yekong understood her thoughts. He smiled, wrapped his arms around her soft form, and gave her a kiss. It's not that exaggerated. At most, I'll live a bit longer than ordinary people. Besides, I can teach you the breathing technique as well. Maybe it will work for you too. Gangsho then composed herself. It wasn't that she cared about immortality, rather she feared the thought of Yekong remaining the same decades later, while she herself. She felt an inexplicable dread. At that moment, she realized she was already over 30, while Yekong was only in his 20s. Although she still appeared youthful and her figure was perfect, she knew she would age before Yekong. This was something she could not accept, even though she had developed the Yin Seal and Creation Rebirth. These two techniques merely maintained her cells in a more vibrant state. They could not alter the rate of cellular metabolism. In fact, they accelerated it, draining the remaining years of her life. Yekong then taught her the breathing technique. Gangsho learned quickly, but she still needed basic physical training. The breathing technique was a way to unlock the body's potential. The first step was to touch the body's limits. Refining chakra was the opposite. Forcibly extracting chakra was like draining a pond by removing the bottom. It also tapped into potential, but it burned more thoroughly and was easier. The generally short lifespan of shinobi was due to this. With the breathing technique, the countdown of life only began when the mark was opened. A few days later in the morning, Yekong went to the Shikatsu forest to visit Rishiang Qianhua. He found that she was still persevering, but her progress in the immortal technique was extremely slow. He could only ask the slug sage to look after her before leaving the forest. It was still early, so Yekong decided to see if there were any fresh ingredients. Even shinobi had to eat. Hey Kai, don't waste time. We'll miss the rendezvous. Huff. Hearing the voice, Yekong turned his head and saw a headless monster in a green tight suit. No, it was a guy practicing the frog technique walking over. Kai noticed someone ahead and quickly warned, move aside. Walking on his hands was already exhausting, and with his legs not being his feet, he couldn't just stop easily. He crashed straight into Yekong. Slap. Yekong raised his hand and caught him, then turned him upside down. Kai's two teammates hurried over. Really, Kai, we told you not to train on the street. It's so embarrassing. The other teammate politely apologized to Yekong. Sorry, we didn't mean it. Young Kai also bowed 90 degrees and shouted my deepest apologies. Yekong shook his head, finding the Kai before him quite amusing. So this is the future Kai Huang. Speaking of which, at this point in time, he should have already learned the 8 gates. Yekong's first thought was that he could also learn the 8 gates, but he had too many things to learn before and not enough time. Now it seemed unnecessary. The 8 gates burst was terrifying, but with his current strength at least the 7th gate would have to be opened to pose a certain threat to him. As for the 8th gate, to be honest, it was a bit useless. Using it once meant death, and even if others used it against him it wouldn't work. He wouldn't just stand there and tank the Night Kai. Kai noticed he hadn't spoken, looked up, and suddenly said, "Uncle, you're the owner of the hot spring, right? I've been to your place. I even handed out flyers there when I was doing part-time work. What are you all up to?" Yekong nodded with a smile and asked casually. Judging by their attire, he knew they were about to go on a mission. Kai blurted without thinking, "We're going on a mission to escort intelligence, MMPH. His teammate covered his mouth and dragged him away with a sheepish laugh. Yekong looked thoughtfully in the direction they left. Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen who gave orders not to leak the information? This was interesting. A mission to escort intelligence assigned to Genin, and they weren't allowed to talk about it. There were only two possibilities: either the intelligence was very important or the intelligence was fake, and their real mission was merely a decoy. Having served in the Umbu, Yekong could easily deduce such a judgment. Kai and his team soon left Konoha and headed toward the mission site. One teammate complained to Kai, "Kai, our mission is confidential. Did you forget what the Hokage said? You're too careless." "Haha, sorry. Kai clasped his hands repeatedly in apology and explained, "But I feel that the boss is a good person. It shouldn't be a problem. TCH, it's a mission, you idiot." The two teammates couldn't say more if they were used to it. They continued traveling for most of the day and arrived near the mission site. On an open space by a stream they landed and found that the contact target had not appeared, so they waited. Kai couldn't stay still. He ran to the stream to practice walking on water. The other two didn't stop him. Another 10 minutes passed. Boom. The sudden explosion put the three on alert. They looked up at the smoke rising in the distance, uncertain. What should we do? Maybe someone triggered a trap by accident. If it's a village shinobi, we might be able to help. Hey, Kai, wait. Idiot. Before the other teammate could finish, Kai had already dashed off. Hearing that it might be a comrade from the village injured, he rushed out without hesitation. A few minutes later, the three arrived at the scene. They found only traces of destruction from an explosion, signs of ninjutsu bombardment. As they looked at the devastated area, a large tree snapped in half. The two teammates hesitated. Kai also stood still, furrowing his thick black brows. He was hot-blooded, not stupid. "Your mission is complete. Go back. Hot spring, uncle." Yekong's figure appeared silently behind Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Kai shuddered, turned around, and burst into tears. Was he that timid? It wasn't really Kai's fault. Yekong had appeared too suddenly. Kai's brain and body hadn't reacted. Not peeing himself was already a testament to his strong will. After explaining and sending the three away, Yekong turned his gaze into the distance. He could tell at a glance that this was a chase, and the attackers were definitely not Konoha shinobi. He walked over to a broken tree trunk. Though the entire tree was snapped, he could still see the marks of a blade slash. To cut such a large tree with a single slash of a blade, the user's strength was beyond doubt, and the blade itself was no ordinary ninja sword. It must have been heavy. There were also traces of lightning release and water release around. Yekong walked up to a tree trunk charred black by fire, and in his mind, he already visualized who the combatants were. The 7 ninja swordsmen. No, now it should be the 3 ninja swordsmen. If he remembered correctly, the users of the Executioner's Blade Samahata and Thunderblade Fong were the ones who escaped back then. The remaining 4 all died at his hands. Back then they had intended to rescue the 3rd Mizukage from him, but in the end, they were almost all wiped out. The scene was extremely chaotic at the time, and he couldn't recall clearly. He only vaguely remembered several wielders of oddly shaped weapons being killed by him one by one. After all, there were thousands of IWNine and Kirinine present, then a one more or less made no difference. Looking at the direction of pursuit, Yekong reflected for a moment and reckoned that they should have already left the whole country. Interestingly, he sensed that one of the Flying Thunder God technique coordinates he had left was in that direction, and it was moving. The reason he could appear directly before Kai and his two companions was that Kai also bore a Flying Thunder God technique mark left by him. He had almost grown accustomed to it. He would subconsciously leave a Flying Thunder God technique mark on almost everyone he encountered, using them as mobile transfer coordinates. That was how he could find Bo Feng Shuemin and Zilai Yi so quickly across the entire ninja world. Even they themselves did not know when Yekong had left the mark. Once a Flying Thunder God technique mark was inscribed, it would not fade for decades unless the target was destroyed, and only the caster could personally remove it. After a moment's thought, Yekong did not give chase. He wanted to see where the other party would move to. He had left marks in too many places across the entire ninja world, yet there were still many areas that were pitch black to him. This feeling was like exploring the map beyond the fog of war. Very interesting. Just as Yekong turned to leave, he suddenly sensed another Flying Thunder God technique mark nearby. Out of curiosity, he teleported over. Water release. The moment Yekong appeared, he sensed at least a dozen figures gathered around. One of them decisively formed hand seals at lightning speed, almost as fast as instantaneous release, but at the last moment, he forcefully stopped because he recognized Yekong's face. Seeing that the others around were about to strike, the man quickly shouted, "Stop!" Yekong's gaze swept across and found that the dozen or so figures were all elite ninja, a considerable force. They wore forehead protectors of the Wu-In, and the leader was none other than Shirtsong. As his gaze swept over the surrounding Kirinin, were suddenly startled. A few of them had seen him before, their expressions changing drastically, and they immediately turned to gather around Shirtsong, assuming defensive postures. Yekong paid no attention to them. He merely looked at Shirtsong, eyes narrowed, and said, "What are you doing in the whole country? I don't recall allowing you to violate the peace treaty." Boom. An invisible, imposing aura spread out. Shirtsong's eyes were filled with terror, cold sweat trickling down. He explained, "I came to the whole country to visit Mu Yi. I had previously corresponded with the Hokage. I have no intention of declaring war." Oh, only then did Yekong withdraw his chakra. The group of Kirinin were terrified, their faces pale. For Shirtsong, it was more psychological, for them both psychological and physical suppression. So this is the strength of the demon of the water, the sword-bearer of the ninja world. Yekong noticed with some surprise a special presence. Although she was standing in the corner, she showed no fear of his aura. Instead, she stared straight at him, a strange glint flickering in her eyes. Her hair was a shade between brown and orange, and her eyes held a brightness and composure beyond her age. The future fourth Mizukage, Zhao Meiming. Shirtsong, as if afraid Yekong might misunderstand, took out a scroll and had his subordinate deliver it to Yekong. Yekong glanced at it. It was indeed content about friendly exchanges with Mu Yi, some formalized stuff. He didn't know who had proposed it. None of these leaders of major ninja villages were easy to deal with. Even though he had forced them to sign a peace treaty, the external threats were resolved, but internal troubles remained. Therefore, they would certainly adopt different strategies. For instance, this seemingly friendly visit might inevitably involve some scheming behind the scenes. Casually tossing the scroll back to Shirtsong, Yekong's figure vanished from the spot, without saying another word. Gulp. Several Kirinin felt as if they had been granted a pardon. One of Shirtsong's guards asked, "Mizukage-sama, is he that?" Shirtsong nodded. Shirtsong nodded, then sighed, and said, "He is too strong. You must remember his face. From now on, no matter where you encounter him, under no circumstances should you provoke him. If any mission is obstructed by him, you may abandon it. This is a supreme order." "Yes." "Understood." The several Kirinin could sense the gravity in Shirtsong's words, and their faces turned solemn. The current state of the entire ninja world seemed peaceful, but they were well aware that the fundamental reason was that man who had just left. By his own strength, he had forcibly suppressed the entire ninja world. Shirtsong's perception of Yekong was actually quite complex. If it weren't for the constant infighting among the Kagaya clan, the Hozuki clan, and numerous Kekkei Genkai clans, he would have actually approved of everything Yekong had done. Unfortunately, now the external threats were gone, but the Wu-In village was like a time bomb that could explode at any moment. As for how to solve it, he was truly helpless. In fact, the situation was not much better in the other ninja villages. Due to years of being on war footing, there were too many ninja. Even the power of a single country could not sustain so many ninja during peacetime. If this continued, the end result would be the ninja village dragging the entire country down. One day later, Shirtsong successfully visited Mu Yi, and Mu Yi held a grand welcome and reception. On that day, Yuan Fei Risen and Shirtsong had a face-to-face meeting. 2 days later, the fourth Kazakage Luo Sha also arrived. De Yemu and the fourth Raikage Ai came to Mu Yi almost one after the other. If this were before, it would have been the start of a 5-Kage summit. A large number of ninja from other villages entered Mu Yi, and the entire village was shrouded in a slightly tense atmosphere. Except for one place, Yekong's hot spring house. Yekong's hot spring house had been expanded once, becoming much larger, about the size of 4 or 5 nearby houses, making it the largest hot spring house in all of Mu Yi. But at this moment, it was almost packed. A mixed-gender pool about 10 meters in diameter was crammed with over 50 people, causing the water to overflow. The hot spring house had never seen such good business. The few people Yekong had newly hired could barely keep up, their eyelids twitching from exhaustion. Since they were from different villages, Yekong guessed they probably wanted to gather some intelligence about him. But naturally, the result would disappoint them. Seeking peace and quiet, Yekong directly went to a hot spring resort for a vacation. Thud. Footsteps appeared in the corridor, winding around several corners until they reached a room with an eaves. The door was pushed open and a figure entered, seeing a back sitting there. A childish voice spoke, Hyuga was drinking tea. Hearing the sound, she turned around and revealed a perfect smile. Nanny. Zhao Meiming thought to herself, what a beautiful sister. Meanwhile, Hyuga thought to herself, so cute. Should be fun to play with, huh? Oh, she's a ninja too. Looks like she's also here to pry for information. How troublesome. The 5-Kage summit ultimately yielded no results. Several old men huddled together for days, discussing every possibility, but all were predicated on the premise that Yekong would suddenly drop dead. To that end, they summoned Yekong, not to have him die, but to tactfully probe his stance. Yekong made his position clear: do whatever you like as long as you don't cause too many deaths or throw the entire shinobi world into chaos. The 5 Kage were speechless. No deaths. Then what's the point? The villages are full of traitors. Should they reform them with love? Reason with the Uchiha. They're lunatics with a history of real bloodshed. A snicker. A scoff. Anoki laughed, and the 4th Raikage joined in. Their villages were probably the least worried about internal strife, as the previous 2 Kage had already resolved most of their internal issues. In the end, the 5 Kage summit fizzled out, each returning home in haste. After the others left, Yekong vanished from Konoha using the Flying Thunder God mark. The Land of Demons. Yekong hadn't expected his casually placed marker to travel so far, spanning several small nations, nearly reaching the edge of the map. Upon arrival, he found a dying Pakura, severely wounded, lying beneath a cliff. He glanced at her, silent, his expression complex. Alohum. Yekong used a medical scroll to stabilize her serious external injuries. Fortunately, they were mostly superficial. The true peril was her severely depleted chakra and the exhaustion from days of flight. She fell unconscious after being saved. A murmuring stream nearby. Yekong planned to take Pakura back first, but then he noticed something on the water. It looked like a person, or a corpse, floating motionless on the surface. A splash. Yekong raised his hand, channeling chakra from his feet into the water. A wave surged, lifting the figure up. It was a woman with white hair wearing a long robe that seemed to be ceremonial attire. After being tossed ashore by the wave, she paused, then sat up straight, calmly wrung the water from her hair, and stood. Well, so you were just floating along for fun. Standing up, she saw Yekong about to leave with Pakura. She blinked, her violet eyes mysterious, and approached him. You're not from the Land of Demons, are you? Yekong shot her a glance without answering, already lifting Pakura, ready to vanish. Hey! Unexpectedly, she reached out and grabbed him. At that moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. 3 figures vanished simultaneously. Over 10 minutes later, several figures appeared here, frowning. Disappeared. Impossible. She was injured and couldn't escape. There's only this river. TCH. Keep chasing. Chase. She can't have gotten far. The 3 ninja swordsmen had no idea that Yekong had already taken Pakura. Meanwhile, Yekong landed somewhat awkwardly in a forest with Pakura in his arms. She pressed against him, her body taut. Not as soft as Tsunade's, but full of resilience. Ouch, it hurts. He looked up as a figure tumbled from a tree branch. Still pinned by Pakura, he instinctively reached out and grabbed something soft. From experience, he knew he'd hit the jackpot. Ow! A piercing shriek that split the sky. Yekong's eyelids twitched. After a moment, he managed to calm the situation, and Pakura was jolted awake by the scream. To be fair, someone who had been fleeing for days without food or sleep, collapsing into unconsciousness, was as good as dead. Without sufficient rest, waking them by conventional means was impossible. Evidently, that scream was terrifyingly effective. After sorting things out, Yekong looked at the woman before him. She seemed increasingly familiar, but he couldn't place her. The reason his Flying Thunder God malfunctioned was precisely because of this woman. It wasn't that an extra person disrupted the space-time technique stability. Yekong's Flying Thunder God could directly transport tailed beasts. One extra person barely mattered. But this woman's body seemed to possess a power that interfered with space-time jutsu. Who are you? Yekong asked the woman, who was now tidying her hair in a corner. She brushed her bangs aside, turned to face him, puffed out her cheeks, and said somewhat petulantly, "And who are you?" Yekong. Startled, she seemed thrown off by his directness. Her momentum deflated, and she answered honestly, "I am Miroku, the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. According to tradition, you have offended me, and must receive punishment from the great god." Huh. Yekong was baffled. God. I'm merely a few steps away from being the god of shinobi. Which god is that? He shook his head, uninterested, and turned to Pakura, intending to return to Konoha. Hey. But she persisted, following him. Worried she'd interfere again, Yekong grabbed Pakura and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God. 1 second, 2 seconds. Huh. Yekong blinked, exchanging glances with Pakura. The atmosphere grew tense. The Flying Thunder God was unusable. What? He turned again to look at the so-called Shrine Maiden. She had her hands clasped together, and in her palms a bead glowed with a crimson light. What the hell is that? No, this feeling is the sealing technique. But upon closer inspection, it didn't resemble any sealing jutsu he had learned. It felt more like a special formula different from ordinary jutsu. Quite bizarre. Yekong frowned at her. The only thing he was certain of was that it indeed interfered with his Flying Thunder God activation. That meant it was either a space-time ability or a sealing technique that also involved space-time. That was quite terrifying. Unable to leave easily, Yekong grew intrigued by this method. What do you want? Miroku looked up at him as if it were obvious. I told you must accept the god's punishment and become my bodyguard. Yekong thought for a moment, then nodded. He pointed at Pakura. She's injured. Let me take her back, and then I'll come serve as your bodyguard, okay? No way. How do I know you won't just run away? Well, Miroku wasn't so easily fooled. Yekong frowned, then proposed a compromise. How about this? You come with us, and then I'll escort you back to the Land of Demons. Moroku's eyes darted around, and she nodded. Fine. 1 minute later at Yekong's hot spring resort. It was built near a small town about 2 days from Konoha, covering 2 hills with over a dozen natural hot springs, most open all day except those too hot to bathe in. However, it wasn't open to the public. It was a getaway for Yekong or his acquaintances. After arriving, Pakura fell unconscious again. Yekong entrusted her to Satomi, whom he had transferred here. He didn't trust anyone else. Moroku initially clamored for Yekong to take her back, but after trying the hot springs, she stopped complaining and began to enjoy herself. This place wasn't just about natural hot springs. The hotel provided full accommodation with an array of food, drinks, and even professional masseurs. The theme was pure luxury. If not for the fact that she was the shrine maiden of the land of demons, Yekong wouldn't have bothered entertaining her. Moroku sipped some chilled wine, something she'd never tasted before. Her cheeks flushed, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. Yekong then returned to Konoha. The 5 Kage had left. Yekong sought out Tsunade, but found her busy at Konoha Hospital. After a moment's thought, he decided to find Butterfly Shinobu to treat Pakura and get her back on her feet quickly so she could help with work. It was a bit unfortunate. His winery was managed by Hinata Inn, but the resort had no one to oversee it, or rather no one strong enough to keep the peace. If some troublemaker showed up one day, he'd be sure to take a loss. The hotel was secondary, but natural hot springs were hard to come by. In Konoha, the midday sun was scorching fiercely with hardly a soul in sight. There were a few days each year when the heat drove one to despair. Yekong, clad in gray shorts and a white shirt, carried a watermelon as he walked toward Konoha Hospital. Villagers greeted him along the way. In such sweltering weather, his hot spring resort had already closed its doors. Who would bathe in hot springs under this heat? Meanwhile, the village's cold drink shop had a long line stretching out. He, however, had no interest in opening such a shop to make money. Frankly, he was so wealthy that money was no longer a concern. Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, Shizen quickly approached. Lord Yekong, good afternoon. He handed the watermelon to Shizen, then patted her head and asked, where is Tsunade? Lord Tsunade is in her office. Her face flushed from the heat, but she stuck out her tongue slightly and whispered, she's in a temper. I'll go check on her. Why was she angry? A few days ago, Hinata Chihua had returned, and having essentially severed ties with the Hyuga clan, moved into Yekong's home. As a result, Tsunade hadn't seen him for days. Sensing this couldn't continue, Yekong decided to find a moment to visit her. On the way to the office, Yekong spotted a vaguely familiar figure. A person with troubled eyes, clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt with short hair. Upon seeing Yekong, the figure bowed slightly. Lord Yi, I recall your Shursui of the Uchiha clan, right? Uchiha Shursui was surprised that the other recognized him. Straightening up, he seemed to have made a decision and said with a serious expression, yes, I am Uchiha Shursui. Lord Yi, I would like to ask for your guidance and training if you would. Though resolute and determined, he was still somewhat immature, hesitating over a simple request. This was not the Uchiha Shursui he remembered. Yet Yekong underestimated his own influence. Though the higher-ups had tried their best to suppress knowledge of his existence, Shursui, who had grown up among a group of eccentrics, was different. He had heard rumors about Yekong. Yekong found the air in Konoha Hospital stifling and had no mood to instruct a brat at the moment. He simply said, I'm busy right now. How about this? He raised his hand and formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone beside him. He said to Shursui, follow him. Ask him anything you don't understand. He can guide you for a few days. How much you learn depends on you. Yes. Uchiha Shursui bowed again in gratitude. Thank you very much, Lord Yi. Though it was only a few days, and merely a clone, Shursui's face was filled with excitement as he thanked him, then left with the shadow clone. Yekong watched and nodded inwardly. Shursui's talent was indeed remarkable, worth cultivating. Then he arrived at Tsunade's office, knocked on the door, and received no response. With a flick of his finger, a sliver of frost solidified into an ice key, and he unlocked the door from outside. Click. Pushing the door open, Yekong saw Tsunade slumped over her desk, a beam of sunlight falling on her face as she took a midday nap. He walked over and saw the desk cluttered with scattered documents and medical records. Suddenly Tsunade sensed someone approaching and jolted awake, though her eyes were still dazed with imprints of writing on one cheek. Seeing it was Yekong, she wiped the corner of her mouth and said, slurp. It's you. TSK. She casually ran her fingers through her disheveled hair, stood up, and smoothed her clothes, her chest heaving. What are you doing here? Isn't this because my wife is angry? Can't play favorites, you know. Yekong grinned and approached. Tsunade's face reddened, and she raised her hand to block his attempt to hug her, whispering, don't come closer. It's too hot. I can cool you down. Yekong snapped his fingers, and a chill spread from his feet, rapidly dropping the temperature in the entire office to around 10 degrees Celsius. Tsunade shivered, involuntarily grabbed a white coat from the nearby rack and threw it on, rolling her eyes. Not that cold. Alternating hot and cold will make you sick. Then I'll keep you warm. This time Tsunade didn't resist. Though still somewhat annoyed, they were an old married couple, and she wouldn't hold a grudge forever. After a few minutes. Knock knock knock. Lord Tsunade. Hey, stop. A flurry of commotion ensued, and then Yekong opened the door. Shizun curiously glanced at Tsunade, who was fixing her hair, and walked in with a plate of sliced watermelon. Lord Tsunade, this is from Lord Yekong. It's very sweet. All right. Tsunade's eyes wandered, and she shot a glare at Yekong before smiling. Let's eat together. Yekong had chilled the watermelon with ice. The ice release technique, regardless of its combat utility, was definitely a divine skill in summer, and a bite of icy sweet juice-dripping watermelon was an essential summer delight. After eating, Tsunade casually tossed aside her hospital work and left Konoha Hospital with Yekong. Yekong was baffled. It wasn't even quitting time, though Tsunade had never really adhered to a schedule. She was the director of Konoha Hospital and the head of the entire Konoha Medical Department, a position equivalent to the head of the ANBU or the police force. Where are we going? Watching Tsunade heading out of the village, Yekong asked in confusion, do you have a mission? The moment he asked, he laughed at himself. Sending the medical department head on a mission during peacetime. Ridiculous. Even if there were urgent missions, the ANBU or police force would handle them before her. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Orochimaru has been up to something lately, and I'm worried. Keep an eye on him for me. He shrugged. Fine, so you just wanted me as a bodyguard. But Orochimaru shouldn't be foolish enough to cook up something shady again, right? After all, Nawaki was still alive. If Orochimaru wanted immortality, he could simply transplant Muzan Kabutsuji's ability onto himself. Yekong hadn't hidden anything from Orochimaru regarding the effects of the blood from Nezuko's demonic period. It granted immortality, with the only drawback being an inability to withstand sunlight, far superior to his living corpse reincarnation technique, which required constant body switching and bore the cost of soul fragmentation. It could even be considered an invincible body. At that moment, Yekong realized that Tsunade's anger wasn't really about him. The three Sannin had shared nearly 20 years of friendship, true comrades. If something happened to Orochimaru, of course Tsunade would be furious. A dozen minutes later, they arrived at a remote location a few kilometers from Konoha, where a secret base lay hidden inside a cave. A stone wall blocked the entrance, bearing obvious signs of artificial excavation. Boom. Tsunade simply raised her hand and punched the stone door, shattering it, then strode inside. Yekong's eyelids twitched. He wondered if his presence even made a difference. After mastering Sage Mode and the breathing technique, Tsunade's power had inexplicably experienced a second surge. In the past, each of the three Sannin had hidden trump cards, and they had never truly fought each other, so it was hard to say who was stronger. But as a medical ninja, Tsunade had likely been the least likely to win among the three. But now, it was a 9-to-1 split. In a fight against Jiraiya or Orochimaru, Tsunade had at least a 90% chance of victory. The remaining 10% depended on Jiraiya finding an opportunity to enter Sage Mode, which might give him a chance to contend with her. Over 400 chakra units combined with monstrous strength were no joke. One wrong punch, and you were done. Tap. Yoru and Tsunade walked deeper into the cave. After a few steps, the sound of footsteps gradually emerged, and Orochimaru's figure slowly stepped out from the shadows, standing before them with a sinister smile. Tsunade, Yoru, what brings you here? Tsunade frowned, looking at Orochimaru's hands, which were stained with blood. Her face darkened. Orochimaru, you. Before she could finish, Yoru raised his hand to stop her. He stepped forward side and said calmly, we're here to visit to see your research progress. He. Orochimaru chuckled again, then slightly turned and gestured for them to follow him, walking deeper into the cave. As they walked, a winding staircase descending into the depths appeared. After several hundred meters, they arrived at Orochimaru's real laboratory, which consisted of several rooms. They entered the one in the middle. At that moment, several of Orochimaru's shadow clones were busy inside. Various unidentified instruments and containers held unknown liquids and solutions. The air was filled with a smell between medicine and stench, which was quite unpleasant. Tsunade frowned slightly. She looked at the white-haired gorilla lying on the experimental table used as a test subject by Orochimaru and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yoru, on the other hand, walked to a corner and looked up at a pale white mass of flesh stored in a cultivation container. He could even sense the aura that was between natural energy and chakra. Senju Hashirama's cell tissue. What is this? Tsunade suddenly walked up beside him, making Yoru's eye twitch. Oh no. The implication of this thing appearing here was obvious. Her grandfather's grave had been robbed. Orochimaru remained silent. One of his clones had already moved near the exit, ready to flee at any moment. If this matter was exposed, he could not stay in Konoha. Of course, he also had no idea how many people would be implicated by Tsunade's fury. Orochimaru. Rumble. The ground shook, and the entire laboratory was soon reduced to rubble by Tsunade. Tsunade was truly enraged. Yoru waited until she had vented her anger before flashing to her side. Panting. Looking at the almost completely changed terrain, the ground collapsed. Yoru swallowed secretly. He then said, well, Orochimaru escaped beforehand. Also, what do you plan to do about this? Seeing Tsunade turn and walk away, her chest heaving, looking extremely furious and out of control, Yoru had to quickly say, You won't get anything out of Sarutobi Hiruzen by asking. If you really want to kill him, but can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you. But you can't hate me. Tsunade stopped in her tracks, turned to look at Yoru, and stared directly at him. You knew all along. Yoru shook his head directly, sighed, and explained, I didn't know, but I guessed some of it. I've attacked Danzo more than once. He had transplanted the first Hokage cells and obtained an arm that could use would release. I cut it off. Was it Danzo who made Orochimaru research this? Not entirely. Yoru looked at Tsunade's state, knowing she could hardly think calmly. He spread his hands and said, do you think without Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval or tacit consent, he could establish the route and hide from the entire village's high-level officials to let Orochimaru research this? Huff. After a long while, Tsunade took a deep breath and finally calmed down, her eyes wavering. After a long time, Tsunade's eyes dimmed, as if all her energy had been drained, and she remained silent. Yoru knew that Tsunade must be very sad now. Just like Nawaki, she hoped that Konoha could become better, realizing Senju Hashirama's ideal village. The Senju clan had vanished. The siblings relied on each other. After Senju Tobarama died, Senju Hashirama's ideal became their spiritual pillar. But what could Tsunade do? In today's Konoha, there was no Senju clan to support her. Even if she wanted to make changes, she would have to find a way to first sit in that position, otherwise everything was in vain. But she couldn't possibly act against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Personally, he was her teacher. Publicly suddenly losing a Hokage would also be a blow to Konoha, especially when the major clans had not been weakened, which would be a huge destabilizing factor. Even if Tsunade really sat in that position, she had no confidence to suppress the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. A hand reached out, hesitated, then patted her shoulder. Yoru wanted to hug her to make Tsunade feel better, but unexpectedly, she suddenly raised her head, staring at him with burning eyes. You become the Hokage? Huh. Yoru blinked, pointed at himself. Me. His eyelids twitched, then he understood Tsunade's meaning. It seemed like the best solution so far. As long as he sat in the Hokage position, what could the major clans say? Just like Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama in the past, as long as they were alive, Konoha would at least be stable on the surface, and the major clans would behave. Yoru shook his head without hesitation. Not doing it. Things are not as simple as you think. With a bitter smile, Yoru continued to explain, although it's not obvious, didn't you notice that from your grandfather to your second grandfather they were appointed in times of crisis? But at that time your second grandfather also didn't have the support of the Senju clan. He also sacrificed a lot of interest to barely stabilize the Uchiha clan. Now if you want me to go, even if I rise to power through forceful means, it would directly erase the legitimacy from the second Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if the Uchiha and Hyuga don't confront me head-on, they will desperately fight for the next Hokage position, doing anything. The situation will only get worse. If it really came to that, Yoru would have to destroy the Uchiha and Hyuga using terror to complete the reshuffling of Konoha's power structure. And it would leave endless troubles unless he diligently managed for decades using time and achievements to make Konoha forget these. He would have to be out of his mind to ask for trouble. Become Hokage? No way. Tsunade also frowned at a loss for ideas, but her expression was not as terrifying as before. Yoru had to comfort her in time. Actually, you don't need to be like this. Your grandfather is dead. They just stole a little sample to cultivate cells. Easy for you to say. It's not your grandfather's grave that was dug up. Tsunade rolled her eyes, slapped his hand away, turned and left. Yoru could only follow. Back in Konoha, Tsunade, unsurprisingly, went to check her grandfather's tombstone. However, when Tsunade and Yoru arrived, they were stopped by two Umbu. Lady Tsunade, Lord Yoru. Yoru sighed. Tsunade looked at the two Umbu with dangerous eyes. What? Do I need to apply to the Hokage to pay respects to my own grandfather? The two Umbu exchanged glances, said nothing, and lowered their heads, but did not step aside. Boom. A crack spread from under Tsunade's feet, the ground trembled. Then without a word, Tsunade turned and walked straight toward the Hokage's office. It's over. In the Hua-ing office, Yuanfei Risen was looking down at the documents sent by Bluffing Schumann's team. After reading, he nodded and said, not bad, the mission was executed quite excellently. Bluffing Schumann's team consisted of 4 people. Besides the leader Bluffing Schumann, the other 3 were also present. Upon hearing this, Kakashi, wearing a mask, showed no visible expression or reaction. However, Yuzhibo Daitu and Yiyuan Lin both wore happy expressions. For a genin, completing a B-level mission was a cause for celebration. It was already the highest level of mission ordinary ninjas could undertake. Because only when a mission reached B-level would there be direct confrontations, mountain bandits, robbers, or some samurai and rogue ninjas. The difficulty would skyrocket. Beyond that, missions would involve important matters concerning other ninja villages, and genin teams were generally not assigned to them. They high-fived each other in celebration, and Yuanfei Risen watched with a benevolent smile on his face. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the Hua-ing office, and the next moment, boom. The door of the Hua-ing office burst open with a violent crash, sending splinters flying everywhere. Lady Gangsho. Yuanfei Risen looked at the shattered door. Wolfing Shuemin had already turned around in an instant, shielding the three, Kakashi, Yuzhibo Daido, and Yuan Lin, with a special kunai appearing in his hand. But the next moment a hand patted his shoulder, stopping him. Looking at Gang Ho, who walked into the Hua Ying office with shock and uncertainty, Wolfing Shuemin turned his gaze questioningly toward Yekong. Yekong sighed, shook his head at him, and offered no explanation. This matter could no longer be explained. Originally, Gang Ho had believed him, thinking that Yuan Fei Risen was unaware of the situation. But unfortunately, the two Umbu members guarding the cemetery who had refused to let Gang Ho enter made her certain that Yuan Fei Risen was not ignorant. He had knowingly violated the rules. Gang Ho could tolerate her achievements being undervalued, and she could endure the clandestine schemes of Dashawan, but she could not bear seeing her grandfather, who had sacrificed everything for the village, subjected to such humiliation. Gangsho, what is this? Yuan Fei Risen frowned, about to ask, when an Umbu member appeared beside him and quickly recounted what had just happened. Realizing the issue, Yuan Fei Risen's expression turned serious. Assuming the authority of a teacher, he said, Gangsho, recently there have been suspicious persons lurking around the cemetery, so security has been reinforced. If you wish to pay your respects, you can come to me for a permit. There's no need to. Halfway through, Yuan Fei Risen suddenly realized something and stopped, his pupils contracting slightly. At this moment, Gangsho's fists were clenched tightly, and her eyes held nothing but rage and coldness. If it were only because of such a trivial matter, how could she have smashed the door of the Hua Ying office? Yuan Fei Risen realized the gravity of the situation and had to look at Wolfing Shuemin and the others. He waved his hand and said, Shuemin, you all go back first. Yes. Shuemin led Kakashi and the other two away, and then the Umbu behind Yuan Fei Risen also vanished. Only 3 people remained in the entire Hua Ying office. Sighing, Yuan Fei Risen knew he could no longer explain, but upon learning that Dashuan and Tuanzang had actually used cells of the Chu Dai Hua Ying for experiments, he still showed shock. However, he did not mention any punishment for the two, only telling Gang Ho to go back and wait for news. Cold treatment. That was his answer. The best solution Yuan Fei Risen could think of was to let the matter fade from Gangsho's memory with time. After leaving the Hua Ying office, Yekong, worried that Gang Ho might have issues, had no choice but to follow her all the way back to Gangsho's home. Just as they stepped through the gate, Gang Ho suddenly staggered and fell forward. At the last moment, Yekong caught her and let out a sigh. Sister. Sheng Shu, hearing the door open, came over and witnessed the scene. He helped move Gang Ho to a room and laid her down. After a round of questioning, learning about the day's events, Sheng Shu's eyes were also filled with fury, but he did not act as impulsively as Gang Ho. After waiting for 2 hours, Gang Ho regained consciousness, her expression haggard and weak, and she remained silent. Yekong felt a pang of sympathy. He knew that even killing Yuan Fei Risen and Tuanzang at this point would be useless. If Gang Ho had wanted that, she would have had him act back in the Hua Ying office, not waited until now. With no other choice, Yekong looked at Sheng Shu and said, Watch your sister. I'm going out. Shua. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Yekong easily found Dashawan, who had already hidden in another base. Dashuan knew he could not evade him, so he directly asked about his purpose. Yekong did not waste words and said straightforwardly, Summon the Chudai Hua Ying and Erdai Hua Ying for me. You don't need to worry about the rest. Hee hee. With a cold sweat on his face, Dashuan nevertheless fetched 2 unconscious individuals from the depths of the laboratory, explaining that they were both death row prisoners. He knew that Yekong might not care, but if Gang Ho and Zilai found out that he had used ordinary people or my ninjas as experimental subjects, they would definitely turn against him. Then Dashuan took out a scroll and placed it on the ground. Without explaining where he had obtained the cell samples of the Erdai Hua Ying, he began forming hand seals rapidly, then slapped his palm onto the ground. As the Hui Tu gradually covered the 2 figures, the technique was completed. Rustle, rustle. After the Hui Tu gradually peeled away, 2 figures with hollow eyes and bodies covered in cracks appeared before them. Then eyeballs formed in their eyes and moved slightly. The consciousness of Qinsho Feijian was pulled back from the underworld. He first noticed Dashuan. Then he turned his gaze to Yekong, sized him up for a moment, and recognized him. Kong, did you summon me? What is the matter? Feijian, this is the forbidden technique you researched, isn't it? I told you not to study these things, but you never listened. You. TSK. Qinsho Feijian crossed his arms and turned his head away, ignoring his elder brother's nagging. Qinsho Zhujian sighed, then looked at Yekong and Dashuan. He scratched his head with a puzzled expression and said, I remember you should be one of Gangsho's classmates. You've grown so much, it seems many years have passed. So who are you? Yekong nodded slightly and explained, I am Yekong. Lord Feijian once gave me guidance. I am now the owner of a hot spring inn. A hot spring inn. That's nice. Qinsho Zhujian then turned to look at Yekong and frowned. Hot spring inn. Weren't you the Umbu director? What about Qi Mushuomao? And Monkey should be the 3rd Hua Ying, right? It must be said that Qinsho Feijian's political acumen far surpassed Qinsho Zhujian's. With just a bit of information, he had deduced many insights. Then Dashuan roughly explained the events that had occurred after Qinsho Feijian's death. including the Second Shinobi War and the Third. Shinsho Feijian nodded inwardly. These major events were mostly within his expectations. After his death, things would certainly develop in this direction. However, when Dashuan mentioned what Yekong had done, he began to frown. You killed Shan Jiaoyu Banzong. Chimu Shuomao was my trusted subordinate. Why didn't you compete for the position of Ombu director? Shinsho Feijian looked at Yekong with puzzlement and asked. In his view, the death of Chimu Shuomao was not important because he was his trusted subordinate. For Yuanfei risen to quickly secure the position of Hua Ying, such a sacrifice was necessary. But in his eyes, Yekong was actually the most suitable candidate to replace Chimu Shuomao. Yekong's eyelid twitched. He suppressed the impulse to punch the second Hua Ying directly and said, Lord Feijian, let's talk about something else. Your granddaughter now wants me to kill the third Hua Ying. I called you two back to persuade her, or... He did not finish, but his meaning was clear. Either the two would find a way to persuade Gangsho to give up and let it go, or if they were useless, he would have to kill Yuanfei Risen. He could even be forced into the role, but he absolutely would not become the damned Hua Ying. Whoever wanted it could have it. Edo Tensei was a technique developed by Senju Tobarama, and it was actually quite complete. The reason Orochimaru had never used it was that without a controlling talisman, it was a useless ability. Isn't that obvious? I don't feel anything anymore. I'm already dead, and now I have an immortal body. Do you think you can still control my freedom? Thus, Orochimaru's true development of Edo Tensei lay in pre-embedding control talismans within the impure bodies, allowing him to forcibly command the summoned strong ones for his own use. But it was still useless because those too powerful could never be controlled by any talisman. The gap was too great. Unless it was like the present situation where he summoned a target without malice to help. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama listened carefully to the current situation. The latter merely frowned slightly, but Hashirama was silent for a moment before looking at the night sky and saying, You and Tsunade are not living together yet. I see. Thank you for your trouble. Senju Hashirama smiled and expressed his gratitude, then said, Let's go. I'll go see her. She must have had a hard time all these years. Brother, don't go. Even I would do this in such a situation. Those guys in the village, the inherently evil Uchiha, won't obediently follow orders. Tobarama, shut up. He turned and scolded, silencing Tobarama, then stared at him with a stern tone. Have you forgotten how we built the village step by step? Do you want everyone in the village to be sent to the battlefield as children just like we were back then? Some things are wrong, and we can't keep making mistakes. The terrifying chakra fluctuation made the night sky look askance, but because of this, pieces of impure soil began to flake off Senju Hashirama's body surface. If he exerted any more strength, this body would surely collapse prematurely, and Edo Tensei would be forcibly undone. Orochimaru's heart pounded with fear, cold sweat streaming down. Then Senju Hashirama left with the night sky and returned to the Senju residence. The Senju clan's original territory was no less than the Uchihas, not only in the village, but also in their former stronghold. However, to show sincerity and resolve, Hashirama had integrated the Senju into Konoha from the very beginning, turning most of them into commoners. This fundamentally resolved the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha, which was indeed the greatest hidden danger in Konoha. But he never expected that Uchiha Madara, the one who should have been least problematic, would suddenly rebel and become the greatest disaster. With Senju Hashirama personally appearing, Tsunade finally pulled herself together. Nawaki, who had never met his most revered grandfather since he could remember, was also very excited. After persuading Tsunade, Hashirama stayed for half a day without visiting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he patiently chatted with the siblings, occasionally letting out hearty laughter. Unknowingly, the night passed. He sent Tsunade and Nawaki to their rooms to sleep, then came to the courtyard and looked at the night sky sitting there. Thank you so much, Kuo. No need to be polite. First, Hokage-sama. Are you leaving? The night sky, who was meditating under the eaves, looked up at Senju Hashirama. He nodded, and visible pieces of impure soil began to emanate from his body. He smiled and said, I am already a dead person. There is no need for me to continue existing in this world. Besides, with you around, I believe Tsunade, Nawaki, and everyone in the village will be happy. Thank you. His repeated thanks were sincere. He truly appreciated everything the night sky had done, especially forcibly suppressing the Third Shinobi World War, a feat he considered even greater than his own. The night sky nodded. Just then he suddenly thought of something and said, Oh, by the way, if you have time, you might have to come back once more to help me with a little trouble. Huh, your old friend didn't die back then. I have a feeling he'll come looking for me. Senju Hashirama's gaze sharpened, then he nodded, solemnly agreeing. Immediately a flash of spiritual light rose from his entire body into the sky, and his impure body dissipated. The night sky stood up and vanished from the spot in the next instant. Uchiha Madara was not dead. As long as he had even a breath left, such a being was terrifying. Although the night sky was somewhat confident he could fight him, he actually had no certainty, at least not full assurance. If forced into a corner, he wouldn't mind summoning a god. The god of the shinobi world was also a god. He didn't think Uchiha Madara could contend with Senju Hashirama on just a breath, even if he was limited by the impure body. Senju Tobarama, however, did not leave immediately. He knew the Edo Tensei technique, and without the controlling talisman could continue to move in this body indefinitely if he chose not to disappear. Inside the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama spent a whole night investigating the details of the root organization. He found Sarutobi Hiruzen and threw a pile of intelligence before him, saying directly, "Sobi, get rid of Danzo. Also remove Nawaki from the ANBU. If possible, recruit the Night Sky to be the ANBU commander. If there's no suitable candidate, choose 2 vice commanders." Sensei, but although a flicker of struggle passed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he had to comply. He knew that with Senju Tobarama appearing, he had little power to refuse. It wasn't that Tobarama would appear before the villagers. That would only cause panic. But he and Danzo's skills were entirely taught by Tobarama himself. They were still too immature. Looking at the documents before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. Seeing Tobarama's displeasure, he could only sigh and ask, "Sensei, how long can you stay?" Seeing through his thoughts, Tobarama said mercilessly, "Sarutobi, if you think you are not capable of being Hokage, then step down." Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils trembled. Only then did he realize that his greatest fear had been seen through at a glance by Tobarama. How could he not be shocked? He could only sigh that his teacher was indeed formidable. If he had been capable of controlling everything, why would he have needed to split the ANBU, creating a nondescript root organization, and even killing off Hitaki Sakomo to gain full control of the ANBU? Because of his own inadequacy, he had to weaken the ANBU and divide its power into 2 parts, one open, one hidden. With the death of Hitaki Sakomo, the authority of the Hokage and the ANBU commander had overlapped. As a result, the inexplicably created root was essentially no different from the Hokage, and he could no longer fully restrict it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had played a winning hand, terribly, even splitting his greatest trump card in 2 and handing half to Danzo. Originally, Senju Tobarama had no major objections to his other strategies, but he could not tolerate this foolishly fatal decision nor the appointment of Nawaki as ANBU commander. The position of the ANBU commander meant that one could never compete for the Hokage seat. Seemingly second only to the Hokage after Root appeared, this role became redundant and was the first choice to be sacrificed when necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to permanently exclude the Senju clan from the Hokage position. This made even Senju Tobarama, who had always trusted his own judgment, doubt his initial decision. That was why he told Sarutobi to step down, not out of temporary anger, but a complete denial of Sarutobi Hiruzen and also of his own earlier choice. Hiruzen Sarutobi certainly could not abdicate, for he was well aware that the only successor to his position as Hokage was Orochimaru. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had already been tainted by Danzo's darkness, and the Hokage must not bear such a stain. Just like Nawaki, once he had been stained by the darkness of the ANBU, it was destined to be forever indelible, thus forever barring him from the path to becoming Hokage. Minato, Namikaze, and Nawaki lacked both the experience and the strength to shoulder the great responsibility. Therefore, despite Tobarama Senju's profound disappointment, he did not forcibly replace him as Hokage. Konoha Prison. Clank clang. Get in. In the dim prison, Danzo, his hands shackled, was confined to a solitary cell. He raised his head in silence, his deadened eyes suddenly trembling. "Teacher, you." His eyes held confusion, incomprehension, but above all disbelief, as though he were hallucinating. Tobarama Senju sat before him, arms crossed, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Back then I chose Monkey not because he was willing to block the pursuers for me, but because he was indeed the first choice. As a Hokage, if one lacks the resolve to sacrifice, they are unworthy." "Teacher." Danzo knelt in despair, his eyes utterly lifeless. Tobarama Senju stepped forward, his gaze calm. A flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. Though this disciple was raised by his own hands, no matter how great the disappointment, he could never bring himself to kill him. Heaving a sigh, Tobarama Senju said nothing and vanished on the spot. The greatest difference between Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju was that the latter had selfish motives. The former, however, was a pure idealist who only wished for Konoha to prosper. Having resolved the trouble he himself had left behind, Tobarama Senju still did not leave. Instead, he sought out Night Sky, and after a private conversation, the two parted on unpleasant terms. "Your existence is not necessarily a good thing for the village. You can suppress the Third Great Ninja War, but you could also plunge the entire shinobi world into an even greater catastrophe." Tobarama Senju did not hold back, even directly voicing Night Sky's thoughts. Back then, when Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered Danzo to lead a secret squad into the Rain Country, it was actually under his instruction to pave the way for Hiruzen, and Night Sky was among them. Apart from Danzo, he was the only one who returned alive, and that incident had become a knot in Night Sky's heart. Though they were not formally master and disciple, Tobarama Senju had guided him and offered considerable help, without which he would never have grown so quickly. Hearing this, Night Sky paused, nodded, and said with a smile, "Lord Tobarama, aren't you tired?" "TSK." Tobarama Senju crossed his arms and watched Night Sky casually sipping tea, somewhat displeased. The era you live in is too peaceful, and your growth has been too smooth. You will never understand what our time was like. Night Sky admitted this frankly. He had indeed been too fortunate, but that did not mean he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, it was precisely because he dreaded losing control that he had always tried to hide himself and keep a low profile. Look at others. Once an ordinary ninja attains Hokage-level power, they may not run rampant, but they will certainly trample the so-called rules and assert their presence. This is not a psychological disorder, it is human nature. With the power to crush dozens, or even hundreds of people with a single hand, who the hell would still eat beef? Then Tobirama Senju thought for a moment, casually pulled out a scroll and placed it before Night Sky. This you can give to Nawaki if necessary, but only if he proves worthy of becoming Hokage. Lord Tobirama, won't you give it to him yourself? Tobirama Senju replied calmly, I am dead, not senile. The dead have no need to intervene in the course of history. With that, Tobirama Senju's figure began to disperse into a haze of spiritual light, his body gradually turning into impure world ashes, the corpse within falling out. Night Sky's eyelids twitched. He sighed, raised his hand to create a block of ice to dispose of the corpse, then picked up the scroll and turned to leave. Senju Mansion. Huh. From my second grandfather. Nawaki was baffled, staring at the scroll Night Sky had brought. Night Sky nodded. Seeing Tsunade eating breakfast and lunch, he casually grabbed a dish from her plate, earning a glare from Tsunade, but he didn't care. Your second grandfather said to open it only after you have truly resolved to become Hokage. Whoosh. The next moment, Nawaki unrolled the scroll directly. Night Sky. Tobirama Senju. Fine, nobody follows the script. Tsunade ate while glancing sideways. Nawaki read seriously, only to find a summoning technique. Details unclear. Puzzled, he turned to Tsunade. Sister, what is this? Tsunade clicked her tongue, chewing while speaking indistinctly. Second grandfather said to open it only after you've made up your mind. So, are you going to kick the old man out now? Nawaki scratched his head, gave up on peeking at the contents, and quietly put away the scroll. Even so, Nawaki was overjoyed. When Tobirama Senju was alive, he was too young and had never shown any sign of having the potential to become Hokage. But this scroll was an indirect acknowledgement. He bowed to Night Sky. Thank you, Sky. It's nothing. Let's eat. Waving his hand, he considered this matter less important than lunch. Speaking of which, had he forgotten something? Hot Spring Hotel. Thud. A dull roar echoed the forest around the hotel, rustling. Tsunade, having just emerged from her psychological shadow, planned to take a vacation, so she came here with Night Sky. Then they encountered Yagura, who had changed her identity. Dressed in a kimono-made outfit, her tall figure was quite striking. But her first word, master, instantly numbed Night Sky. Tsunade's eyelid twitched. She looked at Night Sky beside her. What is she about? Night Sky remained calm and unflustered. San Ninja S rank missing mean. I hired her to manage the hotel. Really? Watching Night Sky nod repeatedly, Tsunade set aside her suspicion. But then a voice came, it's you. They turned to see a woman with a white blunt fringe wrapped in a towel walking out, her mysterious purple eyes unashamed. Facing Tsunade's gaze, Night Sky remained composed. A clear conscience fears no accusation. He had built this place for vacations, and Tsunade knew it. But Moroka's next move made things serious. She approached and directly hugged Night Sky, leaning gently against his chest, cooing, darling of disaster. Tsunade wore a look of, now explain yourself. Night Sky was dumbfounded. Was he under a genjutsu? He certainly didn't recall having any past with this shrine maiden of the land of demons. He looked at Tsunade, raising his hands. You saw it. Tsunade snorted again, ignored him, and walked into the hotel to enjoy her vacation. Alright, stop acting. Tsunade is one of the Sannin. Your acting is too crude. Seeing her plan fail, Moroka's expression changed instantly. She stepped back 2 paces silently, then smoothed her hair, looked up at Night Sky with a smile. I need to return to the land of demons. As a guardian, you must escort me. Night Sky shook his head. I am not from the land of demons, but I can send you back. He placed his hand on her bare shoulder, intending to use the flying thunder god to return her to the land of demons. He had left his technique marks at specific places he had visited. But the technique didn't activate. A faint purple glow flickered in her eyes, as she was clearly using her shrine maiden power to prevent him from using the flying thunder god. Moroka still wore a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. She pushed his hand away and continued, though I am a guardian, such an act would incur divine punishment. Clack. Tsunade's dangerous gaze came from nearby. Night Sky sighed, feeling extremely troubled, but had to reluctantly compromise. I'll have Yagura escort you back to the land of demons. Is that acceptable? Miroku lowered her head, a look of dejection on her face, her voice filled with grievance. Do I disgust you so much? Tsunade's gaze grew even more dangerous. Night Sky felt his scalp tingle. This mess, Tsunade had just recovered, and he didn't want another incident. With no choice, Night Sky forced a pained smile. What do you want? 2 days later, in the shrine of Gueiji country. In Gueiji country, there was no daimyo nor any ninja village. Everything centered around the shrine maiden, who served as both the daimyo and the key to maintaining the stability of the entire Gueiji country. After changing into the previous shrine maiden attire, Mi Lu tied her long hair back, her expression solemn and dignified. Surrounded by the ministers of Guizhi country, she came with a solemn demeanor to a place resembling a shrine for worshipping deities. Then Mi Lu instructed the ministers to handle the affairs of Guizhi country. In truth, there were not many people. The entire Guizhi country was not large, with a total population of perhaps less than 100,000. Having been missing for so long, the government affairs were actually completed in just one day. After a busy day, Mi Lu returned to her residence, a shrine located on a mountaintop. She asked Yekong to help complete the so-called ritual before he could leave. There was no choice, but it was only a few days. Yekong was quite curious about the monster named Wangliang, so he decided to come and see it. Night fell, and summer insects chirped. Yekong's room was arranged inside the shrine because, according to Mi Lu, she was most likely to be in danger while completing the ritual, so she needed Yekong's protection. As a condition, she could offer generous rewards. Somehow she had learned about the everything shop that Yekong ran, and thus she entrusted this matter to him as a mission. However, Yekong had no high expectations for a remote and impoverished place like Guizhi country. No matter how much reward she could offer, his everything shop only took on tasks based on his mood. The night passed without incident. The next day, Yekong and Mi Lu arrived together at the altar where Wangliang was sealed. It would not have been this fast originally, but Yekong used Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God technique to get there quickly. Our Guizhi country is very small, and we have no ninja. I do not possess the powerful strength of you ninja either. Our ancestors once said that although the demon could lead to the destruction of Guizhi country, it is also the foundation of Guizhi country's continuation. The gem in Mi Lu's hand emitted a dazzling red light. A low, deep roar came from the seal, as if it was reinforcing the seal. Her expression showed signs of strain. After a long while, she seemed to have successfully sealed that power, but she collapsed to the ground, her strength seemingly greatly depleted. Yekong seemed thoughtful, looking at the sealing array beneath his feet. This thing was different from the sealing techniques he had learned, but it was indeed a mysterious sealing formula. What he had learned was actually the sealing technique inheritance from the Huachao hidden village. After the destruction of the Xuanhua clan, the Qinsho clan, as close relatives, inherited the legacy of the Xuanhua clan, including the survivor Jiu Xian Nai. After a glance, Yekong had roughly deduced the essence of the seal. He walked to the side and looked at Mi Lu, saying, "This is a dual life seal, isn't it? Why not directly seal the demon inside your own body?" "Forgot you were too weak." Mi Lu gave him a resentful look and said, "Can't you at least help me up?" The so-called dual life seal is actually quite similar to a Jinchuriki. However, this so-called demon is suppressed in this temple, and correspondingly the shrine maiden carries something akin to a contract, which is passed down through bloodline. The shrine maiden's power comes from the demon. It sounds ridiculous, but it is the truth. This so-called monster that needs the shrine maiden to seal it is actually a delicate balance maintained at the cost of sacrificing generations of shrine maidens. They were too weak. Without this method, they simply could not seal the demon. As for why it couldn't be a daimyo or a hero, it was probably because only the shrine maiden's bloodline could not be mistaken or substituted. A father may not be a father, but a mother is definitely a mother. The founder of Guizhi country realized this. Yekong did not speak. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped it on the ground. A red light abruptly lit up from the sealing formula beneath his feet, and a startling surge of energy poured in from all directions. "What are you doing? Stop!" Mi Lu looked in horror at the energy spilling out of the seal around them. But in just a moment, Yekong raised his hand and summoned a blade, absorbing all the escaping energy into it. In an instant, the vast energy within the entire temple vanished completely, and the demon was taken away by Yekong. Mi Lu stared blankly at this scene. Just as she was about to stand up, she collapsed back to the ground, murmuring, "What have you done? Your Guizhi country does not need this kind of power at all. The ninja world is no longer the warring states, period." Yekong reminded her expressionlessly. Mi Lu was taken aback, her expression fluctuating. She wanted to say something, but found that she could not refute Yekong's words at all. He was speaking the truth. Now Guizhi country had nothing to covet, it was not a threat, nor was it a strategic location like the Rain country. Who would care? After successfully obtaining this power, the ore blade in Yekong's hand gradually changed. When he released his grip, a force tore open the space and swept him into it. Mi Lu, also caught off guard, was swept in along with him. "Roar, what is this?" Yekong descended into an unknown space. His eyes narrowed because the place where he fell was in midair. At the moment of his fall, a hideous giant bird opened its huge mouth and lunged straight at him to swallow him. Though he did not know what would happen if he were swallowed, he did not want to try. He reached out and grabbed Mi Lu, who was already pale with fear, while his other hand instantly gathered a mass of chakra, forming a huge sphere of chakra, with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. Giant Rasengan. Swoosh. Amidst a piercing howl, the monster was shredded by the Rasengan, turning into countless fragments that scattered and finally dissipated. Yekong could not fly, so he could only fall downward while holding Mi Lu. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. Far away, thousands of meters away, the entire world was plunged into darkness, with only a white light occasionally bursting forth, piercing the heavens. Moi. A certain being who was in the center and being surrounded by demons looked up. A four-lobe pattern was imprinted on her forehead. Her fair and clean face was spotless, forming a stark contrast with the blood-soaked battle armor she wore. With a wave of her hand, the overwhelming demons were purified by a white light that tore through the sky, turning into ashes and dissipating between heaven and earth. Tsunade, you are too arrogant. This world does not need a being like you. Come, let us devour you and make you part of us. Roar. Countless hideous monsters surrounded her. No matter how many she killed, it seemed endless, and they could never be completely eliminated. But she did not stop. She mechanically swung the demon-slaying blade in her hand again and again, unleashing pure purification power that cleansed all the demons, as if she had never wavered even a little. Meanwhile, after Yekong fell to the ground, he looked at the various grotesque monsters around him and the corpses strewn all over, his expression fluctuating. In the dim world, a disagreeable energy permeated the air, ominous, eerie, and violent. Swoosh. He casually chopped a grotesque insect that attacked him into two pieces, but the insect's corpse spewed out a large amount of terrifying gray-purple poisonous gas, forcing Yekong to dodge. Wherever the poisonous gas passed, not only did plants wither, but even the long-dead corpses turned into dry bones at a visible speed. This is miasma. So this is the world of Quan Yi Chao. Yekong was pondering his next move. Now that he knew this was the world of Quan Yi Chao, his first thought was naturally what he could gain from this world. First of all, the Sihun Ji Yu was definitely the top priority. The legendary jewel that could grant wishes. Even if it couldn't fulfill everything, he was still interested in the immense energy it contained. The Yor blade, which had already absorbed the dragon vein energy, and the power of the demon, was far more than just a melee weapon. The reason Yekong hadn't used it was simply that no one had forced him to that extent. Russell, he. I never expected to find two alive ones. That monstrous shrine maiden is too terrifying. I'll use you two to replenish myself. A demon with a pig's head and a human body, standing over 3 meters tall and wielding a pitchfork as a weapon, approached. Seeing Yekong and the other, it walked straight over, completely unaware of the strangeness around. When it got close, it noticed that although Milu was terrified, Yekong showed no reaction. Sensing something wrong, it growled, "Hey, what are you?" Ugh. Uft. A slanted blade aura split its body in two, slowly separating from the middle. The massive corpse of the demon collapsed. Yekong had originally planned to interrogate it for information, but now that was unnecessary. He glanced at the Yor blade in his hand, realizing that if he left now, it would be difficult to return to this world again. He would need to wait a long time. The power of that demon was insufficient. He still needed to mobilize the remaining energy of the dragon vein. With this thought, he glanced at Milu, who had been swept over, and sighed. Find a safe place. Never mind. He wanted to tell him to find a safe place, but this crappy place didn't seem safe at all, so he simply created a shadow clone to guard Milu. Then he said, "He will protect you temporarily. Stay as far away as possible." Also, he gestured for Milu to extend his hand and directly inscribed a flying thunder god seal on it. After doing this, Yekong looked up at the area where the demonic energy was most concentrated. He couldn't sense what demonic energy was, but seeing it with his own eyes was just as good. He wasn't blind. A few minutes later, Yekong arrived at the scene. He was somewhat surprised to see a figure surrounded by a sky-covering swarm of demons, yet never stopping its relentless slaughter. He didn't sense an overwhelmingly powerful force, nor any technique like a breathing method. Instead, it was a pure extreme force, completely opposite to the nature of these demons, that was driving that body to keep fighting. This was the ultimate purification power. No wonder it could give birth to a treasure like the Sihun Ji Yu. Yekong nodded to himself and began to think of a way to resolve the situation. With the techniques he possessed, perhaps only the Pillar of Creation could change the tide of battle, but it wasn't enough to completely turn the tables. After all, the Pillar of Creation would affect everything except himself. With this thought, Yekong made a decision. He closed his eyes, slightly slowed his breathing, and after a moment opened them again, revealing the sage's facial markings on his face. Sage mode. At that moment, his hands formed seals abruptly. Ice blue energy radiated from him in a hemispherical shape, spreading outward and instantly extending to the limits of his vision. Crack. Crack, 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 crack. What? Damn. What kind of power is this? Damn it. There's a monster helping Shuizi. Run. Oh. The moment all the demons came to their senses, they felt their bodies beginning to freeze. Struggling was impossible, and they could only be slowly frozen into ice sculptures. Among them, a demon skilled in fire spewed flames, but it was futile. Even the flames themselves were frozen solid. An S-rank ultimate technique, even a forbidden technique, another ice release. Ice release, Ice Age. Despite wearing armor, she stood on the ice as if weightless. Shuizi looked around at the countless demons frozen like exquisitely carved statues across the sky and ground, somewhat surprised. She turned her head toward Yekong, slowly sheathing the long sword at her waist. I never imagined there was an exorcist as powerful as you. Like melting snow and ice, a trace of a smile appeared on her face, which had been devoid of any emotion. I am happy, happy. Those might be the two most unfamiliar words to her. In this era, she was the strongest shrine maiden and the only one who could stand against the entire demon race alone. Thus, she became the target of all, standing at the forefront of the storm, facing devastating blows of raging waves at any moment. She might die in the next instant, so she had not a single moment to waste, not even a second of relaxation. She was lonely. Seeing Yekong, now she didn't know how to express herself, but she felt a sensation she had never experienced before, a warm current flowing through her deadened heart. She was willing to call this feeling happiness. Die. At that moment, hundreds of meters away, a great demon broke free from its binds and directly shot a terrifying diamond, aiming straight at Shuizi. Baoxiangui, the demon known as the hardest. Surprise flickered in Shuizi's eyes, then she returned to her previous calm. She raised her hand to grasp the hilt of her sword, but found her strength so weakened. Attacks that she could once destroy with a mere gesture now felt overwhelming and impossible to block. No time. Clang. Splash. A purple torrent struck from the side, shattering the diamond. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water, mixed with the roar, it instantly reached hundreds of meters away. Baoxiangui looked up in terror, only to find a blade already thrusting straight toward his forehead. Fool. Our Baoxiangui clan is the strongest. Nanny. Crack. Water-breathing seventh form drop ripple thrust. This was the most unskilled and inflexible technique of water breathing, yet it was also the strongest single-point strike. When Yekong learned sun breathing from Tan Zhilang, he also picked up most of the water-breathing techniques. The blade sank about an inch into Bao Xiangui's body, stopping only when it hit an even harder part. W8. Feeling his life threatened, Bao Xiangui wanted to flee, but found that Yekong's power had firmly pinned his demonic body in place. In terror, he could only beg repeatedly, I can offer you my diamond. Don't kill me. Crunch. Yekong expressionlessly pulled out the ore blade in an instant. As Bao Xiangui's face showed relief, the next moment, Yekong gripped the blade with both hands, veins bulging on his arms. Sizzle. A raging flame blazed up, reaching the sky, coiling around the blade. Sun-breathing 11th form flame dance. He swung down fiercely. Amid Bao Xiangui's piercing screams, the combination of terrifying force and extreme speed gave birth to the purest aesthetics of violence in this world. The diamond, claimed to be the hardest, was split into countless shattered crystals, turning into flying debris. Yekong's arms trembled slightly as he looked at the ore blade, which now had a crack appearing on it. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Ore blade level 5, 1100. Just a little more. If the level 5 ore blade shattered, his chakra capacity would surge again, breaking through 10,000. With 10,000 points of chakra, he would have enough confidence to fight Yuji Bo Ban, who was barely clinging to life. But even that little bit was not easy to break through. In this world, finding something as hard as Bao Xiangui was no easy task. Landing on the ground, Yekong casually picked up the two halves of the black stone. This was the true diamond, a supreme treasure that the Bao Xiangui clan needed a lifetime to nurture. It was not only the hardest part, but also possessed the power to connect the yin and yang, the most miraculous gem. The Bao Xiangui clan itself was a special type of demon that guarded various gems. But for some unknown reason, they had come to provoke Shuizi. These are the gems of the Baoxian Ghost clan, which can be used to forge formidable weapons. Shuizi released her grip on the sword hilt, stepped out from the forest, and approached Yekong. She explained, if you need, I might be able to find someone to craft the weapon you desire. Yekong glanced at her, then raised his hand to hand over the two diamonds. I don't need a weapon, but there is indeed something I require your assistance with. Shuizi was puzzled, yet she felt grateful for Yekong's help. Then a few days later, with Shuizi's aid, Yekong sought out nearly all the great demons of this world: the flying demon moth, the dragon bone spirit, the demon wolf tribe, the dog demon tribe, and the death god tribe. Regardless of who they were, his sole purpose was to shatter blades. Unfortunately, even the netherworld path, which was said to devour all things, was due to the death god ghost's power being too weak, so Yekong directly hacked it into pieces and cast them into the path. The other great demons were also slain by him. Even those who managed to barely survive were severely wounded, retreating into corners and not emerging again. Clang. Wind scar. Here it comes. The great general's ultimate technique. The Dog City, the dog demon tribe, is now one of the overlords of the entire demon realm. Originally a behemoth possessing a sky city, after the emergence of the genius Great Dog General, the tribe grew discontent with this and forcefully intervened in the demon realm's conflicts dominating the Western Kingdom. This was equivalent to half of the entire world falling into the hands of the dog demon tribe. Under relentless campaigns, the Great Dog General had pushed the front lines into the territories of other great demons, but due to the existence of many beings like the demon spirit Great Sage in the Eastern Kingdom and a larger human population, he could not be too reckless. Thus the Dog City's sphere of influence remained confined to the Western Kingdom, Yet it was the undisputed soul, overlord, and other great demons dared not face its edge lightly. Boom. The sky was filled with golden light, a storm of demon power that swept through, engulfing Yekong in an instant. Dayadazai and all the minister demons of Dog City stood outside the city, gazing up at the world-shaking battle in the sky. Among them was a young figure with clearly visible demon markings on his face. His eyes held shock and disbelief. He had never doubted that the great dog general was the strongest demon in the world, the mightiest of all, and had never imagined that a human could exist who could rival him. At that moment his faith wavered. Crack! What was that? Damn! Run! Dayadazai's eyes nearly popped out. A terrifying chill suddenly radiated from the sky, and a sky-piercing ice pillar stood upon the earth, gradually freezing time itself. Ice release pillar of creation. Huh. The great dog general was already astounded that his wine scar, unleashed with all his demon power, was directly blocked by Yekong with an unimaginable force. This was a technique said to be capable of killing 100 demons with a single strike. At his peak, a casual strike from him was the watershed for top-tier great demons. If one could withstand it, they were among the strongest of that era. Unfortunately, even such beings were rare and few in this world. Sizzle. The sound of scorching flames twisting the air cut across the sky. Yekong couldn't fly, but he had his own method. A stream of water continuously condensed beneath his feet, like a skateboard, carrying him across the heavens. At that moment, the two opposing forces of water and fire converged and clashed upon him. Shrouded in the ice mist and water vapor of the pillar of creation, Yekong's figure charged toward the great dog general with the momentum of heaven and earth. Clang, 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 clang. Amid the relentless ringing of metal, the great dog general wildly swung the Tsunade in his hand, each strike infused with his demon power, carrying tremendous force. But even such power was suppressed by Yekong, who forced him back step by step. The techniques of sun breathing formed a complete set, endlessly cycling and connecting with their power, never diminishing, but rather steadily increasing. Gradually the tail behind the great dog general was singed and curled by the scorching air, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After a single blow, he leaped back 100 meters, slowly sheathed Tsunade at his waist, and said to Yekong, "I truly never imagined that a human like you could exist in this world." Swish! The next moment his hand drew the demon blade he had always carried on his back. The underworld blade, Songyunya. This was an heirloom of the dog demon tribe, a supreme killing weapon said to be uncontrollable by anyone. Only after the great dog general had mastered both Tsunade and Tianxingya, using his terrifying talent to forcibly tame it, did he carry it to suppress its power. Even he would never lightly touch this demon blade. Within Dog City, several great demons were dumbfounded. The G-Great General actually. Dayadazai nodded and sighed. What a terrifying fellow, forcing the great general to this extent, having to borrow that power. As he spoke, his eyes darted around, already planning to make a hasty escape. He was indeed a retainer of the dog demon tribe, but he was loyal only to the great dog general. If anything happened to the great general, he could only flee with tears. He glanced at the young Sesomaru beside him, pondering whether he should take the young master away or... Then he looked toward the general's mansion within Dog City, where another bloodline of the great dog general resided. Roar! The great dog general let out a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot, nearly entering a demonized state. A terrifying demon aura blotted out the sky, shrouding the heavens. Clearly, even he found it difficult to control and wield this power. At this moment, the great dog general suppressed Songyunya, and his demon aura surged several-fold, doubling his strength. He did not use the ultimate technique of Songyunya. That power would only bring death. He merely needed to borrow its strength to oppose Yekong. The two charged out again, clashing fiercely. The great dog general, who had thought he could match Yekong with Songyunya, suddenly realized that Yekong's power had also grown greater. That monstrous strength, more terrifying than any demons, numbed his arms, weakened his bones, and rendered his demon power useless even when wielded to its utmost. What was more frustrating was that his strongest ultimate technique, Explosive Stream, could not be used now, because Yekong had no demon aura. Explosive Stream was an advanced form of Wind Scar, using the Wind Scar to create a vortex of the opponent's demon aura, turning their own power against them. A terrifying ultimate technique that grew stronger with the foe. But since Yekong had no demon aura, there was nothing to create a vortex of. Perhaps even the great dog general had never imagined he would face a human in such a grueling battle. Clang! Crack! Finally, after a fierce battle lasting 2 full days and nights, the mining blade in Yekong's hand shattered, but the Songyunya that the great dog general had been controlling also reached its limit. Damn it! Great dog general! You bastard! The surface of Songyunya was covered in cracks, and thorn-like tentacles continuously tried to erode and control the great dog general's body to repair itself. This was the nature of a demon blade. The great dog general had suppressed it firmly from beginning to end. Seeing the blade in Yekong's hand break, he felt a touch of disappointment, but was also nearing his limit. Reluctantly, he had to sheath it behind his back. But at that moment Yekong suddenly unleashed a speed beyond his comprehension, appearing beside him in an instant and reaching out to grab that Tsunade in his hand. Careful! The great dog general was greatly alarmed. He had sensed no killing intent from Yekong, only battle spirit, so he had never regarded Yekong as an enemy. As a noble clan in the demon realm, the great dog general disdained killing ordinary humans and weak demons. He was a rare demon who possessed immense power yet adhered to principles. Seeing Yekong actually grab the Tsunade, how could he not be shocked? But as he watched Yekong's reaction after seizing the blade, his expression shifted from alarm to astonishment. Or blade 6th order 100,100. Chakra 10,000. Yekong's strength also surged from the pinnacle of Kage level to another realm entirely, Super Kage. But that wasn't the main point. The moment his hand gripped the hilt of Sannin, a wild surge of thoughts began assaulting his consciousness. Yes, human, use my power. I can grant you the mightiest strength in this world, stronger than even the great dog demon. Swoosh. Thorn-like tendrils shot toward his arm, but Yekong merely flickered a sharp glint in his eyes, making no attempt to resist. As the tendrils pierced his skin and the violent consciousness invaded his mind, Sannin's demon spirit arrived in an unknown space, filled with delight, ecstasy, and fervor. Foolish human. How wonderful. To think there exists a human as powerful as that bastard great dog demon. This must be fate. A human's will can never suppress my power. Once I seize this body, the dog demon clan, and the entire world will be mine. Ha ha ha. Just then Sannin's demon spirit sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. Throughout the entire psychic space, he couldn't even see any trace of Yekong's main consciousness. Puzzled, he walked forward, unsure how long he traveled, yet never reaching the end, as if the space were boundless and limitless. The view expanded infinitely. Beyond a colossal space the size of a planet, a pair of eyes gazed indifferently at the trapped demon spirit of Sona within. This was Yekong's true main consciousness. To think that someone who mastered sealing arts could be controlled, Sannin's naivety was laughable. Back in reality, Yekong's eyes were as cold as winter stars, completely unaffected by Sona. The thorns on his arm had shattered, and he casually sheathed the sword. He stepped back and turned to leave. He had achieved his goal. There was no need to linger. Wait. The great dog demon suddenly called out, hesitating for a moment before speaking seriously. Thank you very much. Who are you? Just passing by. With those terse words, Yekong's figure vanished from where he stood. Though he spoke the truth, the great dog demon stood there stunned for a long while. He could sense that Sannin's demon spirit was utterly eradicated, yet its power had been preserved. And Yekong's effortless suppression of Sannin with obvious power to spare ignited a flame in his eyes. So there exist even higher peaks in this world. The great dog demon had already stood at the zenith of demonkind. He had seen almost every mountain as tall as himself, but now he beheld one that demanded his reverence. Great Lord. Oh, thank goodness you're safe. I'm so overjoyed. My lord Hyuga is also delighted. Slurp. Smack. He casually swatted away the flea that had latched onto him to drink blood, then handed Tsunade to the arriving Tsunade, instructing, Tsunade is damaged. Please repair it for me. Tsunade took the sword with both hands, his eyes twitching at the cracks and chips covering it. What a fearsome opponent. Tsunade has been damaged this badly. If not for your protective aura, it would have snapped entirely. The great dog demon nodded without further explanation. It was the truth. This was precisely why he had switched to Sona. When he had sheathed Sannin, he had already considered conceding. If both were left weaponless, he doubted that even transforming into his true form could withstand Yekong's monstrous strength. Not to mention that for a great demon like him, the true form was a form riddled with weaknesses. Having successfully shattered the Ore Blade, Yekong had essentially achieved his goal and saw no reason to linger in this world. He returned to the village where Midoriko resided, finding Miroku, the shrine maiden of the ghost country, whom he had temporarily left there. It seemed they had gotten along surprisingly well. Perhaps because both were shrine maidens, despite hailing from different worlds, their beliefs aligned in many ways. Are you heading back? Midoriko had changed into a red and white shrine maiden outfit. The imposing battle armor she wore before was for fighting demons, as she was an outlier even among shrine maidens. Other shrine maidens use spells to unleash purification energy, their tools typically bows, bells, prayer beads, and the like for exorcism. Those tools served to better channel the purification energy within, but she was different. Her fighting style was the most brutal among shrine maidens. She directly imbued her blade with the purest purification energy, so potent that even demons like the great dog demon struggled to withstand it. Moreover, she possessed strength that approached the limits of human potential. Even without purification energy, she was a formidable warrior in her own right. Her long hair flowed in the wind, the unique pattern on her forehead her only adornment. Farewell. Watching the two vanish in a flash of light, Midoriko stood still for a long moment, murmuring, will we meet again? Perhaps. A ripple spread through the calm depths of her heart. In the ninja world, Konoha year 50, Yekong returned to his routine after sending Miroku off. Life settled back into its peaceful rhythm, days passing leisurely. As usual, Yekong planned to visit Konoha Hospital to check on Tsunade and Shinobu. It was worth noting that although Shinobu had no official registration, Tsunade had overruled objections to place her at the hospital. Konoha's departments were largely autonomous. Besides the police force, which was entirely under the Uchiha clan's control, the medical department had considerable independence, especially after Hiruzen Sarutobi was warned by Tobarama Senju and stopped restricting Tsunade. This gave Tsunade substantial authority, rivaling even that of the former Anbu captain. Nice weather. How about swimming? Yekong glanced sideways and casually proposed to Hyuga Chika, who walked beside him. What do you think? Since Hyuga Chika had started staying by his side, she seemed like a different person, seamlessly embracing the role of a devoted wife, dressing and carrying herself with a mature and composed grace. At his words, she seemed to recall something, shaking her head. I want to go see Yen. He's delivering goods to a few villages and should be back in a couple of days. Then let's have lunch first. All right. Yekong didn't press. How you think you can get away? You're mine today. The more you resist, the more excited I get, he. He had originally intended to check on Tsunade, and Hyuga Chika noticed. She rarely spoke, simply helping manage the Hyakujiya shop and occasionally handling tasks when needed. But over time she gradually realized the distance growing between her and Yekong, which was why she took the initiative to find an excuse to go out with him. Isn't this just a date? Yekong wasn't one for such games, but making Hyuga Chika fall into step was never difficult. After the meal, he continued accompanying her on a stroll, looking like a loving couple to outsiders. Half a day slipped by without notice. At dinner he secretly bought a bouquet of flowers and presented it to her. Hyuga Chika was so moved her cheeks flushed, and she didn't resist when he took her hand, letting him lead her toward home. Click. Ahaha, good evening. Yekong. Hyuga Chika instinctively withdrew her hand, while Yekong's face darkened. He switched on the light to find Shinobu there, and his expression grew even darker. What are you doing in my house? Well, actually it's like this. Shinobu stumbled over two phrases before explaining seriously. A problem had arisen in the Demon Slayer world, and she needed to return to handle it. The passage Yekong had opened couldn't remain open indefinitely, and the Dragon Meridian's energy was insufficient. Wind Country, Lulan Dragon Vein. Ever since the Ubuyashiki clan took over, the environment in Lulan had improved significantly. No longer was it the desolate city in the desert, in fact it had become even more prosperous than most places in the Wind Country. He wondered what means the Ubuyashiki had employed. Yet given that their lineage had endured for 1,000 years and amassed considerable wealth and influence in another world, it stood to reason they were masters at such affairs. Lord Yorichi, it has been a long time. Ubuyashiki Yorichi stood at the ceiling point of the Dragon Vein, flanked by Tomioka-ju and Urokadaki Sakanji. Yorichi had no intention of wasting time. What is it? He asked concisely. In truth, this matter likely concerned Muzan Kibutsuji. Glancing at Ubuyashiki Yorichi and confirming he was alive and no longer appeared on the brink of death, Yorichi realized he was deliberately building suspense. It could not possibly mean Muzan Kibutsuji still lived. He had dealt with him personally. If Muzan could survive that, Yorichi would truly have seen ghosts. Demon Slayer World. At the Ubuyashiki estate, Tanjiro and the three children arrived with Nezuko, who was now unconscious. Upon seeing Yorichi, Tanjiro's expression grew anxious. Mr. Sora, please save Nezuko. He dropped to his knees. Yorichi's brows furrowed. Sitting beside Nezuko, he said nothing, merely raising his hand and pressing a finger to her brow. His consciousness entered another realm. The space was filled with thorny flesh, a landscape of isolated chambers. The Infinity Castle. Schlick. Stepping upon a patch of flesh, Yorichi's expression darkened. The surrounding thorny flesh began to retreat, as if fearing him. After navigating through the labyrinth, Yorichi arrived at a chamber and saw Nezuko alongside a woman. Nezuko and Tanjiro's mother. Souls. What was the nature of this world? Did souls truly exist here? He had always believed this world lacked souls, that those so-called life flashing before one's eyes visions were merely illusions experienced at the threshold of death. But now it left him astonished. Nezuko remained in her demon form, neither fully restored to humanity nor completely transformed. She was cradled in her mother's arms. She could communicate normally, suggesting she had completely overcome her weakness to sunlight, a perfect demon form. Though the medicine Ubuyashiki had given him was administered at the last possible moment, he had still used Flying Thunder God to deliver it to Nezuko's hands, so she could consume it. Was it a matter of insufficient time? 3 minutes had not been enough for full restoration, coupled with the chain reaction triggered by Muzan Kibutsuji's death. After understanding the circumstances, Yorichi located Nezuko's other family members within the Infinity Castle, the spiritual anchors she had relied upon to resist Muzan Kibutsuji's influence all this time. Thank you for your care of Nezuko and Tanjiro. He waved his hand dismissively. Gazing at the gathering of spirits beside Nezuko, Yorichi asked, so you are truly conscious souls? Or does this world possess some realm akin to the underworld that can contain you? They exchanged glances. The woman looked at Nezuko and explained gently. In truth, we exist because of Nezuko and Tanjiro's remembrance of us. We persist only so long as we are remembered. Should we be completely forgotten, we shall vanish. Nezuko grew anxious, wanting to say something, but her mother gently stroked her head to soothe her. Hearing this, Yoruichi nodded thoughtfully. It all made sense now. Then what of Muzan Kibutsuji? Is there anyone who remembers him? Are you jesting? If that were the case, Kujisaki Yoruichi would have long since reincarnated to slay him. The Tanjiro family merely underwent generations of fire god dance refinement, which gradually altered their constitution to become nearly identical to Kujisaki Yoruichi's extraordinary physique. With questions lingering, Yoruichi led Nezuko's family along, making his way to the deepest part of the Infinity Castle. Whoosh! Splat! The moment flesh tendrils approached Yoruichi, they were consumed by flames. Blade slashes transformed into crimson light, severing and burning them to ash. Damn it! Why? Why have you returned here? Muzan Kibutsuji's frantic voice echoed. Nezuko felt fear, but after glancing at her family beside her, she gathered courage and followed Yoruichi inside. In the core chamber, a massive, deformed tumor grew, resembling a grotesque insect cocoon. Yoruichi gazed at Muzan Kibutsuji, suspended in midair, his expression cold. You shouldn't have any residual flesh left, should you? Ragged gasps echoed incessantly. The 1,000-year demon king could only tremble before Yoruichi's impassive gaze, which gradually merged with the terrifying figure in his memories, growing ever larger. Something suddenly came to Yoruichi's mind. He raised both hands and formed several hand seals. His palms slowly pressed against the empty air before him. A spatial power akin to summoning techniques began to gradually manifest in existence. At first it was merely a red phantom, but as time passed the figure grew increasingly solid before Muzan Kibutsuji's horrified eyes. Kujisaki Yoruichi. No, impossible. This. His two greatest spiritual terrors materialized before him. Overwhelmed by dread, the flesh surrounding Muzan Kibutsuji began to collapse and rot until he was reduced to a pathetic lump of meat curled in the corner, unable to even summon the courage to flee. Kujisaki Yoruichi surveyed the surroundings with mild confusion before his gaze settled on Yoruichi. The two stood at similar heights. You summoned my soul. Where is this? 1,000 years have passed. I never expected Muzan Kibutsuji to preserve your soul so completely through a millennium of fear. Yoruichi remarked in surprise, glancing at Muzan Kibutsuji. How terrified must he have been? 1,000 years. Even in the ninja realm, only the great monsters of the Otsutsuki could maintain existence for so long. Yet in this world, Muzan Kibutsuji had sustained his terror of Kujisaki Yoruichi for a full millennium. What surprised Yoruichi even more was that this creature still clung to life despite everything, living in constant dread, hiding and cowering day after day. Turning his gaze once more to Muzan Kibutsuji, Kujisaki Yoruichi gave a slight nod as if understanding everything. I see. So that is how it is. Shing. An invisible Nichiren blade materialized in his hand, the same type Tanjiro wielded. He slowly approached Muzan Kibutsuji, determined to end him completely in this spiritual realm. Returning to the physical world, Nezuko awakened smoothly. After reuniting with Tanjiro, tears of joy flowed freely. Yoruichi, lost in thought, later learned from Ubuyashiki Yoruichi that the reason he knew Muzan Kibutsuji still lived was due to a warning from the Prophetess clan. This world harbored the Prophetess clan, possessing extraordinary precognitive abilities. They were in essence shrine maidens guarding their shrines. Once the Ubuyashiki clan suffered under a curse able to extend their lifespan only through marriage alliances with the Prophetess clan. After learning the full circumstances, Yoruichi preserved Kujisaki Yoruichi's soul and entrusted it to the Prophetess clan for safekeeping. As for why he did so, he naturally had his own reasons. Upon returning to the ninja world, Yekong took a detour to check on Yahiko and his two companions, only to find that they were faring quite well. After the alliance between the Rain Country and the land of Lolon, they had even gained the power to make the Wind Country wary. Coupled with their capture of the Seven Tails, the major hidden villages around them were now treading cautiously. However, what surprised Yekong was that Nagato had willingly chosen to become the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. The combination of the Rinnegan and tailed beast chakra produced a remarkable transformation. His physical condition was no longer as frail as before, a development that did not stray from Yekong's expectations. Even if the Rinnegan was not original, as long as Nagato could unleash even a tenth of its power, suppressing a tailed beast would naturally be a trivial matter. With his presence, the Rain Country naturally became far more stable. In the Rain Country, within the Amigate Cure, inside a spacious Rain Shadow office, Yahiko bowed deeply with a determined expression, saying, "Master, please." Yekong was speechless. Good grief, I just came to take a casual look, and now you're getting presumptuous. Casually tossing aside the items on the Rain Shadow's desk, Yekong said expressionlessly, "No way. Everything comes with a price. I won't interfere with the development of the ninja world, nor will I favor anyone. But you clearly stopped the third." Ouched. With a smack, Yekong slapped him on the head while Konan nearby covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Giving Yahiko a displeased look, Yekong said coldly, "Then should I let those villages go back to fighting? Those big villages would be more than willing." "Master, I was wrong." This time, even Conan stopped smiling. The matter was quite serious. It was one of the few things Yekong truly cared about. Whether the ninja world was in chaos didn't matter to him, but keeping it at peace mattered greatly. Having swung the stick, it was time to offer a carrot. Glancing at Yahiko, he said with mild irritation, "As for trade matters, go negotiate with Konoha or other villages yourself." At the mention of business, Yahiko's face twisted in frustration. "But I've already sent people out. The Earth Country, Wind Country, and Fire Country all refuse to trade with us, coupled with the Rain Country's scarce resources, then why not use your brain, learn from the Lightning Country or something? Besides, with Nagato on your side, do you think they can refuse to trade? I only said no great ninja war. I didn't say you had to be best friends with everyone, did I?" Since they were his own disciples, Yekong certainly didn't mince words, speaking entirely in a scolding tone. Yahiko was a good kid, idealistic and driven, but sometimes too rigid and inflexible. Still, he had one virtue: he admitted his mistakes and corrected them. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Yahiko's eyes. "You mean?" "I said nothing, and I know nothing." With that, Yekong vanished from the spot in an instant. He had already pointed the way, the rest was up to Yahiko to execute. Kumogakure of the Lightning Country was the only major hidden village that maintained a formidable shinobi force without relying entirely on the Lightning Country daimyo's funding. The reason was simple: technology changes everything. Kumogakure was the only village that truly invested in technological advancement. They had already developed weapons powered directly by electricity, which, while not yet deployed in war, had already begun to have a transformative impact on their economy. This gap would become fully apparent in perhaps a decade or two. Kumogakure was already fielding laser cannons, Konoha was still relying on taijutsu, and Tsunade was still using siege ballistas. The technological disparity was staggering. The Rain Country indeed lacked resources, but that didn't mean it had no development value, as long as one found the right approach. Though that was another headache for Yahiko to deal with, not his concern. Returning to his home in Konoha, it was already deep into the night. In his room, Yekong detected a faint scent of alcohol, furrowed his brow slightly, but paid it no further mind. Hyuga never drank. She was always so demure and composed. He was a bit surprised, but that was all. Removing his clothes, he washed up and then slipped beneath the futon. A soft moan. "Huh, too. Yekong, you MMPH. Damn it, why is Tsunade here?" Yekong's scalp tightened, but he quickly decided to throw caution to the wind. Hyuga had already turned crimson, too embarrassed to speak. Tsunade, fueled by alcohol, was fiercely assertive, nearly flipping Yekong over, but she was quickly subdued by him. After a night of intense struggle, Yekong finally managed to maintain order and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Tsunade was waiting for him with a composed expression. Yekong felt both the pain and the pleasure, ultimately earning Tsunade's forgiveness by personally preparing breakfast. He was also quite frustrated. Tsunade usually went straight home. Who knew she'd choose that particular night to stay over? How could he be blamed for that? Bringing up the matter, Tsunade took a bite of the bun in her hand and explained, "Nawaki brought his girlfriend home, so I'll stay at your place for a few days." "Huh?" Yekong was stunned. "Nawaki? A girlfriend? Wow. Did I hear that right? No way. With a head like Nawaki's, he could actually bring a girl home. What's she after? His kidneys that could sell for money." Yekong couldn't wrap his head around it. After breakfast with Tsunade, they headed out together to see what was going on. But before the two even reached the Senju residence, they spotted Nawaki on the road. A girl of about 16 or 17 walked beside him, cute and sweet-looking. Tsunade grabbed Yekong and hid in a corner to observe secretly. What's wrong?" Nawaki's puzzled turn made the girl beside him confused. Scratching his head, Nawaki smiled and said, "Nothing, must be my imagination." "Strange, why did my head suddenly ache?" Tsunade and Yekong peeked out from around the corner, observing from the shadows. Yekong looked up at Tsunade and said with some annoyance, "Do we really need to do this? You're his sister, and I'm his brother-in-law. Do we have to sneak around to check up on him?" "Idiot." Nawaki finally got a clue. "If you mess this up, I'm not letting you off the hook." "Hey, where are you looking, you pervert?" Tsunade raised her arm to cover her impressive chest, her face flushed with anger. She was in casual clothes at the moment, already quite loose-fitting, and as a married woman, she wasn't being immodest. But still, when she bent over, an inadvertent glimpse was inevitable. It was just too much. From Yekong's current angle, he had a perfect view, and the fire that had just subsided nearly flared up again. The two then quietly followed behind Nawaki. They first stopped at Ichiraku Ramen, which Nawaki loved, then went shopping and chatting, appearing to be having a wonderful time. Finally, they went for some desserts. Nawaki, the guy, actually didn't bring any money. Tsunade, being thorough, made Yekong deliberately pretend to pass by and lend Nawaki some date money. "Thanks, Yekong." Since Tsunade was still watching from the shadows, Yekong didn't dare linger. He nodded quickly and vanished from the street, leaving Nawaki utterly bewildered. That guy actually didn't cause trouble. No, wait. Suddenly realizing something, Nawaki became even more vigilant of his surroundings. Sure enough, he soon discovered the hidden Tsunade. He let out a heavy sigh. What is all this? In the days that followed under the covert watch of Tsunade and Yekong, things began to seem amiss. It wasn't until one day when Nawaki returned home and found Tsunade and Yekong waiting for him. The latter had just raised his teacup to take a sip when Tsunade's soft cough left him bewildered. Blinking, he glanced at the tea in his hand, unsure whether to drink or not. Ultimately, Yekong set it down and looked at Nawaki, saying, "Your sister wants you to break up with that girl. If you don't end it decisively, you'll only invite trouble." "Hey, Kong, when did I ever?" Tsunade slammed her hands on the small table in front of her, glaring at Yekong, then turned to Nawaki, crossing her arms. "But he's not wrong. That woman is here to extract intelligence. You'd better not get yourself sold out." "Sis, I know all this. I'm not a kid anymore." Nawaki sighed, walked over to sit before them, poured himself a cup of water, and explained, "She's from Suoqian village. She seems to be using some special technique to steal information from my mind. But the Yanbu has already tracked her movements. This is a mission given to me by the third Hokage." Hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brows, her gaze shifting to Yekong, who was nonchalantly sipping his tea. Seeing his annoyed expression, she asked, "What are you looking at me for?" "Isn't it just that Nawaki's a bit down? His first love ended in heartbreak. That's totally normal." After being glared at by Tsunade a few more times, Yekong had no choice but to set down his teacup and place a hand on Nawaki's shoulder. "Who she is doesn't matter. It's just, well, your big sis wants to be an aunt. Go bring her back." Nawaki coughed. Tsunade grew agitated. "Baka, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yekong, utterly speechless, shot her a resentful look. "Isn't that what you meant? Wasn't it because you saw Nawaki and that girl getting along so well these past few days? Even if it's for intel, they've already held hands. At this rate, if they weren't into each other, I'd eat this table right here and now. If they like each other, they should be together. What's the problem? I've already suppressed the entire ninja world. Does my brother-in-law need to care about that old third Hokage's opinion?" Sigh. Tsunade let out a sigh, then turned serious, looking at Nawaki, who had his head down. "You decide for yourself. Suoqian village is a special case. If you get entangled with her, becoming Hokage will be much harder." "Tisk." Yekong scoffed dismissively. "What's so great about being Hokage anyway?" She shot him another glare, then continued, "Anyway, if any problem arises, you can have Kong handle it for you." "Finally he mentions me." Yekong put on a serious face, reached behind him, and pulled out a sword, nodding grimly. "I'll go take care of Hiruzen Sarutobi right now." Hey. As it turned out, Hiruzen Sarutobi was quite pragmatic. A spy was just a spy, and since Nawaki was no longer in the Anbu, but a regular jonin, the intelligence he could give away was quite limited. At the border of the Land of Fire. Boom. A terrifying explosion startled the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, and then the entire ninja world. Within just a few days, the whole ninja world was on high alert. An explosive piece of news spread like wildfire, and it was literally explosive. The 4 tails of Awagakure, the 1 tail of Tsunagakure, and the 7 tails of Amagakure had erupted into a massive battle. Not just a clash between Jinchuriki, but a full-scale confrontation of 3-tailed beasts. Full-tailed beast mode. They fired tailed beast balls directly at each other, colliding near the border of the 3 nations, precisely closer to the Land of Fire. The direct result was a massive explosion crater several kilometers in diameter. Mountains, rivers, trees, and the land itself were flattened, leaving a terrifying scar akin to a meteor impact on the Earth. This battle came so abruptly that the ninja world rapidly shifted into a war footing, with conflict on the brink of eruption. The ninja world was in chaos. The peace treaty that Yekong had forced the 5 great villages to sign was now as worthless as a scrap of paper. Yekong didn't appear immediately to quell it because he was tied up. The Land of Rain. The rain never ceased. Yekong walked step by step through the downpour, arriving before a figure. Sensei I. Tap, slap. Splash. In quick succession, figures appeared all around him. Without exception, their eyes shimmered with the eerie pattern of the Rinnegan. Yekong's gaze swept over them, quickly identifying them. The Wagakure's 4 tails, Jinchuriki Rashi. Hyumogakure's 2 tails, Jinchuriki Yujitoni. Tsunagakure's 1 tail, Jinchuriki Bunpoku. 3-tailed beasts, no with Nagato that made 4. At that moment, Yekong suddenly looked into the distance. A mist rose impervious to the rain, and a figure rapidly grew larger in his sight, emerging from the mist, clad in a red armor. The Wagakure's 5 tails, Jinchuriki Han. Now it's 5 the tailed beasts. Letting out a deep breath, Yekong looked at Nagato, or more precisely at the half of his body controlled by Black Zetsu, and said coldly, "Quite an impressive setup, using 5-tailed beasts to trap me." Black Zetsu let out a cold laugh, speaking through Nagato's body. "Madara-sama doesn't want you interfering. The ninja world has no need for someone like you. An old fossil who should be rotting in a coffin now tells me I shouldn't exist." "Who the hell shouldn't exist?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Black Zetsu was startled, his expression turning serious, cold sweat trickling down. Even with Madara Uchiha backing him, he could only execute this plan, but when facing Yekong directly, even with 5-tailed beasts and Madara's Rinnegan power at his command, he still felt uncertain. What kind of monster is this guy? He's clearly not the reincarnation of Ashura or Indra, so how did he become so powerful? Damn it. Ding. Yekong raised his hand and waved, and the rain around him instantly froze as if time had stopped. His gaze grew colder, and he said in a deep voice, "Also, since you chose this place as the battlefield, he should have come himself." Shoo. In that instant, every rain droplet transformed into tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of terrifying beams shooting wildly in all directions. Each droplet was like a bullet easily punching holes into the ground. Water release dance of death. It had been so long that Yekong had nearly forgotten. He first made his name in the ninja world with water release. His water release had already reached the peak of Tobirama Senju's era, and he had developed his own understanding of it. Trying to fight him in a place with water would increase the difficulty several-fold. Choosing this battlefield was the biggest mistake of Madara Uchiha's plan. The Jinchuriki immediately entered tailed beast mode. Not their full forms, but the second stage, unleashing explosive power and speed that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. But it was futile. The terrifying water currents like laser lights formed a curtain of destruction. Under the indiscriminate bombardment, Yujito Ni was pierced over 1,000 times in an instant. Even with the regenerative power of tailed beast chakra, she lost combat capability instantly and couldn't recover for a while. Then came the one-tailed Jinchuriki Bunpuku and the four-tails Rashi. Roar. Just then Yekong suddenly lost control over part of the water. He turned to see a colossal 100-meter water dragon blotting out the sky, descending straight toward him. Behind the water dragon was a familiar figure, the third Mizukage of Kirigakure Yagura. He was also the three-tails Jinchuriki of this generation. At this moment, six-tailed beasts had gathered here. Six-tailed beasts in total. Yekong never imagined that Madara would mobilize such a terrifying force just to eliminate him. Any one of these tailed beasts alone would be enough to overwhelm any of the 5 great ninja villages. Now under the control of the Rinnegan, the Jinchuriki entered their second stage, unleashing terrifying speed and power, charging at Yekong with pure unadulterated violence. He didn't use the 6 paths abilities of the Rinnegan, but rushed straight in. Splash. Yekong sidestepped a rampaging figure shrouded in mist. Han, the 5-tails Jinchuriki, punched empty air, the sheer force of the blow compressing the atmosphere into a visible shockwave, a pillar of air that carved a 100-meter cylindrical tunnel through the space before him. Everything in its path was instantly flattened, a forest reduced to splinters. Kokuo, the 5-tails, commands the power of boil release. This power manifests in 2 forms. One is what we see now, elevating blood circulation to its absolute limit to achieve a pinnacle of speed and strength similar to the lightning release chakra mode's cellular activation, though slightly less swift. But when boil release is pushed to its extreme, its power can even surpass lightning release chakra mode. The other form is the one used by Meitarumi, releasing a highly corrosive acid mist that can melt a target down to their very skeleton. Die. A shadow descended from above like a volcanic meteor carrying the weight of 10,000 Jun. Son Goku, the 4-tails, wields lava release, a combination of fire and earth, nature's arguably one of the most destructive Kekkei Genkai in existence. Yekong scanned his surroundings. All angles were covered by Jinchuriki. Even with his speed, he'd likely be tracked by the Rinnegan. So he decided not to dodge. Crack. He lowered his stance, slightly, one hand drawn to his waist, knees bent. The next instant a single punch was unleashed. Thud. The monstrous lava mass, as large as a mountain and 100 meters in diameter, cracked with terrifying fissures as it was halted by an immense, incomprehensible force. It held against the 100-million-ton weight, and then, boom. What? The exploding lava burst into fiery debris, scattering indiscriminately towards the other Jinchuriki. Under the control of Nagato, or rather Black Zetsu, they were a step too slow. Yujito Ni, who had just been restored, fared the worst, instantly struck down with severe injuries. Bunpuku, the 1-tails Jinchuriki, was also caught in the blast, fleeing in a panic. The other Jinchuriki were caught off guard, as well, only Nagato managing to raise a hand and release a vortex, absorbing the incoming wave of lava release chakra. After doing this, Black Zetsu stared grimly at the center of the explosion, where a haze of heat obscured everything, rendering even the Rinnegan powerless to see. At that moment, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Huh. Whoosh. A stream of water at the very limits of the Rinnegan's perception ensnared Rashi's neck. A sealing formula was instantly etched onto his body, and he was hurled toward the 5-tails Jinchuriki Han, who was the fastest to close in. Yekong's hands moved in a blur, forming seals with lightning speed. The next instant, he vanished from his spot, just before a jet of water and a shockwave collided with it. Boom. In a flash, he appeared before Rashi and Han, who were momentarily stunned by their collision. He slammed both palms against their chests. What? The tailed beast forms on both of them receded at a visible rate, and the Rinnegan patterns in their eyes vanished instantly as they began to plummet. The next moment, Yekong vanished again. This time he appeared before Yujito Ni and struck her with a palm, activating the seal. A special sealing formula flickered faintly in the center of his palm. Black Zetsu sensed the danger and tried to call back the remaining Jinchuriki Bunpoku and Yagura, but it was too late. Yekong had already silently placed flying thunder god seals on them. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Shun! Shun! Bang! In the blink of an eye, 5 Jinchuriki had been sealed by Yekong, rendered combat ineffective. Sensing the dire situation, Black Zetsu attempted to command Nagato into action, but the moment Nagato clasped his hands together readying a jutsu, a blur clouded his vision. Yekong's blade pointed directly at his face. Nagato's hands trembled as he tried to resist before he managed a strained whisper, "Master, I'm sorry." Black Zetsu tried desperately to suppress him, but Nagato hadn't been idle over the years. Yekong had reminded him time and again to master the Rinnegan. No, this brat wouldn't possibly lay a hand on his own disciple. Shush! In the next instant, a surge of scarlet chakra erupted from Nagato, and the Rinnegan blazed with tremendous pupil power, forcibly peeling Black Zetsu away from his body. It clung on like a coat of venom, only partially attached. It was at that moment Yekong decisively struck. Clang! Thud! Ack! Damn it! Black Zetsu's scream was cut short as a terrifying tide of purple energy engulfed and scoured him. This was the power of the dragon vein. Yekong, of course, had no intention of letting him travel through time. This power intrinsically still possessed a terrifying destructive nature. Just as Black Zetsu was on the verge of final death, Yekong stopped abruptly. His gaze shifted, looking past Nagato. A brilliant blue sword beam descended directly. Yekong raised his blade to meet it. Clang! Boom! The ground beneath his feet gave way, and then the world seemed to split. Rumble! Centered on Yekong, 2 sword beams carved intersecting lines across the earth, tearing the land apart for kilometers in every direction. A fragment of a Susanoo blade fell to the ground and dissipated. Nagato now appeared beside Yekong while Black Zetsu cowered behind Madara, lashed onto a white Zetsu, his eyes filled with wariness directed at Yekong. The terrain around them had been completely altered. The other Jinchuriki were in a miserable state, caught as collateral damage. Only Yagura had managed to barely evade the catastrophe through his own skill, looking at the center of the battlefield with lingering fear. Gulp! Is that Uchiha Madara? And that guy actually? Yagura was speechless with shock. He never imagined he'd witness such an epical battle. Madara's legendary power was astonishing enough, but what was even more unbelievable was Yekong, who could treat tailed beasts like mere objects and hold his own against such a monster. His eyes trembling slightly, Yagura made a silent vow as long as that man lived, Kirigakure would never intervene in this war. They locked eyes. Yekong looked at the 3-tomo Sharingan in Madara's gaze without surprise. When Madara had left Konoha, he had indeed tried to recruit some of his former clansmen. But they believed he could no longer lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity, and having tasted the benefits of Konoha, they refused to follow him. In his eyes, that was betrayal. So it was hardly surprising that he had resorted to transplanting another clansman's eyes. But this was only a temporary restoration of sight. Any Sharingan, even a Mangekyo Sharingan, not only failed to strengthen him now, but rather weakened him. Resorting to such means to gain sight was proof that his body had truly reached its limit, unable to hold on much longer. Yet even so, he had chosen to appear in person. Madara raised his hand and grabbed the nearby white Zetsu that Black Zetsu had possessed. A portion of the white Zetsu's body merged with his, providing him with a surge of immense life force. In an instant, the ancient white-haired Uchiha Madara began to regain his youth, and the terrifying chakra fluctuations radiating from him grew ever more formidable. Unexpected, after Hashirama and I perished, a being like you would emerge in the shinobi world. As Uchiha Madara absorbed white Zetsu's power, briefly restored to his peak, his crimson eyes spun wildly, and in an instant his 3-tomo Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo. A completely new Mangekyo pattern, neither windmill-shaped nor his original enlarged tomo design, but rather 3 tomo linking together in a bizarre interconnected formation. Yet such details mattered little. Madara laughed maniacally. Excellent. Boom. With a mere tremor of his arm, a terrifying surge of chakra dispersed the white Zetsu behind him with its residual force alone. Black Zetsu hastily retreated, gazing at Madara with lingering dread. As expected of Madara-sama, Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. Madara slowly raised his hand, and Black Zetsu immediately summoned a massive war fan into his grasp. Seizing it, Madara fixed his gaze upon the night sky, his fighting spirit soaring. Come, boy. Shing. Yekong answered not with words, but action, sun-breathing, water surface walking. Boom. His form transformed into a searing blaze of light, tearing through the air, in an instant crossing 100 meters to appear before Madara. The Mangekyo within the latter's eyes spun, crimson light blazing, eyes burning with battle lust and fierce excitement. Clang. Though slower than Yekong, Madara relied purely on battlefield prediction, intercepting the savage strike with his Uchiha war fan. Yekong narrowed his eyes. Among all the powerful warriors who could not match his speed, the only one who could take his frontal assault head-on was Uchiha Madara. Other Kage-level fighters had to compensate with various techniques, dodging or defending, but only Madara met the blow head-on. Not bad. Is this Tobirama's technique? Know that one lacked such raw power. This feels more like Hashirama's. Amid the fierce battle, Madara still had the presence of mind to pass judgment. Chakra erupted from his hand as the war fan rebounded with immense force, sending Yekong staggering backward. The next moment, Madara gave Yekong no chance to launch another devastating assault. He casually swept his hand across the fan, erasing a flying thunder god seal that had been silently inscribed upon it, then formed hand signs and drew a deep breath. Fire style. His chest swelled, terrifying chakra converging in his throat before erupting forth. Great fire annihilation. Boom. Water style, great waterfall technique. Boom. Raging torrents and searing flames collided, triggering a violent chemical reaction that spawned an even more devastating explosion. Superheated steam at over 1,000 degrees expanded, distorting the air itself. Yekong and Madara vanished from the spot in an instant as the thermal waves spread for kilometers. The concussive force of the blast even scattered the dark clouds above, revealing the starry sky. Clang. Crash. After prolonged hand-to-hand combat, Yekong found no opening despite his overwhelming speed advantage. After skirmishing for some time, he was forced to retreat. Standing hundreds of meters apart, the two faced off. Though Madara had briefly regained his peak, his stamina and chakra were beginning to wane. I'm old after all. Madara-sama, your plan. Black Zetsu appeared to remind him, but Madara only scoffed, his gaze fixed upon Yekong as fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. Go carry it out. Black Zetsu was stunned. Had Madara-sama truly been pushed to this point? No, that look. He was being reckless. Indeed, Madara was getting caught up in the moment. Since Senju Hashirama's death, he had lain dormant for far too long, like a corpse buried in a tomb. Yet now he felt long-forgotten blood coursing through his veins, boiling with fervor. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? And he remained confident that defeat was impossible. Raising his hand, he absorbed more white Zetsu cells from Black Zetsu's body, then turned to Yekong. Let me show you the legendary power of the Uchiha. Boom. The next instant, a colossal blue giant materialized behind him, blotting out the heavens. The terrifying chakra condensed into an upper body but did not cease. It continued to coalesce, forming a complete chakra warrior standing 100 meters tall, a monstrous blue giant. Perfect Susanoo. Madara-sama. Black Zetsu was horrified. Once this power was unleashed, even if Madara won, he wouldn't last much longer. He was draining every last drop of his already dwindling life force. Yet Madara clearly had no intention of pondering such concerns. Gazing down at Yekong from above, his eyes radiated absolute dominance and overbearing pride. This was Uchiha Madara, the legendary existence of the Uchiha clan. The sheer oppressive aura plunged the entire land of Rain into deathly stillness, sending soul-deep tremors even to those dozens of miles away. Yekong looked up, a flicker of shock in his eyes that quickly faded into calm. Then his pupils turned pure white, and as his eyelids slowly closed, the visage of a sage appeared. Following suit, his hands slowly formed an unusual hand seal, strands of hair standing on end. Of course, Yekong lacked the immense ocular power that Madara possessed to forcibly shape chakra into a giant. But he had his own way. Chakra surged from his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, overwhelming power gathered behind Yekong, materializing into a pure white 100-meter warrior, clad in armor, flowing hair, and a serene, flawlessly beautiful face. The moment she appeared, the rain over the land of Rain began to dissipate, replaced by falling snowflakes drifting gently down. Ice-style Ice Maiden. Yekong stood upon the shoulder of the colossal ice deity, gazing at Madara. Both giants were formed from supreme chakra, yet unlike Susanoo's unreasonable reliance on ocular power to command chakra, his method was closer to Senju Hashirama's, using Kekkei Genkai as a medium to manipulate chakra. Clang. Both giants drew their long swords from their waists, facing each other in opposition. Susanoo wielded the sword of Susanoo, pure chakra condensed to its absolute limit, while Yekong's Ice Maiden was modeled after Suko herself. Her blade was no mere ice, but the pinnacle of his mastery over ice style. Boom. Boom. As the devastating blades clashed, both colossal figures staggered backward, each step shaking the earth and tilting heaven and earth. A single shockwave from the collision split a distant mountain peak clean in two. Meanwhile, the Ice Maiden's attacks froze everything in their path. Within a single hour, the land of Rain, perpetually shrouded in monsoon, experienced a winter it had never known. Boom. Clang. Hours passed, and neither of the two supreme combatants could claim victory. As the Ice Maiden dissolved from Yekong's depleted chakra, Madara spat out a mouthful of blood, then seeped from all 7 orifices, and he was forced to release his Susanoo. Hiss. Yekong's eyelids twitched. He simply could not comprehend it. His chakra reserves exceeded 10,000, and in sage mode that meant over 20,000. Yet even so, he had lost to a dying Uchiha Madara in sheer chakra volume. So this is the reincarnation of Indra. Truly unreasonable. Although his chakra reserves were still suppressed, Uchiha Madara had forcibly drained the last remnants of his life, and now his end was near. As the vitality within him gradually ebbed away, Uchiha Madara finally realized he had underestimated the man before him. TCH. Too weary to raise his hand and wipe the blood from his face, Uchiha Madara showed no sign of defeat even now. Gazing into the night sky, he spoke in a solemn tone, "Boy, your name." "Yekong. You're quite impressive, but..." Uchiha Madara's words came to an abrupt halt. Yekong narrowed his eyes, not letting his guard down despite Madara's dying state. Such a man might suddenly unleash some terrifying technique, and he wouldn't be surprised. True enough, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals, and in the distance Nagato let out a scream, involuntarily forming seals as well. Yekong's expression shifted slightly. If Nagato were to use the Rinne rebirth technique, now no? At this moment Nagato's mastery of the Rinnegan was insufficient. He couldn't perform the Rinne rebirth technique. That was the true ultimate power of the Rinnegan. So what was Uchiha Madara trying to? The next instant Yekong realized what Madara intended, but it was already too late to stop him. Summoning. Nagato slammed his hand onto the ground, and in the next moment a colossal hand emerged from the earth, letting out a roar like a demon from the abyss. Six Paths Gedo Statue. Roar. Its wild chakra was no less than Uchiha Madara's, perhaps even greater, shattering the snow and ice with a visible shockwave. Yekong raised his arms, shielding his eyes from the violent blast. This was going to be troublesome. The Gedo statue was merely an empty shell, yet its chakra was far greater than any tailed beast save the Nine Tails. Even more troubling was that Uchiha Madara was still alive. Hiss. Yekong's gaze swept across the area, quickly locking onto Black Zetsu in a corner. He pulled out a scroll and unrolled it. Uchiha Madara noticed this, and with a wave of his hand brought down a terrifying blue Susanoo blade. He didn't know what Yekong was planning, but he wouldn't allow him to interfere further. Swish. Flying Thunder God. Yekong appeared behind Black Zetsu and grabbed White Zetsu's shoulder. Black Zetsu was startled. Why was this man targeting him? Without time to think, Black Zetsu instinctively tried to flee from this dangerous figure, separating from White Zetsu's body and melting into the ground. Yekong completed his hand seals, tossing the scroll onto the ground. A massive summoning array appeared. Sizzle. A large amount of dirt began to cover White Zetsu's form, and in moments a new figure emerged. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara was genuinely shocked, this time his face twisting. On the verge of death, he unhesitatingly commanded the Gedo statue to unleash a devastating strike, a tailed beast ball. Wood style with dragon technique. Boom. Rumble. The earth trembled, matching the intensity of their earlier earth-shattering battle. A colossal wooden dragon tore through the ground, its jaws clamping down on the fearsome, tailed beast ball, devouring it whole. Wood style with human technique. Roar. In the next instant, a gigantic arm as massive as the wooden dragon reached out, grasping the tailed beast ball like a billiard ball and thrusting it into the sky. Yes, thrusting it. The tailed beast ball, with power comparable to a nuclear explosion, was forcibly pushed away. Huff. Was this the god of shinobi? Yekong let out a long breath. In the end, he had no choice but to resort to this summoning. While not at his peak, the Hashirama Senju reincarnated through White Zetsu's body, possessed at least 70% of his prime strength. 70% was enough. As the dust cleared, Hashirama Senju stood atop the massive wooden human, staring at Uchiha Madara in the distance. Madara, so you really didn't die? Uchiha Madara didn't answer, nor did he show any excitement at meeting his old friend after so many years. Clearly, Hashirama's appearance here had completely derailed his plans, dealing a devastating blow to his schemes. Clatter. Without hesitation, Uchiha Madara forced Nagato to use the Rinnegan to command the Gedo statue, releasing countless chains. The nearby Jinchuriki who hadn't escaped were instantly bound by the chains and dragged toward the Gedo statue. He was actually trying to recover part of the Ten Tails chakra ahead of time. Yekong's face changed instantly. He vanished and used Flying Thunder God to teleport several Jinchuriki away, but he was alone and his chakra was depleted. Of the 5, he could only save 2 at most. Bunpoku of Suna's 1 tail and Han of Iwa's 5 tails were consumed by the Gedo statue, and its chakra grew even more terrifying. Yagura, quick-witted and the strongest, managed to flee far away, still in shock. Roar. Uchiha Madara coughed up more blood, knowing his time was short. He forced the Gedo statue to fire tailed beast balls at the land of fire, the land of earth, the land of wind, and even the distant land of lightning and land of water. The tailed beast balls were shaped into cones, and even Hashirama's wood human couldn't stop them. Yekong's scalp tingled. He knew that even with full chakra, he couldn't block this attack, and not even Flying Thunder God could teleport them away in time. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Madara, how dare you? Seeing Madara unleash this world-ending attack, Hashirama Senju was furious. He used Myojin Gate to restrain the rampaging Gedo statue while launching a devastating assault on Uchiha Madara. The power of that tailed beast ball was enough to destroy any hidden village entirely. What was Madara trying to achieve? No one knew and Yekong didn't either, but he knew what he had to do. After Yekong left the battlefield, the epic battle seemed to escalate further. Though Uchiha Madara was at his last gasp, he stubbornly fought on with the Gedo statue, clashing with Hashirama's reincarnated form for a long time. They fought from the land of rain all the way to the land of grass, and just as they were about to reach the land of fire, Hashirama finally subdued him. In the end, when Yekong returned to the battlefield, Uchiha Madara had already fallen. How is it? Hashirama Senju frowned deeply. He hadn't expected Madara to become even more reckless than before attempting to destroy the shinobi world. I don't know what happened to him, but his thoughts have become far more dangerous. Yekong shook his head. Konoha is fine. It seems his attack was just to distract me. The two fell silent, pondering Madara's motive. One of them knew Madara well, and understood he wasn't the type to go mad just because of death. There must be another purpose. Yekong thought similarly. Madara knew this attack couldn't destroy the entire shinobi world, but it would cause unimaginable destruction. The 5 great nations would suffer heavy losses, and the very geography might be altered. In the end, even Yekong and Chinsho Zhujian could not fathom what Yziboban's true intention was. Chinsho Zhujian had nothing more to say, so he had Yekong release the impure world reincarnation and return to the underworld. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned Yekong to be wary of any schemes Yziboban might have left behind. Clearly he knew his former close friend too well. With the precedent of Yziboban's feigned death, he dared not take any more risks. Yekong, however, had an inkling of Yziboban's possible goal, but he did not voice it. It was connected to Yziboban's ultimate objective, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He had even gone so far as to prematurely reveal the Gedo statue. If Yekong hadn't summoned Chinsho Zhujian, he would likely have been forcibly taken away by Yziboban at that moment. Thus Yziboban had miscalculated. And indeed his plan had never accounted for the variable of Yekong, nor did he expect Yekong to become so powerful and even summon Chinsho Zhujian. If Yziboban's inner thoughts were made manifest, they might be. Year 51 of Mai. The ninja world was not ravaged by the Great Ninja War, but was heavily damaged by that single strike from Yziboban. It could be said that everything was in ruins and awaiting reconstruction. The worst hit was the Shui country. A single-tailed beast bomb triggered a once-in-a-century tsunami that nearly destroyed the Wuin village. Moreover, since Yagura was absent, even harnessing the power of Sanwei to suppress the tsunami was impossible. The entire Shui country suffered immense losses, truly tragic. Next was probably the Feng country, where a tailed beast bomb caused a terrifying super sandstorm that buried the entire Shine village. It took 2 months of excavation before the village saw the light of day again. The Hua country, Lei country, and Tu country each sustained damage, but it was manageable. Of course, compared to the losses of the Yu country, these were nothing. Yekong dispelled the effects of the Ice Priestess in time, but it still plunged the entire Yu country into an unprecedented winter. Compounded by resource scarcity, Yuin village was nearly wiped out. In the end, Yekong asked Chinsho Zhujian to unleash a large-scale wood release before his departure, altering the terrain and climate of the Yu country, which finally gave them a respite. In the same year, Yuan Fei Risen voluntarily abdicated, allowing Bluffing Shuimin to become the 4th Hokage. It was as if the world line was beginning to converge. Shengshu was saddened by this for a while, but facts were facts, and he could do nothing about it. As for Bluffing Shuimin becoming Hokage, he actually had to thank Yziboban's tailed beast bomb. Originally, without the 3rd Great Ninja War to make Bluffing Shuimin widely renowned, his prestige was insufficient to overshadow the Sannin and become a candidate for Hokage. However, when that tailed beast bomb struck, he happened to be nearby and saved many my ninja, thus achieving instant fame. The name, Yellow Flash, resounded throughout the ninja world. Becoming the 4th Hokage was a natural progression. Shengshu's envy was futile. Nine Tails Chakra. After Bluffing Shuimin became Hokage, Jixinai soon became pregnant. Truly, he was the fastest man in the ninja world. Yekong did not contest this title. Looking at the astonished couple, Yekong nodded and said, "I don't need all of it, half of the Nine Tails Chakra is enough." Exchanging glances, the two naturally trusted Yekong implicitly and agreed without much hesitation. In truth, the reason Jixinai agreed was that the Nine Tails' power was too formidable. Even as a member of the Uzumaki clan and proficient in sealing techniques, if the Nine Tails were to act up during childbirth, it would be a major headache. Thus, Yekong extracting the Nine Tails Chakra was actually beneficial to her. With 3 experts in sealing techniques working together, the process of extracting the Nine Tails Chakra went smoothly. Gulp. Yekong looked at the Kwangdao wrapped in a layer of tailed beast coat, nodded, and then took his leave from Bluffing Shuimin's home. Arriving outside, my Yekong merged the Nine Tails Chakra into the blade. A new power gradually surged forth. As his eyes slightly closed, a visible vortex appeared before him. 6th grade Kwangdao Plane Passage. After advancing to the 6th grade, the Kwangdao no longer needed as much energy to connect different planes. And obtaining the Nine Tails Chakra was not for its energy, it was merely a medium. Even tens of thousands of chakra were insufficient to contend with Yziboban. If a 6 pads level powerhouse were to truly appear, he would likely be reduced to mere cannon fodder. Yekong would not sit idly by, he would prepare for the worst. Unlike Yuzhibo Ban, he would not engage in elaborate schemes. He needed stronger power. At that moment, just as he was about to use the Kwangdao to travel to a special space-time, Yekong sensed a faint connection to himself within the disordered time and space before his eyes. Surprised, he used the Kwangdao to stabilize the space-time, then took a step forward and entered. Buzz. Disordered time and space interweaved. Yekong could only rely on the Kwangdao's power to protect himself. The surrounding mottled colors were terrifying laws beyond imagination. A single touch would likely reduce him to ashes instantly. Ding. At that moment, a white phantom blossomed from time and appeared before him. Though only a phantom, Yekong recognized her at a glance. Tsunade, how could she be here? Then a scene unfolded before his eyes. Tsunade's life. From a young age, she had shown extraordinary priestess talent, possessing immense spiritual power and a gift for purification. In an era rampant with demons, she learned to slay them as a child, becoming the guardian deity in people's hearts. From then on, her life seemed set in stone. Endless battles with demons, tireless and purposeless, as if she was born solely to kill demons. The scene shifted. Tsunade was surrounded by demons. Though accustomed to such situations, she had never faced such a desperate strait. Her defense was flawless, but her power ultimately had limits. As if sensing her own death, she instead relaxed. Finally. Is it ending? Crack. Just as she thought that, Yekong's figure appeared, slaying the demons for her. In a pure world as if sprinkled with different colors, Tsunade's eyes and world changed. Then her memories accelerated. She killed many more demons, still the invincible priestess. Because Yekong had slain a great number of powerful demons, in one go the pressure on Tsunade greatly diminished. She even drove the demon race to near extinction for a time. However, when misfortune reaches its peak, fortune turns. A large number of demons also sensed the threat, so they gathered tens of thousands of demons and concentrated all their resentment and hatred into a single demon soul jewel. One of the great demons swallowed it, found Tsunade, and for a time killed her. At the brink of death, seeing no way to turn the tide, Tsunade chose to release her own soul, transforming it into a soul jewel, as well completely dissipating and killing that great demon. From then on, the two jewels were kept by the human race and the dog demon clan, respectively, rarely shown to others, becoming a legend. Yekong did not understand how this related to him, but he could sense that the power before him came from that so-called soul jewel. It could also be called the Jewel of Four Souls, but it had split into two, one belonging solely to demons and the other. In the world of Inuyasha, the Bone Eater's Well. Roar. A massive centipede demon traversed through a special time-space within the dry well, sinking its fangs into the girl who had fallen inside. Her abdomen was pierced, and a jewel radiating pure power dropped out. The next moment, a terrifying purification force burst forth, and the demon instantly turned to ashes. Kagome came to her senses, finding herself at the bottom of the dry well. She looked around momentarily bewildered, but the wound on her abdomen had already healed silently. He has come. Snapping out of her daze, she looked at the jewel that had fallen from her body. Kagome blinked, then picked it up with a slightly trembling hand. Gazing at the jewel in her hand, Kagome recalled the legend her grandfather had told her. This is a jewel passed down through generations in our shrine. It not only wards off evil and brings good fortune, but legend has it. Whoever obtains the jewel will meet the person they wish to see. Oh, Grandpa, you're talking nonsense again. How could that be possible? Come on, Soda, hurry up and eat, or you'll be late for school. I know you're so annoying. Shaking her head, she cast aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind, looked up at the square, while opening above, then at the vines around her, and struggled to climb up. She failed twice and fell, but that didn't make her give up. Instead, she gritted her teeth and climbed up again with her skinned hands. A dry well almost 10 meters deep, it was impressive that she managed to climb out. Where's this? Looking around, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar environment, and fear crept into Kagome's heart. Buzz. At that moment, the jewel in her hand emitted light again, and that faint voice resounded like a dreamy whisper, "Take me to him." Was it you who spoke? Looking at the jewel in her hand, Kagome found it hard to believe that such a supernatural event had actually happened to her. Roar. Destroy it. Just then, from the dry well behind her, countless bizarre-looking demons burst out, blotting out the sky and the sun. Kagome's face turned pale. With a scream, she ran into the distance, occasionally looking back at the surging horde of demons, feeling as if her very soul was trembling. But the jewel in her hand emitted an even stronger light, preventing the demons from approaching easily. Even so, all the demons chased after her like mad. At that moment, a flash of spiritual light burst from afar, an arrow that pierced straight through the leading giant demon. However, a large number of demons still surged from behind. Over here. Seeing the overwhelming number of demons, Keed could only call Kagome to run toward her. Once Kagome was behind her, she retreated a few steps. Though already old, Keed immediately noticed the jewel in Kagome's hand, and hastily reached out saying, "Give me that thing." Huh. Despite her confusion, there was no time to think. She handed the jewel to Keed. After receiving the jewel, Keed held it between her hands and took out a string of prayer beads, as if performing some kind of exorcism spell. Buzz. The next moment, a massive beam of spiritual light was released from the jewel, blotting out the sky and covering the entire village. The demon horde, like moths to a flame, was instantly reduced to ashes with a series of sizzling sounds as they touched the barrier. This scene left Kagome stunned, unable to collect herself for a long time. Saved? The rescued Kagome was taken back to the village by Keed. In truth, Keed was equally shocked because Kagome's face was far too familiar to her. On the way back to the village, Kagome saw the sacred tree in the distance and the half-demon Inuyasha pinned to it by the sacred arrow. Keed first explained to Kagome the origin of Inuyasha and his relationship with Kikyo. Then she pointed at the jewel in Kagome's hand, saying that the demons wanted to destroy it because it had the power to kill all demons. It was a precious treasure manifested from the soul of the legendary priestess Midoriko. Any priestess who knows how to use it can easily kill any demon. Then why did it appear in my body? Keed shook her head and continued explaining. It also has another legend, that whoever holds it can meet the person they wish to see no matter the circumstances. After my sister Kikyo made a wish using it, it disappeared. Until your arrival. Looking at Kagome before her, Keed was almost certain that this was her sister's reincarnation, both in appearance and spiritual power, the only difference likely being personality. After understanding the whole story, Kagome remembered that she needed to go home, but discovered that the Bone Eater's well was already occupied by demons, and she couldn't get close. With no other choice, she had to ask Keed for help. However, Keed's spiritual power was limited, and even with the spirit jewel, she couldn't handle so many demons. Somehow Kagome removed Inuyasha's seal, hoping to ask for his help. But the first thing Inuyasha did upon awakening was to swing his hand at the spirit jewel, his eyes blazing with ferocity. Ding! A trace of purification force appeared on the surface of the spirit jewel. Inuyasha screamed and was blasted away. Then the purification force began to spread, expand, and permeate the heavens and earth. Within the terrifying purification force, a passage appeared. A hand reached out from it and grabbed the spirit jewel. Wait! Kagome reached out to grab that hand, but when she looked up, she saw a pair of calm eyes. The owner spoke indifferently. Let go. Yekong looked at the girl before him, frowning slightly. He had located this place through the spirit jewel, and the call he felt also came from it. At the same time, he discovered the immense energy contained within this object, almost comparable to his own chakra. No. Unexpectedly, his words only stirred Kagome's will to resist, and she held on tightly, refusing to let go. Frowning again, Yekong looked up and saw the endless horde of demons, as if attracted here. Are demons always so rampant? He already knew that the jewel in his hand was not the Shirkan jewel. Demons that touched it would almost certainly die, but why was it attracting even more demons instead? Frowning, Yekong raised his other hand, and a burst of ice-blue chakra surged from his palm. Wherever it passed, all the demons turned into ice sculptures, frozen in place. Crack, crunch. This is... Keed stared in shock at the scene before her, recalling a certain legend. Kagome stood frozen in shock. Yekong took the opportunity to grasp the spirit jewel in his hand. Frowning, a thought emanated from the jewel, gradually materializing into a phantom before him. Her long hair drifted and the armor on her body gradually faded, transforming into the attire of a priestess. Her expression, which seemed eternally unchanging now, revealed a hint of love and tenderness as she gazed at Yekong. You finally returned. Her voice was ethereal and hollow, as if unreal. Yekong frowned slightly. He had already understood the situation from the fragments of memory, grasping Midoriko's intention. His calm expression did not change, but he sighed and said, "Is there anything else you wish to do?" Smiling, she gently shook her head. Midoriko's soul had waited for centuries just for this moment. However, Midoriko then frowned and looked at the frozen demons behind them. She didn't speak, but her expression betrayed her. Yekong also understood what her only concern was. Tsuazi's spiritual energy was too vast and too pure. Even if she had died a natural death, anything she left behind would have become a powerful exorcism artifact brimming with immense spiritual energy. Yet she resolutely chose to preserve her soul and memories, transforming into this jewel. For centuries, many priestesses had drawn upon her power to slay demons, yet they remained unable to comprehend what she had been waiting for. It was not until the night sky tore open the fabric of time and space, sensing this, that he returned to this era. Let's go. Having obtained the soul orb, Yekong further understood Tsuazi's intentions. After she became the soul orb, there was no demon in this world that could not be slain. Realizing the threat, the demons gathered together and condensed the demon soul orb to counter it. Forged from the resentment and hatred of countless demons, that jewel was guarded by the Inu clan, yet it could not be fully suppressed. The baleful aura it emitted alone was enough to corrupt ordinary demons, driving them to recklessly destroy the soul orb. This stalemate had persisted for centuries. Tsunade feared that once she left, the demon soul would completely run amok and this world would be destroyed. Without wasting words, Yekong vanished from his spot in an instant, following the guidance of the soul orb toward the demon soul's location. Wait. Gawei was frantic, never expecting her jewel to be taken so easily. Feng came over, held her back, and consoled, "Don't chase after him. Perhaps that person is the one the jewel has been waiting for." Gawei was bewildered. Nanny. Feng sighed and began to explain. Legend had it that the priestess Tsunade transformed into the soul orb not to continue slaying demons after death, but to await a person, a deity known as the Master of Ice and Snow. Feng continued based on the tales she had heard. In the legend, Tsunade was the perfect priestess, possessing the strongest spiritual power and purification force. But precisely because she was too powerful, she was besieged by demons, countless times trapped in peril, yet never had anyone by her side to help her, until the appearance of that deity. Gawei stared blankly, imagining Tsunade's loneliness after waiting for centuries. And indeed it was so. Yekong said nothing. 300 years of waiting surpassed any words. The Inu clan, the Sky Castle. The moment Yekong set foot on this land, the Inu clan took notice and surrounded him. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Inu clan? Who are you?" Expressionless, he walked past a crowd of ordinary demons. By the time he reached the steps, all the lesser demons had turned into ice sculptures. They were too weak. His power had long since been able to crush even the so-called great demons with ease. What did these ordinary ones matter? He traversed the Sky Castle until he reached its depths. Lingyue Shinji sat upon the throne, symbolizing the Inu clan. Yekong did not see the Inu no Teisho and felt a flicker of curiosity. Logically, since he had previously crippled or killed most of the great demons that could rival the Inu no Teisho, the latter should have survived. The Inu no Teisho was in his prime back then. Unless they met with an unexpected demise, such demons could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Finally, Lingyue Shinji rose and addressed Yekong. "You have appeared at last. You were waiting for me." Yekong was puzzled. Tsunade's case could be explained, but why would the Inu clan be waiting for him? Without answering, Lingyue Shinji removed the Mingdao stone from her neck, perhaps the largest of its kind in this world. She placed it before Yekong, and a complete Mingdao manifested in the sky. In an instant, a terrifying, baleful aura emanated from it. Lingyue Shinji's eyes turned crimson, and she nearly entered a half-demon state. Yekong frowned slightly. He could sense that the baleful aura within the Mingdao had materialized into a tangible form. Suppressing the urge to succumb to demonic frenzy, Lingyue Shinji explained, "The power of that demon soul is too malevolent. If it were allowed to descend into the lower realm, all demons would go utterly mad." To maintain balance, the Inu no Teisho took the demon soul and voluntarily entered the Mingdao, sealing himself within. "Now he is likely dead." She spoke without a trace of sorrow, as if discussing a complete stranger. In truth, if she had not cared for the Inu no Teisho, why would she have been concerned about their only son Sesomaru? And why would she have left in anger after the Inu no Teisho fell in love with Inuyasha's mother? Yekong's brow furrowed deeper. This baleful aura was truly horrifying. In the span of mere moments, it had already spread from the Inu clan's sacred ground to the entire demon realm. How terrifying was that? If not for the Inu no Teisho's sacrifice, the world would have been destroyed before his arrival. The soul orb could at most protect a portion of humanity. Leaping into the Mingdao, Yekong headed toward the source of the demon's soul. After walking for an unknown duration, he reached a passage floating in the void. Ahead lay the colossal corpse of the Lord of the Underworld, who was responsible for sending souls to reincarnation. But now he was dead. Not that it mattered, the rules of this world would soon give birth to a new Lord of the Underworld. Continuing deeper, Yekong finally arrived at the center of the Mingdao, a singularity resembling a black hole. The Inu no Teisho stood with closed eyes in the void. As Yekong approached, he slowly opened his eyes, which were no longer his own. Only a sea of scarlet remained. Reaching back, he slowly drew the Tsunade blade from its sheath. The surrounding space began to warp and shatter. So this was the demon's soul. It had not been this powerful initially. It had grown to such magnitude through centuries of accumulated resentment and hatred from countless departed souls. With little intention to exchange words, Yekong drew his own blade. A few days later, the Mingdao collapsed, and the Inu clan's sky castle nearly fell. Yekong handed the shattered Tsunade blade to Lingyue Shinji, then departed from this world, taking Tsunade's soul with him. The Inu no Teisho's soul was not completely extinguished, but resurrection was impossible. He could only be sustained through the Tsunade blade. What happened afterward was no longer Yekong's concern. After leaving, Yekong did not immediately return to the ninja world. Instead, he used his blade to traverse time and space, heading toward another era. The ninja world 1,000 years ago. Beneath the colossal divine tree that blotted out the sky, a vortex appeared. Yekong stepped out, but his feet sank, and he nearly stumbled. The power of that demon's soul had exceeded his expectations. Though he had destroyed it, Yekong had not escaped unscathed. His chakra was severely depleted, and even drawing on natural energy could not restore him quickly. Tsuade's soul appeared beside him, equally dimmed. The best way to counter demonic energy was her purification power. Without it, Yekong might not have been able to completely eliminate the demon soul. Someone is coming. Tsuade looked into the distance. Yekong raised his head, his expression solemn. He had not arrived in this era on a whim. It was the fastest method he could conceive to enhance his strength. He had already mastered sage techniques. To rapidly increase his power, he had to shatter his blade. The 6th-tier blade increased his chakra by 10,000. Combined with sage techniques, his chakra could exceed 20,000. But it was not enough, far from enough. Even Uchiha Madara, on the verge of death, had more chakra than him. At full strength, Yekong could probably only exchange a few blows with Madara, and the outcome would be little better than the 5 Kages. No chance of victory. Thus, he needed a power that could break the blade. The Seeking Truth Balls. The Truth-Seeking Orb is said to be capable of destroying all things. Yekong wanted to try using it to further shatter the mining blade. If he waited for the 6th Path Sage to appear, the risk would be too great. So he directly traveled 1,000 years into the past, an era where no one knew him. Of course, he wouldn't pin his hopes on the Otsutsuki clan coming in peace. His other trump card was actually the Flying Thunder God. This space-time ninjutsu was enough for him to have sufficient self-preservation ability even against 6 Paths level beings. Whoosh. At this moment, 2 figures appeared before Yekong without any warning. So fast. Yekong's pupils contracted. Such speed was nearly on par with space-time ninjutsu, and he was certain that the 2 before him had arrived using pure speed. One figure had long hair flowing in the void, while the other wore a high-collared 6 Paths robe and had a single horn on his head. Otsutsuki. Ishiki. How is this guy still alive? No, it's because I arrived too early. For a moment, Yekong's hair stood on end. Almost instinctively, he tightened his grip on the mining blade, ready to flee at any moment, but the time left for him was too limited. He hadn't even prepared the Flying Thunder God formula in advance. The 2 Otsutsuki looked at him with appraising eyes. What's going on? Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya beside him and suddenly struck without warning. A black rod appeared in his hand, but in an instant it vanished, only to transform into several rods that pinned Kagaya in the void. They pierced through her body, and her chakra was instantly suppressed to the limit, leaving her unable to move. Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes held anger and fear as she looked at Otsutsuki Ishiki in confusion. Ishiki looked back at her and said in a deep voice, "You want to join forces with these native monkeys to kill me?" Humph. There was no time to explain, and Ishiki had no intention of giving her a chance. He instantly appeared before Kagaya and punched her, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. The ground roared. Boom. It wasn't over yet. As Kagaya regained her senses, she found Ishiki already in front of her, grabbing her neck and lifting her into the air. A flash of fear crossed her eyes. The rule of the Otsutsuki clan was to work in pairs, traveling to various planets to plant divine trees, to harvest life energy, and convert it into chakra. The Otsutsuki clan's immortality and power depended on vast amounts of chakra, and this process was like sowing and reaping for them. In every pair of Otsutsuki, there was always a hierarchy. The assisting Otsutsuki had to sacrifice everything for the dominant one, ultimately completing the harvest of the divine tree. Otsutsuki Kagaya was no match for Ishiki, but she had once shown ambition to become the dominant one. However, as if aware of her intentions, the Otsutsuki higher-ups chose Ishiki to be her partner. Ishiki's style was too domineering and his ability too counteractive to fellow Otsutsuki, so even though Kagaya was not weak, she had no ability to resist. The chakra on Yekong aroused Ishiki's suspicion. He believed Kagaya had selected and trained him from the ninja world as an ally to oppose him, hence the scene before him. In this era, the 6 Path Sage had not yet appeared, so naturally, there was no ninja sect. Without the ninja sect, people did not know how to refine chakra, and thus had no chakra. Boom. After a fierce battle, Otsutsuki Kagaya was beaten to the brink of death, and Ishiki finally stopped. But when he turned to look for Yekong, he found that Yekong had vanished. He cast a dark glance at Kagaya and snorted. Then he turned and flew away. The black rods on Kagaya's body firmly sealed her chakra, leaving her barely stronger than an ordinary person. Her eyes were expressionless, but deep within them lay a trace of coldness. The more Ishiki suppressed her, the stronger her will to resist became. Her Byakugan looked at the 2 divine trees in the distance. One had gradually grown to maturity and was taller. Both divine trees were over 100 jong tall. The image of Yekong flashed through her mind, and she frowned. Who is that person? I haven't even started my plan yet. Bewildered, Kagaya no longer had any intention of explaining to Ishiki. Things having come to this, she would only act more cautiously. After a long while, Kagaya removed some of the black rods from her body, gradually regaining freedom of movement, and walked toward a village several kilometers away. Lady Kagaya, you've returned. Did something happen at the divine tree? Several villagers came over to ask, but Kagaya just walked past them expressionlessly. Seeing this, the villagers dared not ask further. After returning to her dwelling, Kaguya fell into deep thought, pondering Yekong's identity. Suddenly the veins on both sides of her eyes bulged and her Byakugan activated. The next moment, without hesitation, she struck beside her with a palm. The terrifying palm wind formed hundreds of visible phantoms. Gentle fist, 80 divine vacuum strikes. Boom, 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 clang. The mining blade flew out of Yekong's hand, and his figure shot backward like a meteor toward one side of the village. Wherever he passed, the entire village seemed struck by a meteor, and a deep trench tore through the earth. Hiss! This! Yekong felt his arms almost lose strength. He activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished. By the time Kaguya's figure descended from the air, Yekong was already gone. Confused, her Byakugan continuously scanned the area within several kilometers, but found nothing. Is he dead? Know this feeling? The 80 divine vacuum strikes is undoubtedly one of the strongest taijutsu techniques, its terrifying power unimaginable. She didn't think a mortal body could withstand it, but the sensation just now told her that the unknown lowlife was definitely not dead. Somewhere in the ninja world, Yekong's face was pale, one arm hanging limp at his side. But as he looked at the mining blade with a crack on it, his gaze was deep. Just a little more. He had originally wanted to try using the truth-seeking orb to shatter the mining blade, but he hadn't expected the 80 divine vacuum strikes to be so terrifyingly powerful. That blow had already pushed his monstrous strength to the limit. His power was considered by Uchiha Madara to be on par with Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama might seem to only have a massive amount of chakra, but how could the power of the sage body be weak? Tsunade's techniques all bore traces of Senju Hashirama's sage body. Tsunade developed creation rebirth based on the sage body's incredible regenerative ability and developed the Ein seal because her own chakra was far inferior to the sage body's. Even the monstrous strength was the same. It seemed that Senju Hashirama had died when Tsunade was very young, but his presence always influenced her growth path. However, Tsunade never realized that her physique was not even in the same dimension as Senju Hashirama's. Blind imitation could never reach his level. In fact, Senju Hashirama never deliberately developed medical ninjutsu or monstrous strength. Everything was simply based on his own overwhelming chakra reserves and the terrifying characteristics of his sage body. That's all. With the lesson learned, Yekong did not rashly attempt to probe Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Ishiki again, especially the latter. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya's abilities also include time-space powers, there are signs when she activates them, which means Yekong can rely on his reflexes to evade. Otsutsuki Ishiki, however, was different. His abilities were too bizarre and too swift. With a single misstep, Yekong could fall into his hands. Such matters must not be risked lightly. The same went for Otsutsuki Kaguya. She had become wary, and next time it might not be just the 80 gods vacuum strike. And so he waited for 3 months. Under the divine tree, rows of ordinary people gathered from all directions. Otsutsuki Kaguya stood in the void before the divine tree, her wide robe and white hair spreading out like a deity, sacred and majestic. Before her was a crowd of natives prostrating themselves. Facing the sudden arrival of 2 Otsutsuki clan members, seeing them personally plant this enormous divine tree in the eyes of these natives, it was clearly a miracle, and they naturally revered the 2 as gods. Although he knew that once the divine tree completely drained the life force of the ninja world, the entire planet would die, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not care about these natives. On the contrary, Otsutsuki Kaguya played the role of a deity, gaining a very high status among these people, and was called the goddess of the rabbit. With eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, she slightly turned her head and looked up at the huge bud atop the divine tree. She could sense that the chakra condensed within it was already immense, nearing maturity. According to the rules, she was not qualified to consume this fruit. If there was no necessity, Otsutsuki Ishiki would not eat it either. Instead, he would pluck it and bring it back to the Otsutsuki clan's home planet. But at this moment, if she wanted to oppose Otsutsuki Ishiki, the power of this fruit was indispensable. Looking again at the kneeling crowd below, she knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki would certainly be watching her constantly and would not give her a chance to devour the fruit. So she needed a plan. After the ritual, Otsutsuki Kaguya returned to her residence. Activating her Byakugan, she scanned the surroundings and suddenly spoke. Lowly one, is your purpose to steal the power of the gods? Swish! Yekong's figure flashed into view nearby, and without hesitation, he swung the mining blade in his hand at her. Clang! The blade snapped with a sound, and a vast surge of chakra instantly poured into his body, causing a tremendous change in Yekong. Chakra 110310. The black rod formed from truth-seeking balls broke Yekong's mining blade. A flicker of surprise and doubt flashed in her eyes. Otsutsuki Kaguya did not continue attacking, but looked at Yekong and continued, your power. You have already stolen the divine tree fruit. Her Byakugan had seen the vast chakra inside Yekong at that moment, a chakra amount that even shocked her. You see, even among the Otsutsuki clan, chakra amounts are not inherently vast. Chakra weakens as the body decays. The only things that probably remain unchanged are their innate Rinnegan and Byakugan bloodline abilities. And to maintain prolonged life after their physical bodies decay, they need to transfer their souls into new bodies through the medium of chakra. This requires extremely high standards for the body. At the very least, one must be capable of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki to meet the criteria. And each time they reincarnate, if successful, an Otsutsuki clan member's body can last roughly a millennium without decaying. Therefore, the chakra levels of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki were actually not at their peak. They had arrived in the ninja world over a century ago, and plus the time spent searching in the cosmos, their chakra had long since declined from its prime. Unless they waited for the divine tree fruit to ripen and one of them consumed it. But even so, their innate bloodline abilities were terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Yekong still had no confidence to counter Otsutsuki Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum strike. At best, he could only ensure that he would not be injured as before. Shrugging, Yekong was non-committal and did not answer Kagaya. Instead, he asked a question: how many divine tree fruits have you collected so far? Otsutsuki Kagaya grew even more suspicious, not understanding how Yekong knew about the divine tree. It seemed as if, could it be that he was sent by those guys? Thinking of this possibility, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression turned cold. 3 all in Ishiki's hands. Just as expected, Yekong had previously felt something was off. A divine tree fruit could not possibly represent one Ten Tails, otherwise when the Ten Tails was revived it should have caused the entire ninja world to disappear completely. The life force of the ninja world or natural energy far exceeds the total chakra of a single Ten Tails. If it were not so, not only did Otsutsuki Kagaya become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but the Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Himura were also at the Six Paths level. And they were not merely barely stepping into the Six Paths. Even if their power were divided again, they could still create 2 Six Paths level beings. What an astonishing amount of chakra this was. Yekong conservatively estimated that if one Six Paths level being had at least 1 Nigoro chakra, then it meant that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki had extracted from the ninja world a chakra amount equivalent to at least 2 Ten Tails. Yet even so, the ninja world did not completely collapse, not even 1,000 years later. Then Yekong also thought of the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest, and the 2 from Mount Miyaboku and Ryuchi Cave as well. They used natural energy, but their total power still surpassed the level of ordinary tailed beasts. It was likely that they were also secretly contending with the Otsutsuki clan, striving to seize the remaining life of the ninja world. Noticing the change in Kagaya's expression, Yekong understood something. With a calm expression, he said nonchalantly, Ishiki's ability is too dangerous. Let me help you take care of him. Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression changed, as if weighing how credible his words were. Yekong raised his hand and formed seals. Instantly, a large number of strange black runes emerged from beneath his feet, forming a technique that sealed the surrounding space. Space seal. This technique was derived from the Flying Thunder God technique and could effectively isolate time-space techniques. Ishiki's ability was too unreasonable. Without such means, Yekong could hardly evade his tracking, let alone conduct counter-surveillance. Otsutsuki Kagaya sensed the change in space. Her expression shifted drastically, and she looked at Yekong with even more vigilance. He could only raise his hands to show he meant no harm, and said, I can indeed help you, and I have a way for you to kill Ishiki in an instant. Nanny. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya was utterly shocked, looking at Yekong in disbelief. Clang. Yekong summoned the reforged mining blade and handed it to Otsutsuki Kagaya, saying, as long as this weapon pierces the body, even Ishiki's chakra will be instantly suppressed. Moreover, it can completely conceal its aura like this. Saying this, Yekong without any warning swung the blade toward Kagaya from a distance. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Screech. While still puzzled, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly felt her body lighten. Lowering her head, she saw that her lower half had been severed and was lying on the ground. This strike. Even her Byakugan could not detect the trajectory or fluctuations of the attack. The reason Otsutsuki Ishiki was terrifying, especially when facing fellow clan members who also used chakra, was that he could almost perfectly hide his aura. Combined with Deiko Koten and Sukune Kona, he could almost crush any Otsutsuki of the same level, and even killing a target above his level was not impossible. Another key factor was the product of Yin-Yang release, the Black Rod. Its property of suppressing chakra was too deadly for the Otsutsuki clan. Once it pierced the body, even if one did not die, they would be weakened by at least 3 parts. In the ninja world, a colossal divine tree stood between heaven and earth. Perched on a tree several kilometers away, Ishiki Otsutsuki sat on a branch, gazing into the distance toward the divine tree, awaiting the moment when its fruit would ripen so he could harvest it. At that moment, Ishiki Otsutsuki's expression darkened, and the next instant, he vanished from his spot. Boom. Rumble. The ground trembled, and beneath the divine tree echoed cries of agony. Amidst the screams, ordinary people scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, at the very top of the giant tree, a figure was digging out the fruit. The moment he seized it, the night sky vanished. Almost instantly, several black rods appeared out of thin air in the void. Over a dozen kilometers away, Yekong's face changed slightly as he looked down at his abdomen. A black rod had pierced straight through his body. So this is Ishiki's ability. Hiss. The sensation of being struck without any warning sent chills down his spine. In just an instant, Ishiki had already made his move. Not only that, if he had been even a fraction slower, he wouldn't have gotten away. Shudder. The next moment, a visible white light on Yekong's body condensed into a robe, and blue-white chakra filled every cell and fiber of his being. The sage's visage appeared, yet peculiar blue stripes covered his entire body. This was a new sage mode achieved by the overwhelming chakra within him combined with natural energy. It could also be called the preliminary six paths mode. Yekong had never eaten a divine tree fruit, nor was he of Otsutsuki bloodline, so he could only enter this state much like Naruto and Minato in their later stages. This state could also be regarded as the ultimate form of sage mode. Clank. By suppressing the black rod with sage art chakra, Yekong managed to pull it out of his abdomen. He looked at the blood-red peach in his hand. This was the divine tree fruit. To him, it felt like it contained at least one zero chakra, enough to create a lower six-path level powerhouse. Boom. Rumble. Suddenly the sky darkened as massive black cubes descended from above, crushing down toward Yekong's location. Ishiki Otsutsuki had caught up. After a barrage of destruction, Ishiki looked down with a grim expression. He was gone again. Could that lowly one also possess space-time abilities? Impossible. His mind raced, and suddenly a thought struck him. Like Kagaya Otsutsuki, he was reluctant to believe a native could wield such power. That left only one other possibility. Another of his clan had come to this planet, and likely had already allied with that woman Kagaya. Damn it. With that thought, Ishiki Otsutsuki vanished in an instant and headed straight for the village near the divine tree where Kagaya Otsutsuki resided. Without any intention of communication, he relentlessly unleashed a devastating attack, annihilating the village in one blow. Overbearing, savage, and utterly overwhelming. This was Ishiki Otsutsuki, an anomaly even among the Otsutsuki clan. After destroying the village, Ishiki found no trace of Kagaya, his brows furrowed. But at that moment his expression suddenly changed drastically. He slowly turned to look into the distance. The two divine trees that once stood between heaven and earth, now only the smaller one remained. The larger one had vanished entirely, replaced by Kagaya Otsutsuki, standing in the void, her aura terrifying to an extreme degree. You're asking for death. Ishiki Otsutsuki roared in fury. His figure blurred out of existence in an instant, reappearing before Kagaya Otsutsuki as he thrust a black rod at her. Clang. 80 Gods vacuum attack. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Uft. In their first clash, Ishiki was driven back by thousands of terrifying phantom strikes from the void, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his expression the darkest it had ever been. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki's chakra was several times greater than his. Having devoured the divine tree early, she had directly gained a chakra volume that could only be controlled in her prime state. Whoosh. His figure vanished and Ishiki Otsutsuki unleashed his signature ability, Daikokutten. At the same time, he concealed his own aura. Now even Kagaya Otsutsuki couldn't lock onto his position, not even with the Byakugan's visual prowess. The object shrunk by Sukune Hikona could reach the very limits of the Byakugan's perception, especially with black rods, tools for suppressing chakra. Even at normal size, the Byakugan couldn't track them through chakra flow. Schlick, splurt, schlick. In an instant, Kagaya Otsutsuki's arms and body were pierced by several black rods, pinning her in the void. Ishiki Otsutsuki reappeared, his eyes cold and sinister. He raised a hand, a Rinnegan in his palm, and slowly reached toward Kagaya Otsutsuki's head. He intended to extract the chakra of the divine tree from her. A visible stream of chakra began to drain from Kagaya Otsutsuki's body. However, he underestimated the power Kagaya Otsutsuki had gained after fusing with the divine tree. Boom. She managed to forcefully expel the black rods from her body, using the sheer volume of her chakra, then, without hesitation, raised her hand and released a black rod. Ishiki Otsutsuki's figure instantly vanished, his voice echoing from the surrounding space. You're walking into death. I'll drain every last drop of your chakra, then erase your soul. Kagaya Otsutsuki's gaze darted rapidly, but it was futile. Ishiki never revealed himself again, continuously using his ability to pierce her with black rods from all directions. 1, 2, 3. Until her limbs and torso were riddled with countless black rods, Kagaya Otsutsuki was utterly immobilized, suspended in the void, unable to move an inch. The immense chakra within her seemed to fall into complete stillness. As Ishiki Otsutsuki reappeared for the first time, fear flickered in Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes as her gaze trembled. Ishiki Otsutsuki wasted no time and began to extract her chakra directly. A wave of weakness spread through her body. Kagaya Otsutsuki's heart sank into despair. Just then a sealing mark spread from Kagaya Otsutsuki's hand into the void, then unfolded. Within the blink of an eye, the mark expanded through the surrounding space, forming a twisted spatial prison. Ishiki Otsutsuki didn't recognize these seals, and a moment of hesitation flashed in his reaction, a flaw that would seal his doom. Splurt. Gah! A blade pierced through him from behind without warning. Ishiki Otsutsuki's expression shifted drastically. He tried to activate Daikokutten to escape, only to find it failed. Spatial confinement. Impossible. Ishiki Otsutsuki roared, grabbing the longsword, piercing his chest in fury, attempting to snap it. In his mind, no metal was truly unbreakable. But a wave of weakness pulled him back to reality. The chakra within him seemed to find a bottomless abyss leaking out uncontrollably. Its suppression was no less than that of the black rods. It even actively devoured chakra. What is this? Ishiki Otsutsuki was stunned, finally turning to look at Yekong. Confusion and shock filled his eyes. He wanted to say something, but Yekong had already released the ore blade, without hesitation, then swiftly reached out and extracted 3 crimson fruits directly from Ishiki's body. He hadn't forgotten about those. If Ishiki consumed them, even his 7th grade ore blade might not be able to suppress him, and then he'd be in real trouble. Looking at Kaguya Otsutsuki's miserable state, even with Yekong's 1-0 chakra compared to her current power, it was like a small fish before a whale. They weren't on the same level at all. 3 to 5 rods at most would be enough to completely immobilize him. At that moment, Ishur realized he had fallen into a trap. His eyes gradually calmed, and his peculiar pupils rotated as if activating some kind of technique. Yekong's expression shifted slightly as he observed the strange runes resembling flames spreading from the mining blade. Karma. The reincarnation technique of the Otsutsuki clan, the art of immortality. It could also be described as soul possession. This creature intended to seize his body. What nonsense. Yekong's gaze turned icy, wariness surging anew. He refrained from touching the mining blade, choosing instead to wait for Ishiki Otsutsuki to be completely drained of chakra and die thereby, claiming the spoils of victory. Witnessing this, Ishiki's eyes narrowed further and his suspicion solidified. Yekong was also an Otsutsuki. Otherwise, how could he know so much, including the existence of karma? Even Kaguya would not be foolish enough to reveal such secrets to a mere native lowlife. Seeing that his plan to implant karma had been seen through, Ishiki Otsutsuki ceased his struggle and inquired, "Did they send you to kill me and replace me?" Yekong's gaze remained calm as a placid lake, offering no reply. Observing this, Ishiki continued, "In that case, I shall entrust my dojutsu to you. Though reluctant, you have indeed bested me." As he spoke under Yekong's wary gaze, Ishiki Otsutsuki actually retracted the karma, then raised his hands, condensing 2 spheres of light, one black, one white, in his palms. Kaguya Otsutsuki, upon witnessing this, became agitated and cried out, "Don't trust him." A flicker of greed passed through Yekong's eyes. Ishiki Otsutsuki's dojutsu, if conditions permitted and setting aside the so-called Otsutsuki god, was undoubtedly a terrifying ability on par with the clan's combat ceiling. It could be called an Otsutsuki slayer. Without a surprise attack and such meticulous planning, Yekong would have had no confidence in inflicting even a scratch upon Ishiki Otsutsuki. Yet he also feared the hidden schemes left by Ishiki Otsutsuki, such as the karma. Could he contend against the soul of Ishiki Otsutsuki? Yekong did not know, nor was he certain. Thus he hesitated. No matter how formidable the dojutsu, he had to ensure he could control it, otherwise all was vanity. Gazing at the 2 spheres of light before him, symbols of yin-yang release and the embodiment of Ishiki's power, Yekong's mind waged a fierce war. Slowly he extended his hand. Fortune favors the bold. He could not always rely on such methods to confront the Otsutsuki clan. After all, strategy inherently carries the risk of failure. Only absolute power remains invincible. All schemes and calculations are futile before overwhelming force. Ishiki Otsutsuki's eyes flickered. He had not given up. The moment Yekong's hand touched the 2 spheres, visible blue runes began to spread along his arm. Success! Ishiki Otsutsuki seized the opportunity to activate the karma, his consciousness and soul invading Yekong's body, initiating the possession. The ability of karma was akin to Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation, or rather Orochimaru had stumbled upon a low-grade version of karma. In essence, they were identical, but Orochimaru's soul was not strong enough, hence he grew weaker with each reincarnation. Ishiki opened his eyes within a vast mental space. He looked around only to find a blank void, nothing at all. Frowning, he scanned his surroundings. Another fool who has entered. Following the sound, Ishiki Otsutsuki traced its source. A ferocious purple demonic dragon coiled within this white world. Ishiki's expression darkened. He instantly appeared before the dragon, raising his hand to suppress it. Roar! Bastard! The furious demon soul of Tsunade yelled, spewing a terrifying deep purple orb from its maw. The overwhelming demonic power collided with Ishiki Otsutsuki's soul, forcing him back. A fierce battle erupted between the two. Meanwhile, this space shrank, endlessly condensing into a pure white orb held in a pair of hands. Tsunade watched the two struggling souls within silently reinforcing the barrier to ensure they could never escape. At the same time, she converted their power into her own purification energy, strengthening her soul jewel. This jewel formed from her soul had evolved over centuries into a divine vessel that housed her soul. That was why she had endured for so long. In terms of pure soul strength, she might now surpass even the Otsutsuki clan who had lost their chakra. Without chakra as a vessel, the Otsutsuki would perish, yet she had survived for centuries relying solely on her own power. Only after consulting with Tsunade did Yekong decide to risk accepting Ishiki's karma. Otherwise, he would rather let Ishiki's technique vanish forever than take such a reckless gamble. As his soul dissipated, Ishiki's physical form gradually twisted, drained of all chakra by the mining blade. The absorbed chakra began to nourish Yekong. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 200,000. A full 200,000 units of chakra, an amount Yekong could only match in Sage mode. In truth, Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra was far more terrifying, at least several times greater. Yet even under such conditions, Ishiki held an overwhelming absolute advantage, crushing his opponents. This showed how domineering his ability was, practically a natural counter to other Otsutsuki members. Yekong's body underwent no change, and Sage mode was dispelled. Chakra volume 311230. The fractional amount alone surpassed ordinary Kaga level, even Super Kaga level. This was the 6 paths level. Clenching his eyes, briefly feeling the terrifying chakra gradually flowing back into him, Yekong sensed his own strength was now fearsome. Only then did he turn his gaze to Kaguya Otsutsuki. If he could add her chakra, what would it matter if other Otsutsuki arrived? Kaguya Otsutsuki, still believing Yekong to be an Otsutsuki, remained unaware of his intentions. She asked solemnly, "Have you suppressed Ishiki?" "More or less." Yekong reached out his hand toward Kaguya Otsutsuki, thinking she would help remove the black rods. She did not become wary until a Rinnegan manifested in his palm, beginning to drain her chakra. "What are you doing?" Realizing his intent, Kaguya Otsutsuki struggled violently, but the black rods on her body trembled fiercely without being removed. Foreseeing that she would suffer the same fate as Ishiki, Kaguya Otsutsuki panicked. The next moment she began to swell, her body bloating and expanding until it transformed into a colossal rabbit that blotted out the sky. This was the reason Kaguya was called the Rabbit Goddess. And this technique was her most terrifying killing move. The expanding body was gradually replaced by a black sphere, the expansive truth-seeking ball. Yekong's expression changed. He vanished in an instant. Kaguya Otsutsuki's ability might not be as practical as Ishiki's, but its destructive power was undoubtedly the most exaggerated without equal. This expansive truth-seeking ball could only be activated when she was at her peak. Once formed, it could annihilate all life in the ninja world in an instant. There was also a way to stop it: defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki before it detonated. Unfortunately, Yekong had not yet developed abilities like 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. Moreover, under the current circumstances, even if he forcibly fought Kaguya Otsutsuki and won, the entire ninja world would likely be lost. Stop! Yekong entered Sage Art Chakra mode, condensing a terrifying ice pillar over 1,000 meters tall with his raging chakra. Time seemed to freeze, and the expansion of the truth-seeking ball was suppressed for a moment. Feeling his chakra drain rapidly, Yekong understood that such techniques had limited effect in 6 paths level confrontations, but he had no choice but to do so. If the shinobi world were to be destroyed, or if the future were altered, he dared not imagine what it would become. Rather than risk such an outcome, it would be better to keep Kaguya Otsutsuki alive, which would also allow him to maintain his hidden identity. In light of this, Yekong changed his mind. Instead of forcibly devouring Kaguya Otsutsuki, he reached an alternative agreement. "I need 2 divine trees fruits." Kaguya Otsutsuki perceived Yekong's hesitation and seized the opportunity to make an exorbitant demand. Yekong's expression darkened. "Are you joking?" Kaguya remained silent, glancing toward another divine tree in the distance, and dropped the subject of the fruit. Seeing this, Yekong had no intention of lingering further. His mission had exceeded expectations, and it was time to return. As he stepped into the spatial temporal passage, Kaguya Otsutsuki watched him with a thoughtful expression. The next moment, a crimson fruit appeared in her palm. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and swallowed it whole. A hum resonated. Immense chakra surged within her, nearly overflowing, and the excess energy gradually condensed before her, taking the form of 2 small figures. The original shinobi world's timeline. During the 2 months Yekong was away, nothing significant occurred. After Uchiha Madara's disappearance, the entire shinobi world seemed to have settled into tranquility. Back at his home in Konoha, Tsunade and Hyuga were both present, their expressions varying as they regarded the woman named Tsunade before them. Tsunade huffed indignantly. Hyuga showed little reaction, merely gazing curiously at the crimson fruit on the table. Yekong pretended not to notice Tsunade's expression, cleared his throat, and pointed to the divine tree fruit. "Your constitutions differ from mine. Consuming this directly could overwhelm you or prove unabsorbable, so I plan to dilute it." Dilute. Confused Tsunade crossed her arms beneath her chest and shot a sidelong glance at Chuizi. Shouldn't you first explain her situation? She is Chuizi Amiko by profession. Yekong then introduced them to one another. Tsunade Hyuga Chihua, get along well from now on. He barely forced those words out through gritted teeth. Hyuga Chihua posed no difficulty. She simply nodded and fixed her gaze wistfully upon the divine tree fruit before her. Chuizi appeared equally unfazed, offering only a moment of surprise before glancing at Yekong and nodding politely to both Hyuga Chihua and Tsunade. Her eyes drifted downward slightly, and she paused. Fine. Tsunade huffed again. Resigned to the inevitability of the situation, she knew opposition would be futile and might cost her sleep. Yet she cast a scornful look at Yekong. Amiko, didn't you already have one? Yekong cleared his throat, catching Chuizi's glance, and explained, the one from the land of demons doesn't count. Huh. Tsunade was unconvinced. She slammed her palm on the table, rose to her feet, and leaned slightly forward, fixing him with an intense stare. Then why did you provoke her? Don't you know Amiko of the land of demons can only have one partner? I don't believe I did anything of the sort. Yekong replied awkwardly. He genuinely couldn't recall ever provoking Moroku. Did helping eliminate a demon obligate one to marriage? He'd never heard such a notion. Tsunade furrowed her brow, confirmed his ignorance, and settled back into her seat. Waving a hand, she pointed toward the fruit. Never mind. Tell me, how do you plan to dilute this? Upon learning of the divine tree fruit's nature, she had been profoundly shaken, and reasonably convinced that Yekong's claims were true. Tracing her lineage back, she could claim descent from Ajura, but the bloodline had thinned to near irrelevance, and her connection to the Otsutsuki clan was even more remote. She was neither the reincarnation of Ajura nor Indra. Even with a physique superior to ordinary humans, that was all. To absorb a divine tree fruit containing chakra equivalent to 100,000 in a single sitting, without proper preparation, the best-case scenario would be total loss of control and the worst, immediate death from bodily rupture. They lacked Yekong's extraordinary advantage. In truth, without the mining blade, Yekong himself would never have dared consume Ishiki's chakra so recklessly. It was akin to the relationship between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast. Should the beast refuse cooperation, each transformation could cost the host half their life, or their life entirely. Yekong then attempted to divide the fruit into the smallest possible portions, but discovered that even minuscule fragments contained chakra far beyond their limits. Diluting it with water or other mediums proved equally ineffective. Ultimately, Hyuga Chihua proposed a compromise: strengthen their physical prowess first, then gradually attempt integration. After discussion, they deemed the plan viable, and the two women began their taijutsu training. Both possessed their own specialized methods, requiring no concern from Yekong, though their regimen would be far more rigorous than before. Chuizi, however, faced no such difficulty. Upon inquiry, Yekong learned she was attempting to emulate the Otsutsuki clan's technique, using chakra to stabilize her soul. Taijutsu training, however, was not the forte of most ninja. Ninja primarily focused on developing chakra. Taijutsu served merely as a supplementary method to enhance physical energy. The reason was straightforward: direct chakra cultivation yielded immediate tangible results. Taijutsu offered no shortcuts, only the relentless accumulation of effort over years. Tsunade and Hyuga Chihua's approach was merely foundational physical conditioning, yielding limited results. Yekong decided to recruit Kashujin to guide their taijutsu training. After all, Kashujin was currently stationed in Konoha, assigned to the Konoha hospital by Tsunade. Taijutsu isn't exactly my specialty either, but I know someone who can help. Moi. Before Yekong could question her, Kashujin led him through Konoha's streets, and soon they spotted a familiar figure outside a pastry shop. A voluminous pink ponytail, a figure that rivaled Tsunade's. Oh, Master Ku. Long time no see. Kenroji Mitsuri greeted them warmly. Yekong nodded and asked Kashujin, you mean her? Yes. Kashujin smiled and nodded. Don't let her appearance fool you. If she weren't suppressing her power, she could rival Gimiai. Yekong found this entirely believable. She undoubtedly meant raw physical strength, perhaps augmented by breathing techniques. On the surface, Mitsuri's power ranked merely average among the Hashira, but anyone with basic reasoning could deduce that her muscle density was said to be 8 times that of an ordinary human. What did that even mean? Though the figure likely served only as a standardized metric for gauging her strength, it was worth noting that even a tiger's bone density was merely 5 times human, with strength 10 times the human limit. Even if Mitsuri's power fell short of such exaggeration, it would still easily surpass human limits. Her experience wielding chakra remained too brief to match Tsunade's monstrous strength, but in terms of pure physical power, well, who could genuinely arm wrestle a large predator? Mitsuri's training emphasized flexibility over brute conditioning, setting her apart from Hashira, who relentlessly hammered their bodies into weapons. This meant that even without deliberate physical enhancement, she could match, or surpass, the physical capabilities of her fellow Hashira. I'm not particularly skilled at physical arts either, but since it's Master Sora's request, I'll do my best. And so Yekong brought Kanroji Mitsuri to meet Tsunade and the others. As an exchange, they would guide her in the application of chakra. Each had their own expertise, and each took what they needed. Whoa. Tsunade was stunned when she saw Kanroji Mitsuri. She instinctively glanced downward for a moment. What was the deal with this girl? Being well-versed in medical ninjutsu, she could tell at a glance that Kanroji Mitsuri was around 20 years old, much younger than herself, but this was just two. Moreover, no longer being forced to hunt demons day and night, she seemed more composed than before. Of course, her entire body seemed to radiate high heat at all times, her cheeks flushed, and she was constantly perspiring. If one drew even slightly closer, one could catch a faint scent of cherry blossoms. It wasn't exactly a natural body fragrance, though in a way it was. The truth was she consumed excessive amounts of food, particularly cherry blossom cakes. Kanroji Mitsuri's hair was originally black. It had turned pink because she ate so many cherry blossom cakes. The exact principle remained unclear. The training ground Yekong arranged for them was a resort village located roughly a dozen kilometers outside of Konoha, built with his own funding, of course. After all, it wasn't easy to find a natural lake with pristine water quality. Even rarer was the underground river here. The water was excellent, and he planned to use it for brewing's sake. I'll leave this place to you. If you need anything, you can ask Miss Hiromi, Yekong remarked, gesturing toward a middle-aged woman standing not far away. She wore a stern expression, another person he had recruited from Konoha. He then departed with Shinobu. He had no intention of strengthening his physical arts. They were already sufficient. He had once entertained the thought of practicing the 8 gates, but quickly abandoned it. The reason was simple: the 8 gates was only suited for ninja, without any natural talent serving as a means to defy fate. All it required was hard work and perseverance. But for a genius like him, one blessed with both innate talent and cheat-like advantages, the 8 gates was somewhat of a letdown. The most obvious example: after he developed the ice release, even before his chakra reserves reached their current terrifying levels, he attained Kage level strength within a remarkably short period. But with the 8 gates, no matter how gifted you were, training yielded the same results as anyone else. It was purely a matter of grinding persistence. An ordinary person could achieve minor mastery in a few years, opening the 5th gate and straining for the 6th. You could only reach that same level. A decade of relentless cultivation, even with exceptional talent. As long as you remained a normal human, you could only reach the same level. Its defining trait was absolute equality among all. After Yekong left, Mitsuri smiled at the two before her cheeks flushed, and asked softly, who would like to go first? My training method is quite gentle. Exchanging a glance, Tsunade stepped forward and said, I'll go. Don't we need to go outside? In her understanding, physical arts naturally meant honing the body. Kanroji Mitsuri shook her head and explained, no need. We can do it right here. Come, just follow my movements. Your body should be quite flexible. There won't be any problem. Tsunade, somewhere in the land of fire. Powerful ninja. Yes. Shinobu and Yekong raced through the forest. The former nodded and explained, our master ordered us to find a route into the land of fire, but not long ago Jusan and Sanami-san encountered some formidable ninja there, none of them wearing Konoha headbands. So he sent me and Mitsuri to investigate. Finally, Shinobu added, Jusan seems to have been injured as well. Yekong said nothing. Having entrusted Kanroji Mitsuri with guiding physical training, this task fell to him to handle. Moreover, this matter could be serious or minor depending on the circumstances. What kind of strength did Tomioka Ju and Shinazugawa Sanami possess? Even before learning to refine chakra by activating the Demon Slayer mark and the transparent world, they were already capable of contending with Jonin. And if an opponent got caught in close combat, even an average Jonin might not necessarily emerge victorious. After learning chakra, they both operated at elite Jonin level. They only needed to master the nature and form transformations of chakra as he had done before, then combine them with breathing techniques. Reaching Kage level was merely a matter of time. If even they could only retreat with injuries, this group of ninja was no ordinary threat. Bear in mind, aside from the 5 great villages and special cases like the Land of Rain, an elite Jonin was already qualified to serve as the Kage of an ordinary small village. How could such a formidable ninja organization appear within the borders of the Land of Fire without being detected by Konoha? That was the real problem. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Before them lay a river, and beside it stood several wooden posts bearing target patterns, clearly used by ninja for practicing throwing weapons. At that moment, several figures were washing clothes by the riverside. Sensing someone approaching, they immediately grew alert. Noticing Shinobu's attire, they rose and left without a moment's hesitation. But as they turned around, they saw a figure in dark long robes with black hair standing right before them. Though the attire seemed plain, every garment was custom tailored by hand. His jet black short hair was meticulously groomed, each strand in perfect place, exuding status. It was almost as if the words, I'm loaded, were written across his face. By now, Yekong's sharp edge had been completely sheathed. Even those who knew him would find it hard to imagine the things he had done. Excuse me, could I ask, is this? Please leave. Before Yekong could finish his sentence, a deep voice rang out from behind. Turning around, he saw a figure clad in ancient black battle armor, the kind he had only ever seen worn by Hashirama Senju Madara Uchiha and Tobarama Senju. It was a distinctive style unique to the Warring States period, offering considerable defensive power, capable of practically ignoring kunai attacks. Yekong then noticed the emblem on the man's shoulder and nodded inwardly, just as he suspected. The two he had cornered quickly slipped away. Shinobu's figure landed lightly beside him, smiling at the figures slowly emerging from the forest one after another, as if materializing out of thin air. My, this seems a bit troublesome. Indeed, somewhat troublesome. Yekong nodded, then raised a hand, and sent a wave of frigid cold forward. A single point. Then he walked forward. The Senju clan members before him, who had been eyeing him fiercely, now stood frozen, stiff lips, pale bodies covered in frost, powerless to do anything but watch him stride into the forest. Wait. The leading Senju clansman had some real skill. He hadn't been frozen stiff by Yekong's technique. Trembling, he managed to speak. I'll take you in. Just don't destroy the forest's defenses. Quite sensible, aren't you? Yekong looked at him with a hint of surprise. They say the Uchiha clan has a habit of looking down their noses at everyone. In truth, as another great clan that emerged from the Warring States period, the Senju weren't much better. This wasn't some inherent flaw of character, but an inevitability born from the circumstances of that era. Consider this: who could possibly be cordial with their mortal enemy? Someone who might have cut down your own brother just the day before, while you yourself had killed their father yesterday. The haughty nose-in-the-air attitude was the result of decades of gradual adjustment. Otherwise, after 1,000 years of chaotic bloodshed, being forcibly gathered into a single village without it exploding was already a stroke of immense fortune. Senju of the Forest. Wasn't that a legendary clan in Konoha? The clan of the first Hokage. Butterfly Shinobu curiously observed the Senju clansman leading the way ahead. He was a middle-aged man with a stern expression, brown hair, and a cross-shaped scar on his face. He did not respond to her words, silently continuing to lead the way ahead. Night Sky's gaze shifted slightly. The forest around them was incredibly dense. Walking through it, one could barely see any sunlight, as if they had plunged into night. Yet he could still keenly perceive figures through natural energy. 10-20. A total of 45 ninjas, all roughly at or above the Chunin level, with a number of jonin among them. No wonder even the two pillars nearly fell. The power left behind by the Senju clan was not to be underestimated. He had his suspicions from the start. After all, they were a great clan, equal to the Uchiha, and the victorious side at that. Even if Hashirama Senju's prestige was unprecedented, could he really disband the 1,000-year-old Senju clan with just a word? As if, not to mention Tobarama Senju, he would never have allowed Hashirama to do such a thing, even at the cost of his own life. Moreover, even if the clansmen were absorbed into the civilian population of Konoha, could they really have vanished completely within a few decades? Even if the bloodline of the Senju of the Forest was further diluted, it should still manifest some talent and chakra. Clearly, a considerable number of Senju clansmen, dissatisfied with Hashirama's decision and unable to let go of their grudges, ultimately chose to leave Konoha and go into hiding. Tobarama Senju must have known about this. The contingency he left for Nawaki was likely this very force. Once the time was ripe and the need arose, Nawaki could rely on this power to forcibly seize the position of Hokage. After walking through the jungle for about 10 minutes, constantly circling around, Night Sky was beginning to grow impatient when they finally arrived before a village. Night Sky then saw an elder standing there waiting, flanked by two middle-aged Senju clansmen. I never expected the water demon to come here. The old man looked similar in age to Hiruzen Sarutobi, but his gaze was entirely clear. Clad in battle armor, standing straight, he stared intently at Night Sky and asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" Night Sky could even hear the faint sounds of kunai being silently drawn all around. If he showed the slightest hint of hostility, countless elite ninjas would undoubtedly attack him immediately. Seeing this, Night Sky somewhat regretted not bringing Nawaki along. It would have saved him the headache. He explained his purpose here, stating that he meant no harm and merely wished to pass through. The Senju clansmen exchanged glances, finally looking towards the elder, who was clearly the one in charge. After hearing him out, the elder finally shook his head and said, "I apologize, but our clan has taken root here. We do not wish to be disturbed by the outside world. Is there no room for negotiation?" Night Sky sighed inwardly, thinking, why must it come to this? The other party gave no answer, but one of the middle-aged men behind stepped forward, pressing his hands together as if about to unleash some jutsu. The ground trembled with considerable force, certainly at the level of an elite jonin, if not more. However, before he could complete his technique, a hand silently landed on his shoulder. A calm voice followed. "When I'm trying to talk to you nicely, you'd better not leave me with nothing to say." Crack. The terrified expression on his face froze as he was rendered completely immobile. The elder, shocked, spun around and threw a punch at Night Sky, which was casually deflected by the latter's raised hand. Yet a flicker of surprise crossed Night Sky's eyes as the ground beneath his feet split apart, cracking all the way to 10 zhong away like an earth dragon, turning over the land, groaning in agony. This power was not weak, almost comparable to Tsunade before she mastered Sage Arts. What was even more terrifying was that Night Sky felt a faint stinging sensation on the patch of skin on his arm that blocked the blow as if countless tiny needles were pricking him. Meanwhile, the elder was even more shocked. Only he knew how strong his own power was. Without exaggeration, even a Kage-level shinobi would suffer serious injuries trying to block this strike head-on. But Night Sky didn't move even half a step. What kind of monster is this? The next moment, the elder instantly retreated. The moment he landed, his hands had already completed the hand seals. The ground beneath Night Sky bulged, and then thick, thorny vines as thick as a thigh burst forth from the earth, coiling around him like venomous serpents. Wood Release, Thorns Jutsu. This old man can use Wood Release. Night Sky was slightly startled, recalling the Wood Release used by Hashirama Senju earlier, that power that blotted out the sky and reshaped the terrain. However, even among Wood Release users there are differences, and considerable ones at that. Night Sky quickly discerned the gap after a brief assessment. He raised his hand, freezing the thorns in ice, then shattered them with a mere touch. Hashirama Senju's Wood Release was that of the god of shinobi. This ordinary Wood Release was only good for landscaping. Attack. Silence. Senju Domu, realizing he couldn't contend with Night Sky, wanted to call for his clansmen's help, but after giving the order, he found not a sound or movement, his heart sinking. He looked towards the other guard, who was now less than 3 meters from Night Sky, but had similarly been turned into a frozen statue, unable to move. The situation in the forest was much the same, frozen statues struggling to move inch by inch. Night Sky's palm, radiating cold air, slowly lowered. Now let's talk about you relocating. The elder's wrinkled face stiffened, yet he could not refute. Since you won't let me pass through, you'll just have to move elsewhere. Same thing. Night Sky wouldn't yield just because they were kin of Tsunade and Nawaki. This was a simple matter, might makes right. And coincidentally, he happened to possess that might. Having dealt with the Senju clan's trouble, Night Sky and Butterfly Shinobu proceeded towards Lulan. Lulan was now under the control of the Ubuyashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps. This was Night Sky's third visit. Damn it. Clang. Boom. The clash of metal intermingled with a terrifying, almost supersonic roar emanated from a corner of Lulan, shaking one's very soul. When Night Sky arrived, he saw several pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, including Jyomi-I, Himejima, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and Michiro Takedo, all injured and in a sorry state. Sanemi Shinazugawa was in the worst condition, his body covered in shallow sword cuts, hundreds upon hundreds of them. His clothes were in tatters, drenched in blood. Yet despite the horrifying appearance, none of the wounds touched his internal organs. It was truly 1,000 cuts, but only amounting to minor injuries. Achieving this required not just absolute power, but a mastery over the blade that surpassed a near-divine, terrifying realm. A figure clad in a red haori stood in the center, his Nichiren blade sheathed at his side, his expression impassive. Seeming to sense something, he turned his gaze slightly towards the approaching figure. Clap, clap, clap. Night Sky walked over, applauding, and said with admiration, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to reach such a level using only breathing techniques. Amazing." That figure was none other than Yoriichi Tsujikuni. As for why Yoriichi Tsujikuni was here, that traces back to the last time Night Sky went to the Demon Slayer world to deal with Musen's soul. After eliminating Musen Kabutsuji, the Night Sky unexpectedly revealed the soul of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Though it seemed bizarre, it was true. The souls in the Demon Slayer world were unique, not destined for any underworld or heaven. Under normal circumstances, upon death, a soul would simply dissipate. Yet there were exceptional cases where souls persisted. For instance, if someone held on to a past image with overwhelming willpower and never forgot it, their soul would endure. Yoriichi Tsujikuni had been dead for 1,000 years, yet Musen, driven by fear, had etched Yoriichi's image into every single one of his cells. Thus, Yoriichi Tsujikuni had always existed, even though his soul remained imperceptible. Yoriichi Tsujikuni gazed at the Night Sky and suddenly spoke in a calm voice. "This world holds no meaning for me. Even if you resurrect me, it is meaningless." TCH. Night Sky found this somewhat vexing. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was perfect in every way, a true genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to resurrect him. But precisely because he was too brilliant, Yoriichi Tsujikuni had no aspirations. To him, from the moment he first touched a blade as a child, he had defeated a samurai sent to instruct him. He possessed an innate mark, the transparent world, and even breathing came naturally to him. Strictly speaking, he was the only one who truly mastered sun breathing, the sole original version, because he was born with it. The so-called sun breathing was a technique he refined from his own breathing method and taught to others. Yet not a single member of the Demon Slayer Corps from his era could learn it. The burden of sun breathing was far too immense. Ordinary people, even so-called geniuses, could never master it. Such was the gap. In Yoriichi Tsujikone's eyes, increasing one's strength was an innate instinct requiring no method or arduous training. On the contrary, what others called training and becoming stronger was merely imitating him, and even that imitation was beyond their reach. Clang! A blade appeared in Night Sky's hand. A flicker of surprise crossed Yoriichi Tsujikone's dull eyes, followed by an expression he had never shown before. If one had to describe it, it was perhaps joy. He slowly placed his right hand on the hilt and drew his Nichiren blade. Kwang Blade 7th Tier, 99100, Omii Himejima, and the other two exchanged glances, then silently vanished, retreating beyond the arena. This was a walled arena where they usually sparred. In the past, they could have simply used an open field, but now that they had mastered chakra, their destructive power had skyrocketed, and a small space would hinder their performance. Clang! Zing! The moment the three vanished, the ground beneath Night Sky cracked, and his figure shot forward, breaking the sound barrier. A gale howled as Night Sky swung his blade at Yoriichi Tsujikone. The latter's eyes showed surprise and gravity, but he still unhesitatingly swung his Nichiren blade, releasing a visible stream of chakra from his palm. Sizzle! A cascade of sparks erupted as Night Sky's strike was deflected by Yoriichi Tsujikone in an inconceivable manner, landing on the ground. Silently, a thin, bottomless crack extended hundreds of meters across the ground. Looking up, Yoriichi Tsujikone had already swung his blade with an expressionless face. Clang! Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, their blades clashed hundreds of times, and their speed kept escalating wildly. Blade beams raged, one of them hurtling toward Sannin Shinizugawa. Cursing his luck, he raised his Nichiren blade to block it. Watch out! Clang! His Nichiren blade snapped in two. Jiomii Himejima reacted swiftly, pulling him aside. Sannin Shinizugawa stared at the severed corner of the roof behind him, a bloodstain appearing on his cheek. His face twitched, and his eyes trembled. What the hell? These two? His hand clenched the broken half of the blade, which gradually began to glow red. The Nichiren blade was a weapon specifically designed for killing demons, infused with a special material that could cause its temperature to skyrocket under sufficient pressure. This state was called the red blade, greatly enhancing lethality against demons. However, achieving this solely through gripping force required unlocking the mark and reaching the true limits of the human body. Before mastering chakra, they couldn't easily activate the red blade. Clang! Zizz! Gradually, sparks gave way to an electric arc between the two as the chaotic blade beams intensified the battle. At that moment, a burst of water vapor erupted between them, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Tens of thousands of blade beams coalesced into a lethal zone enveloping Yoriichi Tsujikone. Ultimate technique, Dance of Death. Night Sky had developed this killing move by merging two water-breathing forms, using it once to suppress the Seven Tails. Now he could endlessly amplify its power through his mastery of water nature chakra. Though untested, he was confident that in terms of skill this technique could rival the 80 Gods vacuum attack. Hiss! The mark on Yoriichi Tsujikone's forehead seemed to glow red. He lowered his Nichiren blade, then slowly traced a horizontal arc from left to right. Then a vertical slash, seemingly random, but Night Sky recognized it. A technique of sun breathing. Sun breathing had 12 forms, forming a cycle. The last form was the starting stance of the first. By linking all the forms and synchronizing the breathing method, one could swing the Nichiren blade, endlessly reaching the ultimate state of flawlessness and perfection. Clang! Sizzle! The collision of water and fire unleashed a terrifying power that warped the void. Finally, a crisp clang signaled the temporary halt of the battle. Night Sky landed not far from Yoriichi Tsujikone and suddenly smiled. Yoriichi Tsujikone, staring at his broken Nichiren blade, remained expressionless. Inwardly, Night Sky was also stunned. This was too insane. Kwang Blade 7th Tier, 95100. It was known that after the Kwang Blade reached the 7th tier, even Ishiki Otsutsuki couldn't forcibly destroy it, and his desperate struggle merely reduced its durability by 1 point. Yoriichi Tsujikone had been resurrected only recently with chakra still in its infancy. He probably hadn't even fully grasped shape transformation and nature transformation. Yet he seemed to skip the intermediate steps and started using it directly. Initially, Night Sky was only testing so he didn't unleash his full power. Otherwise, even a casual strike from him would be too much for a mortal body. But as Night Sky gradually increased the pressure, Yoriichi Tsujikone seemed to be hiding his true strength, as well visibly integrating chakra usage into his instincts at an astonishing cheat-like pace. For a ninja, mastering chakra involved a process, first refining chakra, then improving control, and finally skillfully applying nature transformation and shape transformation. Yoriichi Tsujikone essentially watched a tutorial and jumped straight to the second stage, even beginning to explore the third. Tsuineki Jinichi didn't care about his broken sword. Instead, he looked thoughtful and asked the Night Sky, "Are there any swords like the one in your hand in this world?" He was referring to the mining knife in Yekong's hand. Such a thing certainly couldn't exist. Yekong casually put away the mining knife and said with a smile, "As for the one in my hand, don't even think about it. However, there are some legendary weapons in this world, like the 3 Kusanagi swords. But if you want a suitable one, you might inquire in the Land of Iron or the Land of Craftsmen. I understand. Jigwe Yuani nodded, his eyes flickering. With a goal, he knew what to do. After that, Jigwe Yuani casually picked up a Nichiren blade and left Lolan, then went out of the Land of Wind, disappearing without a trace and leaving no message. Yekong, however, had a rough guess. This first real failure in his life had finally caused a subtle change in his mirror-like state of mind. This was also what Yekong wanted to see. The Daetongyu clan would eventually descend. Even though he already possessed Ishire's abilities, he couldn't deny that the Daetongyu clan's powers were too unpredictable and mysterious. Therefore, he wouldn't spare any extra caution. Of course, Yekong was also somewhat looking forward to seeing how far Jigwe Yuani could go. A monster like him, who could reach Kage-level strength solely through breathing techniques, would definitely be a devastating weapon against the Daetongyu clan if he continued to grow. Meanwhile, in a courtyard within Lulan, Chanwu Yaozai looked at the intelligence brought back by Hudi Ren, his eyes betraying no emotion. He simply nodded, set the intelligence aside, and said to Hudi Ren, "So Lord Yekong indeed possesses power comparable to that of gods. I understand. Thank you for your hard work." Having said that, looking at Hudi Ren, who was smiling, Chanwu Yaozai said calmly, "There are no missions for now. You can take 2 months off. By the way, it seems Zhang Nai who also wants to come to this world." A flicker of surprise passed through Hudi Ren's eyes, and she said, "She has such thoughts. I don't know, but I respect each of your wishes." He raised his hand, signaling Hudi Ren to go rest. Bowing slightly, Hudi Ren turned and walked out. Chanwu Yaozai, on the other hand, looked at the intelligence beside him, lost in thought. As dusk fell after Jigwe Yuani left Lolan, Yekong didn't stay long and directly used the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha. The Flying Thunder God technique naturally used the mark on Gangsho, and he also wanted to check on the training progress of Gangsho and Rishan Qianhua. Splash! Oh! A startled cry. Gangsho was soaking in a hot spring. After a day of training, her whole body ached. Ganlusi Mealy's training method mainly involved forcibly stretching the muscles and bones to increase strength, which was suitable for both Gangsho and Rishan Qianhua. The martial arts they learned were originally more inclined toward techniques and the gentle fist rather than the rigid and straightforward strong fist style. As soon as Yekong appeared, he was met with a hostile glare from Gangsho. Then Gangsho stood up from the hot spring, blocking Ganlusi Mealy's body, and walked toward Yekong with clenched fists. "You bastard. Actually, I can explain. Die." Boom. Well, Yekong could only decisively flee using the Flying Thunder God to teleport away. After dinner, Yekong walked aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, suddenly realizing he had nothing to do. Going back to find Gangsho at this time would definitely not end well. Somehow, Yekong found himself at the Chinsho residence. He hadn't seen Shengshu for a while and wondered what he was up to lately. "Creak. Yekong, is there something?" "No." Yekong had just raised his hand to knock when Shengshu opened the door. Glancing at the casually dressed Huazi behind him, he asked, "Are you two going out?" "Oh well." Shengshu scratched his head, stammering. Yekong sneered, "Isn't it just a date? Why are you embarrassed? You weren't embarrassed before. By the way, you still haven't paid me back." Seeing that Shengshu was going on a date, Yekong didn't want to ruin it. He waved his hand and walked off in the other direction, swaying. By now it was completely dark. "Let's grab a bowl at Ichiraku Ramen." "Boss, 1 bowl of ramen." "Oh, just a moment." Yekong pushed aside the curtain of the Ichiraku stall and saw 2 bowl-cut heads sitting there. He paused slightly. Why are these 2 here? Noticing the delivery wooden box beside them, he thought thoughtfully. Looks like they've been delivering all day and only now come here for dinner. That's pretty tough. "Dad, I told you I already got the mission reward." "Boss, another bowl." "Ha, sorry, I forgot." Maite Dai rubbed Kai's head with a laugh. This scene was very heartwarming. Yekong then ordered a bowl of ramen and started eating. The 2 noticed him and greeted him. Yekong was somewhat famous in Konoha. His hot spring house was open 24 hours, and he would occasionally hand out coupons and offer new sake and drink experiences. As time went on, he rarely appeared at his own hot spring house anymore. Business was too good, so he usually went to the hot spring hotel or the outdoor hot springs outside the village. The father and son ate quickly, finishing in a few mouthfuls. They greeted him and were about to leave. "All right." As they were leaving, Maite Dai and his son turned around and said to Yekong, "Lord Yekong, goodbye." "Good night." Waving his hand, Yekong continued to savor his ramen slowly. Eating in a hurry is bad for the stomach. After a moment, 2 more figures approached. Pushing aside the curtain, they noticed Yekong and exclaimed in surprise, "Yekong, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it's you guys. I should be asking you." Turning around, he saw Bluffing Shuemin and Jixinai. Yekong teased, "What's up? Don't tell me the 2 of you together can't manage to cook." "What did you say?" Jixinai was hot-tempered and immediately glared at him angrily. Bluffing Shuemin pulled her back and said with a sheepish smile, "Jixinai suddenly wanted to eat Ichiraku ramen, so we came." Seeing that Jixinai, even though being held back, still looked indignant, Yekong didn't continue teasing. He simply nodded and continued eating his noodles. After another 2 minutes, he finished his meal, paid, greeted them, and got up to leave. "Thank you for your patronage." The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The evening breeze dispelled the day's heat. Walking along the streets of Konoha, Yekong strolled slowly with one hand in his pocket. Gradually there were few people around. A faint breeze seemed to blow beside him. He glanced sideways and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" A figure that only he could see stood beside him, dressed in a Miko's long skirt, her hair flowing down past her waist skin like congealed fat. Tsunade didn't speak. She simply raised her hand and took his hand. As a spirit, she couldn't touch Yekong, at least not before. But to Yekong's surprise, her hand had a tactile sensation. Although it had no warmth, its texture was already no different from a flesh and blood body. He exclaimed in surprise, "You succeeded." Tsunade gently shook her head and explained, "Not quite. I feel that chakra doesn't suit me. As spiritual energy is more compatible. So I tried to use natural energy, as you mentioned, to condense a spiritual body. How is it?" Yekong pinched her hand. Tsunade's eyes flickered and a faint blush crossed her face. Yekong smiled and said, "Smooth and soft, very comfortable." Amused and exasperated, Tsunade didn't pull away. She said calmly, "I mean, what are the differences from a real physical body? I need to judge." "No warmth," Yekong said truthfully. Blinking, Tsunade seemed to be channeling spiritual energy. Yekong held her hand and carefully sensed it. Gradually her hand gained a trace of warmth, but it was still somewhat cool compared to his. The soul is an intangible, formless existence, yet the ability to manifest a visible form to specific individuals is already a remarkable display of spiritual power. To endow a soul with both a corporeal form and the tangible texture of a physical body, making it perceptible through the five senses, is far more than mere spiritual strength. Yekong could have directly activated the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu to resurrect Tsunade, but she refused. As she put it, she was actually stronger in her spiritual state. It felt somewhat peculiar, but Tsunade explained that even with a physical body, she would merely be immortal, her power constrained by the limitations of flesh. Yet for centuries, ever since her soul separated from her body, she discovered that her spiritual energy, which she believed had long reached its limit, was actually intensifying. It defied logic, yet it was undeniable fact, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to suppress Ishire's soul so effortlessly. Lord Yekong, what a coincidence. Shisuke, heh. Yekong strolled leisurely, having nothing better to do and planning to return for rest, when he unexpectedly crossed paths with Uchiha Shisuke along the way. He regarded the young man with a knowing look. That direction did not lead back to the Uchiha district. He was deliberately waiting here for him. Yekong chose not to expose it, simply remarking, "It is late. You should return and rest." Shisuke raised his hand, and as Yekong was about to pass, he hurriedly spoke up. "I'm sorry. I actually wanted to ask you for guidance on my cultivation again. I feel like I've hit a bottleneck, and I'm anxious about it, so I apologize for intruding. I'm truly sorry." He bowed deeply. Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisuke was something of an outlier in temperament and disposition. Hearing this, Yekong chuckled softly, turned to face him, and raised a hand in a gesture of invitation. "Come then." "Huh?" Uchiha Shisuke stared in bewilderment, unable to comprehend. Yekong repeated himself. "Attack me using your strongest technique. I'll only demonstrate once. How much you learn is up to you. But this is..." Shisuke wanted to point out they were in the village where accidental harm to others could occur. Private duels were strictly forbidden, and the Umbu might be summoned. Before he could finish, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan, 3 Tomo. His pupils trembled violently. Not an illusion. What is this? In an instant he realized he'd been transported to a training ground in Konoha. The very same number 3 training ground he frequented regularly. But how is this possible? "It's fine now. Go ahead." At Yekong's urging, Shisuke suppressed his curiosity despite his astonishment. His expression grew grave as he drew a kunai from behind him, maintained his 3 Tomo Sharingan, and charged toward Yekong. A direct frontal assault was a mistake only a Genin would make. Whether Genin Shunin, or even Jonin, unless one had developed their chakra or taijutsu to a certain level, speed differences alone would not create such a decisive advantage. Combat relied on experience and reflexes to seize the initiative and deliver a decisive blow. So a frontal charge was either foolishness or a feint. Clearly Uchiha Shisuke was not the former. During his charge he formed a hand seal, likely the body flicker and clone techniques. Yekong's gaze shifted slightly. He did not watch Shisuke head on, nor did he turn around. Instead he suddenly raised his hand and blindly grasped behind him. Thud. Ugh. Pooh. A palm struck his chest with precision. Rather than sending Shisuke flying, Yekong grabbed his collar and yanked him backward, then raised his other hand in a spear-like motion aimed at his eyes. The searing pain in his chest had thrown him off balance, and he instinctively squeezed his eyes shut, a reflex even Shisuke could not suppress. His body felt weightless as he was thrown through the air. Opening his eyes again, he found himself 10 meters above the ground. His heart skipped a beat. Below, Yekong stood with hands forming seals at such speed that even Shisuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan could not track the motion. A smirk crossed Yekong's lips. In the next instant, a violent updraft surged upward. Rumble. Wah. Amid screams, Shisuke was hurled toward 100 meters into the sky. Yet the updraft showed no signs of stopping, continuing to carry him higher. 200 meters. 300. 1,000. When his body finally began to fall, Uchiha Shisuke's mind went blank. In the face of life and death, his brain nearly shut down. Whether from oxygen deprivation or sheer terror, he could not tell. At that very moment, his eyes underwent a profound transformation. The three tomo spun wildly, then gradually twisted and expanded until the tomo pattern reshaped into a four-pointed Fuma Shuriken, a symbol like that of a throwing star, appearing before his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Whoosh. But this could not change the fact that he was falling. As the ground rushed toward him, Uchiha Shisuke's heart turned to ash and blood streamed from his eyes. Suddenly, emerald green chakra erupted from his body, coalescing behind him into a colossal skeletal figure. Susanoo. Activate. Yekong stood on the ground, surprise flashing across his eyes. That actually worked. He had only been testing Uchiha Shisuke's potential. In a life-or-death crisis, as long as the potential was sufficient, the Mangekyo Sharingan would naturally awaken. It was borderline forcing growth, but who could blame him? Shisuke had brought this upon himself. How old was he anyway? 14 or 15? If he wanted to break through to Kage-level strength, the price had to be paid. Since he refused to walk the steady path step by step, Yekong would simply carve out a shortcut for him. Whoosh. With a gesture of his hand, another updraft rose, significantly slowing Shisuke's descent. At that acceleration, even with a Phase 1 Susanoo, the fall would have killed him or left him crippled. Whoosh. Crash. Finally, Shisuke crashed through a massive tree before hitting the ground. As the dust settled, he emerged pale and shaken, his gaze toward Yekong now laced with fear. But he forced himself forward anyway, bowing deeply. Thank you, senior. The power of the Mangekyo is a double-edged sword. The more you use it, the faster you will lose your sight. But this was your own choice. Consider it carefully. Yekong shook his head and turned to leave. Shisuke stood motionless for a long while, but soon his gaze hardened. Yekong was right. This was his own choice and the outcome he had desired. He looked down at his palm, where the Sharingan glowed with an eerie red light in the night. I must possess this power, or I cannot protect my clan. If Yekong had known his thoughts, he would likely have laughed out loud. Obsession and arrogance, traits carved into the very bones of the Uchiha clan. He had assumed Shisuke had abandoned arrogance and should be somewhat different from the rest. Yet he had overlooked the obsession, which may have been even more severe than arrogance. This obsession would allow him to focus on anything he pursued, but it would also cloud his judgment. Once he made a decision, there would be no turning back. It was a sickness. Shortly after Shursui successfully awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi approached him and appointed him as deputy captain of the ANBU. Initially, Shursui was filled with trepidation. Though young, he was no ordinary youth. He was well aware of the sensitivity surrounding the Uchiha clan within Konoha. It was no exaggeration to say that even the Hyuga clan could potentially produce a Hokage, but the Uchiha were the sole exception. They couldn't even enter Konoha's core power structure. The position of ANBU commander had remained vacant since Hiruzen Sarutobi assumed office and eliminated Tsukumo Hatake. It was held concurrently by the Hokage. With Danzo imprisoned by Tobarama Senju, the root organization had effectively disbanded, necessitating a deputy ANBU captain to assist the Hokage. After much deliberation, Hiruzen Sarutobi found no suitable candidate until Minato Namikaze suggested looking within the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. The risk was considerable, but Hiruzen had no better alternatives at the moment. After thoroughly testing Shursui and confirming his loyalty, the appointment was finalized. As deputy ANBU captain, Shursui became busy. His first mission: infiltrate the Land of Rain and gather intelligence. The Land of Rain had been too quiet these years. The last incident seemed connected to the Rinnegan. Please, Shursui, we're counting on you. In the Land of Rain, Shursui cautiously and skillfully navigated deep into its heart, approaching the vicinity of Amigakure. As one of the largest villages outside the 5 great shinobi nations, Amigakure had been a target of suppression in every great ninja war. Everything changed when a shinobi named Yehiko took charge decisively, seizing the Seven Tails and using it as a deterrent, preventing even the 5 great nations from easily entering the Land of Rain. Over the years, the Land of Rain had undergone a dramatic transformation. Amigakure, once resembling an inland sea, now featured a massive reservoir. The water was channeled and divided into 2 rivers flowing out of the Land of Rain. Shursui didn't know the purpose, but such a colossal project would take even shinobi years to complete. This meant the project had been ongoing for a long time. A village wouldn't waste resources on such a massive undertaking without reason. His curiosity piqued, Shursui continued his infiltration. As he prepared to slip through a drainage outlet beneath a dam, voices drifted down from above. Let's go back and do laundry. Yehiko-sama said it'll be sunny for a week starting tomorrow, so we should air out our clothes. Sunny. Shursui looked up at the sky in confusion. The Land of Rain's climate had been unchanging for so long, he'd never heard of it clearing up. The next moment he understood what they meant by sunny. Without warning, a gale howled in from the distance. Initially, just strong winds, the clouds above Amigakure began to slowly drift away. His mind went blank. Before Shursui could even process his shock, the rain began to taper off. About an hour later, the land of rain was bathed in sunlight. Gulp. Changing the weather. Shursui was stunned. How could a human possibly accomplish such a feat? Filled with shock and suspicion, he pressed on toward the central tower of Amigakure. With the chronic flooding solved, the village's buildings had been rebuilt with wood and brick. Vegetation had even begun to appear, though they retained one of Amigakure's unique features: stilt houses over water. The central spire had been shortened, remodeled into a domed chapel. Shursui's infiltration was going smoothly, almost too smoothly. He slipped inside the chapel and took in the scene before him. This rain cloud is scheduled for deployment over the land of Earth. There were 9 people in the room. Yahiko sat at the head with Konan and Nagato standing silently behind him. An elderly figure on Yahiko's left spoke with displeasure. Rain Shadow-sama, the price we agreed upon for the land of wind should be settled. Are you planning to break the agreement? Apologies, but a Wagakure already booked last year, retorted a burly man seated opposite her, equally unyielding. The Wagakure's Kitsuchi and Tsunade's Chiyo. Why are they here? And negotiating with the Rain Shadow. Could it be? Shursui suppressed his shock and continued watching. If the 2 great villages were allying with Amigakure, Konoha would be in grave danger. He felt like he had stumbled upon intelligence of utmost importance. At the negotiation table, Yahiko watched the 2 parties bicker, then raised a hand to calm them. He explained to Chiyo, our research institute in Amigakure visited the land of wind. Their conclusion was that 1 or 2 rainfalls wouldn't solve your climate, it's only a temporary fix. So they proposed an alternative: divert water from the land of rain underground into the land of wind to create oases. As Yahiko laid out the full plan, Chiyo was utterly astounded, her worldview shaken, yet upon reflection, she realized he was right. What was the land of wind like? Even Tsunagakure was stuck eating sand in the middle of an endless desert. A single rainfall or 2 couldn't solve anything. Even if the rain clouds arrived, they'd likely dissipate halfway, never reaching Tsunagakure. On the other side, Kitsuchi was deep in thought, feeling he had also gained valuable intelligence. But he didn't expect the rain and wind representatives to turn their gaze toward him simultaneously. Chiyo cut straight to the point. To excavate underground passages, your Wagakure is far more skilled. So this is a cooperation. I can offer 10 tons of gold on behalf of Tsunagakure as compensation. Convey this to Inoki. Even as the son of Inoki, Kitsuchi felt his breath quicken at the sheer amount of gold. The reason was simple. The reward was too generous. Gold was a necessity everywhere. Currency might depreciate, but gold rarely did. So this was an offer a Wagakure could hardly refuse. Similarly, Amigakure was receiving a comparable sum, perhaps even slightly more. Shursui listened to the entire exchange. Seeing the negotiations seemingly conclude, he prepared to leave. At that moment, Yahiko suddenly rose and looked directly toward his hiding spot. Friend from the Uchiha, please come down. I doubt these 2 would appreciate you taking this information back to Konoha. Damn, I've been spotted. Heart-pounding, Shursui instantly activated his body flicker technique, racing through the chapel at a desperate life-or-death speed to escape. However, as he reached the chapel entrance, a figure blocked his path. Paper fragments drifted down from the sky, enveloping the surrounding space. It was that woman. Shursui didn't hesitate. A flash of crimson. His 3 tomos spun and transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Konan faltered for a moment, then snapped back to reality. She saw Yahiko had emerged, but Shursui was gone. She lowered her head slightly. Apologies, I was careless. It's fine. Yahiko patted her shoulder, reassuring her. I didn't expect Mangekyo Sharingan. Even I probably couldn't have stopped him. But Nagato has already taken people to chase him down. He won't get away. Uchiha Shursui, driven by the conviction that he must deliver the intelligence back to Konoha, raced forward without rest. He wiped away the blood, tears streaming from his eyes as he dashed through the forest, never daring to pause. He glanced back from time to time, seeing no pursuers, yet the sense of urgency did not diminish, instead it intensified. Just then he felt the sky above him darken. Thud. Rumble. A colossal shadow blotting out the sky descended instantly, sending the entire forest reeling and shaking as if heaven and earth were splitting apart. This. Shursui flashed onto a treetop and gazed at the mountain-like behemoth before him, feeling despair spreading through his heart. Meanwhile, Nagato, standing atop the 7 tails, turned to look down at him and said, Found you. If you keep running, I'll kill you. In the sunlight, the Rinnegan resembled the eyes of death, its terrifying pressure causing Shursui's scalp to tingle and even a sharp pain in his brain. A moment ago, he had attempted to use Jinjutsu, but it was directly reflected back at him. So this is the Rinnegan. One of the 3 great dojutsu, the legendary Eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Eyes of the Sage. TCH. The next moment, a giant emerald being with only half a body manifested around Shursui, clad in armor and imposing with a strange 8 trigrams pattern on its chest. Susanoo. Judging by its appearance, this was the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Essentially a Susanoo whose chakra was insufficient to reach its complete form, but whose ocular power had been pushed to its limit. Roar! With a roar, Susanoo swept its hand and hurled a string of 3 Magatama connected end to end toward the Seven Tails. Yasaka Magatama. Boom. Struck by the attack, the Seven Tails staggered back, its massive body nearly losing balance. But this only infuriated it completely, and Nagato released his control over the Seven Tails, allowing it to charge at Shursui. A great battle erupted. Shursui's strength was indeed formidable, though after awakening his Mangekyo, he had leaped to Kage-level power. Yet facing Nagato, he had no chance of victory from the very beginning. And he seemed to understand this. The Seven Tails hit several more times by Shursui's Susanoo fell into a complete rampage, inwardly furious. Damn brat. Already irritated by being completely suppressed by Nagato's Rinnegan, the Seven Tails found Shursui's attacks unable to inflict serious damage, yet extremely agile, failing to land a single hit, which drove it gradually insane. Raising its massive horn, a terrifying gray-purple energy sphere began to form. Tailed Beast Bomb. At that moment, Shursui's four-cornered windmill pattern spun in his eyes. Now. Nagato had held back his attack, wanting to see Shursui's limits, but then a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. His control over the Seven Tails had been disturbed. Though faint, he noticed the problem, but the Seven Tails had already acted. The tailed beast bomb it had gathered did not fire at Shursui. Instead, it turned toward the direction of the hidden rain village. Boom. Nagato leaped into the path of the tailed beast bomb, slowly extending his hands, and said solemnly, Shinra Tensei. Bang. Swoosh. The tailed beast bomb was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing dozens of kilometers away. Nagato had no idea where it landed, only hoping it was not heavily populated. What made tailed beasts terrifying was first that ordinary ninjutsu was utterly useless against them. Thousands or tens of thousands were mere cannon fodder. Another reason was the tailed beast bomb with power akin to a nuclear bomb. Let alone fighting back, if a tailed beast bomb struck a ninja village, would be razed to the ground in an instant. Even Kage-level ninja, only a rare few could directly neutralize such a devastating attack once or twice. Having dealt with the tailed beast bomb, Nagato frowned and looked down, but Shursui's figure had already vanished. Nagato, what happened? Yahiko and Konan arrived with the rain ninja, both having sensed the terrifying chakra fluctuation. Nagato explained briefly, then said apologetically, sorry, I'll go after him. Wait. Yahiko stopped him and explained, forget it. This intelligence isn't that important anyway. Let him take it back. Let's first suppress the Seven Tails. Nagato felt a little guilty, but Yahiko's reassurance worked, and he did not continue pursuing Uchiha Shursui. Fire Country Konoha. Shursui returned to Konoha with severe injuries, handed the intelligence to Minato Namikaze, then collapsed. Minato immediately sent him to Konoha Hospital and read the report, his brows furrowed. Third Hokage-sama. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the Hokage's office. Minato looked up, handed the intelligence to Hiruzen, and said gravely, Third Hokage, please take a look at this. After reading the intelligence, Hiruzen Sarutobi also frowned deeply, just like him. The Rain Country, Earth Country, and Wind Country all bordered Fire Country, with only the Grass Country and River Country in between. These two small nations, lacking even ninja villages, served only as strategic depth, meaningless. Learning that the 3 ninja villages showed signs of cooperation was not good news for Konoha. After some discussion, Hiruzen and Minato were at a loss. Minato, what do you think? After a moment's thought, Minato said, thoughtfully, I think Shursui's intelligence didn't say the 3 countries formed an alliance, just cooperation. How about sending a delegation to visit them? Hiruzen nodded, approving the idea. Although no longer Hokage, Hiruzen's decade-long influence meant Minato's foundation was still shallow, and his decision-making weight might not outweigh Hiruzen's. As Hiruzen prepared to leave, Minato called him back and asked, I'm about Shursui's ANBU status. Let him lead a squad first. I recommend a candidate for ANBU vice captain. Yes. With that, Hiruzen disappeared around the corner. Minato was not naive, he simply did not have a gloomy personality. He understood that the other party still did not want the Uchiha clan to approach Konoha's power core, a long-term strategy established since the era of Tobirama Senju. But Minato did not approve of this approach. In his view, blindly suppressing the Uchiha clan would only backfire. He sighed. A figure wearing an eye patch, and with one eye also covered by a headband, appeared beside him, bowing slightly. Hokage-sama. He handed a report to Minato, who took it and opened it while saying to the newcomer, Kakashi, to be honest, I don't want you to join the ANBU. You're under too much pressure now, it's not good for you. Kakashi did not speak, his gaze merely dimmed. Minato did not know how to console him. He sighed, stood up, and patted his shoulder. Come on, Kushina, should have dinner ready. It's not convenient for you alone at home. Eat at my place. No need, sensei. Before he could finish, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing him along home. Whoa. Kushina was walking out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup when she saw Minato appear suddenly and was startled. Minato. Ahaha, well, Kushina, I brought Kakashi over for dinner. Sorry. Humph. Seeing Minato acting like a child who had done wrong, Kushina let him off, and then turned to Kakashi, her expression instantly changing to a smile. Kakashi, go sit in the living room. Dinner will be ready soon. Since things had come to this, Kakashi could not just leave. He could only say obediently, yes, sorry for the intrusion. The next day on the east street of Konoha. Konoha was a land of prime value. In truth, it was because too many clans had settled here initially, and as the number of ninjas grew, there was simply not enough space to allocate. Clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga occupied vast tracts of land, yet their members were not numerous, far fewer than the common folk. This made it difficult for Yekong to even secure a larger house. His original two-story cottage was fine for himself, and when Hyuga Chika left her clan and moved in with him, it remained adequate. But when Tsunade began squeezing in every few days, it became a tight fit. Left with no choice, Yekong started looking for a new place. After futile searches, he eventually obtained a piece of land through Tsunade. How about this place? Tsunade led Yekong to a large area not far from the Hokage Tower. Numerous abandoned wooden houses stood there, weathered and old from years of neglect. But its size was impressive. It covered nearly a tenth of Konoha's territory. Even the Uchiha clan probably didn't have this much land, and perhaps only combined with the Hyuga clan would they match it. This was also the former stronghold of the Senju clan. Yekong looked at Tsunade in surprise and asked, has this place just been left deserted all this time? Tsunade clicked her tongue. She shot him a displeased look and said, what do you think? Who would buy it? That was true enough. It wasn't because people feared the Senju name. The clan had long ceased to exist after all. But if one wanted to purchase such a large plot, only the daimyo of the Land of Fire could afford it. And if they didn't sell it, giving it away for free was even worse. So-called donations were a joke. In the end, everyone would claim a share except those truly in need. Hashirama Senju might not have been the brightest, but Tobarama Senju was no fool. Ultimately, the land was left idle after the Senju clan departed, waiting for a willing buyer, or a fool. It was worth noting that the area in front of this land was Tsunade's home, where Tobarama had lived with his siblings. That part was well maintained. As for buildings, as long as someone lived in them, even wooden houses could stand for decades. But once abandoned, even a fortress would rot within a few years. Yekong propped his chin on one hand, pondering what price to offer for the land, while Tsunade urged him, if you want it, I can give you a discount. Just trade me your hot spring house and winery, all of them. She said it as if Yekong were getting a great deal. Yekong gave her a you must be dreaming look and retorted, why don't you just give it to me as a dowry? Otherwise I can hardly afford to keep you. What a... Tsunade glared at him dangerously. Are you saying I'm fat? Sweat broke out on Yekong's forehead. He was in trouble. Before she could strike, he looked behind her and shouted, Nawaki. Huh. Tsunade fell for it and turned around only to find nothing. She turned back furiously, ready to pounce, but the next instant Yekong closed in on her. Her eyes still dangerous, Yekong felt a sting on his lips and released her. Humph. Fortunately, Tsunade's anger subsided. She pointed at the Senju ruins ahead and said, I don't care what you do with this land, but no gambling den. Yekong nodded in a daze, puzzled. Had she changed her ways? As far as he remembered, Tsunade still occasionally got the itch to visit a gambling den, though she would leave once she lost all the money she carried. She had an attitude of, I could quit, but why bother? Just like her heavy drinking. She only indulged when in a bad mood. Under normal circumstances, she was quite excellent. Whether as the head of the medical department or in her personal relationships, she handled everything without issue. Having successfully obtained the land, Yekong pondered for a moment and came up with some ideas. He had considered moving out of Konoha entirely, but the downsides outweighed the benefits, so he quickly abandoned that immature thought. Food, clothing, and shelter all required a civilized world. He could use the Flying Thunder God technique to shorten distances, but he couldn't expect everyone else to live in the deep mountains with him. After all, here, he could easily hire others to serve him. If he moved away, he'd have far more to worry about. A month later, a neat new commercial street rose within Konoha. Thank you for your patronage. The street bustled with people and lively chatter, with some discussing land prices. At one corner of the commercial street stood a renovated and rebuilt villa, a true courtyard-style villa. How did you manage this? Tsunade was asking how Yekong had completed the entire commercial street in just 1 month. This wasn't a simple renovation of existing structures. He had torn down the decaying buildings and rebuilt from scratch. Merely clearing away the old structures would have taken ages, not to mention the subsequent surveying, design, materials, and other preparations. Surely at least half a year. Didn't you notice that besides this villa, all the other buildings are extremely uniform? Yekong said with a mysterious smile. Since it's a commercial street, it naturally needs to be orderly. Elsewhere in Konoha, the buildings were constructed according to the styles of the clans that first joined the village. Each had its own distinct character. One side would take a bit more space, the other a bit less. That's why the whole village has a chaotic yet somewhat coordinated look, because those that were too uncoordinated had already fought it out. There was no proper commercial street either. A dessert shop might be in the west, a barbecue place in the north, and an ice cream stand almost at the village gate. Quite inconvenient. So this commercial street of mine is mainly for my own convenience. Indeed. Tsunade thought about it and found it reasonable, but still asked, "But what does that have to do with you finishing so quickly?" Yekong paused, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Quick. Just you wait." Tsunade blushed, realizing she had accidentally touched a sore spot, but she sniffed defiantly, "Fine, I'll just go home and stay there." Then Yekong raised his hand. Lo and behold, on a rockery in a pond within the courtyard, a pine tree began to grow. Not only that, every plant in the entire courtyard started to sprout and even bloom. And this was not springtime. Is this? Would release. Tsunade, unable to hide her shock, opened her mouth slightly. Hyuga stood nearby, reaching out to touch a sapling that grew before her. The branch avoided her hand, and in a few short moments it grew to the height of a person, a kumquat tree. The growth only stopped when the entire courtyard had transformed into a dense thicket that looked decades old. However, the stone paths Yekong had reserved remained clear. Idiot. This blocks the sunlight. Realizing she was right, Yekong used wind release to chop down all the troublesome weeds and trees, then summoned a whirlwind to lift the debris high into the sky, where it spontaneously combusted. Now Tsunade knew how the previous buildings had vanished. Having settled the moving matters, Yekong inquired about Tsunade and Hinata training. To withstand the divine tree fruit, they were temporarily undergoing physical training with Kanroji Mitsuri. The results were not ideal. The reason was that both of their bodies had already been developed to their peak. Physical training could only accumulate over years, constantly approaching the limit, yet it could not alter one's innate talent. However, there was still some gain. After some thought, Yekong conceived a compromise. This is... Tsunade looked at the strange markings on her body, somewhat surprised. Yekong at that moment placed his hand on Hinata chest. The latter's face flushed to the roots of her ears, then her neck and entire body began to heat up. In response, Yekong said without changing expression, "It's a technique I just learned. It allows me to separate some of my chakra and engrave it onto you with these patterns. When you need to use it, just activate it directly. It's similar to your creation rebirth, so the Ein seal is unnecessary. Over time, these seals will gradually transform your bodies, allowing you to adapt to more chakra." As he spoke, he pinched lightly and then released his hand. Steam began to rise from Hinata head. Tsunade, however, squinted her eyes as she examined the patterns Yekong had inscribed on Hinata. She walked over, lifted her clothes, and glanced at the seals on her own body. Yekong. With a bang, she turned around furiously, only to find that Yekong had already slipped away. These seals were naturally the karma. Yekong had not mastered this technique after obtaining Ishiki's technique, but as Ishiki gradually disintegrated within that space, his memories were extracted by Yekong. The pattern of the karma changed according to the user's will, so naturally Yekong could make it whatever he wanted. A little something nice wasn't too much, was it? Walking along the commercial street, Yekong was already pondering whom to favor tonight. Suko's ethereal form appeared beside him and glanced at him. For some reason, Yekong felt a twinge of guilt. He suppressed his previous expression and said with slight seriousness, "Ahem, how is it? Are you getting used to it here?" Suko still did not answer, only hesitating for a moment before nodding. "Would you like me to send you back to sea?" "No need." Suko shook her head lightly and said, "I have no attachments. I was just thinking that the technique earlier might also stabilize my soul." Yekong punched his palm. "Right. What was I thinking? Why did I forget this? Suko's soul hasn't fully stabilized to the point of materializing. On one hand, she hasn't been in contact with chakra for long, and simulating the Otsutsuki clan's ethereal form is no easy feat. But the karma is different. It's the prototype of the curse mark. It not only fixes chakra onto the target, but also solidifies chakra. Even sage chakra. So theoretically, this technique could do much more. Reincarnation is just the Otsutsuki's way of achieving immortality, but its uses go far beyond that." Suko acted on her thought and began seclusion in her ethereal form. Yekong in high spirits walked along the commercial street. It had just opened and the street had little business, but the rental office was already packed. The annual rent for peripheral shops is 500 Rio, and for the bustling area it starts at 100 Rio. What? So expensive? Too expensive. Isn't this robbery? Damn it. Who would come to a place like this? Let's go. Hinata and didn't stop those leaving, but continued to attend to the remaining ones. Those interested in renting shops or houses, this street occupied a tenth of the entire Konoha, so it couldn't be all commercial areas. Those who thought it was expensive now would likely regret it bitterly later. It wasn't entirely their fault. Konoha's population was limited and business wasn't that easy. The existing scattered shops mostly met the demand. Lord Yekong, long time no see. Clan leader Fugaku. At lunchtime, Yekong visited a restaurant he had commissioned. It mainly served various cooked foods. He ordered a bowl of eel donburi. The main reason was that he noticed Kanroji Mitsuri was also there. Before he could start eating, Uchiha Fugaku appeared from somewhere. After a slight nod, he sat down and got straight to the point. "I would like to purchase some shops in the name of the Uchiha clan." Yekong took the rice handed by the owner. The fragrant steaming rice was perfectly separated, and the grilled eel on top, with its enticing color, made one's mouth water. Yekong picked up a pair of chopsticks ready to eat, and casually said to Fugaku, "Clan leader Fugaku, the shops here are only for rent, not for sale." Fugaku paused, but he immediately restrained himself from bargaining or offering a higher price. He was a smart man and had learned much about Yekong's temperament. If he continued, it would be impolite. "I understand. Also, I heard you have guided a disciple of my clan. Thank you very much." With that, Fugaku bowed slightly, and then left. He didn't make any further requests or bring up any serious matters, as if he had just dropped by to say hello. Yekong had only glanced at him from beginning to end, but he didn't believe Uchiha Fugaku had just passed by without any purpose. However, it was just the way of smart people. Uchiha Fugaku understood that approaching Yekong with any ulterior motive would be a thankless task. The strong do not wish to feel any sense of constraint. Whether it was requests, transactions, or commands to Yekong, they were all the same. That was Uchiha Fugaku's wisdom. Clang, clang, clang. Another bowl. The owner looked at the bowl Kenroji Mitsuri handed over and the mountain of bowls stacked before her. His eyelids twitched, and he cautiously glanced at Yekong. Yekong raised his eyes to the owner and said, "Give it to her." "Yes." Due to her constitution, Kenroji Mitsuri always seemed to have a rosy, shy expression, partly from shyness and partly because her high physical strength gave her an abnormally high body temperature. Even sitting beside her, Yekong could feel the constant heat radiating from her. This heat indicated rapid cell metabolism, which naturally meant she ate a lot. Kenroji Mitsuri smiled shyly at Yekong. After finishing his meal, Yekong got up and left. It was still early, so he planned to return to his original home to pick up some things. A few minutes later, Yekong saw a figure sneaking around his front door occasionally, trying to peek through the window. He walked up behind her. "What are you doing?" "Up." He caught her startled body as it recoiled like a rag doll. Looking up at Yekong, Miroku puffed out her cheeks, then struggled to stand up, staring at him angrily without speaking. Yekong unlocked the door and walked in. Miroku followed him inside. Throughout the process, she still didn't speak, just stared at him, which left Yekong even more confused. He walked to the corner of the kitchen and took down a large feather fan hanging on the wall. The Six Paths treasure, the banana palm fan. A treasure that could convert the 5 chakra nature transformations, it was undoubtedly a divine artifact. However, it held little value for Yekong now, but it made a nice collectible. He had also considered developing his own divine artifacts. Think about it, these items, which even the Sage of Six Paths might never have used, were mysterious, but not like the Dragon Saber or the Heaven's Sword. An ordinary ninja would gain little from them, and for Kage-level fighters, being defeated by such treasures only showed their lack of skill. And for those below Kage level, if they had the chakra to practice other techniques, they wouldn't be weak. Using such treasures would drain their chakra in no time. In summary, these things were also useless, but they had another hidden value. Imagine many years later, even hundreds or thousands of years from now, someone suddenly picks up a divine artifact and proclaims the name of Yekong, the legendary divine treasure. How cool would that be? Yekong seriously suspected that the Sage of Six Paths, that old man, had thought the same way back then. Otherwise, why would he develop a bunch of junk like that? To beings of the Six Paths level, these things were indeed trash. Utterly useless. Besides the banana fan, there were also the ninjutsu scrolls that Yekong had compiled himself. Despite his appearance, he had actually put in a great deal of effort, and the most crucial part was naturally the direction of ice release training. The reason why Kekei Genkai were so rare in this world was partly due to the attitude of cherishing one's own broom, with most being passed down orally from master to disciple. Even if there were cultivation methods, they only existed in some notes, which were all shelved away. The most typical examples were probably Wood Release and Flying Thunder God. After the previous user passed away, all that remained was for later generations to keep trial and error. Out of hundreds or thousands of people, perhaps only 1 or 2 would suddenly have a flash of inspiration or stumble upon it by sheer luck. In fact, as long as the one who mastered it, even one of them, took some time to summarize the experience, and it was picked up by someone with a bit of insight and chakra talent, developing Kekei Genkai really wasn't that difficult. Yekong's thinking was different from that of the people in the ninja world. He didn't have such petty thoughts. If good things aren't taught to the right people, are they supposed to be kept for breeding? After receiving the items, Yekong directly stored them in a different dimension. One of the 2 dojutsu abilities of Datong Mu, Sure, the effect of Deheition, was essentially a different space, similar to the Kemui dimension. However, it was more special. Yekong could instantly store all non-living objects within his sight into a static different dimension. Very convenient. After getting the items, Yekong headed back, intending to see if Tsunade had calmed down. But Milu followed him like a shadow, always behind him, without speaking. With Yekong's perception, how could he not notice? He could almost feel the eyes behind him staring at him without blinking. Without making a sound, he walked to a pothole and stepped over it. The next moment, ouch, that feels better. Milu had been staring at him, but she ignored the ground beneath her feet. Now she looked up with a pitiful expression, seeing Yekong squatting in front of her with his hand outstretched. She sniffled, but Yekong simply placed his hand on her head and patted it. The next moment, Milu's face crumpled, and she burst into tears. Voila! The next moment, she burst into tears. After a while at Yekong's new home, he had thought it would take some effort to explain how Milu had followed him, but Tsunade surprisingly didn't ask. Ri Xiangqian Hua was holding a watering can to water the flowers. The wedding of Nawaki is the day after tomorrow. Go find that guy Jiraiya and bring him back, Tsunade suddenly said. Yekong nodded. After a moment. Huh. Nawaki is getting married. Wait, so soon? If he remembered correctly, less than half a year had passed. Sure, they were already living together, but this was still a bit too fast. Well, actually, it wasn't that fast. Previously, Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina had known each other since childhood and slowly developed their relationship. By normal standards, this speed wasn't fast. He scratched his head and asked Orochimaru. Okay, forget I said anything. Tsunade glared at him, clearly still not having changed her opinion of Orochimaru. Researching human bodies and the first Hokage's cells, neither of which was something Tsunade could tolerate, even if he was once a comrade. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Tsunade could never forgive Orochimaru. Yekong sighed. He couldn't say much either. Orochimaru was actually quite principled. How to put it, this might be the difference in thinking between geniuses and ordinary people. The process of Orochimaru's single-minded pursuit of truth did indeed seem a bit crazy in the eyes of ordinary people. But since Nawaki was getting married, shouldn't he prepare a gift as well? And that guy Jiraiya, he wasn't in some brothel again, was he? Last time he went to find Jiraiya, it had disgusted him, surrounded by a bunch of fat, bloated old women. Yekong strongly suspected that Jiraiya was getting greasier because he ate too much fatty meat. Damn it, now even seeing similar things made him feel sick. To be safe, Yekong didn't directly use Flying Thunder God to teleport there immediately. Instead, he found a Flying Thunder God coordinate not far from Jiraiya. Swoosh! Somewhere in the ninja world in a dense forest. Yekong arrived and looked around, spotting a Flying Thunder God seal on a tree. It must have been left by him when he passed through here once, and it had been quite some time. He identified the direction and walked toward Jiraiya's location. He wasn't in a hurry. Along the way the air was fresh, but the scenery, well, there wasn't much scenery. Splash! There was a river. Yekong's heart stirred, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At least Jiraiya hadn't run off to some chicken coop again, otherwise he would have to consider demolishing the place. But Yekong had overlooked another scenario when finding Jiraiya. That was the research site. Rustle. Parting the grass in front of him, Yekong stepped out, but halfway through his expression stiffened slightly. The next moment, he decisively flickered and disappeared from the spot. Swoosh. A kunai flew from afar, striking the spot where Yekong had been, but missing. The next moment, a nimble figure flashed into view, frowning. Nothing. Maybe it was some small animal. Perhaps. It's fine, let's go. Yekong was now standing on the crown of a tree, looking at a river in the distance and the dazzling white, graceful figures in it. He cursed Jiraiya in his heart, then took another look. Really white. No. He flickered and disappeared. Yekong suddenly understood Jiraiya a little. Distance creates beauty. The thrill of secretly peeping was indeed different from being up close. But he wasn't a pervert, he didn't have such a fetish, okay? A few minutes later, Yekong arrived at the downstream of the river where Jiraiya was. Good heavens, they were fighting passionately. Literally fighting with fire. Wind release, wind cutting technique. Fire release, great flame bomb. The two ninjutsu collided over the river. The wind aided the fire, rolling up a wave of heat, while steam rose and dispersed over the river. Clang. Then two figures rushed out of the mist at great speed. A leg longer than Jiraiya's life shot down like a razor from above. Ugh. Jiraiya saw the heavy strike coming and dared not block it directly, so he retreated. Boom. The moment it landed on the water, the entire stream seemed to be cut in half, the violent force spreading out and scattering the flow. Yekong was a bit surprised, not because of the power of this strike, but because of the sharpness and swiftness of the technique. It could almost be considered a unique style of taijutsu. As for power, it was just SOSO. Tsunade could cut off a stream with a casual finger and pierce through metal at the same time. Power wasn't just about being spectacular, being able to control and release it freely. Pursuing control was a higher realm. Jiraiya was clearly holding back, occasionally copping a feel and such. His main principle was he could win, but there was no need. Yekong also noticed that compared to finding a woman to settle down with, Jiraiya seemed to prefer this kind of push and pull with a bit of distance. In plain words, he was chasing thrills. The other party was furious, but still gave it their all, trying to defeat Jiraiya. But that was easier said than done. After all, he was one of the Sannin. In the entire ninja world, he might not be at the very top of the pyramid, but he was definitely high tier. If he entered Sage mode, even randomly picking one of the 5 Kage might not guarantee a victory over him. The other party was at best an elite Chunin, with some unique taijutsu hovering around Jounin level strength. After they had been fighting for an hour, the female ninja was panting with exhaustion, but still showed no intention of stopping. With chakra swirling around one hand, she charged at Jiraiya at high speed. Jiraiya, with a look that begged to be hit, kept backing away. Just then he suddenly felt something push him from behind and trip his heel. In an instant, even as one of the Sannin, he couldn't defy gravity and lost his balance. Damn! His heart skipped a beat. The other party didn't expect him to fall suddenly either. She was moving too fast to stop and crashed into him, both losing balance together. Silence. The two figures stared at each other, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. MMPH'd. Though a faint blush dusted her cheeks, the woman reacted instantly. She rose swiftly, creating distance, and assumed a combat stance, fixing her gaze upon Jiraiya. An awkward silence hung between them, neither knowing what to say. Sensing trouble, Jiraiya rose to his feet, scanned their surroundings, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, well, I'm afraid I have prior engagements. I must take my leave. Leave? Did she truly believe she could escape his notice? Yekong knew all too well that for someone of Jiraiya's caliber, even an assault from the Six Paths level would struggle to go undetected. Yet he had made no attempt at concealment, blundering in with a blatant divine move. Wait! To his astonishment, she had no intention of letting him go. Gazing steadily at him, she declared, "You may not leave. You are the powerhouse I have chosen, and I must defeat you." Well? Jiraiya scratched his head, growing increasingly tense. He felt certain eyes were watching him from the shadows. Before him stood a woman with short brown hair. She was not conventionally beautiful, yet she possessed a striking figure, tall and poised, exuding an air of refined intellect. But as a wandering rogue, how could he ever be tethered by a single woman, abandoning the entire forest for one tree? Never. Whoosh. Seeing his reaction, she wasted no more words and charged again, ready to strike. Realizing persuasion was futile, Jiraiya sighed and adopted a defensive posture, preparing to end the fight swiftly. Bang. Boom. They clashed once more until an opening presented itself. The divine move struck again. This time Jiraiya seized her wrist, intending to hurl her away. Instead, she twisted her body, without warning, closing the distance instantly. Their eyes locked, breaths mingling against each other's faces, and the tension froze the air once more. Yet she maintained her composure, stepping back to reset her stance and prepare another assault. Following several more exchanges, and thanks to Yekong's relentless efforts, they finally lost their restraint and shared a kiss. Mission accomplished. Yekong snapped his fingers, thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. Oh ho ho. A wandering rogue were you. Let's see how you fare against this. By now he had already deployed shadow clones to scout the surroundings and identify his opponent. They were near Naberi village, an independent ninja settlement renowned for its unique traditions. In simple terms, the village was populated entirely by women, governed by a matriarchal system. The village tradition dictated that if a woman wished to marry, or more accurately find a man, the sole path was to challenge a powerful outsider, defeat them, and bring them back to procreate. It was a straightforward, albeit crude custom. As for what became of the man afterward, it was mostly treated as a fleeting romance. He would simply vanish without a trace, or at best serve as an external operative for the village. It didn't take a genius to deduce that if these women could defeat their challengers, the so-called powerhouse they recruited must be rather lacking in strength. This was not to say the women of Naberi village were weak, but rather that their environment and resources set a ceiling. The limit was precisely the woman standing before them, now Naberi Arashi, the village chief. Jiraiya, who walked by the river so often, had somehow heard rumors of this all-female village and considered it a paradise. Thus he had eagerly scurried over to snoop. Naturally, he had been discovered. Though he managed to flee, she pursued him relentlessly right to this spot, giving rise to the current scene. This pointless tradition should have been abolished long ago. Moreover, for some reason, Yekong felt that the two were not merely compatible, they were a perfect match. Jiraiya may appear carefree, but if a single thread could tether him, besides, Naberi village was hardly a bad place. For Jiraiya, it was practically paradise. Konoha held no strict rules against intermingling with ninja from other villages. Of course, such matters were generally avoided in the ninja world, given the high risk of intelligence leaks. However, Naberi village was far too small and disconnected from the broader ninja world for such conventions to matter. It was only someone like Nashiru who associated with individuals from Sakasaki village, while harboring ambitions to become Hokage, who might face repercussions. A few days later, Jiraiya returned to Konoha on schedule to attend Nashiru's wedding. He then slipped away from the village as quickly as he had arrived. Inside Yekong's new residence. Ha ha ha. Upon learning that Jiraiya had inadvertently caught the eye of Naberi village's chief, Tsunade could barely contain her laughter. She clutched her stomach, tears welling in her eyes, and slapped the floor. Jiraiya, that idiot. Ha ha. It wasn't just her. Even Orochimaru, who had quietly attended Nashiru's wedding, paused in disbelief upon hearing the news, his expression one of utter astonishment. Yekong sipped his tea calmly. As the mastermind behind it all, he naturally felt responsible for the aftermath. Once Tsunade had laughed her fill, he spoke up. Though that Jiraiya fellow seems to be plotting an escape. What's your take? Oh. Her gaze sharpened, and Tsunade's expression turned serious, though a faint smile still lingered at the corners of her mouth. Naturally, I'll help catch him. Click-clack. Tsunade clenched her fist. There was no way Jiraiya would be escaping this time. Several days later, Jiraiya departed the Land of Fire, arriving at some remote location in the ninja world to continue his research journey. All he wanted was to put as much distance as possible between himself and Naberry village. Sigh. Recalling the preceding events, he exhaled wearily, a headache brewing. Just then a kunai shot toward him from the distance. Whoosh. Dodging it, he flashed onto a tree branch, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. But upon recognizing the newcomer, his face froze, and he offered an awkward smile. Haha, well. You wouldn't happen to be breaking our agreement, would you? Naberry Arisher regarded Jiraiya with a cold stare. After their earlier clash, Jiraiya had willingly conceded defeat. Eager to escape, he had simply promised to return to Naberry village to meet her. Instead he had fled. Enraged, she had pursued him. How she had tracked him down was a matter for another time. Impossible. Jiraiya denied it outright, then quickly thought of an excuse. Alright. I'm a Konoha ninja after all. I have a crucial mission to complete right now. Once it's done, I'll come find you. How does that sound? Naberry Arisher looked skeptical. Really? Absolutely. Jiraiya only wanted to slip away. The next moment. Boom. Without hesitation she charged. With a single strike of her Naberry fluid style, she cleaved a massive tree in two. Jiraiya dodged in panic. You are coming back with me today? Jiraiya. Not far away, Yekong and Tsunade watched the two figures recede into the distance, thoroughly satisfied. Her taijutsu has quite a few flaws. Her chakra control could be sharper though. Tsunade immediately spotted the issues in Naberry Arashi's taijutsu. Though systematic, its numerous shortcomings placed a hard ceiling on its potential, nowhere near the level Tsunade herself had reached. Naberry village simply lacks the extensive jutsu heritage required to overcome such limitations. Let's go. MHM. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Yekong whisked Tsunade away. Whatever happened next was no longer their concern, as she certainly wouldn't let Jiraiya escape. Judging by her determination, she would likely chase him to the ends of the earth. It all came down to who could endure longer. In Konoha, at Yekong's home, at the end of a long corridor, mist and water vapor filled the air. A figure emerged from the mist, long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her slender and rounded legs stepped out of the pool in one stride, yet not a single trace of moisture clung to her body. Her translucent crystalline body seemed to radiate a spiritual glow, and her eyes sparkled like stars in the night. She suddenly stopped, glanced in a certain direction, said nothing, and continued forward, passing through the corridor. She had somehow put on a Miko's long skirt. Gulp. She's so beautiful. Who is she? Mile hid in a room, watching Tsuade walk past, feeling overshadowed. She quietly slipped out of the room, looked in the direction Tsuade had gone, and slowly followed. But as she walked, she realized she could never find the other's figure, ignoring the fact that she herself was running around in a bathrobe. After a while, Mile gave up and returned to her room, intending to enjoy the hot spring. But the moment she opened the door, she saw Tsuade standing right in front of her, startling her. Just as she was about to scream, a hand gently covered her mouth. Tsuade looked at her calmly, then her gaze shifted slightly, and her entire form transformed into a beam of spiritual light, merging into Miles' body. The next moment, Miles' eyes changed, becoming utterly calm, yet tinged with a faint spiritual radiance. Meanwhile, Yekong was enjoying the hot spring. The water here was changed every day, and he wasn't short of water anyway. His elbows rested on the edge of the hot spring behind him, his entire body leaning against a stone, his eyes slightly closed, savoring the pleasure that made every cell seem to cheer. Tap. Someone's coming. Is it Gang Shou? No, Gang Shou had already bathed. Oh, she should be sleeping now. Rixiang Qianhua didn't seem like it either. Usually when he hugged her, she turned as red as a boiled lobster, never resisting, but never initiating either. Who is it then? Yekong felt a bit creeped out, but at that moment the other person had already stepped down from the edge of the hot spring. The mist couldn't obstruct his vision, and upon seeing who it was, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wrong. Why is she here? If Gang Shou saw this, it would be disastrous. Before he could think further, he guessed that Mile had been a Miko for so long that her eyesight might be poor and she hadn't noticed him, so she would probably leave soon. But then Miles' actions made him lose his composure. A supple body slowly leaned in, warm and full. Splash. The next day in the living room, Yekong and several others were having a meal. Gang Shou ate while squinting at Yekong, and Mile beside him looking suspicious. Yekong felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, but managed to keep his composure. After all, Gang Shou was his primary wife. If he didn't handle this properly, her outburst would be no joke. He had to bring it up when she was in a good mood. Mile, however, had little appetite after a few bites. She stood up, walked over to Yekong, kissed him, and then walked out without saying a word. Crack. The chopsticks in Gang Shou's hand snapped in two. She glared at Yekong with a look that said, "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." At that moment, Yekong's heart finally sank. He helplessly spread his hands, said nothing, just stood up, walked over to Gang Shou, picked her up, and vanished from the spot. Hey, calm. Wait. Oh, now is... After a flurry of sounds, all problems were smoothly resolved. A few days later, Yekong was leisurely strolling through the commercial street when a figure blocked his way. Lord Yi, the Hokage, wishes to see you. Moi. Looking at the Uchiha Itachi before him, Yekong was somewhat surprised. Although he wore a mask, Yekong could see through his identity at a glance. This kid has already joined the Umbu. How old is he? If he remembered correctly, Uchiha Itachi was a few years younger than Uchiha Shisui. He had probably just graduated from the Ninja Academy with hardly any missions under his belt, yet he entered the high-risk Umbu. No wonder he later had such a detached, indifferent demeanor. No one who came out of the Umbu was without a poker face. Kakashi was like that, and so was Uchiha Itachi. In the end, the Umbu forged people, but it could also ruin them. A few minutes later, Yekong arrived at the Hokage's office. Before he could speak, an excited voice rang out, "Teacher, what are you all doing here?" He looked at the three of them, Mai, Konan, and Yahiko, in surprise. Good heavens, the current F3 of Amigakure were all here. If this were Konoha, it would be like the Hokage, the Jinchuriki, and an Umbu vice-captain all visiting a neighboring village together. It was somewhat too grand. Mai, as usual, wore an optimistic smile, and said, "I found a capable ninja to take care of things temporarily, and I came to see you, teacher." A capable ninja? Are there any talents in Amigakure? He had no idea. It wasn't that he had been isolated for too long, but that Amigakure truly had no talented people. In the original timeline, the three of them had grown up under Jiraiya's tutelage. Whether it was heritage or resources, Amigakure lacked everything. How could it produce talents? But now perhaps there might be some, since the three of them were managing Amigakure quite impressively. "Teacher," Konan said, not looking optimistic. She looked at Yekong and said, "That ninja uses the Sharingan's ocular powers. He is very mysterious. Mai trusts him too easily. I feel he is dangerous." The Sharingan. Minato, who was also here, was surprised to hear this. He knew about the relationship between the three and Yekong, so he wasn't too surprised to learn they were visiting as representatives of Amigakure. In fact, when Uchiha Shisui had brought back intelligence earlier, he had already considered this, which was why he hadn't launched a large-scale investigation. Looking at Yekong, Minato asked with some doubt, "The Uchiha clan should have no rogue ninjas." "Now they do," Yekong replied casually, already guessing who that Uchiha was, Obito Uchiha. Glancing at Minato, Yekong suddenly looked toward the window behind him and said, "Kakashi, come out. I have something to ask you." "Shush." Kakashi appeared behind Minato. He was currently the Umbu responsible for Minato's security. After appearing, he nodded to Minato and the three from Amigakure, then looked at Yekong and said, "Lord Kong, what do you wish to ask?" "Obito is dead, right? And Lin's body?" Silence. The three from Amigakure were baffled. Minato furrowed his brows. He had always been reticent about this matter, afraid to mention it in front of Kakashi, not even urging him to talk about them for fear that it would further traumatize Kakashi. Having lost his father at a young age, Kakashi had gradually emerged from the shadows, only to suffer the successive loss of his closest friends. This experience even made Minato worry that Kakashi might go to extremes, which was why he kept him close, hoping time would heal him. As expected, Kakashi's eyes dimmed. He nodded and said, "Yes, when I went to look for Lin's body, it was already gone." "Kong." Minato rushed to stop him, hoping Yekong wouldn't further provoke him. Raising his hand to cut off Minato's words, Yekong nodded and muttered to himself, "So that's correct. That means Obito is still alive and Lin's body is with him. If you can retrieve Lin's body now, I can use the Edo Tensei to let you meet again." He didn't mention resurrection. If everyone could be revived, his chakra could achieve it, but he had concerns. Yekong was sure that 1,000 years ago there was no such thing as the underworld in this world, but now there was. That old hag, the Sage of Six Paths, had died physically without using a karma seal to reincarnate, yet he had survived for 1,000 years and could casually create 2 Six Paths level beings. He was clearly on par with Kaguya Otsutsuki in her prime. Yekong didn't believe that the sage had done nothing in 1,000 years. He had to be on guard. "You're telling the truth." Kakashi looked at Yekong in disbelief, his eyes trembling. He had been awakened by that nightmare for countless nights. Now Yekong's words were undoubtedly a huge shock to him. Yekong nodded, glanced at Minato Namikaze, and explained, "Edo Tensei. As the Hokage, your teacher also knows about it. I have mastered this technique. However, you must understand that this is not a true resurrection. It merely summons her soul from the other world for a brief period." He said this to prevent Kakashi from falling into despair after holding great hope. If it could resolve his inner knot, that would be best. "Yes, I understand." As he spoke, Kakashi realized he was somewhat emotional and looked at Minato Namikaze. But Minato Namikaze did not blame him. Instead, he nodded, stood up, and said seriously, "Kakashi, I am giving you a mission as the Hokage. Find Obito and Rin." "Master." Kakashi looked at Minato Namikaze in disbelief, but then nodded heavily. "Yes." Furthermore, the next moment Minato Namikaze removed his Hokage cloak, revealing his Jonin attire underneath, and said with sharp eyes, "I will go with you as the teacher of Squad 7. Boom. At that moment, Yahiko and the other two were stunned. As the Hokage, he actually made such an impulsive decision, yet they were also impressed by the brilliance of Minato Namikaze. Such a person would probably be disliked by no one. Yekong, however, shook his head. This was not a judgment a qualified Hokage should make, but it was something Minato Namikaze would do. He might fail, but he would never make a wrong decision. That very day, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi left Konoha and even Hiruzen Sarutobi's strong opposition could not stop them. Yahiko and the other two had originally planned to stay for a few days, but seeing this they also worried about problems in Amigakure, so they followed and went back. Master, about that. Speak your mind. Yekong looked at Yahiko, who seemed hesitant, and was teasing him, raised his hand, as if to hit him, scaring Yahiko into shrinking his head. He quickly said, I want to invite you to the wedding of Konan Nagato and me. Huh? Yekong was stunned for a moment, glanced at Konan, and Nagato stroked his chin and asked with confusion, I understand you and Konan, but you also want to marry Nagato. Or is he marrying you? Konan was taken aback, then laughed out loud while Nagato's eyes twitched, looking speechless. Yahiko was similarly indignant and explained with a resentful expression, no, it's that Nagato is also getting married. We discussed and decided to hold the wedding on the same day, so we want to invite you, Master. So after all that, they were waiting for him here. Yekong also guessed that the three of them had probably made this trip specifically for this matter, otherwise they wouldn't have come all together. Rarely without sternness, looking at the three familiar figures before him, Yekong said calmly, I see. Go ahead. I'll come. The three showed joy on their faces, bid farewell to Yekong, and then set off for the land of rain together with Minato Namikaze and his disciple. Since Minato Namikaze had already taken action, he naturally had no need to follow along. Obito was still somewhat immature, not comparable to Kage level. If he were to intervene, it would not be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, it would be like using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito. He didn't even need to follow along. By casually setting a forbidden space technique on someone else, Obito's Kamui would be rendered useless, instantly breaking his ability. At best, he was merely a Uchiha member, barely reaching Jonin level, and even Kakashi could handle him. His damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Yekong was a bit annoyed but didn't take it too seriously. Without the identity filter, Minato Namikaze plus Yahiko and the other two catching Obito off guard, the chance of Obito escaping was extremely slim. A few days later in Amigakure, the facts were similar to what Yekong had guessed. After arriving in the land of rain, Minato Namikaze and the others conducted some investigation and did not act immediately. Although the intelligence came from Yekong, they still proceeded cautiously. Finally, Kakashi used his Sharingan's perception to confirm that the masked man was Obito. However, this also allowed Obito to detect his presence. Sensing danger, he was about to flee directly, but Minato Namikaze made his move at that moment. Obito! Obito! His expression changed. Although Obito had sealed his heart like concrete, he was still young and inexperienced. How could he remain completely unmoved at this moment? But soon murderous intent surged again in his eyes. Boom. The two sides began to fight. To avoid affecting Amigakure, Minato Namikaze and the others were somewhat restrained. Finally, Nagato stepped in and used the Rinnegan to cast a Genjutsu, dragging Obito out of Amigakure. The group struggled against Obito's Kamui. This ability to ignore all attacks was too troublesome, and the key issue was insufficient intelligence. In the end, Nagato's Rinnegan made Obito hesitant, so he simply activated Kamui space to escape. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance in Kakashi's direction. Obito, you. The nightmare in Kakashi's mind resurfaced. Startled, he could not react at all, and could only let the other leave. The capture failed, and Minato Namikaze was also troubled. Half a year later in Konoha, an important event made the entire Konoha High Command tense. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was about to give birth. In plain words, Kushina was about to give birth. If things went wrong, it wouldn't just be Naruto coming out, maybe a brother would come along too. So including Minato, the Konoha High Command was extremely nervous, but the person involved was very calm, eating and drinking as usual. Even Jiraiya had specially returned actually to complain to Yekong. Over the past half-year, he had finally succumbed to Nadeshiko Erasure and was taken back to Nadeshiko village. However, even so, his restless heart had not calmed down. He had only returned a few times in the past half-year. Nadeshiko Erasure didn't care anymore. After all, they had already consummated their marriage, which was also a special rule of Nadeshiko village. Damn it, you bastard Yekong. The two were drinking at a sushi shop. Jiraiya was drunk and complained, you've ruined me. Yekong remained very calm, looked at him with disdain, and said, is she not good enough for you? Or is there something wrong with her? She doesn't ask you to take responsibility, she can bear you a child, and even raise it herself. Are you still not satisfied? TSK. Jiraiya was speechless, and took a sip of strong liquor. That was the situation, but was he the kind of person who shirked responsibility? Looking like it doesn't mean it is. In fact, although he rarely met Nadeshiko Arashi, he would still occasionally sneak back to check on her, ensuring she was fine before setting off again. This made him a wanderer who was used to passing through a myriad of flowers without a single leaf clinging to him, truly troubled. It made him feel a sense of guilt and heaviness whenever he went to gather materials, feeling constrained. Especially as Nadeshiko Arashi's belly grew day by day, he became even more panicked. He felt as if the rest of his life was shrouded in darkness. Yekong had no sympathy for this situation. What is guilt? It doesn't exist. I'll just take responsibility for everything. After finishing the wine, it was already late into the night. Yekong offered Jiraiya a place to stay at his home, But the man had not returned to Konoha for years, and his house had long since fallen into disrepair, uninhabitable. Nevertheless, he insisted on crashing at Orochimaru's place for the night. Yekong was uncertain where Orochimaru lived, but Jiraiya could always find him. A few days later, Kushina's due date arrived. She was secretly moved outside Konoha village to give birth, just in case. At Yekong's home, Yekong sat on the veranda sipping fresh coconut juice brought from Lolon, counting the stars. Suezi sat beside him, her spiritual energy growing denser. Tsunade then walked over frowning. Hey, aren't you going to help? Yekong looked up with a shocked expression. Are you sure you want me to deliver Kushina's baby? Bam! Tsunade raised her hand and punched him, but without force. Yekong rubbed his shoulder, grimacing. Just kidding. Besides, if I go, some things become awkward. And I haven't done nothing. Relax, the Nine Tails has already been transferred out. No big deal. Really? Tsunade asked uncertainly. Yekong's gaze sharpened. He quickly grabbed Tsunade, pulling her into his arms as she yelped, then rubbed her face, firmly squeezing her cheeks. Doubting me? Believe it or not, I'll show you my power right now. Humph. Tsunade's face flushed crimson. Ugh, Bakuyu. Itchin' and stop. Huh. Ha ha ha. Yekong's hand kept brushing past her ear with a faint trace of chakra stimulation. Tsunade's face reddened visibly, her hands struggling, then her legs too, as she laughed uncontrollably. A faint exotic fragrance emanated from her body. Eventually, Tsunade laughed until she was limp, collapsing in Yekong's arms with a look of utter defeat. Yekong summoned Hinata Chika and had her carry Tsunade away. Tsunade should have been the one to help deliver Kushina's baby, but Yekong stopped her without explaining why. Last time, Minato Namikaze had acted personally, but failed to capture Obito, who had since gone even deeper into hiding. The only way now was to lure him out. Yekong worried that if Tsunade were present, Obito might not show himself easily. So he had to let Kushina take a bit of a risk. Obito was unlikely to kill her outright, but he would surely seize the chance to cause chaos. And he hadn't lied to Tsunade. He had indeed set up some contingency measures to ensure nothing would happen to Kushina. Inside the Konoha prison, Shimura Danzo, who had been off the scene for a long time, sat in his solitary cell in silence, as if already dead. But in the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the figure approaching before him, and spoke calmly. Orochimaru, I never expected it would be you to see me off on my final journey. Ha. Orochimaru let out his uniquely eerie cold laugh. Then he took out a scroll and unrolled it as he spoke to Danzo. Lord Danzo, it seems I overestimated your resolve. As half a schemer, Orochimaru had actually been manipulated and calculated by Danzo, but he had embraced it willingly. However, while Orochimaru had imagined that he might meet a terrible end, Danzo had never considered it. He had always believed he was right. That was the difference between them and why Orochimaru survived to the end. Humph. Bloodshot veins appeared in Danzo's eyes. Clearly his inner turmoil was not as calm as his exterior. And when he saw the scroll Orochimaru opened, and the special small jar summoned from it, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. The next moment his confusion turned to shock. Orochimaru formed hand seals and summoned a sealing altar covered in candlelight. Lord Danzo, cooperate. Perhaps you might still have a chance to live. Orochimaru's voice was icy. Only then did Danzo realize something, his eyes widening as he stared at Orochimaru in disbelief. You dare to? Haha. Orochimaru didn't explain, only urging Danzo to cooperate. Then, amidst a look of madness, Orochimaru activated the technique and sealed a terrifying surge of chakra into Danzo's body. Roar. During the process, a series of savage howls rang out. Danzo's body began to swell, twist, and contort grotesquely, looking horrifying and malevolent. Orochimaru watched intently. Seeing that Danzo seemed about to collapse, he pulled out a syringe of medicine and jabbed it into Danzo. Even after the medicine entered his body, Danzo's pain did not subside, it continued to tear at him. Time passed. Finally, Danzo fell silent in agony, lying motionless on the altar. A clear 8-trigram seal was visible on his abdomen. Orochimaru, how is it? An aged figure appeared behind him. Sarutobi Bawako, wife of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru turned to face her and nodded. Heh, it's done. With that, he turned and left. Outside the prison, Minato Namikaze was already waiting. He nodded to Orochimaru as he emerged. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Orochimaru. Nothing. We each get what we need. For Orochimaru, having the chance to collect experimental data was a great gain, and he was happy to help. After that, his part was done. Meanwhile, at the Konoha hospital, Kushina had begun labor. After recovering, Tsunade came to deliver the baby. The process was smooth, a natural birth. Almost as soon as Naruto was born, the Nine Tails chakra within Kushina was separated and sealed into Naruto's body. Kushina resisted fiercely, but it was useless. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade was healing Kushina while Shizen took the baby. She soothed Kushina. Calm down. He is your and Minato's child. Even if he doesn't become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he will still face prejudice. But he has you both, doesn't he? Besides, Yekong said that one day he will surpass you and Minato. Yekong. Kushina was skeptical, but soon understood. It was true. She herself had endured strange looks and treatment, but Minato's arrival had changed her, preventing her from growing up in pain. To use Yekong's words, teasing Minato, "You bastard, you found yourself a child bride." And Naruto was their child, destined to face the same. Rather than avoid it, it was better to let him confront everything head-on. Lady Tsunade the baby. Shizune returned holding Naruto, who had been cleaned of amniotic fluid. Tsunade smiled. "Let the little one see his mother. He's so ugly." Kushina was weak, but she still turned her head slightly to look at the wrinkled, closed-eyed Naruto, a blissful smile on her face. Little Naruto. Boom. A sudden massive explosion erupted outside Konoha village. The entire village felt the tremor. Everyone panicked, staring toward the direction of the blast. Roar. A colossal beast appeared outside the village, its entire body covered in orange fur like a primeval monster. Its roar shook heaven and earth. Instantly, the entire Konoha went on high alert. All ninjas stood ready, and the ANBU gathered at the village entrance. Hiruzen Sarutobi, already in battle gear, stood atop the Hokage building, biting his finger to summon the Monkey King Enma. "Hey Sarutobi, what's going on?" "I don't know, but Minato must be in trouble. We can't let the Nine Tails charge into the village." Enma transform. TCH. Enma flipped over, instantly transforming into a massive staff with golden ends and a dark middle, which landed in Hiruzen's hand. In Konoha prison, Obito was initially puzzled as to why Kushina would be in such a place, but the chakra signature of the Nine Tails was indeed present, and Minato Namikaze was also there, so he didn't suspect anything. But when he saw Danzo at that moment, he vaguely sensed something was wrong, yet since things had come to this, he still took away the half of the Nine Tails that had just been sealed. Minato Namikaze arrived late and failed to stop it. He's already taken it. A figure flashed into view beside him. Shungshu looked at the chaotic scene and asked, "Can you confirm it's him?" Minato Namikaze nodded and said gravely, "This ability is unmistakable, space-time ninjutsu. How about Ku?" Shungshu, however, shook his head and said, "Kong said he needs to set up the space-time seal in advance. It'll take about 3 more minutes. 3 minutes, huh?" In the next instant, Minato Namikaze and Shungshu vanished simultaneously using the Flying Thunder God technique. In the night-shrouded Konoha on the Hokage rock, Yekong gently closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, spreading his arms outward. A ghastly, terrifying light instantly radiated from around him, illuminating the entire world. For a moment, it seemed as if a large portion of the ninja world had turned from night to day. Minato Namikaze and Shungshu, who had just arrived, hurriedly raised their hands to shield their eyes. "What? Lord Hokage, this is—" Countless ninja in Konoha felt a jolt of alarm, but then came a roar that resounded across the entire world. The Nine Tails had appeared. Yekong's technique was completed at that moment, and his dark robe slowly fell from his body. "Done. Let's go." As he spoke, he leaped down from the Hokage rock, and the instant his feet touched the ground, his form transformed into a blue streak of light, appearing outside Konoha village with a terrifying speed nearly matching the Flying Thunder God technique. Exchanging a glance, Minato Namikaze and Shungshu were both astonished, but in the next moment, they followed swiftly. Their speed was equally formidable. When combined with breathing techniques, their movements were so fast that ordinary ninja couldn't track them with the naked eye. One would need at least a 3-tomo Sharingan to keep up with their speed, and even then the body might not be able to keep up. As for Yekong, even the Mangekyo Sharingan might not be able to react in time. Yekong moved as if time itself had stopped passing by the Konoha ninja, who appeared completely frozen. Boom. Whoa. What? A violent hurricane swept in from behind, blowing away ninja caught in it with terror on their faces. At this moment, Yekong, Minato Namikaze, and Shungshu had already arrived at an open field a few kilometers outside Konoha, blocking Obito's path. "This brat has quite the setup, making me go through such trouble. Konoha may not be at its strongest now, but they've certainly brought out their most impressive lineup. Humph. Obito. Teacher, it's been a long time." Obito looked at the three before him, seemingly unaware of the danger, standing there with a calm expression. Minato Namikaze wanted to persuade him to turn back, but he saw Obito let a chain drop from his hands, clearly not planning to surrender without a fight. Rustle. At that moment, the grass nearby was parted, and Kakashi rushed over. His eyes dimmed upon seeing Obito. "Obito, you." "Shut up." Seeing Kakashi, Obito seemed provoked, roaring with a slightly crazed look, "You murderer of Rin. You have no right to speak to me." "Silence." Seeing Kakashi fall into self-blame again, Minato Namikaze frowned deeply. His 3 students had come to this, and he felt deeply guilty as well. Shungshu seemed pensive and didn't act immediately. Yekong, however, wasn't going to indulge him, and said coldly, "A self-righteous brat, do you think the whole world revolves around you? You?" Obito was slightly startled and instinctively stepped back. Yekong's reputation might not be high among Konoha civilians, but in great clans like the Uchiha his name was spoken of as taboo. Having been influenced by this, Obito naturally regarded him as a force to be feared. Calm. Minato Namikaze wanted him to calm down, but Yekong didn't care about their master-student relationship. He stepped forward, looked at Obito, and said with narrowed eyes, "You don't even know how Rin died, and yet you clamor to destroy the world. With you?" Or with that pile of mud behind you. Black Zetsu hidden in the shadows was startled and silently merged into a tree trunk vanishing. Kong, stop it, Obito is. You shut up too. Minato Namikaze tried to interject, but was cut off by Yekong, who glared at him and pointed at Uchiha Obito, saying solemnly, is this the quality you've trained? If you can teach, if not send them back to the Ninja Academy. Don't mention the Uchiha clan. If they produce such quality again, I'll make the Uchiha clan leader go back to the academy myself. Silence. Yekong's reaction stunned everyone present. Can he say such things? No, only he could say that. Shingshu's eye twitched, feeling that Yekong might actually do such a thing. What was that about? Looking at the silent Minato Namikaze, who could only smile wryly, the teacher he had always respected, the current 4th Hokage, being scolded and not daring to retort, Obito's fear deepened. So this is the water demon, the monster that suppresses the entire ninja world. Taking a deep breath, Obito tried to calm himself. Since things had come to this, he had no way back. Roar. Suddenly, a somewhat piercing scream came, accompanied by the howl of a hurricane. Before the group could react, a massive shadow descended from the sky, blotting out the sun. Rumble. Kakashi was almost blown away, and the others raised their hands to shield their eyes. Yekong raised his hand, blew away the surrounding dust with a gust of wind, and his expression changed slightly. Roar. As the dust cleared, the Ninetales' massive head was pinned to the ground, struggling, constantly roaring, and opening its mouth as a terrifying energy condensed within, a sign that the tailed beast ball was about to erupt. But the next moment, a shadow leaped down from the Ninetales and immediately kicked its jaw, forcibly closing its mouth. With a muffled boom, the Ninetales was blasted by its own tailed beast ball, its fur standing on end, looking quite miserable. Open your mouth again, and I'll tear your head off. Damn it, human you. Roar. Crack. A horrifying sound of bone cracking echoed, and the Ninetales' scream resounded again, causing Yekong and the others to involuntarily twitch. It turned out that Tsunade had actually punched the Ninetales' jaw out of joint. Then they noticed that the Ninetales looked like it had been thoroughly ravaged, with few places on its body unharmed, lying there, because it couldn't get up. Tsunade walked out from a collapsed area, and the Ninetales behind her was subdued, only glaring hatefully at her back. The strange Sharingan in its eyes faded, returning to vertical pupils. She walked up to them, squinting as she sized up Obito, then looked at Minato Namikaze, and said, it's this brat, right? Gulp. At this moment, Obito was truly panicked. He silently put away the chain in his hand, and was about to activate Kamui, but nothing happened. Kamui. Kamui. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze decisively appeared behind Obito, and knocked him out with a chop. He glanced nervously at the enraged Tsunade, and though he didn't understand the reason, said, Lady Tsunade, I will interrogate him properly. Humph. Tsunade saw the situation and couldn't continue to vent her anger, since Minato Namikaze was Obito's teacher after all. Afterward, Night Sky lifted the seal that prohibited aerial movement. Then he casually placed a single seal on Obito, which was far simpler. Just a pat of the hand, unlike the large-scale sealing techniques he had previously deployed. That earlier white light had encompassed nearly half the land of fire. That was why he needed to prepare in advance, ensuring Obito had no chance of escape, otherwise it wouldn't have required such trouble. Later, Night Sky learned the reason for Tsunade's fury. The Ninetales had appeared right at his wine estate outside Konoha, destroying many fine wines that had been aged for over a decade. The monetary loss was secondary. What mattered was that these were wines he had reserved, ones she herself rarely dared to drink. Now Night Sky was angry too. Naruto was born that year, and many others in Konoha were born around the same time, as if by agreement, forming the future 12 Guardian Ninja of Konoha. After being taken away by Minato Namikaze, Obito was imprisoned in the Konoha prison. To prevent accidents, in addition to numerous sealing techniques, the Umbu patrolled in shifts at regular intervals, ensuring any anomaly would be detected immediately, leaving no room for error. Subsequently, despite Minato Namikaze and Kakashi's persuasion, Obito remained stubbornly silent, refusing to hand over Rin's body. But Night Sky had his ways. He entered the Kamui space through Kakashi's Sharingan, retrieved Rin's body, and then used it to perform the impure world reincarnation. Obito Kakashi. Facing her two former friends, Rin was startled, but she quickly grasped the situation. Looking at her cracked hand, she smiled and said, it seems I am indeed dead. Obito must be heartbroken, and Kakashi, you must be blaming yourself, right? Rin, you. Both of them widened their eyes, their gazes trembling as they stared at the familiar figure before them, each reacting differently. Kakashi lowered his head in sorrow, filled with guilt. Obito stood dumbfounded, tears streaming down his face. Rin stepped forward, first embracing Kakashi, then embracing Obito, whose hands and feet were bound. With her optimism and kindness, she pointed them toward the right path. I am very happy, Kakashi Obito, to have been your comrade. It's wonderful. As she spoke, Rin's form gradually shed the impure world reincarnation body in a flash of spiritual light, rising toward the sky. There are two ways to release the impure world reincarnation. One is when the caster voluntarily ends it. The other is when the summoned soul, if free of attachment and regret, can forcibly break free and return to the afterlife. Orochimaru's research on control techniques was precisely aimed at solving this problem, preventing the summoned from escaping on their own, leaving them completely under his control. In Orochimaru's view, this was the true application of the impure world reincarnation. Little did he know that against those stronger than him, even his techniques would prove useless. This research was fundamentally flawed from the start. Who said you could leave? Just as Rin was about to return to the afterlife, a force pulled her back, reconnecting her to her physical body. A surge of vitality gradually revived her. Rin opened her eyes in confusion. I am. Night Sky appeared on the scene, squinting at Obito and Kakashi. Because of you two, the Nine Tails destroyed my wine estate. The loss amounts to roughly 300 million Ryo. The three of you will work for me for free for 200 years. Split evenly and rounded down, that's at least 60 years each to pay off the debt. If I don't see you here tomorrow, I'll go to the Uchiha clan to collect the debt. As he left, Night Sky turned back to warn them. He was serious. If they dared to run, he would simply dismantle the entire Uchiha clan to settle the debt. Kakashi and Obito were dumbfounded. Rin looked at herself, confirming she seemed to have truly been revived. She was incredulous, but soon a smile spread across her face. Well, this isn't so bad. The next day, the three arrived outside Konoha. Hyuga Yin was already waiting there, surrounded by figures busy moving large oak barrels of wine, some of which showed signs of damage. Be careful, don't break them. If anything else gets damaged, we'll lose this month's bonus entirely. TSK. With a dark expression, Hyuga Yin was also irritated. He had finally managed to get a week off from some exploitative boss to go on a trip with Miss Satomi, only to be dragged back before he could leave to clean up this mess. As the largest wine estate under Night Sky's name, the wines stored here were too numerous and too precious. Many were fine reserves laid down over a decade ago. In the ninja world, these items could no longer be measured by mere value. To put it another way, even the blended wine taken after the 5th or 6th extraction was worth 100 times more than the so-called famous spirits the daimyo drank. Needless to say, this wine estate was immensely profitable. The truly fine wines were only those taken from the 2nd and 3rd extractions, and after aging for over a decade, only Night Sky and a few close associates could enjoy them. Other than that, he had only gifted a few bottles to Minato Namake's Nawaki and Yahiko for their weddings. So when the Nine Tails destroyed the estate, he was furious. He had captured Kakashi and the others to work off the debt. Escape? No way. No way. Hyuga Yin, looking like someone owed money, turned to the three. Nanny. Rin, still appearing as she had before her death years ago, stood between Kakashi and Obito, looking younger. It felt like two jonin leading a genin on a mission, a very odd combination. With her hands demurely behind her back, she smiled and said, We're here to work for Lord Night Sky. What should we do? Tisk over there. Hyuga Yin glanced at Kakashi and Obito. The two of them together couldn't even muster a pair of normal eyes. He pointed to the entrance of the damaged wine cellar where horse-drawn carts were transporting the wines. Move everything out, then send them in batches to the land of earth, wind, lightning, and water. Since you're new here, just deliver to the land of snow. Don't worry, no one dares to rob you. Confused, but as a former Umbu, Kakashi asked, no one robs. He rarely drank, but he knew the value of these goods. In today's ninja world, they were unique, liquid gold if you will. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Yin sneered and pointed to the mark on each barrel, a special pattern of a technique and a blade. Do you know what this is, eh? The three looked clueless. Hyuga Yin then tapped his head. This is the highest level wanted notice in the ninja world. You'd better remember it. Anyone who tries to rob this must have a screw loose. Just stay away. Just bringing back intelligence about such a robbery would earn you at least 10 million Ryo. The three exchanged glances, shocked. A mere piece of information was worth 10 million Ryo. Obito was somewhat dazed. If Minato Namake's hadn't captured him and Tsunade had instead. Recalling the Nine Tails' tragic fate, he roughly understood the meaning of this mark. Every clan and village in the ninja world had its own symbol, but none would dare stand in front of this one. This represented the absolute taboo of the entire ninja world. Having resolved the issues of the Watergate squad, he ended up losing his own winery as well. Yekong felt like crying, but had no tears. The key point was that he couldn't find anyone else to shoulder this loss, so he could only grab the three little ones to work for him to pay off the debt. Otherwise, if he had let Watergate or the Uchiha handle it, they would probably rather hand the people over to him. At least hundreds of millions in compensation. Not to mention the severe deficit in Mai's finances, how could the Uchiha possibly pay it off? Despite being the largest clan in Mai, the Uchiha actually had no valuable assets besides those eyes. They did have some supply chains for ninja tools left over from the Warring States period and a few mines. Living off their heritage basically. The problem was that converting these things into wealth required war. The current ninja world was still nominally peaceful, so naturally these assets couldn't be turned into actual value. Moreover, they obviously wouldn't hand over these things. If pushed too hard, those fellows might do something drastic. That day, Yekong finally made a rare visit to his own hot spring inn. He was now quite well off, and this hot spring inn didn't matter much to him anymore. He kept it simply because he was too lazy to transfer it. Jingyin was looking after it. and if she had no time, they would just close it. He brought some pastries to comfort Jingyin, then asked if there were any recent tasks. This place also served as the consulting office. While eating the pastries, Jingyin noticed Yekong's gaze. Her face slightly flushed as she swallowed the yokon in her mouth, almost choking. She patted her chest a few times to swallow it, then said with difficulty, "By the way, Lord Kong, there are a few tasks that need your review. I'm not sure how to decide." Oh, he had just come to take a look, but unexpectedly found a pleasant surprise. Taking the scroll handed over by Jingyin, he glanced over it roughly. One of them was even sealed, apparently intended only for him to see. He opened it directly. Yekong narrowed his eyes. The content of the task was secondary. He immediately recognized the source of this commission from the emblem on it. Every ninja village had its own unique symbol. This commission actually came from a special village, the Star Hidden Village. Well, how to put it? This village was special because what they learned was not conventional ninjutsu, but a secret technique called the Peacock Mysterious Technique, which materialized chakra. It required the magnetic field released by a special meteorite called the star to cultivate. In fact, it was just a fragment of the moon tainted with the chakra of the 10 tails. Exposed to that magnetic field, an ordinary person's body could indeed greatly enhance chakra in a short time, but how could an ordinary person withstand the 10 tails chakra? Those with slightly weaker physiques would meet only death if they forcibly cultivated the so-called Peacock Mysterious Technique. This commission came from the village chief of the Star Hidden Village, the Star Shadow himself, hoping that he could destroy or take away the star. He set the commission aside and looked at the others, curling his lips. Most of them were requests for him to assassinate some big shot from a certain village like a Hokage. And these commissions were almost all anonymous, with the reward directly posted to the black market. He would get the money from the black market after completing the job. They were thinking too, while really trying to use him as a pawn. At that moment, Yekong noticed a somewhat different commission: kill Chanwushi Yaozai. Yekong, whose commission was this? Without an emblem, he could only speculate. First, all the Hashira who had visited the village. But those Hashira, though thoroughly brainwashed, were absolutely loyal to the Chanwushu family. It was almost impossible for them to issue such a commission, so they were ruled out immediately. Then the only remaining suspect was the faction that had come into contact with Lulan, the Wind Country. After all, Lulan was strictly part of the Wind Country. The sudden appearance of so many mysterious, powerful figures must have displeased the Wind Country as well. No. Yekong vanished in a flash and appeared at his hot spring hotel, finding Yitsong. There's no bounty on Chanwushu Yaozai in the black market. Is my lord going to kill someone? Yitsong had been assigned there for a long time, usually responsible for cleaning and driving away unruly people. At the same time, after being abandoned by the Sand Hidden Village, she didn't give up on herself. She always kept an eye on everything in the Sand Hidden Village, and as a rogue ninja, she also monitored the black market since she herself had a high bounty there. Almost every rogue ninja had a bounty. On one hand, the ninja villages didn't lack the money. On the other hand, most rogue ninjas harbored much dissatisfaction toward their original villages. If they could continuously compress their living space through this method, even if they couldn't kill them, it was a sure profit. No need. Yekong glanced at Yitsong, thoughtful. No bounty. Was I wrong? At first he thought it should be a bounty from the Sand Hidden Village, but since there was no bounty in the black market, that possibility could basically be ruled out. The previous commissions proved this. All assassination commissions from these ninja villages were without exception posted simultaneously on the black market. But this one wasn't, which was very telling. Yekong didn't think they could have forgotten such a thing. The task commission was out, but they forgot to pay. Wasn't that a joke? Especially for a ninja village that relied on tasks as a major source of income. So who had issued this commission? In this world, there weren't many people connected to Chanwushu Yaozai, or even aware of that name. Unable to figure it out, Yekong decided to first complete the Star Ninja Village's commission. A bit of the Ten Tails chakra was nothing, but he was curious why a part of the moon had fallen. A meteor impact. Speaking of meteors, he recalled a certain ninjutsu. About half a day later, Yekong arrived at the Star Ninja Village located on the other side of a cliff. Who are you? Yekong saw a bridge in the distance, but was too lazy to walk over. He was about to jump across. After all, it was less than 100 meters, no big deal. But unexpectedly, someone appeared on the opposite bank. The person stared at him with sharp eyes. Then a few more figures came over, their forehead protectors bearing a star pattern. These should be the ninjas of the Star Ninja Village. Strictly speaking, the Star Ninja Village couldn't be considered a ninja village. It hadn't even been recognized by other ninja villages, and the so-called Star Shadow was self-proclaimed. In theory, it could only be called the village chief of the Star Ninja Village by outsiders. It sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. Because the Star Ninja Village was too small and too remote. They could barely get any tasks, and internally cultivating the Peacock Mysterious Technique depended entirely on the star. Out of 10 people, it was lucky if 2 or 3 survived to adulthood. Even if they survived to adulthood, few lived past 30. The only exception was the third-generation Star Shadow, rumored to have lived 100 years. He was also the first to propose that using the star for cultivation was harmful to the body. If Yekong guessed correctly, this commission should have been issued by him. Get lost. We don't welcome outsiders here. Before Yekong could speak, one of the several people who had just arrived on the opposite bank spoke with a bad attitude. There were 5 people in total. 3 of them looked hostile, while the remaining 1 man and 1 woman seemed to want to speak, but held back, remaining silent. Yekong paused. So bold. Don't you know I know Kung Fu? His figure flashed and appeared on the opposite bank. The faces of the several people changed abruptly as they retreated. The star ninja who had shouted at him earlier stepped back, his hair standing on end, because just as he retreated, he found a hand on his shoulder. Crack. Before he could react, a tremendous force pressed down, shattering all the bones in his body. He couldn't even let out a scream, and instantly collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Red Star? Damn it. What did you do? The other 2 immediately performed a secret technique, manifesting a strange purple chakra coat on their bodies. It did imitate the characteristics of a tailed beast coat, but the purity and control of the chakra were far inferior to the real thing. The purity is too low. At this level, the tailed beast coat, aside from providing some physical substance, is less effective in actual combat than simply practicing more taijutsu. Damn. The other 2, having manifested the peacock method, charged head-on. A layer of chakra transformed into wings, enveloping their fists as they struck at him. Yekong glanced at them, slowly spread his arms, and a divine light seemed to burst from his gaze. The next moment, he slowly rose a foot into the air, and a twisted spherical force field manifested around his body. Shenluo Tianjin. It paused for an instant, then the force field erupted, instantly blasting away the 2 insignificant foes. Not only that, but within a radius of several hundred meters, sand and stones flew, and the ground seemed to be plowed through. The dust was swept out of the area. Yekong slowly descended back to the ground. Using this technique for the first time, his feeling was exhilarating. He had long wanted to try this move, a near-absolute domain ability. No matter how powerful a jutsu, it cannot resist repulsion and gravity. Moreover, this technique is nearly a map-wide attack. As long as he had enough chakra, he could easily expand the range of this technique to cover the entire ninja village, even several kilometers. He might even be able to push the moon out of its orbit. Raw power overcomes all. The thrill from this ability is like a hack-and-slash game, tedious yet undeniably satisfying. What is this, say? Just as the other 2 star ninja who narrowly escaped were bewildered, several figures ran over from afar. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard. Please don't attack. Having seen the situation, he hurriedly spoke. Please don't attack. So let's talk. I am the village chief of the Star Ninja Village. Yekong looked over upon hearing this. He hadn't noticed before, but now. Good heavens. This old man was probably older than Yuanfei Risen and Jitsuan Tuanzang combined. In this ninja world with an average lifespan of 30, even someone like Yuanfei Risen was considered long-lived. Yekong had once suspected that Yemu's record was probably rare over the past millennium, and even that had to account for the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. The Uzumaki clan was rumored to have strong vitality, but not even they lived like this. And this one, if he saw correctly, had just run over. At a conservative estimate, he was over 90 and still able to run. Even the Sage of 6 Paths had to lie down when dying. What kind of creature is this old geezer? Yekong was genuinely shocked. For the first time, he saw someone who was truly like a tortoise. After some explanations cleared up the misunderstanding, the village chief brought Yekong back to the Star Ninja Village. As for the severely injured Qi Xing and his 2 companions, some villagers were dissatisfied, but after seeing the devastation at the scene, they became docile. They understood that this person was not someone they could provoke. Then the Star Shadow led Yekong to the place where the star was stored. It was actually sealed with a simple barrier and guarded. Star-Lord, open the door. Yes. After signaling the 2-star ninja to open the door, the Star Shadow said to Yekong, please, the star is inside. I appreciate your efforts. Yekong did not stand on ceremony. He walked straight in and saw the so-called star. It was a moon-like model with a pitted surface full of holes emitting a faint purple chakra. Yekong's eyes narrowed. To be precise, this chakra was not from the 10 tails, but a chakra he felt somewhat familiar with yet uncertain. If this thing really fell from the moon, and its chakra is not from the 10 tails, then there seems to be only another explanation. This chakra belongs to the Sage of 6 Paths. The power of the 6 Paths. This could also be explained. The 10 tails body was sealed, that is the demonic statue of the outer path, and its chakra was extracted by the Sage of 6 Paths and split into 9-tailed beasts. This chakra felt very strange to Yekong. It was different from the 10 tails chakra he knew, and also different from the Otsutsuki clan. Logically, without a living host, even Otsutsuki or 10 tails chakra should have depleted over 200 years, such a small amount. Yet the power on this star persisted, and it seemed it could continue to exist for a long time if not artificially destroyed. This was interesting. He had always been wary of the Sage of 6 Paths, the fundamental reason being that he knew too little about him, and the sage was too deeply hidden. Perhaps this chakra could give him some insight. Having successfully obtained the star, Yekong returned to Konoha. He temporarily placed the star in the alternate space of Dahe Tian. Yekong had not forgotten another task investigating the person who commissioned him to assassinate Chanwushu Yaozai. Arriving at the new commercial street, he soon found Ganluji Mealy. She seemed to have been here all along. After asking, Yekong learned that she was arranged here by Chanwushu Yaozai to relay intelligence to him. In the Demon Slayer world, crows were no longer usable. They didn't know the roads of the ninja world. However, after mastering chakra, they had kept pace with the times and adopted more efficient methods. Summoning jutsu. Using the summoning jutsu to achieve long-distance communication across spaces was not difficult. Moreover, the previous Kasugai crows could already understand human speech and even convey simple information through sounds, making them suitable as summoning beasts. It only required a summoning contract, which was not difficult. Upon learning that someone wanted to kill Chanwushu Yaozai, Ganluji Mealy realized the severity of the issue. For once, she showed a serious expression and nodded earnestly. I understand. I will send this information to the Lord as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Lord Yi. Yekong nodded slightly, and then headed home. It was already noon. He wondered if Gang Shou had left him any food. Wind Country Lulan. Yellow sand filled the sky. Layered sand dunes like gauze curtains blurred the vision. Fu Gangyong and Bu Sichuan Shimi walked through the yellow sand. The latter occasionally spat out sand from his mouth and finally angrily tore off the cloth covering his face. Damn it. As a result, even more sand got into his mouth. Fu Gangyong, however, remained expressionless, having already learned to spit out sand without a sound. At that moment, both of them suddenly changed expression and then quickly ran toward the nearby Lulan ahead. Before long, the two arrived before Chanwushu Yaozai. All the other pillars except Hudi Nin and Ganluji Mealy were here. When the two arrived, everyone knelt on one knee. My lord. Chanwushu Yaozai stood atop the dragon pulse seal. He turned to face the assembled pillars and smiled. Rise. You have all done well during this time. I am pleased. Then Chanwushu Yaozai looked at the rock pillar and asked, how is it? The rock pillar did not answer, but nodded. This gesture from the pillar indicated that the mission was completed without any issues. As close confidants of Chanwushu Yaozai, every pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps was personally trained by him. Indeed, the very foundation of the Demon Slayer Corps' heritage began with the Chanwushu family 1,000 years ago. To this day, each pillar is deeply intertwined with the Chanwushu family. The Demon Slayer Corps is like branches and leaves attached to the great tree of the Chanwushu family, inseparable. Seeing this, Chanwushu Yaozai opened his eyes, revealing an inexplicable look in his gaze. Little Naruto, what's with the whisker marks on this kid's face? Well, it's probably due to the Ninetales chakra affecting him. Lady Tsunade, is there anything that can be done? At Yoko's residence, Kushina had been resting at home for some time and had finally recovered from the weakness following childbirth. This was only because the Uzumaki clan possessed such resilient constitutions. For ordinary people, even trained ninja, the postpartum recovery period would typically span several months or even half a year, requiring meticulous care and rehabilitation exercises. Even with such resilience, a single misstep could leave a woman's figure permanently altered after childbirth. After all, the abdomen had been stretched to such an extreme degree that some degree of damage was inevitable. Kushina, however, faced no such concerns. It had been less than half a month since she gave birth to Naruto, yet she was already carrying the infant everywhere on her own. Minato couldn't even persuade her to rest. Tsunade poked little Naruto's cheek with her finger. The kid slept soundly with his eyes closed, remarkably docile. Neither of their voices had been lowered, yet he remained asleep. Muttering to herself, she remarked that there was no real remedy. Since these markings were congenital, they resembled birthmarks, and given how young he was, they might fade away as he grew older. I hope so, but honestly this isn't bad either. After getting used to it, they actually look quite cute, Kushina said optimistically. Tsunade glanced at the child in her arms, then suddenly looked up and shot a sharp glare at Yoku passing by the doorway. Yoku! He stopped in his tracks. His perceptiveness was extraordinary. Such a look, brimming with killing intent, felt to him no different from taking a direct punch to the face.